Introduction. Lin Xiao, unexpectedly transported to the realm of cultivation, acquires a vengeance system. This system, which parasitically attaches to its host, ensures a streak of misfortune inherently attracting animosity. To survive, he must instigate chaos. The greater the turmoil he creates, the more revenge points he accumulates, enabling him to procure essential items for survival. Thus, for the sake of existence, Lin Xiao embarks on a tumultuous path of instigation. Chapter 1. The Mistress of the Hundred Flowers Palace. The Hundred Flowers Palace, a sacred site situated on the borders of the Dalan Empire, is ensconced within an endless mountain range. Its treacherous terrain belies a breathtaking beauty reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The Mistress of the Hundred Flowers Palace is said to be a paragon of purity and unrivaled beauty, a vision so exquisite that countless formidable experts have sought an audience, yet have found no means to gain entry. Deep within the palace lies a frigid pond, measuring several dozen feet across, where chilling vapors rise amidst a plethora of blooming flowers, resplendent in their hues. This secluded locale serves as the annual site for the Mistress Ji Bahua's meditation and renewal of her powers, a secret known to none, though the stringent guards surrounding it are astonishing. Today coincidentally marks the day of Ji Baihua's power dispersal. However, unbeknownst to all, the area lies deserted. Suddenly, amidst the pond's edge, flashes of thunder illuminate the scene as a violet rift in space materializes, from which a bare, youthful man, armed with a golden spear, tumbles forth. Upon his arrival, he crashes onto a stone, wincing in pain. Damn it, was I not just enjoying blissful dreams with a goddess? Where on earth am I? Lin Xiao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had a tendency to indulge in dreams, and just as he was immersed in a beautiful fantasy, a thunderclap jolted him into this strange realm. Abruptly, his mind surged with a torrent of information, accompanied by a cold, emotionless voice resonating within his consciousness. Master, you are the inheritor of the 15,003rd vengeance system. In your forthcoming life, you shall encounter great misfortune. If you wish to survive, you must continuously earn revenge points. These points can be exchanged for various essential tools for your survival. As the dispassionate voice echoed, information materialized in his mind. Host, Lin Xiao. Cultivation method, celestial martial arts. Revenge points, 0. Realm, mortal. Upon seeing this information, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. I have traversed realms? But soon, his expression darkened. What did it mean that his future would be fraught with calamity? Master, each activation of a vengeance system extracts 95% of the host's lifetime fortune. Your luck is nearly depleted, hence the impending misfortune. However, as a form of equitable exchange, by continuously defeating adversaries or performing earth-shattering deeds, you can earn revenge points, which can be traded for necessities. Given your novice status, the system will graciously cleanse your body and impart the supreme skill of celestial martial arts. The remainder of your journey shall depend upon your own efforts. With that, Lin Xiao felt a tightening sensation throughout his body, followed by a wave of relief as foul impurities surfaced, simultaneously enhancing his spiritual perception to an unfathomable degree. Simultaneously, a surge of profound belief washed over him, as if he had encountered a vast and enigmatic martial art, imbued with an unfathomable power that left Lin Xiao utterly astonished. Misfortune? Not at all. With such celestial skills, I, Lin Xiao, shall dominate the world and stand unparalleled. No sooner had he uttered these words than he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from beyond the stone door. Damn, someone's coming. Finding no place to hide, he plunged directly into the frigid pool, only to be jolted by the icy temperature. What the hell, why is it so cold? Before he could hold his breath for long, a delicate jade foot suddenly appeared before him, descending into the water. The liquid, though not crystal clear, was rich in beneficial minerals, yet proximity rendered it overwhelming. As that jade foot emerged, it was soon followed by the graceful figure of a stunning beauty, fully revealing herself before Lin Xiao. His gaze fixed upon her, his heart racing, his desire becoming even more pronounced. In an instant, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins. Unable to contain himself, he surfaced from the pool. When he expelled the water from his mouth and beheld the girl before him, he was utterly mesmerized. What a breathtaking beauty she was! Her allure surpassed that of any dream goddess he had known, her stunning visage captivating beyond measure, and the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her left Lin Xiao entranced. Yet, The chilling murderous intent radiating from her striking eyes sent a shiver down his spine. Ji Baihua could never have anticipated that her sacred ground would silently harbor a man. This was, after all, the most significant forbidden area of her Baiwa palace. What was more critical was the fact that she had just finished her cultivation, leaving her devoid of any power, and needed to soak in the cold pool for a day to swiftly regain her strength. Before this, she was merely an ordinary woman, utterly defenseless. To claim she was not alarmed would be a falsehood, especially upon noticing that this man was also unclothed, igniting a mix of embarrassment and fury, intensifying the murderous glare in her eyes. Quickly, she covered her chest, about to call for help when Lin Xiao's expression shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hastily covered Ji Baihua's mouth and whispered, "Hey, beautiful, I stumbled in here by accident. Please don't shout." Ji Baihua was both startled and furious, nearly screaming never had any man come so close to her. "I want you dead." Enraged, she raised her hand, intending to strike this audacious insect before her, but she was utterly powerless, no match for Lin Xiao, who had undergone a body transformation. He grasped her firmly. "Hey, gorgeous, don't be like that. I truly didn't mean any harm. Just look at this beautiful scene. Someone come." Ji Baihua commanded sharply in her fury. Instantly, over a dozen women clad in palace attire rushed in from the stone door. Upon seeing their mistress tightly embraced by a man, their expressions shifted dramatically, a mix of shock, embarrassment, and anger washing over their faces. "Kill him." Ji Baihua's eyes glimmered with icy menace. Lin Xiao shivered all over, and without uttering a word, he swiftly lifted Ji Baihua from behind, treating her as a hostage. His golden spear was firmly pressed against her back. Ji Baihua felt a surge of despair. The palace maids were left pale with fear, terrified that the currently vulnerable palace master might encounter any misfortune. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. "The system has detected an inescapable predicament. Master, shall you activate the resurrection? Once initiated, you will be transported to safety, but you will owe the system 10,000 points of vengeance, which must be repaid within a month. Failure to do so will result in your eradication by the system." Damn it, Lin Xiao cursed internally, only now recalling the existence of this ridiculous system. How utterly unfortunate. However, in this critical moment, he had no desire to meet his demise. Just as he contemplated a desperate escape, a woman in palace attire lunged forward with a sword. Chapter 2. Capturing a perverse man. Since he was already destined to incur a mountain of debt, Lin Xiao's anger surged. In a moment of reckless opportunity, he thought, "This stunning beauty is far too exquisite to ignore. Even if I cannot repay my debts, dying would not be in vain. Curse this absurd vengeance system. How unlucky am I to owe a mountain of debt right after my arrival." With such thoughts racing through his mind, he brazenly reached out to seize Ji Baihua's ample bosom. She struggled fiercely, but being in the water and lacking any cultivation, she was utterly defenseless, inadvertently granting Lin Xiao an unwarranted advantage. The palace maids hesitated to leap into the murky waters, fearing for their master's safety. As Lin Xiao pinned Ji Baihua beneath him, just as he was about to penetrate her, he caught a glimpse of the pleading despair in her tear-filled eyes. Stunned, Lin Xiao hesitated, holding his breath, ultimately resisting the urge to succumb to temptation. After all, he had unwittingly trespassed into another's domain. Seeing the desperation and plea in the bowtie's eyes softened his heart, and with a heavy sigh, he waved his hand dismissively, turning away amidst Ji Baihua's astonished gaze. Ji Baihua was momentarily taken aback. She had never expected that this sudden intruder could exercise such restraint in such a critical moment. Yet, this did not diminish her intent to kill. This man had nearly humiliated her, and if she did not eliminate him, how could she live with herself? Just as she prepared to rise, the stone wall beside her unexpectedly trembled, revealing a massive opening. Through the opening, a shimmering barrier emerged that prevented a single drop of water from passing through. Beyond it lay a grand corridor. Lin Xiao blinked in surprise. He was just about to activate the system's resurrection when the sight of the opening filled him with renewed hope. Ji Baihua, momentarily dazed, suddenly realized that in her earlier struggle with this man, she had inadvertently triggered the escape switch she had prepared. As she dispersed her energy, lacking any cultivation, she was inevitably compelled to prepare an emergency escape route. Thus, she constructed a passageway at the bottom of the pool, which she had never utilized, only to inadvertently benefit this fellow. A deep sense of unwillingness flickered in her beautiful eyes. Had it not been for holding his breath, Lin Xiao would have laughed until his mouth nearly split open. Who could have anticipated such a delightful twist of fate? It seems that perhaps his misfortunes were not absolute. At that moment, as Ji Baihua simmered with discontent, Lin Xiao abruptly pulled her closer. Though he could not bring himself to forcefully act upon a woman, he certainly felt entitled to seize a small advantage, especially since her murderous intent towards him had yet to dissipate. Why should he exhibit kindness? Thus, he boldly pressed his lips against Ji Baihua's cherry-like mouth, leaving her stunned and momentarily blank in thought. By the time she gathered her wits to resist, Lin Xiao was already laughing heartily, having released her and waved goodbye as he plunged into the passageway. As soon as he entered, the opening sealed shut, becoming impenetrable. Puff! Ji Baihua trembled with rage, breaking the water's surface, her eyes gleaming with icy fury. She commanded, "Relay my orders. All members of Baihua Palace are to immediately descend the mountain and search for that man. If spotted, kill him without mercy." Yes. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao traversed the mystical underground stone path, not only discovering a means of escape, but also acquiring a complete set of clothing. Although it was a woman's palace attire, in this critical moment, any covering was a blessing could hardly afford to be choosy. Lin Xiao quickly deduced that this stone cavern must serve as the escape route specifically for that enchanting woman, otherwise it would not be so intricately designed, resembling a labyrinth. He randomly entered one of the passages, and after more than half an hour, he emerged into an ancient forest teeming with towering trees. Only then did he dare to exhale deeply, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Damn it, the heavens do not entirely close their doors. At least I won't be burdened with insurmountable debts. As he muttered, a voice echoed in his mind. Successfully escaped with your life, you are awarded 500 revenge points. What? Lin Xiao nearly leapt from shock. After such a miraculous opportunity, he was rewarded with a mere 500? If he had amassed a debt of 10,000, who could say when he might escape that? He felt immensely relieved that he had not acted recklessly, otherwise it would have truly been the end for him. Would you like to enter the shop for redemption? The impassive voice disregarded Lin Xiao's sentiments, merely posing the cold inquiry. Damn it! Lin Xiao cursed vehemently, but ultimately chose to redeem. He perused the newfound information in his mind, realizing he was in a legendary world of cultivation. To survive, he must diligently strive for advancement. Within the shop, a dazzling array of treasures caught his eye, including manuals, spiritual energy, secret techniques, innate abilities, and even divine escape talismans alongside instant healing items. Prices varied from exorbitant to reasonable. Spiritual energy was priced by the pound, with 1 point of revenge equating to 10 pounds. Without a second thought, he immediately exchanged 100 revenge points. Instantly, he felt the atmosphere around him surge with spiritual energy as countless strands of it rushed into his being with frenzied abandon. Holy crap! Lin Xiao hastily engaged in his cultivation, activating the Xianwu heavenly art. Amidst the frenzied accumulation of spiritual energy, his strength unexpectedly surged upward, transcending previous limits. From the first layer of qi, refining to the second, third, fourth, and finally reaching the 10th layer hum. With a soft sound, he astonishingly broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, his power continued to ascend, and by the time he expended 1,000 pounds of spiritual energy, he had attained the early stage of foundation establishment. How extraordinary! Lin Xiao's eyes shone with brilliance. With this vengeance system, what challenge could there possibly be in his cultivation? The vengeance system can only provide spiritual energy, it cannot impart the understanding of the world. Before reaching the golden core stage, one can forcibly break through relying solely on spiritual power. However, upon reaching the golden core stage, not only is spiritual energy required, but sufficient comprehension is also necessary to advance. A cold, emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Lin Xiao's expression darkened instantly as he began to contemplate how to strengthen himself. The Xianwu heavenly art came with a desperate skill known as the destructive deathlight. Yet, using it in combat would obliterate everything, including himself, before his adversaries could perish. It was a last resort, not to be employed unless absolutely necessary. Angry dragons roar, true martial dragon fist, heavenly wrath, all swords return to origin goodness. They're all splendid techniques, but they are exorbitantly expensive. Angry dragon's roar was an auditory technique for mass slaughter, demanding 900 points of vengeance. The true martial dragon fist, a supreme martial art, required 378 points. Heavenly Wrath cost 890, and all swords returned to origin demanded 750. Of course, there were weaker techniques available, but Lin Xiao dismissed them as beneath him. Ultimately, he decided to learn the true martial dragon fist. In an instant, a surge of information flooded his mind, allowing him to fully grasp the secrets of the true martial dragon fist. Just as he was about to test its might, he noticed a commotion as a large group of people surrounded him. Unbelievable! Could I be this unlucky? Lin Xiao exclaimed in exasperation, preparing to flee, only to find himself encircled by a throng. Soon, a thunderous shout resonated through the air. Mizdu, we've captured a perverted man dressed as a woman. He is the core of the earlier spiritual energy storm. Chapter 3. Injustice. You're the one who is perverse. Your entire family is twisted. I, Lin Xiao, am merely down on my luck, do you understand? Lin Xiao erupted in a torrent of curses. Oh, the little brat has quite the audacity. The leader of a small army, sporting a rugged beard, waved his hand with a sinister grin, charging forward with a powerful strike. How dare this insignificant foundation establishment novice act so brazenly before me? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao summoned the spiritual energy within him and unleashed the true martial dragon fist. A thunderous dragon roar erupted as he struck, causing a dragon silhouette to surge forth from the void. Bang! The leader's expression changed dramatically as he summoned all his might to clash with the golden dragon of energy. He spat blood and was sent hurtling backward, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Lin Xiao. How could this be possible? At that moment, a stunningly beautiful young woman rode in on a horse, flanked by a middle-aged man as her protector. Upon spotting Lin Xiao, she clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, what a true pervert we have here. Oh, Leader Zhang, what has happened to you? This brat is a master. Despite being merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, his punch is unexpectedly powerful, rivaling even my own late-stage prowess. Quite the enigma indeed. Upon hearing this, Du Fei was taken aback, then chuckled softly, turning to the middle-aged man beside her. This is intriguing, Uncle He. Please do me a favor. I want him alive. I am curious to see what makes him so special. Certainly, the middle-aged man smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Lin Xiao. Will you activate the revival? What nonsense! Lin Xiao cursed inwardly, recalling the warning not to risk his life. This broken system is akin to a predatory lender, incessantly seeking to ensnare him in debt. However, when he looked at the middle-aged man, his expression grew solemn. He sensed that the man possessed at least the strength of a late-stage golden core cultivator, terrifyingly powerful, a foe he could not contend with. Brother, please do not make a move. I am not your match. I shall go with you. As the middle-aged man prepared to act, Lin Xiao, devoid of any dignity, scampered forward with a forced smile. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in resignation as he glanced at Du Fei. Just a coward clinging to life. Du Fei scoffed. Suddenly her eyes gleamed mischievously as she called out to a dark, enclosed prison carriage not far behind. Sister Yutong, I've just found you a most suitable companion. I hope you'll accept him, haha. As she spoke, she pointed at Lin Xiao. Take this fellow and lock him up with Lin Yutong. Haha, this time, she will surely be driven mad. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the middle-aged man, Lin Xiao was unceremoniously shoved into the grim confines of the prison. While the cell appeared to be the size of an ordinary carriage, it was, in fact, a spatial wonder, vast within yet designed to incapacitate its inmates' cultivation abilities. Hey, beautiful! We have no enmity between us. I do not accept dinosaurs. You. I might accept, he jested. Get in. Leader Zhang kicked Lin Xiao inside. Du Fei rolled her eyes. Damn pervert. How dare you have designs on this lady? Miss, we must depart at once. If the master of Tiannan arrives, it will be troublesome. Capturing Lin Yutong this time will not be an easy feat, Uncle He cautioned. This is a grand gift for father. He must express his gratitude to me. Let us set off. In the pitch-black confines of the cell, as Lin Xiao was thrust inside, he was met with a swift punch to the eye. Bang! Who the hell dares to strike with such malice? Before he could comprehend the situation, a flurry of punches and kicks ensued. Had his body not been through rigorous training, he would have been rendered unconscious by now, but the pain made him grimace nonetheless. As he regained his composure, he was taken aback to find himself facing a beauty whose allure rivaled that of any woman outside. Am I fortunate or cursed? I seem to encounter misfortune everywhere, yet I'm always graced by such exquisite beauty. Thief! You! Pervert! How dare you wear women's clothing and look at me? Lin Yutong seethed with rage upon noticing Lin Xiao's audacious gaze lingering on her form, ready to retaliate. However, this time, Lin Xiao seized her wrist with a firm grip. My dear, after enduring so much, it is only fair that I have my turn, no? Lin Yutong's face paled in shock. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but found it utterly impossible. Ha! I must reclaim some interest from you, especially with no one around. Lin Xiao chuckled mischievously as he reached for Lin Yutong's garments. The fear rendered her face as pale as a ghost, and she could not help but scream. Go ahead, scream all you want. No one will come to your rescue. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, continuing his advances on Lin Yutong. Though he did not genuinely wish to torment her, after receiving so many blows, a little intimidation to reclaim some interest seemed reasonable. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as Lin Yutong's cries echoed, her clothing gradually stripped away, leaving only her delicate undergarment. The sight of her voluptuous figure, accentuated by the red fabric, stirred emotions within her, igniting a sense of fervor. Let me frighten you a little more, so you understand that I, Lin Yi, am not someone you can assault at will. With a lewd grin, Lin Xiao approached Lin Yutong with predatory intent. Terrified, Lin Yutong's face drained of color as she burst into tears, struggling desperately against his grasp. At that moment, the cell door swung open, revealing the triumphant visage of Du Fei. She had originally intended to witness the unfolding drama between Lin Xiao and Lin Yutong. But upon seeing Lin Yutong nearly stripped and Lin Xiao's lascivious intentions, her expression shifted to one of alarm. In a panic, she conjured a spell and forcibly yanked Lin Xiao away. Within the confines of the cell, no one but the cell's master could wield their powers. As Lin Xiao was pulled away, he wore a bewildered expression. You sick pervert! How could you stoop so low? Seize him and execute him. Du Fei's fury reached a boiling point. She had merely wished to frighten Lin Yutong. Simultaneously, a wave of dread washed over her. Had Lin Yutong been sullied, there would be no end to the conflict with her father and the master of Tiannan. This is unjust. I merely intended to scare him. Lin Xiao bellowed at the heavens. Believe you? Not a chance. Duffy let out a cold snort and was just about to strike when a disdainful voice echoed through the void. Little Du girl, how dare you abduct my daughter? Do you think our Tiannan sect has no one left? Since that's the case, you shall accompany me back to the sect for a little chat. Let your father come personally to redeem you. Before Duffy and the captive Lin Xiao could even react, an immense force from the void swept them away. Uncle Crane's expression darkened as he prepared to intervene, but another icy snarl resounded. His face twisted violently as if struck by a devastating blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Scram back to your master and tell him to come to Tiannan's sect if he wants his people back. The frigid voice resonated across the mountain range, yet its owner remained unseen. By then, Lin Xiao and Duffy had already been whisked away to a mountaintop. There stood Lin Yutong, freshly escaped from the black prison, her robes disheveled, alongside a middle-aged man whose chilling aura radiated boundless killing intent. Lin Xiao nearly burst into tears. Damn this revenge system. It's trying to get me killed. Chapter 4. Are you pleasing me? Yutong, what is the meaning of this? Lin Tiannan's gaze swept over his daughter, whose eyes were ablaze with murderous intent. Fortunately, he perceived that his daughter remained unscathed. Otherwise, he would have been driven to madness. Father, it is this scoundrel. He seeks to bully me. Lin Yutong's beautiful eyes glimmered with a ferocity that rivaled her father's. She had nearly fainted from fear earlier when confronted by Lin Xiao, and had it not been for Du Fei's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Yet Lin Xiao was unwilling to concede. He hastily turned to Lin Tiannan and Lin Yutong, exclaiming, misunderstanding. Esteemed sir, lovely ladies, this is a monumental misunderstanding. I swear, I merely intended to frighten her. Enough. Lin Tiannan's expression was cold. He raised his hand, poised to strike, but was halted by Lin Yutong. Father, the true instigator of this incident is her. She pointed accusingly at Du Fei, smirking. Sister Du Fei, how should I repay you? Du Fei's heart raced, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of fear. A realization seemed to dawn upon her, and she chuckled nervously. Yutong, you are unharmed, and I protected you at a critical moment. This lecherous pervert should be dealt with. She directed her scorn towards Lin Xiao, who nearly exploded with indignation. However, under Lin Tiannan's stern gaze, he found himself silenced. He ought to be punished. But we must first finish what we started. Lin Yutong giggled, producing a small vial of elixir. She promptly sealed off the magical powers of both men and administered the potion to them. What have you made me take? Du Fei's complexion shifted dramatically. Lin Tiannan furrowed his brow, admonishing, Yutong, do not take this too far. She is, after all, the daughter of a formidable figure. My refusal to yield to him has already displeased him, and we must not provoke him further. I am merely assisting in finding a suitor for her. Lin Yutong replied with a mischievous grin, revealing her devilish side. Instantly, Du Fei felt a surge of warmth coursing through her body, her face paling in shock and anger. Yutong, you. Summon someone to confine them within the sect and prepare a luxurious guest room. After changing into a different attire, Lin Yutong clapped her hands, exuding an air of authority, completely shedding her earlier disarray. Once Lin Xiao and Du Fei were escorted to a guest room within Tiannan's sect, their power suppressed. They stood in the room, exchanging wide-eyed glances, the intense heat within Du Fei causing her unease. Perverse fiend, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall gouge out your eyes. Du Fei, feeling a twinge of fear, distanced herself from Lin Xiao, yet continued to threaten him. Oh, at this juncture, you still dare to threaten me? Lin Xiao retorted, suddenly feeling waves of heat surging through him. He paused, murmuring to himself, could that girl have slipped me an aphrodisiac? Du Fei's face turned even paler at his words. I warn you, do not approach. If you dare come any closer, what will you do? Lin Xiao, undeterred, boldly advanced towards her. I'm a solitary man, and I find myself quite intrigued. How about it? Will you grant me some pleasure? Get away. If you lay a finger on me, I shall perish right before your eyes. Du Fei was terrified, witnessing Lin Xiao approach her step by step, sending shivers down her spine. Weren't you so arrogant before, waving your hand as if you could strike me down with a blade? Now, where's all that bravado gone? Lin Xiao sneered coldly. Come, kneel and sing your surrender, and perhaps I'll spare you. Dream on. Du Fei vas que nous inali terrifiet. But her stubborn nature refused to let her back down. The next moment, Lin Xiao pressed forward, pinning her against the wall. Feeling the overwhelming masculine presence so close, Du Fei panicked, her heart pounding wildly, her delicate face flushed crimson. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from Du Fei was nearly unbearable for Lin Xiao, compounded by the surging effects of the drug within him, leaving him painfully aroused. He hesitated. Should he take advantage of the situation and claim this little beauty for himself? Just then, the door creaked open, and Lin Yutong walked in with a mischievous grin. Well, Sister Du Fei, I've come to your rescue. Beg me, and I'll give you the antidote, and even help you deal with this big bad wolf. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, these two girls are playing games with each other, dragging me into it. If I don't take some advantage now, what is the point? Without hesitation, he planted a kiss on Du Fei's soft, rosy cheek, his hands roaming boldly over her delicate frame. Du Fei shrieked, her face paling as she struggled desperately. Lin Yutong doubled over in laughter, then cunningly taunted, Sister Du Fei, if you don't beg me soon, the big bad wolf might just devour you, and the drug in your system is taking effect. Soon, even the antidote won't help. Oof. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. A ruthless glint flashed in Du Fei's beautiful eyes as she suddenly flicked a talisman from her hand, striking Lin Yutong. The yellow sigil vanished in her body, causing Lin Yutong's expression to twist in shock. Immediately, a scorching heat surged through her, igniting an unsettling restlessness in her mind. This is the shared misfortune talisman, personally crafted by my father. It distributes the effects of any drug between two people. Now we're both poisoned. Hand over the antidote. Even cornered, Du Fei refused to yield. Lin Yutong's face darkened with fury. She had expected Du Fei to surrender, never anticipating such a move. In the end, under Lin Xiao's flushed and conflicted gaze, the two women swallowed the antidote. Hey, this wasn't the plan. At least spare one for me. Go to hell. Du Fei lashed out with a kick, but Lin Xiao dodged. With both their powers sealed, she grabbed a nearby vase, ready to hurl it, only for Lin Yutong to stop her. Giggle, Sister Du Fei, I have a brilliant idea. She whispered into Du Fei's ear, sending a wave of dread through Lin Xiao. Under the two women's devilish smirks, he was force-fed several potent pills before being dragged to the underground dungeon, a place reeking of filth where the suppression of magic was even more severe. As Lin Xiao was thrown into his cell, his eyes fell upon a grotesque figure in the corner, a foul-smelling, hideously disfigured woman, her face pockmarked as if scalded by oil, her hair wild and unkempt. Meanwhile, the power of the elixir surged wildly within him, an intense and frenzied sensation erupting from his being. Damn it, these two insane women. Lin Xiao was seething with rage. They were compelling him to unleash the potency of the medicine upon this grotesque creature. Outside the cell, witnessing Lin Xiao's crazed expression, Du Fei and Lin Yutong exchanged gleeful laughter, their faces brimming with anticipation. Oh, two enchanting ladies, you truly ought not to provoke him so. Lin Xiao abruptly turned, his internal energy swirling chaotically at his fingertips. He had endured thus far to avoid drawing the attention of Lin Yutong's father, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. Yet, these two women were becoming increasingly unhinged. If that was the case, he would respond with an even greater madness. This cannot be. Lin Yutong gasped, her delicate face paling. How could he possibly wield his powers here? Chapter 5. Oh dear. There is nothing impossible. The celestial martial arts practiced by Lin Xiao is an extraordinary skill, and how can ordinary restraints possibly withstand his formidable power? Had it not been for his apprehension of that old ghost, he would have abducted these two young ladies long ago. However, he has now been pushed to the brink. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his inner strength to its utmost and struck the prison door with a resounding punch. Boom! The true martial dragon fist shattered the door into smithereens. The two ladies outside were left pale with fright. Ha ha! Two lovely beauties. Tonight you shall be mine, Lin Xiao declared, unceremoniously slapping his palm towards Lin Yutong. Lin Yutong's face turned ashen, caught off guard. In a frantic attempt to defend herself, she raised her hand. But Lin Xiao's punch sent her sprawling backward, spitting blood, as she flew a distance of 10 feet. How is this possible? You are merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while I am at the late stage. Lin Yutong's face was filled with shock. Du Fei's breath quickened as she fumbled to retrieve something from her bosom, only to be seized by Lin Xiao in an instant. My dear, what are you reaching for? What do you intend to do? Boy, this is the Tiannan sect. If you surrender obediently, I won't harm you. Otherwise, my father will deal with you. Let him come. I shall deal with you first. Now come with me. With a furious snort, Lin Xiao struck Lin Yutong and Du Fei, directly sealing their powers with his overwhelming cultivation. You are digging your own grave, Lin Yutong exclaimed, her face pale with anger. Lin Xiao wrapped his arm around her waist. Is that so? To die under the peony is to be a ghost of great elegance. How about you both become my peonies tonight? Du Fei attempted to evade, yet she was no match for Lin Xiao's speed and strength, and was likewise drawn into his embrace. Their faces were ashen. They desperately wished to alert someone, but found themselves powerless. They could only hope that someone would witness this rogue in women's clothing and report him to the Tiannan sect's leader. Revenge system. Is there a storage bag for the unclaimed? 10 revenge points for one. Damn, give me one, right? Use 2 points of revenge value to restore me instantly and cleanse my body of the poison. Buzz. A faint light flickered, and all the medicinal effects within Lin Xiao were dispelled. Shortly thereafter, Du Fei's countenance changed as her storage bag appeared directly in Lin Xiao's hand. Its personal imprint completely erased, rendering it a possession without an owner. What the hell? Such a tactic exists. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Previously, he had claimed 1,000 pounds of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, and now he was seizing a storage bag from another. This was utterly shameless. Du Fei was equally incredulous. She had never heard of someone erasing another storage bag so effortlessly. Typically, to obtain someone else's storage bag, one must forcibly erase the spiritual consciousness, and the owner would sense it. Yet she had felt nothing at all just now. "Haha, you two step inside." Lin Xiao laughed heartily, savagely kissing each of the two beautiful ladies on the lips before, without their consent, drawing them into the storage bag amidst their shamed and furious protests. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the mountain peak. A thunderous voice echoed from outside. "Lin Tianan, come out and face me. How audacious of you!" Almost simultaneously with the emergence of these two voices, the sound of fierce combat reverberated through the air as two figures engaged in a frenzied battle outside the Tianan sect. Upon stepping out of the prison, Lin Xiao instantly grasped the situation. "Haha, two maniacs are at it. When else would I seize the opportunity to fish in troubled waters?" With this thought, he hurriedly dashed away, locating a solitary disciple of the Tianan sect, swiftly incapacitating him and commandeering his attire to make his descent down the mountain. To his surprise, as he reached the base, he encountered a formidable assembly of individuals who had meticulously surrounded the Tianan sect. "Who goes there?" bellowed the leading commander. "Ah, I am merely patrolling the mountain. Greetings to you all," Lin Xiao casually replied before turning on his heel to flee back up the hill. "Indeed, there is something amiss." "Capture him," commanded the leader. "Yes." Lin Xiao felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why must trouble pursue him relentlessly? At that moment, he had no choice but to fight back. As several soldiers advanced towards him, he unleashed a powerful strike with the true martial dragon fist, instantly obliterating several of them in a mist of blood. Goodness, how formidable! Below, the commander's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Such an overwhelming presence. Though he appears to be at the initial stage of foundation building, he possesses the combat prowess of a peak foundation builder. This youth must be captured. With a cold snort, he spurred his steed and charged at Lin Xiao. Though possessing peak foundation building strength, the commander was unable to withstand the onslaught of Lin Xiao's relentless fists. With a sickening cough, he spat blood and was sent flying. Defeating a peak foundation builder grants a reward of 200 revenge points. A detached voice resonated in Lin Xiao's mind. "Host, Lin Xiao technique. Immortal martial heaven art realm. Peak initial stage of foundation building combat skill. True martial dragon fist revenge points. 324. Previously, he had escaped from prison and received a reward of over 10 points. Defeating Lin Yutong had earned him more than 100, and now, vanquishing a peak foundation builder added another 200 to his tally. Altogether, his points surged beyond 300. Damn, why is it increasing so rapidly? Before Lin Xiao could revel in his fortune, he noticed even more foes approaching, led by the earlier commander who was accompanied by 10 additional peak foundation builders. "Kid, kneel and bind your hands, awaiting your fate. Otherwise, today shall be your last. Would you like to activate the resurrection?" The icy voice resounded once more. "Damn you." Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse openly this time, his words clearly audible to the group of peak foundation builders, leaving them momentarily stunned. Their expressions darkened with rage. Although they couldn't comprehend his words, they discerned the insult and charged at him with vengeful intent. "You force me to madness. Come at me then." Lin Xiao was engulfed in a tempest of fury, unleashing the full might of the Zhenwu dragon fist without any reservations. In that moment, his fighting spirit soared, each punch growing increasingly formidable. Furthermore, as 10 adversaries besieged him, they intermittently launched devastating strikes with their spiritual weapons, all of which were violently repelled by his ferocious fists. With a sharp thud, a spiritual blade struck his back, eliciting a glacial glint in his eyes. Ignoring the assault, he lunged forward, delivering a thunderous punch that landed squarely before a powerful foe. In an instant, the man's expression morphed into one of horror as he was reduced to mere fragments by the Zhenwu dragon fist. This youth cannot be spared. A single thought surged through the minds of all present, prompting them to unleash their attacks with wild abandon. Chapter 6 in an instant. The air was filled with the clash of swords and the brilliance of spiritual artifacts as Lin Xiao's fists struck fiercely around him, shaking the very foundations of the mountains behind. His formidable might had drawn the attention of several powerful warriors. Kill! Lin Xiao roared, delivering another devastating punch to a peak foundation establishment foe, obliterating him in a single blow. At that moment, the precarious balance that had been maintained was shattered, and Lin Xiao's fighting spirit intensified, rendering the remaining 8 adversaries utterly defenseless against him. After a brief but intense skirmish lasting mere moments, the Peak Foundation establishment warriors were systematically defeated, leaving behind only the remnants of weaker opponents who dared not confront him. Damn it, I must leave quickly. If more powerful foes arrive, I won't be able to withstand it. Lin Xiao suppressed the pain coursing through his body and hurriedly retreated. Restore my injuries, he commanded fervently to the vengeance system within him. You may only restore injuries once within a day. You wretched system, Lin Xiao cursed, frustrated by its limitations at such a critical juncture. Yet, amidst his ire, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Having vanquished 10 Peak Foundation establishment warriors and narrowly escaping death against 2 formidable opponents, he had accrued a staggering 3,000 points of vengeance value. Damn it! I demand 3 divine escape talismans, a set of Dragon's Roar, a set of 10,000 swords return to origin, and a set of heavenly wrath Taoist techniques. Exchange the rest for spiritual energy. Boom! In an instant, a colossal storm formed around Lin Xiao, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy towards him with reckless abandon, far surpassing his own absorption speed. The immense influx of spiritual energy caught the attention of distant powerful beings. Damn it, Lin Xiao groaned, astonished that a mere few hundred points of spiritual energy could incite such a reaction throughout the mountain range. The spectacle was so grand that it was impossible to ignore. Resolving not to flee any longer, he halted and began to absorb the spiritual energy with reckless fervor. In the distance, Lin Xiao and Patienko were engaged in their battle when they suddenly sensed the anomaly emanating from Lin Xiao. Instantly, they ceased their conflict. Lin Xiao frowned, retrieving a jade tablet to sense more carefully. His expression shifted dramatically. Yutong, simultaneously, Patienko exclaimed, Fei Fei. The two exchanged glances, ready to take action, but quickly realized, that is not one of yours. They spoke in unison. In that moment, the two monarchs were incensed, their auras surging as they flicked their sleeves. Appearing before Lin Xiao in the next breath, they felt the tempestuous influx of spiritual power entering Lin Xiao's body, and their expressions changed in disbelief. Is this fool courting death? He dares to absorb such volatile energy? In truth, Lin Xiao's cultivation of the immortal martial heavenly art was extraordinarily formidable. Not only could he handle such wild spiritual energy, but as his cultivation deepened, he would be capable of refining and transforming the very forces of nature itself. At that moment, as the spiritual energy within Lin Xiao surged, his cultivation soared as well. Mid-foundation establishment, late foundation establishment. Ultimately, he reached the pinnacle of late foundation establishment, yet he felt that a significant hurdle remained before him to attain the true zenith of foundation establishment. Crossing that threshold felt daunting. As he opened his eyes and beheld the two individuals before him, an involuntary expression of embarrassment crossed his face. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao and Pa Tianshou exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment, even a hint of greed. It is worth noting that the cultivation technique capable of absorbing such chaotic spiritual energy from the heavens and earth was something they had never even heard of. The prospect of acquiring it from this young man was simply unimaginable. Furthermore, they had discerned that their respective daughters were entwined with him. Where is my daughter, you brat? Pa Tianshou glared at him coldly. Haha, well, the thing is, I must dash. Lin Xiao chuckled awkwardly, seizing the moment when Pa Tianshou and Lin Xiao were distracted to affix 3 divine escape talismans to himself. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the horizon, seeking death. The expressions of the two men shifted dramatically as they raised their hands to strike. However, their palms' force barely grazed Lin Xiao before he slipped away. How is this possible? Their faces paled in disbelief. They questioned how a mere youth, not yet a golden core cultivator, could possess such speed. It must be those 3 talismans, Lin Xiao mused darkly. The 2 men's expressions grew grim. They had been publicly humiliated by a junior, not only failing to capture him, but also losing their daughters in the process. Should word of this spread, or would they hide their shame? Consequently, they each issued orders to dispatch their subordinates for a thorough search, pledging to pursue Lin Xiao themselves. Their thoughts regarding the cultivation technique he possessed were almost identical, not to mention their concerns for their daughter's safety. At that moment, Lin Xiao was in dire straits. Having been grazed by that monstrous Yuaning cultivator, he was far from capable of withstanding it. Although his realm had improved and he had regained some strength, he was still far from fully recovered. Now, having been struck again, he felt as though death was imminent. To make matters worse, the revenge system pitifully inquired if he wished to activate the resurrection system, which could forcibly bring him back to life, much to Lin Xiao's chagrin. He did not believe he would truly die. Gritting his teeth, he declined the offer, and ultimately, darkness enveloped him as he fainted by the mountainside. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself ensconced in a dilapidated wooden cabin. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy, and the pain coursing through him rendered him immobile. Struggling to lift his head, he caught sight of a girl dressed in the attire of a village maiden, her enchanting figure busying herself with grooming. "Ah, you're finally awake." The girl turned, revealing a charmingly radiant face. "Is this world filled with beauties?" Lin Xiao instinctively thought, only to shake his head vigorously, recalling the terrifying figure he had encountered in the prison, nearly causing him to retch. "Beautiful, you are." "Stunning." The girl's cheeks flushed as she smiled. "You've been unconscious for 3 days. I found you while gathering wild vegetables on the mountain, and the others carried you back. The village doctor said you would wake up, and I can't believe you made it through. 3 days?" Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he delved into the complex system. "Damn it, heal my injuries immediately." Now he's wealthy and influential, yet harbors not the slightest fondness for this vengeance system. In response, the vengeance system silently complied, instantly restoring his wounded body and increasing his vengeance points by 6. What the hell? Wasn't it just 2 points before? How did it jump to 6 now? Are you raising the damn price on me? The stronger you become, the harder it is to recover. If you ever reach the tribulation or great perfection stage, even restoring a single finger will cost a terrifying amount. Lin Xiao cursed inwardly. Though his mood improved considerably upon seeing the stunning beauty before him, under the girl's stunned gaze, he abruptly sat up, his body crackling as dislocated bones realigned and severed veins mended themselves. Just as he was about to tease the young woman, a sudden wave of foreboding washed over him. He sensed 2 powerful and familiar auras locking onto him from afar, and his expression darkened instantly. "Damn it, could my luck really be this rotten? They're already after me the moment I recover, and I haven't even had the chance to enjoy these 2 beauties yet." Chapter 7. Overpowering the golden core before Shankuer could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Xiao had already dashed out of the room. As he emerged, he was greeted by a throng of soldiers and numerous individuals clad in the garb of disciples from the Tiannan sect. Shankuer followed closely behind, and upon witnessing the sheer number of people, her delicate face turned pale. Indeed, her master's intuition was correct. He was there, among the disciples of Tiannan sect. A strikingly handsome young man immediately spotted Lin Xiao, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he rode forward. Lin Xiao felt a tremor in his heart. He sensed that 2 powerful auras had locked onto him from a distance, and it would take them at least 10 minutes to arrive. "Kid, will you kneel and accept your fate, or shall I take matters into my own hands?" The youth fixed a chilling gaze upon Lin Xiao, his cultivation at the golden core stage unmistakable at that moment. "Quickly, get inside," Lin Xiao urged Shankuer with a shove. Terrified, Shankuer realized that they were merely in an ordinary village, rarely frequented by outsiders. Yet now, so many formidable individuals had arrived, likely the legendary immortals, leaving her pale with fear. What kind of person had she saved to attract such attention? Meanwhile, a commanding figure approached, emanating fluctuations of golden core energy that rendered Lin Xiao's expression grim. After narrowly escaping death, he now faced the prospect of a bloody battle, with his vengeance points already exhausted. Damn it, I still have 2 hostages. I never asked to be embroiled in your affairs, and no one has compensated for my losses yet. It's just a mere 10,000 vengeance points. I can manage it in a month's time. If those 2 old geezers push me too hard, I won't hesitate to execute them. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Xiao seethed with anger. Were it not for the vengeance system, he would have long since perished. Yet, without that system, he might still be on Earth, dreaming of intimate moments with a goddess. The matters of right and wrong had become irrelevant. Survival was his paramount concern. I offer you a chance. Kneel and await your fate, or I will ensure you find living unbearable and death elusive. The commanding youth spoke coldly. He was Gu Jun, the foremost young warrior under the command of the celestial emissary. The young man from Tiannan's sect was Su Xioping, its esteemed disciple. Both were exceptional talents among their peers, having reached the golden core stage at a tender age, with limitless potential ahead of them. Do you think yourselves so lofty and untouchable? Lin Xiao scoffed at Gu Jun and Su Xioping. In my eyes, you are nothing extraordinary. Having resolved to utilize the resurrection function of the vengeance system, he steeled himself. If he did not impart a lesson to these arrogant fools, they might truly believe themselves invincible. Kid, are you courting death? Gu Jun's eyes glinted coldly as he brandished his spear and lunged forward. The strike, imbued with the terrifying might of the golden core stage, appeared deceptively simple, yet within it lay an invisible wave that rendered Lin Xiao immobile, as if he were ensnared and unable to flee. Gu Jun sneered. While oppressing a Foundation establishment junior could hardly be deemed heroic to them, killing such an insignificant creature was akin to squashing an ant, no different in significance. As a cold smirk lingered on his lips, convinced that this shot would effortlessly pierce through Lin Xiao, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. To his utter astonishment, Lin Xiao clutched his spear with remarkable strength. I've told you, you are nothing. Lin Xiao coldly fixed his gaze on Gu Jun, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In the midst of Gu Jun's incredulous expression, Lin Xiao yanked fiercely. Caught off guard, Gu Jun was abruptly pulled towards Lin Xiao by an overwhelming force. Boom! The true martial dragon fist surged forth, its roar echoing through the heavens. With his cultivation having reached the late Foundation establishment stage, Lin Xiao's strength had increased exponentially. Coupled with the ferocity of the true martial dragon fist, even he felt a rush of exhilaration. Gu Jun hastily summoned a small yellow shield, but it was shattered by a single blow, sending him hurtling back several yards. Though uninjured, his heart raced with trepidation. Having just mastered the 10,000 swords returning to origin technique, Lin Xiao proclaimed with pride, "Let me test it on you." He charged towards Su Xioping with an overwhelming force. Su Xioping, taken aback, swiftly tapped his storage bag, causing a jade seal to emerge and expand in the wind. With a flick of his finger, the jade seal descended upon Lin Xiao, swelling to the size of a small hill in the blink of an eye. "Break for me," Lin Xiao bellowed, unleashing the full might of the true martial dragon fist. The impact resonated with a deafening crash, and while Lin Xiao felt a tingling in his arm, he managed to repel the jade seal back. How is this possible? Su Xioping was left dumbfounded. As a golden core cultivator, he was a whole realm stronger than Lin Xiao, yet his spiritual artifact failed to subdue Lin Xiao and was instead sent reeling back. Impressive for a golden core cultivator. Lin Xiao smiled, bolstered by newfound confidence. 10,000 swords returning to origin. With a hum, countless shadowy blades suddenly manifested around him. The faces of all the Tiannan's sect cultivators wielding swords paled in shock as their long swords, seemingly possessed, flew towards Lin Xiao's back, forming an enormous circular fan of blades. Go! Su Xioping's expression darkened as he hastily urged the jade seal, enveloping it in brilliant light to counter Lin Xiao's onslaught of swords. A resounding clash echoed as Su Xioping's complexion turned pale. The jade seal was mercilessly pierced by numerous swords. With every strike, his face blanched further. As dozens of swords penetrated the seal, a tremendous explosion ensued. Su Xiaoping's jade seal shattered instantaneously, leaving him spiritually wounded and blood trickling from his mouth, his face a mask of horror. Is this still Foundation establishment? What kind of secret technique is this? Gu Jun's eyes sparkled with a mix of greed and madness. 10,000 swords returning to origin. Lin Xiao shouted. Although his swords had been exhausted, he summoned a vast amount of spiritual energy to materialize an ethereal sword in the void. Pointing forward, the translucent energy sword surged towards Su Xiaoping. At that moment, Gu Jun made his move. With a tremendous shake of his spear, waves of earth-shattering energy emanated from it. Suppress! He roared, unleashing several incantations. The spear shot forth, instantly aiming to pin Lin Xiao down. Heaven's wrath. Lin Xiao was engulfed in a frenzy, as the sky abruptly transformed into a ghastly visage, and the earth trembled beneath him. Gu Jun and Su Xiaoping's expressions shifted dramatically. They beheld a bolt of lightning cleave through the void, severing the spiritual essence of the long spear that was about to strike Lin Xiao. The weapon crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. In a state of sheer terror, Gu Jun erupted with a mouthful of blood. In that moment, Lin Xiao too succumbed to madness. He forcibly summoned the wrath of the heavens, along with the dual manifestations of the myriad swords returning to their origin. An exertion that exacted a tremendous toll on him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with a crimson hue. With another thunderous roar, a monumental bolt of lightning descended upon Gu Jun and Su Xiaoping. Stop! In the distance, two figures rushed forward. Yet it was too late. The twin bolts of purple lightning had already struck them, leaving their bodies charred and causing them to spew blood uncontrollably. Though they had not perished, their countenances bore the pallor of exhaustion. Chapter 8. Oh my, it's you. When Lin Tianan and Tianho arrived and beheld the scene before them, a flicker of astonishment surged in their eyes, and they both inhaled sharply. Lin Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a fearless glance at Lin Tianan and Tianho. At this moment, he could shift his position at will with just a thought. Revenge system. Surely my audacious challenge against two formidable masters warrants some reward in revenge points? Lin Xiao selfishly mused, knowing full well he was feigning bravado. The provocation initiated by the resurrection ability does not fall within the scope of rewards. Damn it! Why am I not rewarded for capturing these two lovely ladies? Master, you have yet to successfully capture them. The resurrection ability does not count. It only activates in critical situations to either allow you to escape or to heal your injuries. Lin Xiao was infuriated, muttering, "This is maddening, absolutely maddening. This cursed system. One day, when my strength is sufficient, I shall obliterate you." That day is still far off. The system replied coldly. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, fixing his gaze on Lin Tianan and Tianho, and scoffed. What impressive strength you possess, dispatching two Golden Core experts and a multitude of others to pursue me. Young friend, I sense there may be a misunderstanding here. Why don't we sit down and discuss this? Lin Tianan initially intended to act, but Tianho spoke first. He shot a cold glance at Tianho, furrowing his brow. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Do you not seek my life? Conveniently, your daughters are in my grasp. Should I perish, they would not survive either. So do not force my hand. At his words, the expressions of Tianho and Lin Tianan instantly turned frigid. What have you done to them? Tianho suppressed his rising fury and inquired. They are unharmed. As long as you refrain from attacking me, I shall not harm them. Once I am safe, I will naturally release them. Lin Xiao responded. He was determined not to incur a heavy debt to the revenge system. It was one thing to owe money to others, but to be indebted to someone else was far less agreeable. Child, I admit that I initially intended to kill you, but I no longer wish to do so. Tianho suddenly declared. How benevolent of you. Lin Xiao retorted, rolling his eyes. Suddenly, both Tianho and Lin Tianan's expressions shifted as they gazed intently behind Lin Xiao. Initially, Lin Xiao thought they were attempting to deceive him into turning around, but he soon sensed something amiss. A chilling and familiar aura of murder locked onto him. He swiftly turned his head. Oh my, it's you. A stunning beauty approached, ethereal and breathtaking. Yet the murderous intent in her enchanting eyes sent a chill down Lin Xiao's spine. Isn't this girl supposed to have no cultivation? How has she become so formidable? She was the very beauty who had overwhelmed him during his earlier adventures in the cold pool. You made it easy for me to find you. Ji Baihua's beautiful eyes glinted with cold disdain, a smirk playing upon her lips as she gracefully flew towards them, maintaining a cautious distance from Patianho and Lin Tianan, clearly wary of them. Masters, this woman intends to kill me. You must save me, Lin Xiao shouted without a moment's hesitation, then swiftly concealed himself behind Patianho and Lin Tianan. He had always been one to seize opportunities. The prospect of a grand battle among these individuals was far more enticing than facing dire consequences himself. Patianho cast a casual glance in his direction, unexpectedly stepping forward with a smile, clasping his fists in greeting. The legendary leader of Baiwa Palace, Ji Baiwa, truly possesses the grace of a celestial being. It is an honor to meet you, Taoist Ji. Lin Tianan, equally courteous, returned the gesture, his heart racing at the realization that Lin Xiao had somehow managed to provoke even Ji Baiwa. What sort of troublemaker was this young man? Fellow Taoists, I seek that young man. I kindly ask for your assistance. At this moment, Lin Xiao had already slipped away. Patianho observed his retreating figure from a distance and discreetly transmitted a message into Lin Xiao's ear. I have indeed changed my mind. I harbor no ill will towards you. If you feel uneasy, you may depart for now. However, do not harm either of our daughters, for should you do so, this enmity shall be irreconcilable, and even in admiration, we shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Did this so-called Patianho wish to take him as a disciple due to his outstanding talents? Nevertheless, he chose to disregard such thoughts and hastened his escape. Upon seeing Lin Xiao attempt to flee, Ji Baihua's beautiful eyes turned icy, and she immediately prepared to pursue him. However, Lin Tianan and Patianho rose abruptly to intercept her. Fairy, why must you confront our foolish disciple? We are willing to compensate you for your losses. You cannot afford it. Ji Baihua's delicate face grew cold. With a flick of her sleeve, a beam of mystical light ensnared the already distant Lin Xiao, rendering him immobile. Fairy you, enough chatter, let us battle. Ji Baiwa, already on the edge of fury after searching for 3 days to locate Lin Xiao, felt that anyone who obstructed her was opposing her will. With a thunderous roar, she made her move, raising her jade-like arm, causing the air to tremble, sending ripples of energy that filled the atmosphere with an enchanting floral fragrance. Lin Tianan and Patianho's expressions shifted dramatically as they retreated, their eyes wide with alarm, and they noticed faint burn marks appearing on their bodies. Haha, though it may seem unchivalrous for 2 men to battle a woman, given your extraordinary prowess, we shall engage you in a friendly contest today. Patianho laughed heartily, raising a brush to conjure a character for seal. The character materialized, striking towards Ji Baiwa with the force of an iron stamp, while Lin Tianan summoned a sword, unleashing his own mystical powers. In an instant, the 3 were embroiled in fierce combat, the air resonating with a thunderous roar as mountains around them were sent flying. Fairy, if you do not cease, we shall unleash our full strength. A rabble of misfits. Ji Baiwa scoffed, unleashing her most formidable technique, 100 flowers in bloom. Instantly, the surrounding mountains were adorned with celestial blossoms, filling the air with a terrifying and fervent aura. Lin Tianan and Patianho's expressions turned frantic. A barrier? With a sudden surge of combined strength, they charged at the barrier. A waft of floral fragrance enveloped them, instantly immobilizing the 2. Break! They had not anticipated Ji Baiwa's overwhelming strength. Risking everything, they struck fiercely to shatter the barrier. In an instant, Ji Baiwa spat out blood, her delicate face pale to an alarming degree. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, she swiftly rolled up her sleeve and abducted Lin Xiao. Goodness, esteemed masters, could you lend a hand? Lin Xiao's anguished cries echoed through the air. Yet at that moment, he was already seized under Ji Baihua's arm, fleeing at an astonishing speed. Lin Xiao and Patian Ho could not help but expel a mouthful of blood, both gasping in disbelief. It was unimaginable that the leader of the Baiwa Palace possessed such formidable strength. Even combined, our efforts merely resulted in a stalemate. No, her aura is unstable. She seems to have only just regained her powers. If her energy were stable, we would be no match for her at all, Lin Xiao remarked with a grave expression. Chapter 9. Let me help you regulate your qi. Don't worry, she won't harm our daughters, Marquis Patian said calmly after some thought. The mistress of 100 Flowers is only targeting that brat. He had no intention of pursuing them now. As for his daughter, he would gather his men and retrieve her once he had fully recovered and made thorough preparations. Charging into enemy territory in his current state would be suicidal. Lin Xiao nodded. Over the past few days, both of them had been thrown into disarray because of Lin Xiao alone. Because of this, Marquis Patian had indeed developed a new perspective on Lin Xiao. After understanding the entire situation, he found it somewhat amusing that Lin Xiao had been dragged into this mess. If it were an ordinary person who had been toyed with and killed by their precious daughters, they wouldn't have spared a glance. Yet Lin Xiao had not only abducted their daughters, but also left them utterly helpless. His origins were mysterious, and most crucially, he possessed terrifying, unparalleled strength, able to defeat 2 Golden Core early-stage experts despite being only at the Foundation establishment late stage. It was nothing short of a fantasy. Coupled with his enigmatic cultivation techniques, such a person was far more valuable alive than dead. Thus, after discussing with Lin Xiao, Marquis Patian had decided to have a proper conversation with Lin Xiao. But before they could act, Ji Baiwa's sudden interference disrupted their plans. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was being forcibly taken to the 100 Flowers Palace by Ji Baiwa, his expression more pained than amused. He had assumed the 2 old men could handle a single woman, but to his dismay, they turned out to be so weak. Ahem. Beauty. You know, last time was just a misunderstanding, right? It's better to resolve grievances than to hold on to them. If you really insist, I can take responsibility. I'll marry you. Ji Baiwa remained silent, casting him a frigid glare that instantly silenced him. Successfully escaped death. Reward, 500 revenge points. Current balance, 513. The cold voice that suddenly echoed in his mind brought Lin Xiao a surge of joy. Yet he remained vigilant, fearing the woman might suddenly strike him down. If she did, he would have to teleport away immediately. However, the stunning beauty didn't seem intent on killing him. Not wanting to waste his points needlessly, Lin Xiao restrained himself. What if she has taken a liking to me? What if she is utterly smitten by my dashing looks and begs me to marry her? Just as he was lost in delusion, Ji Baiwa hurled him into a spacious chamber, likely a training room, adorned in classical elegance and permeated with a distinct fragrance. The same scent that clung to her. Hey, beauty! You have no idea how much I admire your invincible prowess. It's like an endless river, surging and mighty. Or like the yellow, shut up, puffed. The breath Ji Baiwa had been holding back finally escaped in irritation, causing her to cough up blood, her face turning deathly pale. Lin Xiao was startled and quickly steadied her. Ji Baiwa nearly collapsed. Over the past few days, her hatred for Lin Xiao had prevented her from properly recuperating, leaving her cultivation unstable, fluctuating at the mid-nascent soul stage. Forced to employ the forbidden technique, 100 flowers in bloom in haste, she severely damaged her foundation and was instantly reduced to her dissipated state, requiring an extensive period of recuperation. Suddenly, her delicate countenance froze, her pupils dilating as she stared at Lin Xiao in shock. Oh, you're wondering how I can still move, aren't you? Ha! This handsome genius is peerless in divine arts. Your petty tricks are nothing to me. Lin Xiao crossed his arms, exuding arrogance. Ji Baihua's lips twisted bitterly. She had assumed she had immobilized this rogue, intending to drag him back to her palace, teach him a harsh lesson, and then execute him to settle her grievances. Yet instead, she had unwittingly brought back a feral wolf. Darling, look at you, so weak and frail. Here, let me help you regulate your qi with a massage. Lin Xiao smirked mischievously, extending his devilish claws toward her. How dare you? Ji Baihua's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she glared at him, teeth clenched. If this scoundrel dared make any improper advances, she would rather die than let him succeed. Has anyone ever told you how lovely you look when you're angry? With those wide, glaring eyes? Lin Xiao laughed heartily, utterly unfazed. He could sense it. Ji Baihua had indeed lost her powers once more. What kind of vengeance system is this? Can it really restrain a dashing genius like me? Lin Xiao couldn't help but revel in his triumph. To encounter this peerless beauty in her weakened state twice, such fortune was not something one could simply stumble upon. By the way, tell me, why did you abduct me this time? Lin Xiao feigned stern interrogation, though his true motive was to seize an opportunity for blatant liberties. True to form, despite Ji Baihua's formidable strength, she lacked Lin Xiao's cunning. With a defiant snort, she declared, "First, I will teach you a proper lesson. Then I will kill you." "Oh, you still want to kill me? Then surely a kiss in retaliation isn't too much to ask, is it?" Lin Xiao roared with laughter, yanking Ji Baihua into his embrace and pressing his lips to hers. The softness of her lips and the lingering floral scent intoxicated him, but Ji Baihua's mind went blank. This was the second time. The second time this scoundrel had forced himself upon her. She shoved him away and slapped him hard across the face, her cheeks flushed with fury and humiliation, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Then, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling Lin Xiao into steadying her. "Hey, it was just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. Stay away from me." Weak and trembling, she struggled to stand on her own, nearly collapsing. Fine, I won't tease you anymore. Listen, I'm leaving now. You stay here and recover, and no chasing after me, got it? Who knows? Next time you might run into my two masters and lose your cultivation again. You Baihua Snedet. You think you can leave now? The passage beneath the 100 Flowers frost pool is already sealed by my hand. So you're forcing me into a desperate fight? When pushed, I'm capable of anything. Don't test me. Lin Xiao threatened, his gaze roaming over her with wicked intent, causing her delicate face to pale. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the chamber. Terrible news, Palace Master. Elder Yi Gui of the Ghost Shadow sect has arrived with his disciples. We couldn't stop him. Outside the training room, the palace maid anxiously exclaimed. What? The night demon? How could he have arrived? Could it be that the elusive aura I sensed on my way back was his? Ji Baihua furrowed her delicate brows, recalling something, her countenance suddenly transforming into one of distress. What should we do, Palace Master? He is about to force his way in. Ji Baihua's fair face contorted in anguish, a wave of headache washing over her. It was evident that the night demon had detected her unstable aura during his journey and deduced that something was amiss. Now, coming to test her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a loud guffaw echoed from not far beyond the door. I have heard that the 100 Flower Palace, presided over by the esteemed Ji, is a realm of ethereal beauty. Upon witnessing it today, it truly is extraordinary. Lin Xiao's face darkened significantly. Just moments ago, he had been indulging in self-satisfaction, believing that the revenge system could not contain him, only to be met with a stinging slap of reality. This time, Lin Xiao was genuinely incensed. Under Ji Baihua's astonished gaze, he strode out, confronting the figure in the black robe with a furious roar. What the hell is this? Is there no end to it? After narrowly escaping death multiple times, one after another, I ask you, is there no conclusion to this madness? Get lost. Chapter 10. Are you ready? Lin Xiao had been holding back these words for an eternity. Ever since transmigrating into this world, one misfortune after another had plagued him relentlessly. If not for the village beauty who had saved him, every other moment had been either sheer bad luck or the prelude to yet another disaster. Were it not for his quick wit, unparalleled strength, and fearless combat skills, he would have perished long ago. Finally, when he had the chance to converse with the mistress of 100 Flowers Palace about life and emotions, that damned old ghost had to show up. If he didn't explode now, was he even a man? After his furious outburst, the old man outside the door, his face covered in dark sigils, was left stunned. Lin Xiao slammed the door shut and swaggered back, plopping down beside Ji Baihua. Have you lost your mind? Ji Baihua hissed in shock and anger. That's the Grand Elder of the Ghost Shadow sect. His strength is unfathomable, only slightly inferior to mine. Do you have a death wish? If that old bastard makes a move later, I'll stash you in my storage pouch. Don't resist. I have a way to escape. That old turtle can't do anything to me. What? You can escape? Jibaiwa's mind reeled. She had always assumed this brat was nothing but a silver-tongued, opportunistic little rogue. Yet here he was, claiming he could flee from a nascent soul expert. Are you certain? Why would I lie? Lin Xiao scoffed. He had provoked that ghostly elder outside by flaunting his resurrection ability, but since no reward came from it, he couldn't help grinding his teeth in frustration. Jibaiwa's thoughts raced. If this brat truly had the means to escape, it might be worth testing. She recalled how he had effortlessly broken free from her seals and moved unrestrained. Further proof that this smooth talker wasn't the type to court death recklessly. The Ghost Shadow sect was a nearby force, elusive and untraceable, specializing in concealing their presence and tracking targets. That explained why she had sensed being followed, yet could never pinpoint the source. Elder Knight Ghost had long set his sights on Hundred Flowers Palace, or rather, on her. He had coveted her for years, but lacked the strength to act. However, if multiple nascent soul experts from his sect joined forces, even she would struggle to retreat unscathed. Thus, the stalemate had persisted, until now. The old fiend had finally found an opening, likely having already discovered her battle with Parthian Marquis, Lin Tianan. By the way, Lin Xiao suddenly asked, what is the name of the Emperor's son in our Great Lan dynasty? Why? Why are you asking that? Unless absolutely necessary. I don't want to use that move. The cost is too high. Lin Xiao grimaced. Though puzzled, Ji Baiwa answered, Xiachuan. The revenge system had only provided basic planetary information upon his transmigration, nothing detailed. He only knew he was in a nation called the Great Lan Dynasty, ruled by Emperor Xia Chongfeng. Damn system. Swap me an identity token of the Great Lan Dynasty's Emperor's son. Hurry up. Distance too far. Deducting 500 revenge points. God damn it. Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse. He had barely scraped together over 500 points through life and death struggles, and now they were gone in an instant. Buzz. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared in his hand, revealing a golden token. Ji Baihua's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the scene before her, unable to believe that Lin Xiao possessed such an item. While the story may seem lengthy, it unfolded swiftly. At that moment, the Elder of the Night Ghost finally reacted. His laughter tinged with rage, causing his entire body to tremble. Having lived for over 2 centuries, it was the first time he encountered a Foundation establishment brat daring to insult a nascent soul expert. With a derisive laugh, he strode forward and kicked the door open with a resounding crash. You audacious brat! Today, I shall extinguish your light. Is that so? I am curious to see from where you derive such audacity to challenge even this prince. Lin Xiao rose, standing with an air of poise. A prince? The Night Ghost narrowed his eyes, questioning the legitimacy of such a claim. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao revealed the identity token of Prince Xiachuan. Open your eyes and behold what this is. The Night Ghost's expression shifted as he recognized the name of the Grand Lan Prince, Inchuan. He raised his hand and summoned the token towards him. Authentic identity tokens possess unique restrictions that allow for the discernment of their genuineness. Upon receiving the token, he was momentarily stunned. It was indeed the identity token of the Grand Lan Prince. Ghost Shadow Sect pays its respects to the prince. The Night Ghost hastily knelt, offering his reverence. Ji Baiwa was left dumbfounded, her astonishment palpable. Lin Xiao, brimming with pride, winked at her. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, he pulled her into his embrace, cleared his throat, and said, I hear you go by the name of Night Ghost? Indeed, I have been informed by my beloved that you have been harboring designs upon her. Night Ghost was taken aback, lifting his gaze to see Lin Xiao holding Ji Baiwa. Initially, she blushed and contemplated resisting, but in the moment, she dared not, opting instead to play along with Lin Xiao. Unexpectedly, the Night Ghost's expression darkened, the respect he previously held evaporating. Rising to his full height, he proclaimed, Your Highness, the Emperor has issued an edict stating that for cultivators of the nascent soul stage and above, loyalty to the dynasty takes precedence in matters of choosing a partner, superseding the prince's claims. Though this is a tactic employed by the Emperor to attract the world's sages, It is nonetheless inscribed in black and white. Do you intend to defy the imperial decree? Lin Xiao's anger flared as he cursed. What a ridiculous decree. Has the emperor lost his senses? Is there truly such a deceitful regulation? Ji Baihua's delicate face revealed a hint of anxiety as, without thinking, she intertwined her arm with Lin Xiao's. This moment did not escape the night ghost's notice, and a murderous intent surged within his eyes. What? My beloved is mine. Do you dare to compete with this prince? Lin Xiao, unable to counter, resolved to act defiantly. However, the night ghost was equally resolute, his demeanor turning ominously cold. Your Highness, I shall be frank. Baiwa is mine to claim. If you wish to spare yourself, I suggest you leave quietly. Otherwise, I will slay you here, and the Grand Lan dynasty may not uncover the truth. My ghost shadow sect excels in concealment and tracking. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao could only sigh, realizing that he would ultimately need to borrow power from the revenge system. My dear, are you prepared? He asked, lifting Ji Baihua's chin with a mischievous grin. Ji Baihua's face flushed crimson as she discreetly pinched him, yet she understood the urgency of the moment and nodded in agreement. Then let us depart. Ha ha, Prince, do you think you can simply walk away in front of me, the night demon? I am no mere decoration. The night demon bellowed with raucous laughter. Suddenly, Lin Xiao displayed an utter lack of decorum, spitting a thick glob of phlegm precisely into the corner of the night demon's mouth, leaving Ji Baihua utterly astounded. However, in the next instant, she was swiftly drawn into Lin Xiao's storage pouch, employing a resurrection technique that caused her to vanish without a trace. In the following moment, within the halls of Baiwa Palace, a thunderous roar filled with resentment and fury reverberated through the air. Chapter 11. Grandfather is here the next moment. In a dimly lit cavern, the void rippled as Lin Xiao stumbled out from within. Having just emerged from the void, Lin Xiao was already dizzy and unsteady on his feet. Before he could regain his balance, the roar of the night ghost sent him tumbling to the ground in fright, convinced that his narrow escape had failed. Once he took in his surroundings, he exhaled in relief, only to immediately curse the system again. Damn your so-called narrow escape. From the sound of it, that bastard is still way too close to me. Narrow escape relocates the host, but distance and location are randomized. The revenge system replied coldly. Lin Xiao nearly unleashed another torrent of curses, but considering how close the night ghost was, and how formidable that creature was, he swallowed his words. Making noise now would be suicidal. Instead, he released Ji Baiwa from his storage pouch. Since they were still within the boundaries of the 100 Flowers Palace, perhaps this girl knew a way out. The moment Ji Baiwa appeared, her eyes widened in shock as she took in the surroundings, disbelief written across her delicate features. Though her stunned expression was undeniably charming, Lin Xiao had no time for flirtation, not with the night ghost lurking nearby. Is this part of your 100 Flowers Palace? He demanded. Is there a way out? This is our treasury, Ji Baiwa blurted out before she could stop herself. Lin Xiao's face lit up with unrestrained glee. Say that again? The 100 Flowers Palace treasury, she repeated, only to immediately regret it when she saw the predatory glint in his eyes. What are you planning? The only answer was Lin Xiao's lecherous chuckle. A treasury, a vault of treasures. No matter the world, wealth was always welcome. It suddenly struck Lin Xiao that he had arrived in this world penniless, and now an entire sect's riches lay before him. To claim indifference would be a lie. Escape? Unthinkable. Soon, the cavern echoed with his shameless laughter. Oh ho, what is this shiny thing? Must be valuable. Mine now. Damn, this sword is incredible. Fits my majestic aura perfectly. Taking it. Wherever Lin Xiao passed, anything that wasn't dirt was plundered without mercy. Behind him, Ji Baiwa watched with twitching eyelids, her expression darkening by the second. These treasures represented centuries of the 100 Flowers Palace's painstaking collection, paid for with the lives of countless disciples. And now, this man was sweeping them all away. How could she not seethe with fury? Hey, just because you saved me doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Lin Xiao turned around, casually pocketing a painting of uncertain fame and value, then cast a wounded look at Ji Baiwa. Little sister, your brother here did save your life after all. Is it too much to ask for some of your worthless trinkets? Why so reluctant? Worthless trinkets? Just some? Ji Baihua was nearly speechless with rage, her chest heaving violently as she glared at Lin Xiao, pointing an accusatory finger at him. The sight nearly made him drool. Damn, what a magnificent view! When she noticed his gaze, any trace of gratitude vanished. Recalling how he had taken advantage of her multiple times since their first meeting, her fury flared anew. Snatching whatever was within reach, she hurled it at him. Go to hell. His grin only widened at her outburst. Abandoning his looting, he sauntered toward her with a roguish smirk. Since ancient times, who can escape death? Sooner or later, it comes for us all. But alas, your brother here isn't quite ready yet. Tell me, little sister, since I did save your life, shouldn't you show some gratitude? Like, say, offering yourself? Scram. To reduce the dignified palace master of a prestigious sect to cursing, Lin Xiao was truly one of a kind. Initially, he had only intended to take advantage of Ji Baihua as powerless state to plunder the treasury of the Hundred Flowers Palace before making a swift escape. Though the beauty before him was undeniably tempting, self-preservation came first. But now, watching her seethe with anger, Lin Xiao found restraint slipping. To hell with it. This girl is practically begging for it. His body inched closer, step by step. Ji Baihua noticed immediately, her sharp instincts deciphering his intentions. She retreated cautiously, eyes locked on him, but the confined space left her no escape. Soon, her back met the cold stone wall. I'm warning you, don't you dare. If you lay a finger on me, I swear I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. Her voice was glacial, her gaze deadly serious. Yet her defiance only stoked his desire. He closed the distance in an instant, pinning her against the wall with his arms, his body pressing flush against hers. The soft, yielding warmth of her chest sent a jolt of heat through him, his lower half reacting instantly, pressing against her abdomen. Ye Baihua desperate. Stripped of her cultivation, she was no stronger than an ordinary woman, utterly defenseless against him. In the dim light, her eyes burned with murderous intent, silent tears streaking down her cheeks. Lin Xiao faltered. He had only meant to tease her, never expecting her to take it so seriously. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, the ground trembled violently. A furious roar echoed through the chamber. Thief! Come out! I know you're here! Lin Xiao cursed inwardly, knowing full well this damned place was no sanctuary. Without hesitation, he seized Ji Baihua's delicate hand and commanded in a grave tone, "Don't resist. We're going back in." Ignoring her consent, he promptly tossed her into the storage pouch, reuniting her with the other two beauties. The power of resurrection could only be used once per day, yet here he was drowning in system debt. Stranded in this wretched realm, Lin Xiao had no energy left for complaints. Given the circumstances, self-reliance was his only option. Ji Baihua hadn't yet regained her strength. Leaving her out here would be a death sentence. Such a peerless beauty lost would be a true tragedy. For now, he could only tread carefully, step by uncertain step. At least that bastard night ghost hadn't locked onto his aura yet. Otherwise, it would been over. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the entire underground cavern convulsed violently. The tunnel collapsed in an instant, a cascade of boulders nearly crushing him alive. Then came the chilling sensation of being hunted, an invisible grip tightening around his soul. His face paled to the hue of death. Damn it all. This time, Lin Xiao truly wanted to weep. He'd barely finished congratulating himself on evading Night Ghost's notice when, within seconds, the fiend had pinpointed him. The ground erupted beneath another devastating strike, nearly reducing him to pulp. System, think of something fast. I'm about to kick the bucket, and then you'll never get your credits back. Desperation drove him to beg the system, though even he found the plea laughable. Yet, absurdly, the system responded with urgency. Proposing a solution, Lin Xiao could borrow more credits to convert into spiritual energy, restoring Ji Baihua's power and unleashing her against Night Ghost. But therein lay the problem. Ji Baihua currently loathed him. If she regained her strength, would she spare him? As Lin Xiao hesitated, another thunderous impact shook the cavern. Night Ghost had clearly locked onto his position. The tunnel crumbled further, jagged debris pelting his body in a storm of agony. The entire cavern groaned on the brink of collapse. One more strike, and he'd be buried alive, permanently. The memory of his earlier arrogance, spitting in Night Ghost's face, flashed before him. The consequences of capture would be unspeakable. Face ashen, Lin Xiao reluctantly summoned Ji Baiwa from the storage pouch. Furious at being toyed with, hauled in and out like baggage, Ji Baiwa glared. But Lin Xiao wasted no time. Meditate. Prepare to recover your strength. Before she could react, the air thickened with spiritual energy, so dense it verged on solidity, nearly suffocating her. Wasting no time, Ji Baiwa assumed a cultivation stance, channeling the torrent of energy to mend her wounds. Her power surged back in waves. Bastard, come out, you wretch. Today, it matters not whether you are a prince. I shall end your existence. The voice of a night demon drew ever closer. Lin Xiao surmised that once the adversary had pinpointed his location, he must have hastened to this very spot. However, being underground had initially concealed him from detection. Now, with his presence unmistakably sensed, the enemy would find him with the utmost ease. Glancing towards Ji Baiwa, he observed her aura ascending at an alarming rate. It was still insufficiently swift. Curse it all, I shall fight. With a steely resolve, Lin Xiao decided to risk everything. Though his strength paled in comparison to that of the night demon, he could only hope to withstand the foe until Ji Baiwa fully regained her powers. Otherwise, they would both meet their demise. With newfound determination, he sprinted toward the site of the earlier collapse, shouting, "Hey, up there, stop your incessant howling. Your grandfather is here." Chapter 12. The battle of the nascent soul. The night ghost was engulfed in fury. Lin Xiao's earlier act of spitting a thick phlegm directly into his mouth was utterly revolting. To make matters worse, he had inadvertently swallowed it, and at that moment, a tumultuous wave surged violently within his stomach, nearly rendering him unconscious with rage. He swore that even if he were to face the relentless pursuit of the entire empire in the future, he would ensure that the insufferable brat met his demise today. Disregarding the fact that he was on the territory of the 100 Flowers Palace, his internal energy surged violently as he unleashed a powerful punch, a fierce gale of energy obliterating everything in its path. In truth, from the moment Lin Xiao had vanished before him, despair had already settled in. He understood that he would find no trace of the other today. His shouts and destruction were merely an outlet for his frustration. Unexpectedly, just as he was caught in his own spiraling rage, he sensed a familiar presence nearby. This essence was one he could never forget, belonging to the very brat who had subjected him to profound humiliation. With utmost swiftness, he darted toward the source of that aura, only to be met with the absence of the loathsome figure he so despised, which drove him into a frenzy. His internal energy raged more violently than before. At that moment, Lin Xiao emerged, brazenly exclaiming, "Grandfather? Where's grandfather? Grandfather is right here," Lin Xiao declared, and with that, a blinding radiance erupted from the ground, aimed directly at the night ghost. Realizing he had fallen into Lin Xiao's trap, the night ghost's fury intensified. Yet, upon witnessing the overwhelming brilliance, he was momentarily struck with fear and instinctively leaped back, which inadvertently granted Lin Xiao the opportunity to spring forth from the earth. Surrounding them were several disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace, who, upon seeing the individual who had been marked for assassination by the palace master just days prior, were filled with astonishment. Lin Xiao stood proudly at the edge of the massive hole created by the night ghost, enveloped in a halo of sacred light. Behind him, countless swords forged from condensed energy floated, as if granting him a pair of invincible wings, enhancing his imposing stature. Many among the onlookers silently rejoiced that they had not crossed paths with Lin Xiao, for had they done so, they would not be standing here now. Just imagine, a single strike capable of forcing a nascent soul cultivator of early stages to retreat. How formidable that would be. Moreover, this individual appeared to be merely a novice at the foundational level. In truth, the radiance from earlier had elevated Lin Xiao in their minds to a near-mythical status. He is acutely aware of his own capabilities. Currently, he stands at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. While he could easily contend with an early golden core practitioner, A mid-stage adversary might prove manageable. However, facing a late-stage Golden Core opponent without resorting to any tactics would likely result in his swift demise at a mere flick of their wrist. As for the nascent soul stage, that is a notion far beyond his consideration. The reason the Night Ghost previously opted for evasion is quite simple. He fears for his life. What ist? His internal vital energy was already rendered unstable due to his fury. While he could disregard a typical Foundation establishment practitioner, Lin Xiao's 10,000 swords returning to the sect is a skill capable of challenging those at the late Golden Core stage. The moment Lin Xiao emerged, the Night Ghost sensed imminent danger. Should he choose not to retreat and instead attempt to calm his turbulent vital energy, it would be akin to an utterly defenseless individual standing before Lin Xiao. Though a nascent soul cultivator possesses formidable strength, they are not invulnerable, especially when subjected to an assault akin to that of a mid-Golden Core practitioner without any form of defense. Let be known, even those of the divine transformation realm would struggle to withstand such an attack. What's the matter, grandson? Were you not just frantically searching for your grandfather? Now that he has appeared, why do you still flee? Lin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at the Night Ghost, his tone dripping with arrogance, embodying an utterly infuriating demeanor. The Night Ghost seethed with anger, but maintained his composure. Those who have ascended beyond the Golden Core stage inevitably experience a corresponding elevation in temperament and insight. This is the essence of enlightenment. Thus, even with the strength of a nascent soul, he could still retain a semblance of rationality. Gazing at the arrogant Lin Xiao, a glimmer of lethal intent ignited in his eyes, yet his expression remained remarkably calm and serious. He spoke in a measured tone. "You're but a mere child. I must admit, you have surprised me. However, if you believe that a few feeble swords forged from your vital energy can impede my path to your demise, you are woefully naive." Lin Xiao, unfazed, flashed a grin and replied, "Ah, so you have seen through my ruse. I had hoped to intimidate you with this trick. Since that is the case, I shall seek alternative methods." While he spoke, his hands moved rapidly to form seals, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows that surged toward the Night Ghost. Outrageous, utterly shameless, the disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace, who had initially fled, stealthily returned, concealing themselves in the shadows to observe the clash. Witnessing Lin Xiao's contradictory words and actions, they inwardly condemned him for his lack of shame. However, the battle-hardened Lin Xiao remained oblivious to their thoughts as the myriad sword energies appeared inexhaustible, relentlessly hurtling toward the Night Ghost. Some disciples entertained the absurd notion. Could this Night Ghost possibly be slain by a single thrust from this young man? The answer, of course, was a resounding no. The prowess of a nascent soul cultivator is not to be trifled with. Now composed, the Night Ghost regarded Lin Xiao's maneuvers with palpable disdain. With a mere wave of his hand, dozens of ethereal swords that had just materialized before him shattered as if they were made of mere tofu, instantly transforming into spiritual energy that dissipated into the void. "You have surrendered. With your strength, victory is beyond your reach. Perhaps I shall grant you a more comfortable demise." He spoke to Lin Xiao with an air of detachment. His tone was exceedingly indifferent, and in that moment, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, propelling Lin Xiao several meters away. He spat blood mid-air before managing to quell the turmoil within his veins. "Yet surrender? How dare you? I have no concept of giving up. Why don't you teach me? Stand still and allow me to strike." Rising from the ground, Lin Xiao unleashed a torrent of invectives, while the onslaught of ethereal swords behind him intensified. "Oomph." The Night Ghost scoffed, no longer inclined to engage in further discourse with Lin Xiao. He swiftly formed seals with his hands at his chest, summoning a swirling mass of black mist that enveloped him. This dark haze appeared elusive and insubstantial. Yet upon contact with Lin Xiao's ethereal swords, it would shatter them to pieces without a trace. Shielded by this ominous aura, the Night Ghost advanced toward Lin Xiao with astonishing speed that left onlookers astounded. Before Lin Xiao could mount a second offensive with his ethereal swords, the Night Ghost's figure loomed before him. "Death!" The chilling voice resonated, sending a penetrating cold coursing through Lin Xiao's body, making him shudder involuntarily. In that instant, he realized in horror that his movements had slowed to an agonizing crawl, as if he were on the verge of freezing solid. The night ghost, grinning wickedly, reached out towards him, aiming directly for his heart. A wave of nausea surged from within, and Lin Xiao felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, luring him into a deep slumber, oblivious to the night ghost's advancing claw. What am I doing? Master, awaken. The mist surrounding this foe has a bewitching effect. A clear, chilling voice echoed in his mind, jolting Lin Xiao back to the present. He recalled that he was engaged in battle, and that his adversary was far more formidable. Such distraction was tantamount to courting death. Resolute in his desire to survive, he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to regain composure. At that moment, the night ghost's claw was upon Lin Xiao's chest, and he could feel the icy sharpness of the nails piercing his skin. Damn it! Wrath of heaven! Lin Xiao bellowed, propelling himself with great force to escape the suffocating embrace of the night ghost's mist. A cold smirk curled at the corners of the night ghost's lips as he thought, "Want to flee? It's too late." He lunged forward, intent on reasserting control over Lin Xiao. But just then, an instinctive sense of danger washed over him. Before he could fathom the source of this threat, he felt an invisible force immobilizing him, rendering him utterly motionless. The disciples of the Hundred Flowers Palace observed with bated breath as Lin Xiao uttered the words of divine wrath. In that very instant, a bolt of azure lightning descended from the heavens, striking the night ghost directly, instilling fear in their hearts. However, amidst the fray, Lin Xiao paid no heed to whether his attack had truly hit the night ghost. He had just executed a backward leap, evading the enveloping aura surrounding his foe. With his legs positioned in a wide stance, he steadied himself and assumed a peculiar posture, his hands clasped at his waist. As a faint luminescence began to emanate from above him, the radiance intensified and the pressure mounted. Angry dragons roar. With a thunderous bellow, Lin Xiao unleashed his clasped hands, causing the very earth to tremble. A resounding dragon's roar pierced the sky, while a colossal dragon, entirely composed of condensed vital energy, lunged toward the night ghost with ferocity. At that moment, the night ghost, recently struck by lightning, was in a state of paralysis. Even upon realizing the impending attack, he found himself powerless to resist, resorting to summoning the vital energy within his body to shield himself, bracing for the impact. First, he had been inexplicably struck by lightning, and now he was met with the force of the angry dragon's roar. Even a master of the nascent soul realm could hardly withstand such a blow. The night ghost was sent tumbling more than 10 meters away, crashing to the ground. Although he suffered no fatal injuries, his hair, resembling a smoldering nest, and his tattered garments bore witness to the humiliation inflicted by this foundation establishment youth, igniting a fury within him that transcended mere death, a disgrace he found unbearable. "You seek death," the night ghost thundered, his voice laced with an icy malevolence. Yet, this chill, upon traversing the span of time and space to reach Lin Xiao, was effortlessly shattered by a disdainful smile that danced upon Lin Xiao's lips. "You've uttered that phrase countless times. Here I stand, come, I await you. If you possess the courage, then strike me down," Lin Xiao retorted impatiently, nonchalantly digging at his ear. "Scoundrel!" The night ghost seethed with rage. As a practitioner of the nascent soul, he momentarily lost sight of the disparity between their strengths, charging at Lin Xiao like a petulant child provoked. Lin Xiao, witnessing this absurd spectacle, was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had stumbled into a street brawl. Indeed, the night ghost, consumed by fury, had forsaken his advantage and recklessly charged forth to engage Lin Xiao directly, a prospect Lin Xiao welcomed with open arms. Though he had feigned ease internally, he had invoked the ire of Ji Baiwa and her entire family countless times. He had exhausted nearly all his tactics, leaving only a desperate last resort, destructive death ray. Yet, facing a master of the nascent soul, uncertainty gnawed at him. Should his opponent unleash a powerful attack, it could reduce him to mere ashes. potentially sending him through the cycle of reincarnation once more. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, the night ghost, this supposed nascent soul practitioner, proved to be a fool, easily provoked and losing his reason over mere taunts. A sly grin crept across Lin Xiao's face as he prepared for the ensuing clash. Chapter 13. A desperate strike at this moment. Night Ghost seemed to have completely lost his sanity, abandoning his formidable spiritual energy and resorting to pure physical strength against Lin Xiao. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao had not yet lost his reason. Though the physical resilience of a nascent soul cultivator far surpassed that of an ordinary person by hundreds of times, Lin Xiao believed that if his opponent truly discarded his protective qi, his destruction beam could still inflict severe damage, if not kill him outright, then at least leave him grievously wounded. Yes, Lin Xiao was prepared to stake everything on this final gamble. The destruction beam was his last resort. If even this failed to subdue Night Ghost, then Lin Xiao could only resign himself to death, for from any perspective, he could find no reason why his enemy would spare him. Closer, closer, just a little more. With every step Night Ghost took, Lin Xiao meticulously calculated the distance between them. He needed the perfect range, one that ensured his own safety while allowing him to channel the last remnants of his qi directly into his foe. Now, when Night Ghost was within 3 paces, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. The skin around his eyelids darkened to a deep crimson, then rapidly shifted to scarlet, then blazing red. In the next instant, 2 vicious beams of light erupted from his pupils, striking Night Ghost in the blink of an eye, piercing straight through him and vanishing into the distant horizon. Not a single sound accompanied the attack. What the hell? Lin Xiao cursed inwardly. This was his first time using this technique, and he had no idea what to expect. He had merely followed the recorded method of circulating his qi, only to produce such an absurdly theatrical effect. Isn't this just like that damn Cyclops from the TV shows? Mockery aside, the fact that a nascent soul cultivator's body had been effortlessly penetrated spoke volumes about the sheer destructive power of this attack. The moment the destruction beam struck, Night Ghost froze mid-stride, his expression petrified in an instant of shock. He stood motionless like a statue. Dead? Lin Xiao stared coldly at the once ferocious Night Ghost, now devoid of all vitality, and murmured to himself, "Of course not." A low voice whispered beside his ear. Lin Xiao's heart lurched, but it was too late. Boom! A crushing weight slammed into his chest, robbing him of breath. The world spun as he was hurled backward through the air, utterly unprepared for the impact. He couldn't comprehend it. His destruction beam had pierced straight through Night Ghost's body. So how could his enemy still move? How could he retaliate with such devastating force? Nearly blasting Lin Xiao back to earth? Lost in bewilderment, he barely registered that he was still mid-air, sent flying by a single brutal strike. Thud! A dull thud resounded once more as the night demon materialized at the spot where Lin Xiao was about to land. Another fierce punch struck his back, sending him soaring once again just as he had prepared to touch down. Agonizing pain surged through his neural pathways, forcing Lin Xiao to rouse himself from the haze of suffering. To his dismay, he realized that his spine had been shattered by this fiend, rendering him completely numb in his lower half. Damn it! This creature had been laying a trap all along. Just as he was about to descend once more, Lin Xiao let out a desperate cry, a wave of hopelessness washing over him. The earlier destruction he had wrought was not due to the overwhelming strength of his attack, nor was it because the night demon was feeble. Rather, it was a calculated ploy on the part of his adversary, who had deliberately allowed himself to be struck. The night demon's intent was clear, to draw closer and then unleash torment upon him. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. As Lin Xiao had anticipated, since the moment he had been sent flying by that first punch, he had not once touched the ground. Each time he neared the earth, a fist or a foot would precisely intercept him, propelling him skyward again. The night demon exhibited a cruel precision. Each blow inflicted excruciating agony, yet spared him from immediate death, intending to prolong his suffering. With this realization, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, uncertain whether to feel fortunate or mournful. Ji Bai Hua, For heaven's sake, if you don't hurry, I shall truly perish." In that moment, Lin Xiao could only silently pray for Ji Baihua to regain her strength and rescue him from this dire predicament. However, he had momentarily forgotten that he held a grudge against her as well. The relentless torment continued, and Lin Xiao became akin to a mere ball, tossed about in the air by the night demon. With each impact, his body sustained increasingly severe injuries, horrifying the onlookers from Baihua Palace, who shuddered at the thought of enduring such a fate themselves. They even pondered that if it were them, perhaps it would be better to take their own lives by biting their tongues. In truth, Lin Xiao had entertained such thoughts in the past, but he soon discovered that for reasons unknown, he was utterly immobilized. He couldn't even manage to blink, let alone take his own life. A memory flickered in his mind of Ji Baihua whisking him away, accompanied by the startled exclamations of Lin Tianan and Patiano. The barrier. Yes, Lin Xiao had unwittingly fallen into the night demon's barrier. Within its confines, the practitioner wielded absolute control. Even an equally matched cultivator would require considerable time to dismantle another barrier. Lin Xiao, already at a considerable disadvantage in strength and severely injured, could only manage a wry smile even upon grasping this grim reality. Bang, bang, bang. With each successive blow from the night demon, Lin Xiao's wounds deepened, and his eyelids grew heavier, his consciousness beginning to blur. He understood that his body was nearing its breaking point, and once he reached that critical threshold, his demise would be inevitable. Having traversed from Earth, Lin Xiao could be said to have experienced death once, rendering the concept of mortality rather unfrightening to him. Perhaps after death, he would simply return to Earth, and this place was merely a fleeting dream. However, the manner of his demise left Lin Xiao feeling deeply dissatisfied and resentful. To be beaten to death, if he were to speak of it, even he would find himself laughing at his own plight. He contemplated seeking assistance from the system, but before he could articulate his thoughts, he suddenly found himself crashing heavily to the ground, the pain jolting him back to consciousness. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed that the grass around him was unexpectedly adorned with a profusion of flowers. Yi Baihua. The memory flashed in Lin Xiao's mind. He had previously witnessed Ji Baihua's barrier, which could cause the surrounding flora to bloom. He strained a glance towards the opening from which he had emerged, hoping to confirm his suspicions, only to see a dark spot rapidly approaching, growing larger until he recognized it as the night ghost. Boom! The night ghost's body crashed down upon Lin Xiao, and he cursed aloud in pain, but immediately the cold voice of the system reverberated in his mind, causing him to forget his discomfort. Congratulations, host. You have assisted in the elimination of a nascent soul cultivator in the early stage, earning half of the kill points, totaling 16,000 points. After deducting the 11,000 points owed, you are left with over 5,000 points. What? A thought can lead one to heaven or hell. This was precisely the sensation Lin Xiao experienced. One moment he was engulfed in despair, and the next, happiness arrived with such abruptness. The seemingly invincible night ghost had perished. He remained in a daze for a considerable time, unable to accept this reality until he felt the lifeless weight of the night ghost atop him, confirming the truth. Simultaneously, he was struck by another startling realization: Ji Baihua's strength. From his perspective, Ji Baihua possessed only the power of a nascent soul cultivator in the early stage. Yet she had effortlessly slain another cultivator of the same level. If this were to be disclosed, it would likely be met with disbelief. It is well known that as cultivators advance, their lifespans extend, with nascent soul cultivators typically living for centuries. This implies that a nascent soul cultivator must have survived for several decades, if not a century. And to possess no means of self-preservation during such an extensive period is utterly implausible. Thus, while the disparity in strength among cultivators increases over time, eliminating an adversary becomes increasingly arduous. Yet, Ji Baihua had effortlessly dispatched a peer without a hint of hesitation. This was astonishingly formidable. Reflecting on how he had previously teased her and brazenly plundered much of her sect's treasures in her presence, Lin Xiao felt a chill creep over him. Cautiously, He turned his gaze toward Ji Baiwa, apprehensive of whether she would subsequently seek to exact vengeance upon him for his earlier transgressions. However, upon this sight, he was momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, Ji Baiwa, with her flowing garments, stood illuminated by the setting sun behind her, casting an ethereal glow that made her more enchanting than a celestial being. Lin Xiao even forgot the pain coursing through his body. Forgotten was his predicament, as his mind was solely occupied by the figure gradually approaching him in the sunset. "Are you all right?" It was only when Ji Baiwa reached his side and knelt to examine his injuries that he snapped back to reality. "Of course I am not fine. My brother is on the brink of death. Shouldn't you bestow upon me a farewell kiss to repay my life-saving grace? What if I were to perish right here? That would be a tremendous loss." Upon hearing her concerned tone, Lin Xiao's reckless nature began to stir once more. Ji Baiwa, who had initially worn a mask of worry, darkened her expression upon hearing his words and glared at him fiercely. "You can still jest? It seems you will not meet your end just yet. In light of the 2 times you saved me, I shall overlook our previous grievances. Now, hand over the items you looted from the treasury, and I shall allow you to descend the mountain." "Ay, damn it." Lin Xiao truly swore this time, glaring at Ji Baiwa with indignation. "What kind of nonsense is this? Have you lost your sight? Look at me. You expect me to descend the mountain in this state? I assure you, if I were capable of movement, I would have you pinned to the ground in an instant, teaching you a lesson you wouldn't forget. I risked my life to save you, and this is how you choose to repay me?" With this outburst, Lin Xiao vented his frustrations with fervor, employing a barrage of coarse language, for he was overwhelmed by anger, feeling as though he had been wronged in the most absurd manner. What on earth was happening? Chapter 14. The Phantom Gate conference. You insulted me first, and then you seized more than half of my treasure. Either of these offenses alone would warrant your demise 100 times over. Yet here I am, sparing you, and you still harbor grievances? Ji Baiwa gazed at Lin Xiao with an expression akin to that of one witnessing a death sentence, eliciting a genuine wish for demise within Lin Xiao. He found himself utterly confounded by this young woman's reasoning. After all, he had saved her on 2 separate occasions, both at perilous moments. Had he not intervened, she would have surely met her demise. If her life had been extinguished, would she still possess the inclination to concern herself with material possessions? What further vexed Lin Xiao was the realization that her aura seemed significantly more formidable than before. It was reasonable to deduce that the spiritual energy he had exchanged from the system had facilitated her breakthrough. It is worth noting that Ji Baiwa was at the nascent soul stage. Such advancements were not easily achieved. Yet due to his influence, she had effortlessly surpassed her limits and, astonishingly, had not even uttered a word of gratitude. Instead, she sought to expel him from the mountain. What could be tolerated by some could not be borne by others. Lin Xiao felt it necessary to enlighten this young woman on how to treat her benefactor. Thus, he sprawled himself on the ground in a dramatic display, lying in a large character formation directly facing Ji Baiwa. All right, this is your domain. You have the final say, but I cannot move any further. If you truly wish for me to leave, you must carry me down. Your appearance is rather unremarkable." Ji Baiwa remarked disdainfully, her tone laced with indifference. "But the thought is quite amusing." Alas, Lin Xiao felt profoundly disheartened. He subsequently lost consciousness. A portion of this was due to frustration, while another stemmed from the depletion of his true energy after stalling the night ghost, leaving him utterly drained. It was a miracle he had managed to hold on until now. Ji Baiwa observed Lin Xiao, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, and approached him, delivering 2 kicks. "Hey, don't play dead. Do you believe I would hesitate to slay you and claim the treasure? There's so many disciples watching. You may be shameless, but I still have my dignity. If you don't get up, I shall abandon you. Stop pretending. If worse comes to worst, I shall ensure you cannot take all the treasure." Has he truly fainted? Ji Baiwa ultimately recognized that Lin Xiao had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness. Initially, she had intended to leave him there, but for reasons unknown, she hesitated, her conscience pricking her. After all, he was her savior. "Well, I suppose I shall repay you for saving me earlier. Moreover, if you do not awaken, I would be left at a disadvantage, allowing this scoundrel to benefit from my treasures. I shall show some compassion and have someone carry you back. Finding a justification for her actions, Ji Baiwa resolutely summoned 2 disciples from the Baiwa palace to bear Lin Xiao back. Unbeknownst to her, not far off, several furtive figures hastily made their way outward. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, nestled within the depths of a secluded mountain range, stood a majestic palace, obscured among the peaks. In the grand hall, a middle-aged man with a mane of fiery red hair sat majestically upon the high dais, his robust physique emanating an overwhelming aura that filled the entire chamber. This man was Yin Lai, the master of the Ghost Shadow sect, rumored to have reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, his power unfathomable. Suddenly, a sharp and urgent call pierced through from outside the hall. The middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth, startling a disciple who had just entered, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. What commotion is this? Yin Lai's voice, calm yet penetrating, held an undeniable authority that quickened the heart. The trembling disciple stammered in response, reporting to the sect master, "I am but a disciple on duty at the Soul Guard Hall. During a recent inspection of the Soul Jade, I discovered that Elder Luo's Soul Jade has shattered." "What?" Yin Lai was taken aback, rising from his seat with an overwhelming force that surged forth like a raging flood. The disciple, of inferior cultivation, could scarcely withstand such pressure and collapsed to the floor, his voice growing increasingly frantic. "Please, master, quell your anger. Your cultivation far surpasses mine, and I am unable to bear it." The man realized that he had indeed become somewhat agitated. After all, the title of elder held significant weight within the Ghost Shadow sect, representing the core strength of the sect. The death of even one would be an immeasurable loss. Striving to regain his composure, he anxiously inquired, "Do not concern yourself with anything else. Tell me, which Elder Luo's soul jade has shattered?" "It is the soul jade of Elder Luo's son, the young Elder Luo," the disciple replied. Upon uttering these words, he could distinctly sense the sect master's aura calming considerably, prompting a long sigh of relief. Reflecting on the earlier intensity, he felt fortunate to have avoided being crushed under such pressure. At the same time, the disciple inwardly chastised himself for his earlier recklessness. He should not have mentioned just any Elder Luo. Had he referred specifically to the young elder, perhaps the emotional upheaval within the sect would not have been so pronounced. Indeed, while there were many elders within the Ghost Shadow sect, only 2 bore the surname Luo. The 3rd Elder Luo Xing and his only son, Luo Sheng, known as the Night Ghost. Logically, while Luo Sheng exhibited remarkable prowess among the younger generation, he still fell short of being an elder. Yet, due to his father's position as the 3rd elder, he had managed to secure an elder's title from the sect master, as higher ranks within the sect corresponded with greater rewards. The disciples outwardly showed respect and kindness toward this young elder, yet behind closed doors, they harbored disdain for him, including the sect master himself. However, Luo Xing's terrifying strength rendered him the most formidable among all elders, and even the sect master dared not easily provoke him. This was the reason for Yin Lai's intense emotional reaction upon hearing the mention of Elder Luo. Now, upon learning that it was merely the son of Luo Xing, Luo Sheng, the man felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Nevertheless, he knew he must maintain the demeanor befitting his status as sect master. Within the confines of the sect, a grave incident had transpired. A member had been slain. As the leader, it was imperative for him to exhibit a semblance of authority. Thus, a subtle agitation began to manifest in his demeanor, and his voice, laden with wrath, reverberated throughout the grand hall. "Quickly summon all the elders to convene regarding this matter." "Understood," replied a disciple, who hastened away with the swiftness of a rabbit, eager to escape the oppressive aura of their leader. However, just as he was about to exit, a faint yet commanding voice echoed behind him. "Ah, do not inform Elder Luo of the incident just yet. We shall discuss it further once we ascertain the details." "Yes," he nodded, dashing out of the hall. Meanwhile, Yin Lai remained seated upon the dais, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Although Luo Sheng's prowess had been artificially augmented by his father's elixirs, he was nonetheless a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. It was inconceivable that he had been so ruthlessly dispatched. The more Yanlai pondered, the more unsettling it became. Before long, all 9 elders, including Luo Xing, had assembled. In addition to Yanlai, the sect leader, there were nearly 30 individuals present, comprising the 9 elders and 17 or 18 deacons. Such a gathering was a rare occurrence in the Ghost Shadow sect. Once all were gathered, the first elder, a frail old man with snow-white hair and a weary demeanor, rose to his feet. His eyes, half closed as if still ensnared by slumber, he inquired lazily, "Sect leader, may I ask the purpose of today's assembly? It has been over 30 years since our sect has convened in such a grand manner, has it not?" This elder was Lin Xiao, the grand elder of the Ghost Shadow sect. Despite his appearance of nearing the grave, he possessed formidable strength, ranking in the mid-nascent soul stage, second only to Yanlai and the third elder, Luo Xing. With the grand elder having spoken, Yanlai could no longer remain silent. Adopting a solemn and sorrowful expression, he gestured for the grand elder to remain calm before turning his gaze to Luo Xing, speaking in a low voice. "The reason for gathering you all today is due to a significant event that has transpired within our sect. Third elder, before we delve into the details, I hope you can brace yourself." Sect leader, does this matter pertain to me?" The third elder's countenance grew serious at Yanlai's words. It was well known that Yanlai was a man of urgency, unable to conceal matters of gravity. However, he had a singular trait. He never spoke falsehoods. At this moment, Luo Xing felt a weight settle in his heart, inexplicably heavy. Without further preamble, Yanlai stated, "I trust you have all noticed that one elder is conspicuously absent from our meeting today." All eyes turned towards the last seat at the elders' table, which had been reserved for Luo Sheng, the youngest elder. He had often wielded his father's influence to act with impunity within the sect, disregarding the others. Yet, such meetings were not to be missed, and now his seat lay empty, prompting many to speculate on the connection between this absence and the day's grim discussions. Upon noticing that his son had not arrived, Luo Xing felt a surge of anxiety and could not help but inquire, "Sect Master, does what you have spoken of today pertain to my son?" "Indeed," Yanlai replied gravely. The third elder just moments ago, a disciple from the Soul Guard Hall reported that the soul jade of Elder Luo has shattered. Even Yanlai, who is typically forthright, found it difficult to convey such devastating news to a father. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the entire hall erupted in commotion. Although most did not particularly favor Elder Luo, he was nonetheless a member of the Ghost Shadow sect, and an elder at that. The news of his demise sent shockwaves through the assembly, prompting fervent discussions, especially for Luo Xing, upon hearing the tragic news of his son's death. Disbelief was his initial reaction. However, the soul jade represented the very essence of a person's life. Its shattering signified that the individual had irrevocably lost their vitality. Throughout centuries, he had never encountered a case where soul jade had erred. Despite this, he struggled to accept the truth. His eyes turned bloodshot as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Yanlai, exclaiming, "Sect Master, are you certain? Could it be that the messenger disciple made an error?" In uttering these words, the distinction of their statuses seemed to vanish. It was as if Yanlai were his adversary, and a surge of murderous intent swelled within him, engulfing the entire hall. Many of the weaker attendees could barely remain standing, having coughed up blood in response to the overwhelming aura of hostility. "Luo Xing, you must remain calm." The Grand Elder, Zhong, shouted, his eyes widening in alarm as he sprang from his seat and rushed to Luo Xing's side, swiftly pressing his hands against Luo Xing's chest to quell the rising murderous intent. It was at this moment that Yanlai continued, "Third Elder, I understand your distress, but I fear this news is indeed true. Before your arrival, I received a communication from a disciple within our sect that Elder Luo has indeed met with calamity, and the perpetrator responsible for his death resides not far from us at the 100 Flowers Palace." As he spoke, he tossed a jade slip, which Luo Xing caught firmly in his hand. Moments later, the jade slip disintegrated into powder, scattering across the green bricks of the hall. "100 Flowers Palace, I demand that your entire sect pay for my son's life." Chapter 15. Advanced preparations. When Lin Xiao awoke, 2 days had already elapsed. The dual exhaustion of his vital energy and physical strength had rendered him nearly lifeless. As he opened his eyes, he discovered himself reclined upon a soft, expansive bed, surrounded by decor that was both elegant and subtly enchanting. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, indicating that this was undoubtedly not a room belonging to a man. A smirk of satisfaction crept across his lips. That little minx, Ji Baiwa, simply could not bear to leave her handsome companion amidst the ruins. As these thoughts danced in his mind, the sound of footsteps approached, light and unhurried, exuding an air of grace and poise. A mere guess led Lin Xiao to surmise that such footsteps could only belong to Ji Baiwa herself. Within the halls of Baiwa Palace, few, if any, could master such a rhythm. Lost in contemplation, Lin Xiao's smile morphed into one of cunning as he closed his eyes once more, suppressing his aura, feigning a state of death. Moments later, the footsteps grew nearer, and the door creaked open, ushering in a wave of that enchanting fragrance. Lin Xiao's heart leapt, invigorated by the aroma. Ah, the scent of a beautiful woman is indeed delightful. With this thought, he felt a sense of euphoria wash over him. But then, a flicker of confusion arose. Why had he not yet awakened? Could it be a miscalculation on his part? It shouldn't be. Moreover, the aura felt even weaker than before. A soft exclamation broke the silence, accompanied by the intoxicating scent growing ever closer. Suddenly, a warm breath brushed against his face, transporting him to a realm of bliss. While the ethereal pleasure enveloped Lin Xiao, it also stirred an undeniable discomfort within him. Ji Baiwa had practically thrown herself upon him, her ample bosom pressing firmly against his chest. The tender sensation sent electric shivers throughout his body, leaving him in a daze, and he instinctively puffed out his chest. However, the ensuing pressure caused a wave of alarm to surge within Lin Xiao. Yet, before he could react or formulate an explanation, Ji Baiwa sprang from him with a swift motion. With a flick of her wrist, Lin Xiao found himself airborne, even before his eyes had fully opened. By the time he realized he was joyfully plummeting toward the ground, it was far too late. He lacked the strength to adjust his position and crashed onto the unforgiving floor with a resounding thud. Accompanying this was Ji Baihua's furious tirade. Shameless, lewd, scoundrel. Years of pampered living had rendered Ji Baihua as ethereal as a fairy, and the result was that despite her outrage, she found herself at a loss for more vehement epithets to hurl at Lin Xiao. This only intensified her feelings of anger and sorrow. Why, despite her fury, did she feel so helpless in expressing it? Yet even so, the psychological damage she inflicted upon Lin Xiao was utterly devastating. Of course, it wasn't due to her furious scolding, but rather, when Lin Xiao fell to the ground, he landed face down. Yet that little Lin Xiao remained blissfully unaware, still proudly puffing out its chest, only to be mercilessly crushed against the floor. The excruciating pain had Lin Xiao howling in agony on the spot. Damn it, you little witch. Trying to make me airless, are you? Screw you and your grandmother. Who told you to stick so damn close? This is a natural physiological reaction. No education, but at least have some common sense. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It hurts like hell. Lin Xiao's tirade was delivered with righteous fury and unrelenting momentum. Unfortunately, the sight of him clutching his groin, face contorted in pain, made it impossible to associate him with anything remotely dignified. Unable to contain herself, Ji Baiwa burst into laughter. That laugh, radiant enough to topple cities and kingdoms, sent Lin Xiao's heart into another tumultuous stir. And just at the worst possible moment, that little Lin Xiao decided to misbehave again, sending another wave of pain through him, his face twisting into a grimace. Serves you right. Who told you to have such filthy thoughts? Having laughed her fill, Ji Baiwa composed herself, her tone icy once more. Lin Xiao was on the verge of tears. He shot her a venomous glare, but wisely chose to shut his mouth. He knew damn well that the damned system had siphoned away 9/10 of his luck. Yet why the hell couldn't he suppress that restless heart of his? Sure, the mischief had been amusing, but the price was steep. What had started as mere exhaustion of energy and stamina had now left him a bona fide invalid. Still, frustration aside, Lin Xiao had long accepted his cursed misfortune. Fortunately, the sudden agony came and went quickly. Once the pain subsided, he rose from the ground, feeling the hollow emptiness within, the aftermath of overexertion. Too weary to engage in another battle of wits with Jibaiwa, he simply commanded, "Hey you, this handsome man is starving. Bring out the finest wine and dishes now." After a pause, he added with a smirk, "Surely the illustrious Hundred Flowers Palace wouldn't deny its savior such a modest request, would it?" Jibaiwa was utterly speechless. What kind of bizarre creature is this? She wondered. Yet at the end of the day, Lin Xiao had saved her life. As much as he infuriated her, she knew what he needed most now was nourishment. Rolling her eyes harder than ever before, she retorted irritably, "Fine wine and delicacies we have, but in your current state, they're the last things you should consume. I've ordered plain congee. You'll make do with that." Lin Xiao's eyes widened in outrage. "Bullshit. We're adults, no cultivators. Don't feed me mortal nonsense. Hurry up. After this, I need to recover my strength. Apologies, but our definition of a cultivator begins with the golden core stage. You are currently at the foundation establishment phase, thus cannot yet be considered a true cultivator. It would be wise for you to consume porridge instead. Otherwise, your body may not withstand such a surge of calories. Should that happen, do not expect me to accommodate you indefinitely. I must warn you, the Hundred Flower Palace is not a place for just anyone," Jibaiwa stated coldly, embodying the imposing presence befitting a palace master. Lin Xiao noted that this young lady seemed to have reverted to her frigid demeanor, making him hesitant to jest with her. His spirits dampened. While he had an affinity for beautiful women and enjoyed teasing them, the current situation made him cautious. He feared that provoking her could lead to an unfortunate end. Ultimately, he conceded, adopting a pitiful expression, "Very well, whether it be plain porridge or fish and meat, please bring it quickly. I am truly starving." Jibaiwa, uninterested in banter, cast a brief glance at him, and Lin Xiao felt an immediate chill, realizing he had misspoken, and quickly fell silent. Moments later, with a snap of her fingers, a waiting maid entered and placed a large bowl of plain porridge before Lin Xiao. He disregarded his surroundings and devoured the porridge hungrily, only to realize that Jibaiwa and the maid had vanished. Smacking his lips, he discovered he was still not satiated and with no one left to command. Lin Xiao reluctantly began to assess his internal state. Ultimately, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Without it, one is rendered insignificant. Although Jibaiwa appeared amiable toward him, Lin Xiao suspected her true intent was to expedite his recovery of strength before sending him away. Naturally, before his departure, he feared she would reclaim the treasures he had stored in his pouch, despite the fact that these external possessions were not of utmost importance to him. The thought of being constrained by his own lack of power left him feeling aggrieved. Regarding Jibaiwa, while Lin Xiao feigned playful teasing, he remained vigilant. After all, a person capable of effortlessly eliminating opponents of the same rank is a formidable force. One careless gesture from her could spell his demise. Conversing with her felt like dancing on the edge of a blade. Strength, strength, strength. He mentally reiterated these words several times before beginning to examine his internal condition. His true energy had been completely depleted. The consumption from the destructive death ray was indeed terrifying. Previously, when employing the techniques of 10,000 swords returning to one, angry dragon roar, and heavenly wrath, he had barely expended a fifth of his energy. Yet, the moment he unleashed the destructive death ray, it drained him entirely. One can only imagine how fearsome a skill must be to allow one at the foundation establishment level to contend with those at the nascent soul stage. Certainly, the term counterbalance here does not imply that Lin Xiao possesses the ability to contend with a Yuaning master. Rather, it signifies that he is no longer immediately susceptible to being vanquished. Yet, even this modest advancement is sufficient to instill a sense of pride within him. After all, who else in this vast world can achieve such a feat? After indulging in his moment of self-satisfaction, Lin Xiao settled cross-legged on his bed and began to exchange spiritual energy through the system for his cultivation. Although this realm is indeed a world of cultivation, abundant in natural spiritual energy, it pales in comparison to the extraordinary existence of the system, where spiritual energy is traded by the pound, rendering the surrounding energy somewhat unremarkable to him. System, please calculate the amount of spiritual energy required for me to advance to the golden core stage and exchange it directly. Having recently accrued over 10,000 points, and after deducting the previous loan of 10,000, he found himself with more than 5,000 points, which emboldened his financial disposition. Previously, he sensed that his strength had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, but had not achieved complete mastery to step into the golden core stage. He surmised that this was related to the insights the system spoke of. After the recent battle, with the Knight, Ghost S barrier, and Ji Baiwa S barrier simultaneously affecting him, he felt as though he had brushed against the threshold of the golden core stage. After all, both the Knight Ghost and Ji Baiwa possessed Yuan Ying level cultivation, and the so-called barriers were manifestations of their profound comprehension of the Tao, enabling them to carve out a personal space within this world. Lin Xiao had thus indirectly engaged with the Tao at close quarters, providing him with immense benefits. Chapter 16. Before long, the system had completed its calculations. To attain the golden core, one would require a conversion of spiritual energy into 1,000 points. This revelation prompted Lin Xiao to curse the system for its outrageous demands. Previously, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment had only cost him a few hundred points. Even with the additional need to saturate his body with true energy, such an exorbitant price seemed unjustifiable. The system explained that the golden core was fundamentally different from foundation establishment, with the purity of true energy being incomparably higher. Consequently, the spiritual energy required was merely a conservative estimate. If insufficient, it would likely necessitate even more points. Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words, realizing that this was not the final figure. Nevertheless, as he contemplated his imminent entry into the realm of the golden core and his formal initiation as a cultivator, a flicker of excitement overcame his frustration, rendering the points a trivial concern. With preparations complete, Lin Xiao activated his immortal martial arts, circulating the exchanged spiritual energy through his body in a meticulous cycle, transforming it into true energy. As Lin Xiao immersed himself in his cultivation, he gradually lost awareness of the outside world, fully dedicating himself to the essence of the spiritual energy, seeking to comprehend the fundamental principles of the heavenly Tao. Little did he know, as he entered this meditative state, a significant event unfolded in the external realm. Jie Baiwa had just emerged from her chamber, her temper still simmering after a lengthy period of emotional turmoil. However, before she could fully regain her composure, a shocking piece of news plunged her back into distress, even evoking palpable terror. The leader of the Ghost Shadow sect, Yin Lai, had personally led 5 elders and more than half of the disciples to launch an attack. The mere thought of this sent shivers down Jie Baihua's spine. She had anticipated repercussions for killing the Night Ghost, but she had not expected the retaliation to come so swiftly. In truth, her urgency for Lin Xiao to depart was not solely due to concern for him. She had intended to shift the blame entirely onto him once the disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect arrived. After all, she had refrained from exterminating the remaining disciples present at the time of the Night Ghost's demise, knowing they could report the presence of an outsider. Once those disciples returned to their sect, she could craft a narrative that absolved her of responsibility. As for Lin Xiao's fate, Jie Baiwa was not indifferent. Rather, she was not solely focused on pushing him into peril. In reality, once Lin Xiao left the 100-Flower Palace, she could portray him before the Ghost Shadows as an unparalleled recluse, effortlessly asserting control over her palace and threatening to endanger the lives of her disciples. In a vast world, it would be nearly impossible for the Ghost Shadow sect to track down someone like Lin Xiao. Yet, she had not anticipated that Lin Xiao would still be on a mountain when the Ghost Shadow sect arrived. The 100-Flower Palace wielded considerable power in the region, nearly dominating the area. However, that dominance was tenuous, for not far away, the formidable Ghost Shadow sect awaited. The Shadowgate sect vastly surpassed the 100 Blossoms Palace in both scale and the strength of its disciples. Ordinarily, disciples of the 100 Blossoms Palace would avoid encounters with Shadowgate members, steering clear of any provocation whenever possible. Yet fate often defies expectations. While Ji Baiwa refrained from provoking the Shadowgate sect, the Shadowgate harbored no such restraint. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. How can one rest peacefully with another at their side? To the Shadowgate sect, the existence of the Hundred Blossoms Palace was nothing short of a thorn in their flesh, an eyesore that could not be tolerated. For Yin Lai, the sect master, the thought of leaving this rival unrooted robbed him of peaceful slumber. Though the Shadowgate sect was undeniably formidable, the Hundred Blossoms Palace was no fragile plum to be crushed at will. A direct confrontation would inevitably result in mutual devastation. 1,000 enemies slain at the cost of 800 of their own, leaving both weakened and vulnerable to opportunistic third parties. Moreover, the cultivation world adhered to an unwritten rule. Any sect that instigated large-scale conflict, especially one threatening the world's stability, would face the united pursuit and annihilation of the entire cultivation community. Yet circumstances had shifted, with the Hundred Blossoms Palace having slain a Shadowgate elder. Yin Lai now possessed a righteous pretext to openly declare war. The news of Yin Lai personally leading the charge, accompanied by 5 elders, struck Ji Baiwa like a thunderbolt. She realized, with chilling clarity, that this was no mere skirmish. It was an extermination. Agitated as an ant on a scorching pan, she paced helplessly, her mind a whirlwind of desperation. A flicker of regret surfaced. Had she erred in killing Yigue? That wretched fool brought this upon us. She seethed. If it comes to life or death, perhaps I'll simply toss you out as sacrifice. Strangely, in this dire hour, the face that flashed across her thoughts was none other than that infuriating smirk, the very visage she least wished to recall. The absurdity of it gnawed at her. Am I truly the palace master of the Hundred Blossoms Palace? Facing annihilation, and here I am, haunted by that scoundrel. Yet, could he have a solution? The thought insinuated itself, unwelcome yet persistent. Would he pull me from the flames yet again? The more she resisted, the sharper Lin Xiao's image grew in her mind, until she abandoned restraint entirely. Turning on her heel, she marched toward his quarters, half convinced, against all reason, that he might hold the key to salvation. But before she could reach his door, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from his direction, its purity and density staggering. This tempest of chi rivaled the breakthrough of a peak nascent soul cultivator. And what lay beyond nascent soul? Transcendence. Could a transcendent truly reside within her humble Hundred Blossoms Palace? For a fleeting moment, hope flared. Had her fantasy manifested? Might her sect yet be spared? But reality crashed down. She knew, with crushing certainty, that this was impossible. The familiarity of this spiritual storm mirrored her own recovery, a memory that dashed her brief euphoria into the abyss of disillusionment. She was quite certain that this was undoubtedly the work of that scoundrel Lin Xiao, although she could not fathom how a mere foundational stage cultivator could conjure such a formidable spiritual energy storm. Relying on him to save the Hundred Flower Palace would be less practical than believing in her own capacity to annihilate Yin Lai's Ghost Shadow sect. With this thought, Ji Baihua's interest in approaching that direction dissipated entirely. At that moment, a disciple from within the sect sent another message. The Ghost Shadow sect had already breached the mountain gate. Ji Baiwa hastily gathered her thoughts, refraining from entertaining any further distractions, and swiftly made her way toward the mountain gate. The mountain gate represented the last bastion of defense for the sect. Should it fall, the only fate awaiting the Hundred Flower Palace would be utter annihilation. You truly have the audacity to kill an elder of my sect. Why do you not come out and face your demise? Yin Lai stood outside the mountain gate of the Hundred Flower Palace, exuding an imposing presence, with several corpses of the palace's disciples lying at his feet. Beside him was Luo Xing, whose expression was dark and brooding. He could not comprehend why, despite having reached this point and finding the Hundred Flower Palace utterly defenseless. The sect leader had yet to issue the command for an all-out assault to eradicate the palace and avenge his son. However, Yin Lai was ultimately the sect leader, and thus, even in his frustration, Luo Xing could only bide his time patiently. In truth, Yin Lai did not wish to directly order a final offensive. While the strength of the Hundred Flower Palace was indeed inferior to that of the Ghost Shadow sect, it was not so weak as to be entirely defenseless. Everything had gone too smoothly today, so smoothly that it made him suspicious, thinking that Ji Baihua had laid some trap for them. Therefore, he resolved to observe the situation further before proceeding. This distinction highlighted the difference between an elder and a sect leader. The elder merely needed to exert effort at critical moments, while the leader had to consider every aspect thoroughly to prevent the entire sect from facing destruction due to impulsiveness. Before Ji Baihua could reach the mountain gate, she heard a provocative shout that ignited her anger, yet she could not allow it to show. She adopted an increasingly calm and detached demeanor, for only in this way could she maintain her utmost rationality and avoid becoming disoriented in the face of a formidable foe. It was only through this resolve that she could seek even the faintest glimmer of hope in an otherwise fatal outcome. To willingly concede defeat and await slaughter due to the overwhelming strength of her opponent? No. In the realm of cultivation, it is only by continually confronting powerful adversaries that cultivators can remain vigilant and grow stronger. This embodies the unwavering spirit of a cultivator. It is Ji Baihua's path as well. As she gradually approached the mountain gate, her initial apprehension began to transform into an indescribable excitement, a thrill born from her unwavering confidence in her own strength and her disdain for her enemies. Her pace slowed, becoming increasingly measured, and her heart grew ever more tranquil. Ultimately, when she arrived at the mountain gate, both the disciples of the 100-Flower Palace and those of the Ghost Shadow sect, poised to breach the gate, instinctively parted to make way for her, compelled by the formidable aura she emanated. Thus, Ji Baihua, clad in simple white robes, appeared before Lin Xiao, standing in front of the 5 elders and countless disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect. A solitary figure confronting an entire sect. Such an occurrence would be deemed impossible at any time, yet Ji Baihua achieved it. Lin Xiao, you lead the Ghost Shadow sect to assault my 100-Flower Palace today. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Her voice was calm, devoid of fear or anger, and she didn't even cast a glance at the corpses of the disciples of the 100-Flower Palace lying beneath Lin Xiao's feet, as if all that transpired today had no bearing on her whatsoever. Lin Xiao, taken aback by her inquiry, was bewildered as to why Ji Baihua, with her mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, instilled in him a sense of trepidation. Ha ha! He laughed heartily to mask the turmoil within, finding the situation absurdly laughable. Ji Baihua, you have slain my Ghost Shadow sect's elders, and yet you now seek to question me? Do you not find that quite ludicrous? Ludicrous? Ji Baihua replied, her expression one of confusion. Are the elders of your Ghost Shadow sect human, while the disciples of my 100-Flower Palace do not count as such? You led a significant portion of the Ghost Shadow sect to assault my 100-Flower Palace, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties and rivers of blood. How is my demand for an explanation absurd? You twist the facts. Luo Xing could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, his azure robes billowing with energy, the sound resonating fiercely. He pointed his sword directly at Ji Baihua, which hummed ominously. Ji Baihua, you have unjustly slain my son, and now I come seeking vengeance. Yet you dare not engage in battle, sending innocent disciples to their demise. What is your response to our grievances? His voice rang out clearly in the air, a torrent of sword light surging forth. Ji Baihua's expression remained unchanged, her demeanor indifferent. Facing the chilling sword aura, her crimson lips parted slightly as she uttered 3 icy words. No response needed. Chapter 17. Battle against the 5 ghosts. Ji Baihua's indifferent remark was not in response to Luo Xing's earlier challenge, but rather her own disdainful assessment. She found him utterly unimpressive. Faced with the storm of sword light and the biting edge of his blade, she made only a single move. She raised her hand, slender, pale, and delicate, and reached straight into the web of his swordplay. The disciples of Baihua Palace could hardly bear to watch, certain that the moment her fragile fingers entered that lethal dance of steel, they would be reduced to a mangled ruin. Yet the reality was this. As Ji Baihua's hand pierced through, an unnamed wildflower bloomed beneath Luo Xing's feet. His movement slowed, as though his sword weighed 1,000 tons. Every swing became painfully clear, So much so that even a mere foundation establishment cultivator could precisely anticipate its trajectory and evade it with ease. A domain. Yin Lai, standing closest to the two, felt his pupils constrict violently. He couldn't help but shout in shock. A domain. This was the mark of a cultivator who had reached the nascent soul stage. The ability to reshape the laws of heaven and earth within a confined space through profound comprehension of the Tao. It was the defining trait of a true nascent soul cultivator. As someone who had lingered at the peak of nascent soul for years, Yin Lai was intimately familiar with domains. He possessed his own, but he had never seen one like this. From the fluctuations of her aura, he could tell Ji Baihua had only recently broken through to the mid-stage of nascent soul. Her spiritual foundation was still unsteady. Yet this woman, who in the Ghost Shadow sect would be nothing more than a common elder, had somehow trapped Luo Xing, one of their most formidable elders, within her domain. The sheer absurdity of it was staggering. Even Yin Lai himself, facing this domain, felt an inexplicable dread, as though he, too, would be powerless to break free. Watch out! A surge of instinctive alarm seized him, and he roared a warning at Luo Xing. But it was too late. Trapped within Ji Baihua's domain, Luo Xing's movements were severely restricted. His swordplay, though devastating, now moved as though frozen in time. Slow, sluggish, utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, Ji Baihua's delicate fingers closed around his throat without hesitation. With a single effortless motion, she lifted him into the air. Luo Xing, esteemed third elder of the Ghost Shadow sect, second only to the sect master Yin Lai. A mid-stage nascent soul expert on the verge of breaking into the late stage, was now dangling like a helpless chick in her grasp. The young ones are worthless, and the old ones are no better. I truly cannot fathom why you all insist on stirring trouble, thinking yourselves invincible just because you possess a modicum of strength. What gives you such audacity? Her voice was crisp, cold, and razor-sharp. Every word sent a shiver down the spines of those who heard it. Especially Yin Lai. His face twisted into an expression of pure fury. Though Ji Baihua's words seemed directed at Luo Xing, he knew they were meant for him. When she spoke of the younger generation being worthless, she wasn't merely referring to Luo Sheng, but also Luo Xing. As for the older generation, wasn't that clearly pointing at Yin Lai himself? All members of the Ghost Shadow sect burned with fury upon hearing this, yet dared not act recklessly with their third elder still in the enemy's grasp. Ji Baihua, release me at once if you dare, and I'll battle you for 300 rounds. Luo Xing, still failing to grasp the situation, believed his capture resulted merely from carelessness against a mere woman. His tone thick with indignation. The Ghost Shadow disciples who had initially raged at his capture now collectively face-bombed in embarrassment. Some even told their battling opponents from the Hundred Flowers Palace, "He's not really our third elder, just an actor we hired," or similar absurdities. Veins bulged on Yin Lai's forehead as his anger approached its breaking point. Half from Ji Baihua's insult, half from the sheer idiocy of this disgraceful elder. Were it possible, he might have strangled Luo Xing himself to spare them further humiliation. 300 rounds? The fool had been captured in the very first exchange, and by a younger, less powerful woman at that. Of course, Luo Xing's disgrace reflected not just on himself, but the entire Ghost Shadow sect. Were Yin Lai to act on his impulses now, they'd never hold their heads high in the cultivation world again. Glaring at Ji Baihua, he roared, "Release the third elder immediately, or face the consequences." Here, the Ghost Shadow sect's unity shone through. As his words fell, the 4 remaining elders flanked him, weapons drawn, poised to attack at the slightest provocation. Witnessing this, Ji Baihua suddenly laughed, a laugh like cascading petals, like trembling blossoms. Ridiculous. Utterly, utterly ridiculous. Her mirth abruptly crystallized into glacial fury, her expression darkening like gathering storm clouds, voice dripping with frost. After slaughtering so many of my disciples, after vowing to eradicate my sect root and stem, and you speak to me of being not? Her words struck like a physical blow. Many Ghost Shadow disciples hung their heads, unable to meet her gaze. Though Yin Lai kept his head high, his shifty eyes betrayed him. Yet with one elder already lost, they couldn't afford to lose another. Steeling himself, he commanded the elders, Ji Baihua's treachery ensnared our third elder. Join me in executing her and rescuing him. Truly, shamelessness, when perfected, becomes a formidable weapon. The four elders, previously hesitant about ganging up on a single opponent, now readied their weapons without restraint, spiritual energy already thrumming through their artifacts, awaiting only the signal to strike. However, what they did not anticipate was that, in the face of the threat posed by 5 formidable foes, Ji Baiwa not only did not relinquish Luo Xing out of fear, but instead curled her lips into a cold smile. With a sudden surge of strength from her delicate hands, her domineering, true energy pierced directly through Luo Xing's throat. Boom! Luo Xing's lifeless body was cast before Yin Lai and his companions like a piece of refuse. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Regardless of whether they were disciples of the Baiwa Palace or subordinates of the Ghost Shadow sect, whether they were spectators or engaged in fierce combat, all halted their actions, abandoning their adversaries, and stared incredulously at the lifeless form of Luo Xing on the ground, their minds blank, utterly bereft of thought. No one could have imagined that at such a critical juncture, when their sect was on the brink of annihilation and faced with an imminent assault from 5 opponents, Ji Baiwa would act without a moment's hesitation to slay Luo Xing. Moreover, she did so with such decisiveness and ease. It is worth noting that although both were at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, Ji Baiwa had just recently entered this phase, while Luo Xing was already on the verge of advancing to the late stage, their powers differing by nearly a tier. Yet, it was the one of lesser strength who effortlessly dispatched the more powerful foe, seemingly without a scratch. What was happening in this world? Had cultivation lost all significance? Everyone was left in a state of profound shock, speechless and astounded. In truth, Ji Baiwa was not unscathed. Earlier, she had forcibly doubled her comprehension of the heavenly Tao using the secret techniques of Baiwa Palace, all directed towards the barrier, resulting in such an overwhelming effect that she could easily crush Luo Xing, a formidable opponent who was nearly a tier above her. The cost of this power was permanent damage to her body. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, her journey in the understanding of the heavenly Tao would cease here. Furthermore, after employing this technique, she would fall into a prolonged period of weakness, during which her cultivation would dissipate, rendering her akin to an ordinary person. Thus, she needed to resolve matters swiftly, causing her every utterance to incite the ire of the Ghost Shadow sect's members. Her intention was to provoke Yin Lai and his associates into striking against her quickly, or rather, to compel them to deliver a fatal blow. Only in this manner could she kill without the burden of conscience. Today, there was a significant likelihood that Baiwa Palace would be breached by the Ghost Shadow sect, leading to its obliteration. A sect that had existed for centuries was on the verge of destruction at her own hands. It was impossible for Ji Baiwa to remain unmoved within. However, the die was cast, and there was no recourse to amend the situation, so she resolved to kill. In her final moments, every life taken would be a small victory. This was the singular thought occupying Ji Baihua's mind. Additionally, beyond her desire to enrage Yin Lai and his companions, she harbored a modest hope to draw the animosity of everyone from the Ghost Shadow sect upon herself. In doing so, should she perish in battle, perhaps the disciples of Baiwa Palace might stand a chance at survival. Yet, this hope was but a faint glimmer, and she was uncertain whether events would unfold as she wished. She merely approached the situation with a mindset of trial. Bastards, kill this woman. A formidable, struck down before his very eyes, left Yin Lai in a state of shock, swiftly transforming his despair into fury. His eyes, brimming with rage, threatened to burst as he unleashed a primal scream, propelling himself toward Ji Baiwa with fierce determination. With his first strike, he unveiled his ultimate technique, Ghost Shadow, instant kill. Accompanied by a resonant sound, Yin Lai, soaring toward Ji Baiwa, suddenly fragmented into countless identical figures, each mirroring the same expression and movement, rendering it impossible to discern which was the true body and which were mere illusions. Boom! Simultaneously, all the replicas of Yin Lai ignited, engulfed in violet flames that bore the ferocity to incinerate all in their path, hurtling directly toward Ji Baiwa. With a mere glance at the phantoms, Ji Baiwa calmly waved her delicate hand, summoning a silver long sword that materialized in her grip. Regardless of which was the real Yin Lai and which were the illusions, she lunged forward with her sword. The sound of metal piercing flesh echoed as one after another. The replicas of Yin Lai fell to her blade, their forms vanishing amidst the dispersing violet flames, revealing nothing but an empty ground. It was only then that the onlookers realized that those slain were but Yin Lai's shadows. Enchantress, prepare to pay with your life. At that moment, the remaining elders launched their assault. The Grand Elder wielded a dragon-headed staff, its swings exuding a power that seemed to resonate with the very heavens. Each strike created deep craters in the earth, a testament to its devastating potential against flesh and bone. Yet, lamentably, the Grand Elder's staff was rendered ineffective, only able to strike the ground. Empowered by secret arts, Ji Baihua's barrier was far superior to any other. Within her domain, she reigned supreme. Even if 5 more assailants joined, escaping with her life amidst their onslaught would be a trivial endeavor. Boom, boom, boom. Countless attacks fell futile, as the 5 members of the Ghost Shadow sect struggled to achieve even a stalemate against Ji Baiwa alone. For these 5, it was an egregious humiliation. Each of them was more powerful than Ji Baiwa, yet they found themselves outmaneuvered by a mere girl, inciting both frustration and urgency, causing their coordinated attacks to falter. Chapter 18. The death of the 100 flowers. A faint sound punctured the chaos of battle, quickly swallowed by the cacophony of relentless assaults. A vibrant splash of color suddenly stained the surroundings, deepening the crimson hue in everyone's eyes. An elder from the Ghost Shadow sect, through a moment of carelessness, found himself pierced by Ji Baihua's blade, a gaping wound opening in his abdomen. Although it was not severe enough to be life-threatening, he was rendered temporarily incapacitated and had no choice but to withdraw from the fray. It was only at this moment that the previously stagnant situation began to shift. Another series of faint sounds echoed, this time clear and jarring to the ears of all present. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Baiwa skillfully struck 2 more elders, though neither blow was fatal and merely grazed their defenses. Nevertheless, the fact that 3 elders had been wounded stirred a sense of unease within Yin Lai and the Grand Elder. Throughout the exchange, they had come to realize that while Ji Baihua's attacks lacked the volume of their 5-member team, each strike was executed with impeccable precision, almost as if she could not miss. This was an enigma they could not comprehend. Why, they pondered, could a cultivator who had only recently entered the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm contend against the 5 most formidable members of the Ghost Shadow sect without faltering, and even exhibit a subtle dominance over them? Retreat! Yin Lai suddenly bellowed, and in an instant, countless clones dissipated, leaving only his true self, who swiftly leaped back, landing beside the elder who had been previously wounded by Ji Baiwa. The remaining elders, upon witnessing this, also began to withdraw, and the once fierce battle abruptly ceased. Both sides retreated to their respective positions, resuming their tense standoff. On Ji Baihua's side, she stood resolutely with her sword, exuding an air of effortless grace. In stark contrast, the 5 from the Ghost Shadow sect appeared somewhat disheveled, apart from Yin Lai and the Grand Elder, who managed to maintain their composure. The other 3 bore visible injuries and tattered garments, resembling beggars. Master, save me. The elder with the gaping wound finally spoke up, his voice trembling with urgency. As the others turned to him, gasps of horror filled the air. His abdomen lay exposed, a deep sword mark stark against his skin. It was not the wound that terrified them, but the mischievous purple flames dancing upon it. Previously, Yin Lai had unleashed his ultimate technique, Ghost Shadow, instant kill, transforming into countless clones, each wreathed in blazing flames. These were no ordinary flames. They were the haunting ghost fire, one of the 6 most corrosive fires among the 10 unique flames of the continent. Once these flames latched onto something, extinguishing them became nearly impossible. They would continue to burn until the object was reduced to ashes. More terrifying still, the flames consumed slowly if they clung to a person. It would take 10 days or more to incinerate them completely. During this agonizing process, The afflicted would watch helplessly as their body disintegrated under the relentless assault of the flames, enduring endless suffering. It can be said that the most brutal tortures in the world pale in comparison to being touched by this eerie, ghostly fire. As a weapon of Yin Lai, he naturally possesses the ability to control this ghostly fire. Otherwise, he would not only refrain from using it, but would also avoid encountering it altogether. Originally, he intended to unleash the ghostly fire to inflict endless suffering upon Ji Baihua, but unexpectedly, the fire missed its target and struck the sword in her hand. Ultimately, it was his own comrade who became engulfed by the ghostly fire, inadvertently enhancing the enemy's combat power. Upon observing that the other two individuals also bore varying amounts of ghostly fire, Yin Lai was so enraged that he nearly fainted. He hurriedly summoned back the ghostly fire from the three of them and cast a murderous glare at Ji Baihua. Master, this woman has suddenly gained tremendous power upon her entrance. There must be something amiss. The Grand Elder analyzed with a furrowed brow after Yin Lai had retracted the ghostly fire. Upon hearing this, Yin Lai nearly hurled the still retracted ghostly fire at him in frustration. Wasn't this just stating the obvious? What did he think prompted Yin Lai to call them back? However, after contemplating, he realized they were allies. In the face of a formidable enemy, internal strife would only serve as a source of ridicule. Thus, he could only endure his rising anger, feigning deep contemplation. After a moment's pause, he followed the Grand Elder's lead and responded, "Indeed, Grand Elder, your analysis is astute. I surmise she must have employed some secret technique to significantly enhance her strength. However, such techniques are typically time-limited. There is no need for us to confront her directly at this moment. Once her technique expires, it is likely that we need not intervene. She may well suffer the backlash of her own power." This time, Yin Lai expressed all he needed to say, genuinely concerned that if he did not finish, the Grand Elder might offer another analysis, which would not only be embarrassing, but could also provoke his ire to the point of illness. At this moment, Yin Lai found himself harboring more resentment towards Luo Sheng, that scoundrel, than towards Ji Baihua. Why did he have to kill someone without reason? Because of this, he had to mobilize forces to seek vengeance. If the revenge went smoothly, eliminating a rival in the process would justify the loss, but alas, the one who had taken his life was a formidable foe who had obliterated his ally, forcing him into this awkward predicament of being unable to advance or retreat. While Yin Lai cursed Luo Sheng in his mind, another, even more troublesome individual spoke up. "Master, do you have any idea when Ji Baihua's secret technique will conclude? We cannot simply wait here indefinitely." It was none other than the Grand Elder, whose flippant remarks only fueled Yin Lai's frustration. At the sudden inquiry, he was nearly driven to violence. How on earth was he supposed to know when that woman's technique would end? If he had the answer, he would not be waiting. He certainly did not wish to send anyone to their demise. No, he couldn't afford to lose anyone else. Losing another ally would be a greater blow. Oh, how burdensome it was to be the leader in such a dire situation. After quite some time, Yin Lai finally vented his frustrations inwardly, though outwardly he had to continue alleviating the concerns of the Grand Elder. With a facade of pretentiousness, he remarked, "Indeed, there is a time limit, though how long it lasts depends on the efficacy of her secret technique. Generally speaking, the more potent the effect, the shorter the duration, and the more severe the after-effects. Conversely, if the effect is weaker, the duration extends, and the after-effects." He found his words growing increasingly futile. To his surprise, the Grand Elder nodded in agreement, encouraging him to elaborate further. Yin Lai felt a surge of frustration, indignation, and anger welling up within him, culminating in a sudden taste of blood in his throat, prompting him to spit out a mouthful. The other elders, mistaking this for an attack from Ji Baihua, erupted in fury, surrounding him and calling her a demoness. Their expressions fierce, yet none dared to confront her. Ji Baihua, observing their reaction, realized they might have inferred her use of the secret technique and were intending to stall for time. She had anticipated that the members of the Ghost Shadow sect would discern her intentions and was mentally prepared for various outcomes. However, knowing she had risked her cultivation and possibly her life for the chance to eliminate just one opponent only intensified her sense of bitterness. "Yin Lai, who had come in with such bravado, now appeared to be retreating like a turtle. Provocation became her most fervent desire. Unfortunately for her, once Yin Lai saw through her ruse, none of his companions were willing to engage further, even dismissing the idea of speaking. After all, Ji Baihua was fighting for her life. For her, every opponent taken down counted, and even one kill would balance the scales, with two being a gain. Yet, while their strategy seemed sound, reality painted a different picture. They had unraveled Ji Baihua's scheme, but she was equally adept at perceiving their intentions. Since they hesitated to strike, she resolved to take the initiative and come for them. With a cold smirk, she brandished her longsword, transforming into a streak of white light, seamlessly merging with her weapon as she shot toward the five. Simultaneously, a myriad of flowers began to bloom beneath their feet, with a series of sharp sounds. Despite their preparations, the five from the Ghost Shadow sect found themselves unable to withstand Ji Baihua's assault, each sustaining injuries to varying degrees. Blood dripped, staining the blossoms below and enhancing their allure. Ji Baihua returned to her original position, her sword touching the ground, her white attire as pure as snow. Her complexion mirrored that purity, though it bore an unsettling pallor. Had she reached her limit? A sigh escaped her lips as she gazed upon the disheveled five, their sharp glares emerging from their predicament, eliciting an unexpected amusement within her. Yet she discovered with profound sorrow that she could not summon even a faint smile. The clamor of battle cries from disciples of both factions still echoed around her. The once exquisitely beautiful buildings had been reduced to crumbling ruins in this great conflict, with tendrils of smoke curling upward from numerous locations. More mountainsides, once lush and verdant, now blazed with towering flames. Was the Hundred Flowers Palace truly coming to an end? Two crystalline tears traced down her cheeks, falling upon the blood-stained longsword where they instantly mingled with the crimson liquid. Ji Baihua's eyes burned with a scarlet intensity. She raised her sword, not toward her enemies, but to her own slender neck. If the Hundred Flowers Palace could not endure, then neither would Ji Baihua. Chapter 19. Someone wishes to end it all? Such fortune does not exist. Yin Lai's furious roar echoed through the air, accompanied by countless shadowy clones, each wreathed in seething violet flames. These apparitions streaked across the sky like meteors, radiant, dazzling, yet utterly lethal. Stop her! The Grand Elder bellowed in response, his form dissolving into a streak of darkness as he shot toward Ji Baihua with terrifying speed. Behind them, three elders lay in ruin. One knelt on a single knee, his other leg severed cleanly at the joint. Another clutched his face, crimson rivulets seeping between his fingers, his severed eyeballs lying discarded before him. The last sprawled motionless upon a bed of blooming flowers, his body a grotesque fountain of blood, limbs hacked away, torso riddled with sword wounds, mouth stretched unnaturally wide in a silent scream. The gurgling in his throat grew fainter, his life ebbing away. Moments earlier, Ji Baihua had swept into their midst, sword in hand, robes fluttering like a celestial specter. In a single, devastating strike, she had crippled 3 of the Shadow Ghost sect's elders, a feat that would immortalize any warrior in legend. Yet now, after such a triumph, she sought to end her own life. Yin Lai and the Grand Elder, slightly stronger than their fallen comrades, had escaped her assault. Ji Baihua, pressed for time, had focused her dwindling strength on the weaker 3. But as her final act, she raised her blade to her throat, unwilling to endure capture and torment, resolved to perish alongside her beloved Hundred Blossoms Palace. Yet how could Yin Lai and the Grand Elder, having narrowly escaped her onslaught only to witness their brethren reduced to broken husks, allow her such an easy escape? The moment they discerned her intent, they lunged forward, determined to thwart her. If you have reached your end, then allow me to plunge you into deeper despair. The thought burned in both their minds, their faces twisted with malice. To forcibly amplify her power through forbidden arts, challenge 5 opponents despite her inferior cultivation, cripple 3, and then, just as the technique faded, attempt to depart with a flourish? It sounded poetic, but death was still death. For the briefest instant, hesitation flickered in Ji Baihua's heart, and in that instant, Her sword froze mid-motion. Two violet-flamed clones seized her arms in an iron grip, while the Grand Elder's cane struck like a viper, flicking her blade from her grasp. Stripped of her borrowed strength, Ji Baihua was merely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, weakened further by backlash, now inferior even to an early-stage practitioner. Against the combined might of a peak-stage and late-stage nascent soul expert, she stood no chance. Merely because she hesitated for a fleeting moment, everything was rewritten, and her ambition to coexist with the 100 Flowers Palace was shattered. To slay 2 elders of the Ghost Shadow sect, and severely injure 3 others. Do you think death comes so easily? At this moment, Yin Lai, the master of the sect, finally revealed his cruelty. As the 2 avatars standing beside Ji Baihua were sent flying by her longsword, they instantly transformed into 2 plumes of flame, engulfing her hands. The pain was unimaginable. Ji Baihua furrowed her brow, her features contorted in agony, yet she stubbornly refused to utter a sound. Do you believe this level of suffering is still within your capacity to endure? Yin Lai sneered, gazing at the resolute yet stunning Ji Baihua. A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes, and a soft voice escaped his lips. I have heard that the cultivation method of the 100 Flowers Palace is, in fact, a method of preserving yin. If one were fortunate enough to become a partner with a disciple of the 100 Flowers Palace, their cultivation would be significantly enhanced due to your unique technique. Initially silent, Ji Baihua's pupils widened in terror upon hearing this, and she glared at Yin Lai with fury, exclaiming, "How dare you?" It seems to be true. Yin Lai disregarded her murderous gaze, his attention fixated on the flames dancing upon her pristine arms. A wicked smile curving his lips. I have lingered in the nascent soul stage for far too long. I hope you do not disappoint me. After a pause, he continued, by the way, you have killed 2 of my elders and severely injured 3 others. If it is only you who bears the responsibility, it has not sufficed to compensate for the losses of the Ghost Shadow sect. Instead, why not merge the 100 Flowers Palace with my Ghost Shadow sect? Thereafter, we shall jointly explore the principles of the heavenly path. Yin Lai, Ji Baihua cried out in alarm. The act of slaying your Ghost Shadow sect as elders was solely my doing. Now, having been outmatched, I have no words to defend myself. However, the disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace are innocent. If you truly commit such an unforgivable act, I shall not let you go, even to the ends of the earth. How could she not comprehend Yin Lai's intentions? When the 100 Flowers Palace was established, it was not merely a single sect, but 2. The other sect was founded by the partner of the 100 Flowers Palace's matriarch. During their dual cultivation, they fortuitously discovered that the original technique of the 100 Flowers Palace could greatly enhance the cultivation of those who practiced it together. Thus, they decided to create 2 sects, one to accept male disciples and the other to accept female disciples. Once these disciples achieved mastery, they would intermarry within the 2 sects to strengthen their collective power. However, many sects coveted the cultivation methods of these 2 sects, yet found them unattainable. They collectively attacked under the pretext of upholding the heavenly path. Ultimately, the Tao Alliance intervened to mediate, allowing the 2 sects to avoid annihilation. But the condition was that the 2 leaders must swear a solemn oath that their techniques would no longer be disseminated to the world. Under the deliberation of the leaders of the 2 sects at that time, they had no choice but to acquiesce. However, the other sect's method of cultivation was originally established to align with the techniques of the 100 Flowers Palace. Once this condition was imposed, many male disciples who had cultivated for years suddenly found their practices rendered futile, prompting them to seek other avenues. The male leader, unable to advance in his cultivation for an extended period, chose to depart as well. Heartbroken, the mistress of the 100 Flowers Palace relinquished her powers and retreated into the mundane world, her whereabouts unknown to all. Nevertheless, the palace she founded endured, imposing a strict rule that all who entered must preserve their purity and refrain from seeking a partner for life. Any transgressions would result in expulsion and the forfeiture of their powers. As time passed, these events gradually morphed into legend, and the 100 Flowers Palace flourished. Yet those original regulations remained intact. Over the years, few outside the palace were aware of the origins of these rules. To everyone's surprise, Yin Lai, the leader of the Ghost Shadow sect who had only emerged in the last century, was knowledgeable about these matters and sought to exploit Ji Baihua to augment his own strength. Moreover, he intended to imprison the disciples of the Hundred Flowers Palace, transforming it into a playground for the Ghost Shadow sect, a mere tool for their empowerment. How could Ji Baihua not feel furious? How could she not feel anxious? Despite her rage and urgency, she found herself bound, unable to break free from the shackles of the purple flames, which only served to embolden her adversary further. Yin Lai spoke with an air of extreme arrogance, asserting, "You will soon learn whether I dare or not. I have always been curious whether a soul survives after death. Perhaps you can answer that for me. The Tao Alliance still exists. If you truly dare to act thus, the Ghost Shadow sect will inevitably face annihilation." Ji Baihua, stripped of any leverage to threaten him, could only respond weakly. Ha ha ha! Yin Lai laughed heartily, declaring, "Now that you have fallen into my grasp, should you manage to escape and report me to the Tao Alliance, I would concede defeat. However, I am confident that you will not escape, and my disciples, once they reap the rewards, will ensure that, should the matter be disclosed, I cannot predict my fate, but theirs is certain." Despair washed over Ji Baihua. The brilliance in her eyes dimmed, and she seemed to lose all vitality, becoming utterly lifeless. Yin Lai, too, appeared to have lost interest in their verbal sparring. He summoned a disciple from the Ghost Shadow sect, issuing a calm command: "Relay the order to surround the Hundred Flowers Palace. Not a single mosquito shall escape. All disciples of the Hundred Flowers Palace who surrender shall be spared. Those who resist shall be killed without mercy." Yes, the disciple complied and departed. Yin Lai cast a glance at the towering gates of the Hundred Flowers Palace, which had stood for centuries, snorted coldly, and with a wave of his sleeve. The majestic entrance crafted from white jade crumbled into a pile of rubble. As he ascended the mountain, each step he took caused the white jade steps to crack and splinter. By the time he reached the main hall of the Hundred Flowers Palace, behind him lay a desolate wasteland. As he carried out his merciless destruction, Ji Baihua remained ensnared by the spectral flames he controlled, hovering helplessly behind him. She could only watch in silent agony as the centuries-old legacy of her sect crumbled beneath the hands of that crimson-haired man, whose fiery locks seemed to ignite the very air, burning crimson into her despairing eyes. The Baihua Palace, a heritage passed down through generations, undoubtedly housed treasures accumulated over the ages. If we can uncover them, the strength of our Ghost Shadow sect will ascend to new heights, Yin Lai mused aloud, his voice dripping with cold calculation. "Elder, I entrust this task to you." The elder trailing behind him could scarcely conceal his delight. Though loyalty demanded unwavering support to the sect leader, the prospect of plundering such riches only deepened his allegiance. Ji Baihua remained eerily still, as though life itself had abandoned her, her silence rendering Yin Lai's cruelty hollow and unsatisfying. This indifference inexplicably stoked his fury, especially when his gaze fell upon the Baihua Palace's grand hall, its majesty dwarfing even that of his own sect. With a disdainful snort, he unleashed his wrath once more, and the towering structure collapsed in a thunderous ruin, as though the heavens themselves had struck it down. Still unsatisfied, he swept his hand outward, reducing the adjacent halls to rubble in the same breath. Step by step, he advanced through the palace grounds, each motion reducing another exquisite edifice to shattered remnants of its former glory. Here stood a man of unrivaled power, a cultivator at the peak of nascent soul realm. Yet rather than pursuing greater conquests, he squandered his might in petty vengeance against lifeless stone and timber. Such absurdity was perhaps unique to Yin Lai alone in all of history. Boom! Another delicate courtyard succumbed to his merciless onslaught. Violet flames licking at the wreckage with an eerie, unhurried hunger. But Yin Lai had grown fond of this cruel game, a faint smirk playing upon his lips as he turned toward his next target. Then, from the ruins of the courtyard he had just demolished, a furious, indignant voice erupted. "Damn your ancestors! What kind of deranged lunatic tears down houses for fun? You nearly crushed me to death." Chapter 20. Who is it? Yin Lai halted his steps, immediately growing vigilant. The disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect were all gathered at the foot of the mountain, preoccupied with besieging the female disciples of the Hundred Flowers Palace, and thus would not venture here. The Hundred Flowers Palace was traditionally comprised solely of female disciples, making the source of the voice that had just emerged worthy of investigation. However, the absence of any discernible aura from the speaker rendered him hesitant to act rashly. "Pray tell, who might you be? What is this concealment? I kindly request you to reveal yourself for a discussion." Recalling the formidable fluctuations of spiritual energy he had sensed earlier at the mountain's base, Yin Lai's demeanor shifted to one of courtesy. Such levels of spiritual energy were comparable to those of a late-stage nascent soul, and although he had attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, should the other party have successfully advanced, they would be at the God transformation stage. Despite Yin Lai's arrogance, he was not foolish enough to provoke a genuine master of the God transformation realm. While he maintained a respectful tone, the voice on the other end grew increasingly irate, erupting with a brazen retort. "Discussion? How dare you? You were the one who just demolished my abode. Just you wait. When I emerge, I shall ensure your demise, and I will take your surname as my own." As a leader of his sect, Yin Lai was accustomed to being the recipient of flattery, and never had he encountered such insolence. The moment he heard the insults, his expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. Yet he was unaware of the opponent's strength and could not afford to lose his temper. Suppressing his fury, he continued with a tone of humility. "I am unaware of your identity or your connection to the Hundred Flowers Palace. Typically, anyone existing within the realms of heaven and earth would have their actions intertwined with the spiritual energies around them. A mere utterance or blink could induce ripples in the surrounding spiritual essence, which cultivators could discern to gauge their opponent's strength. Yet, to Yin Lai's dismay, he realized that despite his prolonged conversation, he had failed to ascertain the source of the earlier voice, nor could he detect even the faintest trace of the other's aura. The only explanation for such a situation was that the other party's strength surpassed his own. The only cultivation level above that of a perfected nascent soul was the God transformation stage. Faced with such an individual, Yin Lai could only swallow his indignation, striving to maintain a tone of respect. At this moment, he fervently hoped that this person bore no connection to the Hundred Flowers Palace. Otherwise, not only he, but all members of the Ghost Shadow sect present today would likely meet their end here. After a brief silence, the voice continued. "As for my relationship with the Hundred Flowers Palace, it is rather trivial, one might even say non-existent. However what?" A flicker of hope crossed Yin Lai's eyes as he thought that perhaps a lack of connection was a good sign. Yet, the subsequent words from the other party plunged his spirits into despair. "However, the woman behind you is to be my future wife, and here you are tormenting her. Now, tell me, should I kill you or should I kill you?" Boom! Yin Lai felt as if his mind had exploded, leaving him in a state of blankness. "Yi Baihua." As a man, he turned his head back to glance at Ji Baihua, only to discover that her expression was even more peculiar than his own, though it bore a subtle trace of amusement. At that moment, Yin Lai could no longer harbor any doubts. It was evident to him that Ji Baihua was elated due to someone coming to her rescue. Overwhelmed with fear, Yin Lai began to stutter, "Esteemed senior, this Ji Baihua has killed 3 of my sect's elders and countless disciples. Oh no, as a junior, merely sought to apprehend her for justice, unaware that she is your partner." In a matter of mere breaths, Yin Lai's address to Lin Xiao had shifted from "Your Excellency" to "Esteemed senior," a testament to the turmoil within his heart. Beads of sweat began to accumulate on his forehead, and were it not for the fear that a slight movement on his part might provoke a lethal attack, he would have considered abandoning Ji Baihua and fleeing. Lin Xiao was oblivious to Yin Lai's intention to retreat. Instead, he internally cursed the man for being exceedingly difficult to deal with. Despite his prolonged facade, this individual had yet to be frightened away. Continuing negotiations seemed perilous, as there was a grave risk of revealing the truth of his meager cultivation level, which could lead to an instant demise at the hands of this formidable foe. "System, is there anything that can instantly enhance my power, elevating me to the God transformation realm?" In his desperation, he sought assistance from the system, feeling no shame in doing so, for this flawed system demanded points for everything. treating it as a mere transaction. As for Lin Xiao's decision to confront Yin Lai instead of fleeing when the latter had not detected him, it was motivated by a desire to save Ji Baihua. Although they were not particularly familiar, and she had threatened his life on multiple occasions, Lin Xiao felt an inexplicable reluctance to witness her suffering. Of course, this was contingent upon his own survival. With the ability to resurrect, Lin Xiao harbored no fear, which emboldened him to act brazenly before a Yuanian cultivator. Should he succeed in rescuing Ji Baihua, it would be a mere trifling task, perhaps even leading to a delightful union. If he failed, he could simply flee after his bravado, an exhilarating thought. However, his pleasant reverie was abruptly shattered by the system's cold voice, which informed him that while there were no items available, the host could use resurrection to escape. Should I use it? Use it, you say? The more he listened, the darker his expression grew, and he nearly voiced his frustrations aloud. This wretched system was fixated on resurrection. Had it intended to suggest that from the outset, he would not have wasted so many words. If Ji Baihua were close enough, he might have been able to store her in a spatial pouch and then use resurrection to flee, but she was currently several dozen meters away. Charging forward was simply not an option. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Why was he so unfortunate? Just after advancing to the Golden Core stage, he found himself embroiled in such a predicament, nearly crushed by a collapsing building. As a result, after waiting for a while without receiving a response, Yin Lai could no longer restrain himself from speaking. Senior, are you still there? Do you think I am here or not? Are you a fool? I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself. Release that woman, Ji Baihua, immediately and get lost. Considering you've lost a few elders, I'll spare your life. But you better comply. Lin Xiao, infuriated by the system's antics, had no intention of being polite to Yin Lai at this moment. He unleashed a torrent of scorn, causing Yin Lai's face to fluctuate between shades of green and purple. While Lin Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction in his tirade, he failed to notice that his emotional upheaval had caused the hidden aura technique he exchanged for 500 points from the system to dissipate, exposing his presence. Yin Lai, intending to follow Lin Xiao's orders, had just retracted the ghostly flames from Ji Baihua and placed her on the ground when he suddenly furrowed his brow. A faint aura reached him, startling him, followed by an eruption of fury. Early Golden Core. I've been outwitted by an early Golden Core cultivator. Despite the fleeting nature of the aura, Yin Lai was certain that the person he was conversing with was merely an early Golden Core practitioner, and the aura was exceedingly unstable, indicating a recent advancement. In an instant, he utilized his immense spiritual consciousness to lock onto Lin Xiao, enveloping the surrounding area within a mile, leaving Lin Xiao with no avenue of escape. You bastard, come out! Yin Lai bellowed, his overwhelming presence lifting the debris from the ground, nearly propelling Lin Xiao into the air. What the hell? My act has failed. When exchanging for the hidden aura technique with the system, he had been cautioned that his opponent's realm far surpassed his own, and he must maintain a stable aura while using it. Lin Xiao had always adhered to this advice, but in a moment of excitement, he faltered, leading to this disastrous outcome. At this moment, he felt as though he were a naked child who had inadvertently defecated on a burly man's head, only to have the man turn angrily towards him. Detected current situation as certain death. Would the host like to use revive? Insufficient points detected. Would you like to incur debt? The system abruptly interjected, posing two pressing questions directly within Lin Xiao's mind, instilling an acute sense of urgency. Wait, he hesitated, glancing toward Ji Baihua, only to find her seemingly petrified, standing there with her head lowered, not even attempting to flee. Lin Xiao was infuriated and was about to shout at her to escape. But before he could utter a word, a formidable pressure enveloped him, causing every hair on the back of his neck to stand on end as an overwhelmingly dangerous aura bore down upon him like a mountain. Damn it, he cursed, realizing he had no time to activate revive. Without a moment's thought, he rolled to the ground, disregarding the consumption of points in exchange for 10 shield talismans, activating them in an instant. Boom! A cloud of dust enveloped the space within 10 meters, causing the ground to tremble violently, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. As the dust began to settle, the imposing figure of Yin Lai emerged, revealing a colossal handprint where the dust had previously concealed the ground. From a distance, it appeared as though a meteor had struck, creating a deep crater several meters below the surface. Goodness, if that had fallen upon me, I would have been reduced to mere fragments. Not far from Jibaiwa, Lin Xiao anxiously patted his chest, only to feel a sharp pain radiating from his torso. A sudden sweetness filled his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze toward Yin Lai turning utterly horrified. He had instantaneously deployed 10 divine shield talismans. Yet strangely, he found himself unable to escape beyond 100 meters. In the past, when combined with Lin Tianan and Patian Ho, 3 divine shield talismans had been sufficient for survival. Now, however, he found himself in a desperate predicament. The power of the perfected nascent soul was simply incomparable to that of the golden core stage. Indeed, truly remarkable. Yin Lai's cold voice resonated, and as his towering figure moved slowly, an overwhelming pressure filled the air, making it difficult to breathe. A mere golden core practitioner managed to evade my celestial palm. This will certainly serve as a tale for you throughout your life. Alas, this tale shall remain for your next life to recount. With that, his narrowed eyes gleamed intensely, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Lin Xiao, gazing down upon him. I sense an aura within you that does not belong to you. Surely, you must have employed some talisman to escape my grasp before, but regrettably, you shall not escape now. With each of his words, Lin Xiao's complexion grew increasingly grim. For Yin Lai spoke the truth. He could not escape. This space had been entirely sealed by a method unknown to Yin Lai. The efficacy of Lin Xiao's 10 divine shield talismans had been severely diminished, and just moments ago, when he attempted to activate the system for resurrection, the response he received was a disheartening inability to initiate. Chapter 21. Only one battle. The barrier. The only term that Lin Xiao could conceive was this: a divine ability comprehensible only to those above the nascent soul stage. Regret was now futile. Before Yin Lai discovered his presence, he could have employed resurrection to escape. However, at this moment, if even the system was rendered ineffective, Lin Xiao could scarcely fathom any means to ensure his survival. Was there a way to significantly enhance his strength in such a brief span? With no retreat left, he was left with but one option: to fight. Yet, his opponent was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and no amount of arrogance could convince Lin Xiao that his current cultivation at the early golden core stage could contend with such an adversary. Yin Lai was no mere minion like Yi Gue Luo Sheng. He was a formidable boss, and any misstep could very well lead to his demise once more. Thus, he turned to the system in search of any possible methods. The system did not disappoint him. Soon, a cold voice offered a glimmer of hope. His power could be augmented, but only the quantity of true energy could be increased, not his comprehension of the heavenly Tao, and it could only elevate him to the pinnacle of the golden core stage without any insights, akin to a typical late golden core cultivator at their zenith. A late golden core stage? For Lin Xiao in his current predicament, such an enhancement was undoubtedly insufficient. He envisioned a direct ascension to a level capable of annihilating Yin Lai with a mere flick of his wrist. He believed that the system would not withhold from him, for such an enhancement would surely require the expenditure of points. Given the system's nature of treating anyone with points as its progenitor, it would likely revel in propelling him to the apex of the world, while he would subsequently owe it an exorbitant sum of points. Let us proceed. Silently, he communicated with the system. Lin Xiao then lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Yin Lai, his expression grave, and slowly spoke. It appears you were correct. I indeed cannot escape. Therefore, I must eliminate you. What? Yin Lai questioned his own hearing, incredulous that a mere early golden core cultivator dared to proclaim his intent to extinguish him. Not only him, but even Jibaiwa, who had been pondering with her head bowed, was startled by Lin Xiao's declaration, turning abruptly with eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Xiao, however, found no humor in the situation. Instead, he regarded Yin Lai earnestly. I recall stating that anyone who dares to dismantle my abode shall meet their end at my hands. Indeed, you did say that. Yen Lai attempted to maintain a serious facade, yet the grin splitting his face and his labored breaths betrayed his struggle to suppress laughter. Go ahead and laugh. When I've bested you to the point of unrecognizability, there will be no opportunity left for merriment, Lin Xiao retorted. Ha ha! Yen Lai could no longer contain himself, bursting into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face in his oblivion. Lin Xiao, uninterested in his antics, shifted his gaze to Ji Baiwa. The sight of her innocent expression ignited his ire, prompting him to scold her. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? If one wishes to evade death, they ought not to contort their visage into such a pitiful expression. Is it merely the attainment of the great perfection of the nascent soul? Watch how I shall vanquish him. I must concede, you truly possess remarkable prowess in boasting, Ji Baiwa remarked with a subtle tone of admiration. Lin Xiao nearly choked on his indignation, yearning to stride over and press her into the ground. After all, I have found myself in this predicament solely to rescue you. If you are unmoved, that is one thing. But to belittle me is truly the epitome of a wretched ally. Very well, I shall observe how you wield power that even my own mother would fail to recognize. Initially, I intended to eliminate you outright, but it appears you may provide some delightful amusement. Yen Lai ceased his laughter, gazing at Lin Xiao with keen interest. Lin Xiao feigned embarrassment and irritation, plopping down onto the ground and assuming a meditative posture, prompting Yen Lai to erupt in laughter once more. At such a critical juncture, one can still find solace in meditation. This individual must surely be deranged. Hearing that laughter only intensified the beads of sweat on Lin Xiao's brow. Yet inwardly, he reveled in delight, for the system's enhancement of strength requires time. He had been stalling, and to his surprise, Yen Lai was easily deceived, refraining from immediate attack. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Lin Xiao, enveloping the surrounding space with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far greater than during his prior ascension, and of astonishing purity. This force sent Yen Lai, still laughing, tumbling backwards several meters, landing ungracefully and choking on dust. Even at the pinnacle of the nascent soul, one cannot hope to contend against the might of heaven and earth unprepared. Struggling to rise, he stared in shock at Lin Xiao, realizing that while he, as a nascent soul, could easily obliterate Lin Xiao given adequate preparation, he was now reluctant to do so, eager to discern the source of Lin Xiao's audacity in uttering threats against him. And from the current circumstances, it seemed, there was indeed a hint of substance to it. Yen Lai, momentarily forgetting to wipe the dirt from his mouth, stood rooted in place, his eyes reflecting both astonishment and exhilaration. Of course, he was not truly oblivious. As he observed, violet ghostly flames ignited around him, enveloping his form entirely. The realms of the golden core were ascending, early, mid, and late stages. Lin Xiao's cultivation continued to rise, while Yen Lai, though astonished, refrained from action, believing Lin Xiao was not yet worthy of his intervention. Meanwhile, Ji Baiwa stood by, utterly astonished. As one privy to the secret arts of the 100-Flower Palace, she understood all too well the grave cost of forcibly augmenting one's strength, and the greater the enhancement and duration, the more detrimental the impact on the body. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to well in her eyes. She was unaware that Lin Xiao had resorted to this desperate, worst-case scenario precisely because the revive from death technique failed to activate. Mistakenly, she believed he had stayed behind solely for her sake, bravely facing off against a nascent soul grand perfection cultivator despite being only at the golden core initial stage. How could one remain unmoved? Though their first encounter had been fraught with tension, once driving her to the brink of murderous rage, Lin Xiao had since saved her life multiple times. She had witnessed his unfathomable escape techniques, how he had slipped unnoticed from the grasp of Night Ghost. Yet now, for her sake, he was preparing to confront an enemy countless times more formidable. Ji Baiwa felt something within her stir. The icy fortress around her heart, frozen for so long, began to thaw. I know you're touched right now, maybe even considering pledging yourself to me. Lin Xiao's voice abruptly echoed in her mind, startling her. But we've got a damn powerful enemy in front of us, and even with my rapid power-up, I'm nearing my limit. I might not be able to take this guy alone. So, could you maybe, I don't know, stop just standing there? Ji Baiwa blinked in surprise before realizing he was using sound transmission, a rudimentary technique that bypassed vocal cords to deliver messages directly into the listener's ears, inaudible to others. It was a method typically employed only by cultivators below the Golden Core stage. Upon reaching Golden Core, a cultivator's spiritual energy condensed into a core, refining not just their chi but also their consciousness, or soul, in a divine sense, enabling direct mental communication. Having been a nascent soul cultivator for years, far removed from her foundation establishment days, Ji Baiwa had nearly forgotten such a basic technique existed. Recovering, she quickly transmitted back, explaining that after using her secret art, she had been reduced to an ordinary mortal, temporarily incapable of battle. The news nearly made Lin Xiao curse aloud. He had assumed her despondency stemmed from the devastation of her sect, a momentary loss of fighting spirit. Not that she had literally lost all her chi. How the hell are we supposed to fight now? But complaints aside, the situation couldn't worsen further. With no other choice, Lin Xiao steeled himself. The system's enhancement concluded, stabilizing his cultivation at the Golden Core late stage. As expected, spiritual energy swirled around him, drawn into his body, refined into chi, channeled through his meridians, and absorbed into the rapidly spinning Golden Core within his dantian. Slowly, he rose to his feet, eyes locked onto Yin Lai. He parted his lips and uttered, "Come, let us fight." Golden Core late stage? Yin Lai regarded him with skepticism, his tone laced with disdain. "I expected a greater surprise from you. Wasting so much time for this. Pointless. If you're so eager to die, then I'll oblige." Without any visible movement, a sudden whoosh erupted as the space within a mile radius around him was instantly engulfed in violet flames. Caught off guard by the searing embrace of the flames, Lin Xiao let out a muffled groan as intense pain scorched his body. He swiftly turned his gaze toward Ji Baiwa, only to find her entirely enveloped in the inferno. Fortunately, the flames did not consume her instantly, but instead tormented her slowly, prolonging her agony. Though she had not perished yet, the contorted expression on her face told Lin Xiao the magnitude of suffering she endured. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao was both shocked and deeply ashamed. Despite being a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, he could barely withstand the scorching pain, relying on his spiritual energy to mitigate the torment. Yet Ji Baiwa, now an ordinary mortal, bore the full brunt of this excruciating ordeal. To his astonishment, she remained silent, while he had failed to suppress even a single groan. "System, what the hell are these flames? Why are they so sinister? Is there any way to extinguish them?" This is the Netherworld Ghost Flame, a rare manifestation of the world's essence. It cannot be quenched by conventional means. Only the one who controls it can withdraw it. Otherwise, it will burn endlessly. The system's voice remained as cold and indifferent as ever. But before Lin Xiao could curse in frustration, the emotionless voice spoke again. "If possible, it is advised that the host eliminate Yin Lai. This flame can be exchanged for 100,000 points." Holy shit, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Not because the system suggested killing Yin Lai, but because this damn flame was worth a staggering 100,000 points. With that many points, he could practically strut through the cultivation world with impunity. His gaze toward Yin Lai shifted instantly, no longer filled with wariness, but rather the feverish glint of a pauper beholding a mountain of gold, or a lustful man eyeing a beautiful maiden. Yin Lai shuddered inwardly, wondering if this brat harbored some unconventional inclinations. Chapter 22. Yin Lai. Lin Xiao was oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Yin Lai's mind, as his own consciousness was entirely consumed by the system's earlier proclamation. 100,000 points. How many foes must he vanquish to amass such a fortune? The mere utterance from the system ignited a fervor within him. Yet, mere passion would not suffice. He did not harbor the illusion that his zeal could incinerate Yin Lai. On the contrary, he was acutely aware that he might very well be the one scorched. Thus, armed with fervent resolve yet tempered by rationality, Lin Xiao understood that he must engage in battle with a keen eye, meticulously uncovering every flaw in his opponent's defenses and executing a decisive strike. He invoked a thunderous cry, heaven's wrath. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, descended from the heavens, exploding above Yin Lai and enveloping the area in a dense cloud of dust. However, Lin Xiao's expression remained grave, tinged with trepidation. He sensed that Yin Lai's formidable aura had not diminished in the wake of such a cataclysm. Instead, it loomed ominously behind him. Yet his reaction was ultimately too sluggish. His realization too late. Bang! Lin Xiao felt as though an elephant had collided with him, his heart threatening to leap from his chest, as if being crushed by an overwhelming force from all sides, nearly shattering. The impact sent him soaring into the air before he crashed heavily to the ground. Coughing violently to expel the stagnant blood from his lungs, he turned his gaze back to Yin Lai, his eyes now filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the strength of a perfected nascent soul would be so formidable. He was certain that had Yin Lai unleashed his full power in that blow, he would have been reduced to a lifeless corpse upon the ground. Perhaps the surprise you presented was indeed commendable, and you merit a modicum of my seriousness. Yet, do not be so arrogant as to believe that your late-stage golden core prowess can contend with me. Such a notion is utterly delusional. Yin Lai's voice resonated coolly, even as his assault commenced. In that instant, the surrounding violet flames surged towards Lin Xiao, engulfing him entirely. The searing heat coursed through his body, inflicting unspeakable agony. Fortunately, the flames were not lethal. They did not incinerate him instantly, but rather eroded his skin inch by inch. At another time, this might have been sheer torment. Yet for Lin Xiao, it was a stroke of fortune. At the very least, he still had time. Lin Xiao was uncertain if he was indulging in fanciful dreams. For at that moment, he had no capacity for such contemplation. The singular thought that occupied his mind was the imperative to defeat Yin Lai or eliminate him. Otherwise, he would find himself the one facing death. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of countless metals clashing erupted behind him, causing the very heavens to tremble. Illusory swords, forged from pure energy, materialized at his back, swirling around him like a tempest of flying blades. Lin Xiao seemed to be completely engulfed in a realm of swords. "Get away from me," he bellowed, and countless flying swords immediately detached, hurtling towards Yin Lai's position. Clang, clang, clang. On Yin Lai's side, however, there was no sign of movement. He allowed the flying swords to strike him. The flying swords that had previously restrained the knight, Ghost, now seemed utterly ineffective before him. The swords clashed against his body as if they were striking against iron walls, producing crisp sounds before falling away, dissipating into the spiritual essence of the world. Do not underestimate the bodies of nascent soul cultivators, especially within a barrier. Yin Lai continued to taunt Lin Xiao, his flames surging higher, the sensation of searing pain becoming more pronounced. Just as Lin Xiao was about to launch his next attack, a sudden wave of danger washed over him, and he realized that his vision was obstructed by an infinitely magnified fist. Then, with a thunderous crash, he was sent flying backwards, tracing a graceful arc of blood through the air. Before he could touch the ground, another thud resounded, this time from behind. Yin Lai had kicked him skyward once more, leaving him without any means of resistance. He couldn't recall how many years had passed since he last used his fist to strike someone. It felt surprisingly exhilarating. On the battlefield, only Yin Lai's voice remained, for Lin Xiao had lost any chance to speak. Damn it, how can I possibly contend with such terrifying power at the perfected nascent soul stage? System, come out here. Do you have any ultimate techniques? Show them all to me. I need to defeat him. As he was being consumed by the ghostly flames and enduring Yin Lai's mocking blows, Lin Xiao felt an almost overwhelming urge to bite his tongue in frustration. This humiliation was something he had never experienced before. Consider this, since his arrival in this world, he had faced endless misfortune, yet each time he had emerged victorious, reveling in his success. But now he was uncertain. The vast disparity in strength left him with no glimmer of hope for victory. The system's response echoed in his mind, its tone as indifferent as ever. There were ultimate techniques available, but with the host's current strength, they could not be utilized. Perhaps if the host could elevate the destructive death ray to its highest level, he might stand a chance. What? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in a string of curses. Damn you. Didn't you say you had already elevated me to the highest level? Why do I need to improve again? Are you trying to swindle my points? The limit on skill levels would rise with the host's strength, and the previous enhancement had only reached the host's then current limits. The system's voice remained perpetually cold. Lin Xiao felt as if he had been thoroughly duped. He gradually came to understand that the skills he had acquired from that wretched system resembled the mechanics of online gaming. They would elevate in tandem with the character's level. In other words, despite having engaged with Yin Lai for an extended period, he had been relying on the foundational strength of a novice. How could he possibly triumph? His frustration with the system had dissipated, and he exclaimed, "Then why the hell don't you upgrade me? Are you going to enhance my corpse after I'm dead? You insufferable piece of trash. Mark my words, one day I shall take you down." The system's frigid voice made Lin Xiao feel an overwhelming urge to expel blood in exasperation. Boom! Another strike landed, and Lin Xiao felt as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration. Yin Lai, in some inexplicable frenzy, refrained from employing any techniques, instead opting to toy with him using sheer brute strength, sending him soaring through the air without pause, as if it were an amusing pastime. Damn it all! Lin Xiao cursed internally while inquiring of the system. What's the status? Have you upgraded me yet? Enhancement requires points. May I inquire if the host wishes to upgrade to the corresponding current level? Are you kidding me? What a waste of words. I'm on the brink of death. And you dare ask if I want to upgrade? Not just the destruction of light, but every single skill. Upgrade them all. If I lack points, I'll owe you later. Lin Xiao felt that one day he would indeed be driven to his demise by this infuriating system. Congratulations, host. Destruction of light has been upgraded to the current highest level, consuming 1311 points. Congratulations, host. All swords returned to the origin upgraded to a series of notifications resounded in his mind, and Lin Xiao distinctly felt an augmentation in his power. As for the subsequent point deductions, he had no time to dwell on them. As long as he was alive, he could gradually earn points later. Bang! Another blow struck him, causing Lin Xiao to grimace in pain as he was hurled into the air. Below, Yin Lai wore an amused smile, positioning himself for yet another assault as Lin Xiao began to descend. Curse you! Lin Xiao shouted, and then unleashed a heavenly wrath downward. A faint crackle of electricity echoed in his ears, followed by a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, crashing down from Lin Xiao's position. He noticed a flicker of astonishment in Yin Lai's eyes as he extended his hand, seemingly preparing to withstand the blow. For some reason, even before the clash could determine a victor, Lin Xiao felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. As it turned out, the upgraded heavenly wrath did not disappoint him. In an instant, the lightning completely engulfed Yin Lai, and it did not relent even as Lin Xiao touched down. Once more, he landed heavily on the ground. Yet he felt an undeniable sense of solidity. Nothing was more satisfying than lying upon the rich earth. Certainly, he was far from content with his current predicament. For the moment he rose from the ground, the lightning as thick as a bucket vanished, revealing Yin Lai's figure within. It must be said, the physical resilience of a nascent soul cultivator was truly terrifying. Even under such a devastating attack, Yin Lai appeared largely unscathed, his robes slightly torn, his hair disheveled. His overall demeanor somewhat disheveled. But beyond that, Lin Xiao realized with dismay that Yin Lai was completely unharmed. Damn it all. A sudden urge to weep nearly overcame him. He had believed that this enhanced heaven's wrath would at least wound Yin Lai, if not outright kill him. After all, compared to the previous lightning, which had been no thicker than an arm, this bolt, wide as a bucket, should have been awe-inspiring. Yet Yin Lai stood as if untouched, and worse. He seemed even angrier. Before Lin Xiao could fully process this, his pupils contracted violently. Instinct took over, and he threw himself into a clumsy roll, barely avoiding the spear of violet flame that impaled the ground where he had just stood. The weapon radiated a terrifying heat, as though capable of melting everything in its path. And at the spear's hilt were Yin Lai's murderous eyes. Sweet merciful heavens, save me! Lin Xiao shrieked in terror, scrambling to his feet before turning to flee. What a joke! Yin Lai was clearly in a full-blown rage, his fury at its peak. To confront him head-on now would be sheer idiocy. But could he truly escape a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his power? The answer was a resounding no. For the moment he took his first step, something seized his ankles, rooting him in place. Glancing down, Lin Xiao nearly cursed aloud. Violet flames had taken the form of vines, coiling around his feet like living restraints. Since when could flames do this? This was his first encounter with fire manifesting such tangible, binding properties. Excellent. You have thoroughly enraged me. Yin Lai's voice hissed in his ear, so close it nearly made Lin Xiao leap out of his skin. Though bound as he was, even that was impossible. Now die. Chapter 23. Escalation of combat, damn it. Are you ever going to stop? You've been saying that from the very beginning, yet here I am, thriving, aren't I? Regardless of strength, one must never lose the art of bravado. Lin Xiao had never been outmatched in verbal sparring, and he certainly would not falter now. Upon hearing this, Yin Lai's expression darkened, and the purple flame spear launched forth once more, this time aimed directly at Lin Xiao's chest. Destructive light. At this moment, Lin Xiao dared not hold back any longer. He unleashed his ultimate move, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow as he directly confronted Yin Lai's spear. This time, the system did not let him down. Although his power was merely at the late golden core stage, considerably diminished at that. This destructive light had once allowed him to contend with the early nascent soul stage opponent, Yiguei Luo Sheng, when he was still at the foundation establishment stage. Now that his strength had ascended to the late golden core stage, the disparity in power between him and Yin Lai had undoubtedly diminished. Even though the gap in strength between cultivators tends to widen as one progresses, Lin Xiao's attack caught Yin Lai completely off guard. The spear formed a flame, disintegrated upon contact with the destructive light, collapsing into a swirl of fire. Yin Lai, gripping the spear, was unable to retract it in time. From the elbow down, his arm was consumed and obliterated by the destructive light. Ah! Yin Lai howled, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He had never anticipated such a devastating loss in a confrontation with someone at the late golden core stage, though he might regain his arm with further cultivation. The humiliation inflicted by Lin Xiao was far more profound than mere physical injury. Yin Lai felt this was the greatest disgrace of his life. Accompanied by his roar, countless clones materialized, each wielding a flame-formed spear, leaving Lin Xiao unable to discern which was the true body. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony erupted as Lin Xiao barely had time to react before several spears struck him, piercing his body and leaving multiple wounds. Had he not been vigilant the moment Yin Lai conjured his clones, instinctively avoiding critical areas as danger approached, he would have undoubtedly been left grievously injured. Ah! The multitude of Yin Lais screamed in unison, shaking the very heavens and earth. Lin Xiao observed as the surrounding space seemed to fracture. The fury of the nascent soul stage altered the very fabric of reality. Lin Xiao's expression shifted. The destructive light was his most formidable attack, consuming considerable amounts of vital energy. Although his vital energy had increased several hundredfold compared to his foundation establishment days, the destructive light had also evolved. While its consumption was not as terrifying as it had been at the foundation establishment stage, that recent use had drained a third of his vital energy, and combined with previous exertions, he now had less than half remaining. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his only means of inflicting damage upon Yin Lai was this singular move. Yet now that Yin Lai had multiplied into countless forms, he had no idea which to strike. Once a wrong choice is made, when his vital energy is completely exhausted, only death awaits him, not even a chance to escape. System, can you distinguish which one among these clones is the real one? Under such circumstances, despite his grievances toward the system, Lin Xiao had no choice but to rely on it as his last resort. The system's voice soon responded. The disparity in strength between the two parties is too vast to discern. However, these clones are merely illusions conjured by vital energy. And despite their overwhelming numbers and seemingly formidable presence, their actual strength is only at the golden core mid-stage. It is advised that the host employs myriad swords returned to origin to eliminate these clones. Once the true body reveals itself, then unleash the destruction ray. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. The system was right. Even if Yin Lai possessed the peak nascent soul realm strength, controlling so many clones at once would be impossible. Each one could not possibly match his true power. Otherwise, not only would he be invincible among his peers, but even a divine transformation expert might be worn down by him. In other words, though these clones possessed some degree of strength and could inflict minor harm, their true purpose was merely to confuse the enemy while the real body lurked in the shadows, waiting to deliver a fatal strike. Lin Xiao could already sense this from the few spear strikes he had endured earlier. Moreover, the clone's movements were sluggish. Otherwise, with his golden core late-stage speed, he would never have been able to evade them. Realizing this, Lin Xiao's mind cleared, and without hesitation, he activated myriad swords returned to origin as the system had suggested. Clang, clang, clang. Countless ethereal swords surged forth, weaving a dazzling dance of pursuit through the air. Useless. This technique of yours cannot harm me. Yin Lai's voice echoed from all directions, his tone indifferent, as if nothing Lin Xiao did could possibly matter. Yet the more he spoke like this, the more certain Lin Xiao became that the system's advice was correct. After all, if Yin Lai truly had the upper hand, he could have simply struck from an unexpected angle while Lin Xiao was preoccupied with the clones. Instead, Lin Xiao deduced that Yin Lai dared not attack him directly, because the moment he revealed strength beyond that of his clones, his true position would be exposed. Amused by this realization, Lin Xiao couldn't help but find the situation ironic. A peak nascent soul expert, forced into such a predicament by a mere golden core cultivator. Even if Yin Lai didn't die by his hand, the sheer humiliation might be enough to kill him. Had Yin Lai possessed even a shred of courage, willing to fight with his life on the line, Lin Xiao would have stood no chance. Yet, to think that a nascent soul powerhouse, facing a mere golden core late-stage opponent, would be so afraid of death, so unwilling to suffer even the slightest injury, that he allowed his enemy to survive this long. Little did Lin Xiao know, if Yin Lai were privy to these thoughts, he might not even need to fight, because sheer fury alone would be enough to finish him off. After all, who would take seriously an opponent they had been so confident of crushing with a mere wave of their hand? Once one discovers that what was previously deemed an inconsequential adversary suddenly possesses the formidable capability to contend with oneself, a power that could, with even the slightest misstep, lead to one's demise, who would not be fearful. Clearly, with overwhelming strength at one's disposal, one could easily vanquish the opponent. Yet, who would dare to risk their life in a direct confrontation? Thus, what Lin Xiao perceives as an exceedingly cowardly and despicable method of combat is, in fact, for Yin Lai, the most secure and least perilous approach. The severed arm, previously obliterated by Lin Xiao's annihilation technique, still throbbed with pain. With the swift movements of the energy sword, it became evident, as the system had indicated, that wherever the flying sword traversed, the clones disintegrated upon contact, offering no resistance whatsoever. In an instant, the multitude of clones was reduced by more than half. The audacious youth sought death. Yin Lai could no longer afford to be cowardly, for he realized that if this continued, Lin Xiao would inevitably eradicate all his clones. At that point, not only would he fail to confuse Lin Xiao, but the extensive dissipation of his clones would lead to a significant depletion of his internal true energy. If Lin Xiao were to unleash any hidden lethal move then, it would indeed spell disaster for him. The more he contemplated, the more terrifying it became. And even more alarming was the realization that he felt fear towards a seemingly feeble cultivator at the late Golden Core stage. He understood that he could no longer remain concealed, as Lin Xiao's presence had already cast a shadow over his psyche. Should he fail to defeat and kill Lin Xiao directly, his path of cultivation would surely be hindered, and he would not progress further. Thus, he retracted all remaining clones and reappeared before Lin Xiao. This time, Lin Xiao could distinctly sense the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Yin Lai. So intense it was nearly suffocating. If Yin Lai had previously engaged in their duel with a playful demeanor, It was now clear that he was genuinely intent on ending Lin Xiao's life, adopting a no-holds-barred approach. Though the reasons behind Yin Lai's transformation remained unclear, Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement alongside the overwhelming sense of danger. In this life-and-death struggle, where was either his life or Yin Lai's, one could gain profound insights into the Tao. Lin Xiao sensed that should he succeed in killing Yin Lai, his strength would likely ascend to new heights. Indeed, it is only through actual combat that one accumulates experience most effectively. Moreover, a crucial point loomed. His internal true energy was dwindling. Aside from the reserve necessary to unleash one final annihilation technique, he was left with but a scant amount. This signified that the battle had reached its climax. The impending clash would determine victory or defeat. For Lin Xiao, this confrontation was akin to a gamble, with his very life at stake. He wagered that his annihilation technique could successfully strike Yin Lai's vital points, thereby securing his victory. Otherwise, his internal true energy would be insufficient to mount another offensive. For Yin Lai, this was essentially a gamble. He wagered that Lin Xiao's earlier assault could not be unleashed again, or rather, that even if it were launched, it would not inflict fatal harm upon him. Otherwise, it would be utterly humiliating for a consummate Yuanying master to be defeated by a mere boy who had only barely reached the later stage of Jindan through the use of arcane techniques. Yin Lai could not countenance such an outcome. Thus, in this battle, he could only emerge victorious. Defeat was not an option. Unbeknownst to him, his attitude towards this confrontation had gradually shifted from playful curiosity to earnest seriousness. It was as if Lin Xiao had transcended the status of a late-stage Jindan practitioner in Yin Lai's eyes, becoming something akin to a divine transformation. One cannot help but acknowledge that if Lin Xiao were aware of this, he would likely feel a sense of accomplishment. To compel a master at the pinnacle of Yuanying, poised on the threshold of divine transformation, to regard him with such gravity, what profound satisfaction that must be, even if such regard stemmed from the desire to extinguish his life. Gradually, the two stood face to face in the arena, both exuding an indomitable spirit of victory. Suddenly, Yin Lai retracted the conflagration that had engulfed the surroundings, even drawing back the flames that had previously clung to Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua, consuming them all within himself. He then positioned his remaining left hand before his chest, pulling it back with force to reveal his powerful torso. "Hey, what are you doing? Even if you cannot win, there is no need for such theatrics. I must inform you, I am not inclined towards that sort of thing." Lin Xiao's remark shattered the once tense atmosphere entirely. Yet, Yin Lai appeared oblivious to Lin Xiao's words, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He then formed a gesture with his left hand, as if grasping something intangible at his chest. At that moment, a sword hilt materialized before him, appearing as if it had always been there. Effortlessly grasped, as if he were merely taking hold of a sword that had belonged there all along. However, Lin Xiao understood that this gesture was anything but casual. As Yin Lai's left hand settled upon the hilt, the temperature of the surrounding space surged dramatically, even surpassing the heat generated by the earlier flames that had engulfed the area. In mere moments, Lin Xiao found himself drenched in sweat. Chapter 24. Mutual Destruction? Lin Xiao's countenance grew increasingly grave as a sword entirely forged from pure energy materialized silently in his grasp. This was an upgraded version of the 10,000 swords returning to one, manifesting as a singular blade. Yet this sword possessed greater might and consumed far less energy than any preceding energy swords. This transformation was a recent realization Lin Xiao had attained after the technique had ascended to its current level. The principle of the 10,000 swords returning to one is elegantly simple yet profoundly powerful. Through his communion with the system, Lin Xiao learned that the sword embedded in Yin Lai's chest was no ordinary weapon. It was a treasured artifact crafted from the lifeblood of a cultivator. Each practitioner, upon reaching the golden core stage, would gather rare treasures from the world to forge a unique artifact that would accompany them through countless battles, ultimately aiding them in their ascent to the pinnacle of existence. According to the system, although an artifact becomes unclaimed upon its owner's demise, the infusion of the cultivator's essence would impart a certain attribute to it. This attribute would dictate the potential strength that the next wielder could harness. Should the subsequent user's cultivation method and temperament closely resemble those of the previous owner, their synergy with the artifact would be heightened, thus amplifying its power and enhancing the user's capabilities. Conversely, a significant divergence would result in diminished potency and lesser enhancement. Consequently, in many sects when selecting disciples, cultivators not only assess innate talent, but also consider their physical constitution. Only those whose attributes align with the sect's teachings are accepted, facilitating swifter advancement in their cultivation and ensuring smoother transmission of artifacts in the future. After all, not every cultivator can procure the suitable materials for forging an artifact, nor can every practitioner forge one themselves. Artifact creation necessitates not only rare treasures, but also sufficiently potent flames to melt the materials. Thus, while every cultivator can forge their own artifact upon reaching the golden core, most are unable to do so due to the unavailability of the necessary flames and must resort to using others' artifacts. This scarcity is precisely what renders artifacts so precious within the cultivation realm. As for Yin Lai possessing his own artifact, it was indeed due to his possession of the otherworldly fire, the netherworld ghost fire, which enabled him to complete the forging process. However, this revelation stirred a sense of doubt within Lin Xiao. If the netherworld ghost fire was itself an artifact of Yin Lai, what utility would it serve him if he were to subdue and refine it? In response, the system elucidated that such a scenario only applies to artifacts forged by human hands. Elements like the netherworld ghost fire, being a manifestation of the world's essence, are inherently powerful entities. Even when fashioned into an artifact, they cannot absorb the blood essence of a cultivator, thus negating any concerns of conflicting attributes. Lin Xiao further inquired about the purpose of the flames and the rationale behind the substantial points awarded, yet the system remained reticent, opting for silence as if it had not heard him, leaving Lin Xiao enveloped in uncertainty. Nevertheless, the foremost concern was to address the immediate threat posed by Yin Lai. Overthinking would be futile if he were to fall in battle. At this moment, the sword that had only revealed half its hilt was slowly being drawn from Yin Lai's chest. With each inch it emerged, the surrounding air temperature rose exponentially. By the time it was fully unsheathed, Lin Xiao felt as though he were standing within a blazing furnace, the scorching heat unbearable. One must understand that as cultivators advance in strength, their immunity improves accordingly. Typically, upon reaching the golden core stage, ordinary extremes of temperature become completely negligible. Yet now, he felt as though his entire body might melt from the searing intensity, demonstrating the terrifying power this sword wielded. Truly, as a golden core cultivator, you may take pride in yourself. Yin Lai spoke, his demeanor transformed. No trace of earlier fury remained, replaced by chilling composure. Beneath that calm, Lin Xiao could sense terrifying killing intent and absolute resolve. This blade is named Crimson Serpent, forged when I first ascended to nascent soul 2 centuries ago. For over 100 years, I've not summoned it. Today, you force me to wield it with full might. Regardless of outcome, you've earned respect. Lin Xiao met his gaze steadily. Though inwardly shaken, his voice held firm. Your praise grows repetitive. But indeed, I am proud, for today, I shall behead you. Empty words. Yin Lai scoffed. Sword pointed, body flashed. Murderous intent arrived. Lin Xiao's heart lurched. Yin Lai moved with impossible speed. Before he could react, the scorching blade was upon him, its heat searing every inch of skin, every cell. Yet present Lin Xiao was no longer his former self. Having elevated 10,000 swords returned to origin to its peak, he'd achieved perfect unity between man and blade. In that fleeting instant, his chi sword arced upward, barely intercepting the thrust. Still, the disparity in power told. Lin Xiao staggered back over a dozen steps before stabilizing, blood spraying from his lips. Perish! Yin Lai's cold command rang out as his blazing sword lunged again. This time, prepared, Lin Xiao crossed his chi sword horizontally. A subtle flick of his wrist summoned countless sword energies that solidified midair, layering into an impregnable wall, a shield both razor-sharp and massively dense. Clang! Yin Lai's strike met the barrier as if hitting indestructible bedrock, failing to breach even slightly. Phantom, sword dance. Lin Xiao's icy incantation triggered the hovering energies. Suddenly, they erupted, shimmering blades cascading toward Yin Lai with relentless, slicing fury. Yin Lai's complexion changed dramatically as he quickly retreated, wielding his sword with rapid motions to deflect the onslaught of sword energy that surged toward him. However, the sheer volume of Lin Xiao's sword energy was overwhelming, cascading forth like a torrential rain. Despite Yin Lai's remarkable speed and prowess, he could not halt the relentless barrage. By the time he returned to his original position, the sword energy dissipated, yet he bore numerous wounds from the strikes, blood seeping from his injuries, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. Lin Xiao, witnessing this, remained composed and unyielding. In an instant, he was before Yin Lai once more, thrusting his sword forward. This strike appeared languid, yet it was executed with astonishing swiftness, so swift that even Yin Lai, a master at the peak of the nascent soul stage, struggled to react in time. A faint sound pierced the air as the blade pierced Yin Lai's chest, and upon seeing the shock in his eyes and the pain etched across his face, Lin Xiao felt a fleeting moment of astonishment. Had he succeeded? But it was not to be. Yin Lai gradually began to dissipate, transforming into a swirling mass of flames. The fire shadow clone. A surge of alarm gripped Lin Xiao, and a sense of foreboding washed over him as he swiftly turned and swung his sword, evading to the side. Yet it was a moment too late. A searing pain erupted from his lower back as Yin Lai's long sword plunged deep into his flesh. Turning around, he met Yin Lai's bloodthirsty gaze, which held a glimmer of delight. Whether cultivators or ordinary mortals, all are human and subject to death. Especially now that Lin Xiao had been struck, though not mortally. It was momentous news for Yin Lai, for this meant that the first strike would lead to a second, a third, a fourth, until Lin Xiao's demise. Lin Xiao, recognizing this perilous situation, felt an unprecedented calm within. He gazed into Yin Lai's triumphant expression and suddenly found the blood-red eyes unsettling. Then, an eerie smile spread across his face, one that sent a shiver down Yin Lai's spine. He sought to withdraw, yet the long sword remained embedded in Lin Xiao's body. Any slight movement would allow Yin Lai's vital energy to surge through the blade, wreaking havoc within Lin Xiao and ultimately leading to his death. Yin Lai was determined not to squander this opportunity. How to choose, it all rested on a fleeting thought. Ultimately, he opted for a swift resolution. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao shared the same intent. As he locked eyes with Yin Lai, he suddenly perceived how advantageous this moment was for him. Without hesitation, at the instant their gazes met, two beams of crimson light followed his sight. Destructive death light. As Yin Lai infused his vital energy into Lin Xiao, fear radiated from his pupils, but it was too late. Lin Xiao's destructive death light possessed the swiftness of light itself, and with such proximity, escape was futile. Moreover, Yin Lai had previously made a rather reckless choice to hasten Lin Xiao's demise. Together, they would perish. With a thunderous roar, Yin Lai unleashed a torrent of true energy that surged violently into Lin Xiao's body, wreaking havoc upon his meridians and flesh. One could only fathom the peril Lin Xiao faced, as a cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core. Being inundated by the entirety of a perfected nascent soul's true energy could spell his doom, even if he were to survive the onslaught of this frenzied energy. The sheer force might well lead to his own demise. Having completed his dark deed, a look of relief washed over Yin Lai's countenance, yet there was no further development. His head was obliterated by Lin Xiao's destructive radiance, leaving not a trace behind, save for a lifeless body that retained its former stance, devoid of any threat. Pain, an excruciating agony, surpassing any he had previously endured. Lin Xiao felt as though a multitude of blades were dancing within him, systematically reducing his body to a pulp. Activate the resurrection, he cried out in desperation within his mind, only to be met with darkness as he collapsed to the ground. In a fleeting moment before consciousness slipped away, he thought he heard Yin Lai's voice. No. Yet, Lin Xiao had no opportunity to discern the truth of that sound. Without the system's resurrection, he feared he might truly be destined to perish alongside Yin Lai. Chapter 25. A dual performance by two women upon regaining consciousness. Lin Xiao found himself reclined upon a bamboo couch, within a chamber constructed entirely of bamboo. He surmised that Ji Baihua had likely transported him to a secluded mountain retreat, especially since the Baihua Palace had ceased to exist. Although the leader of the Ghost Shadow sect had perished, remnants of its members remained. As he attuned his senses, he discerned no trace of Ji Baihua's presence. Initially, he contemplated venturing out in search of her, but a sudden wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, compelling him to recline once more upon the bed. System, what is the meaning of this? It had become Lin Xiao's habit to consult the system whenever faced with uncertainty. As always, the system dutifully provided answers, and this instance was no exception. As soon as his inquiry fell from his lips, the system's characteristic cold voice resonated. This is a consequence of forcibly enhancing your power. For the next 3 days, your body will endure this intense pain and lack of strength, after which it will naturally recover. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words and inquired further. Is resurrection not an option? Negative. Just as one cannot lift oneself by grasping one's own hair, this affliction is a consequence imparted by this system, and thus cannot be alleviated by its powers. The system replied with an icy tone, in which Lin Xiao could almost detect a hint of amusement. Realizing the system's intent to tease him, Lin Xiao acknowledged that surviving this ordeal was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. He decided not to dwell on the system's provocations any longer. Instead, he reflected on his last encounter, where he seemingly vanquished a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, pondering the number of points he might earn, as well as the fate of the nether ghost fire. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than the system began to relay information. You have defeated a nascent soul, great perfection. Since your strength at the time of victory was augmented, the total disparity in power was 9 tiers, awarding you 12,800 points. Your original points stood at 1,431, and after deducting the 10,000 points used for resurrection, your remaining points total 4,231. What? Lin Xiao nearly sprang from the bed in disbelief. He exclaimed dramatically, "When I killed that knight, Ghost previously, the points were far greater. How is it that defeating a stronger opponent yields fewer points? Please be mindful of your terminology. This time, you did not achieve a kill, merely a defeat, and thus only defeat points are awarded." The system responded in its monotone, further deepening Lin Xiao's confusion. He retorted, "But I distinctly obliterated the enemy's head. Is it possible that they're not dead?" The system explained. Under normal circumstances, when a person's head is shattered, they would undoubtedly perish beyond any hope of revival. However, the opponent you defeated was a peak nascent soul realm master. Typically, once cultivators reach the nascent soul stage, they form a nascent soul within their bodies, and their consciousness transfers to this nascent soul. Merely destroying their physical form cannot truly kill a nascent soul expert. Their nascent soul could very well escape and seek a suitable new body to cultivate anew, eventually regaining their former strength. Moreover, since your opponent isn't truly dead, the netherworld ghost flame remains under their control. What the hell? Such a thing exists? Lin Xiao was utterly astonished. This kind of soul projection phenomenon actually exists in reality? But soon he realized another issue. When they killed Yi Gui previously, there hadn't been any nascent soul escaping. Why did this happen with Yin Lai? The system explained. Whether it was Yi Gui, Luo Sheng, or the 3 elders before, all were actually killed by Ji Baihua. As a nascent soul expert herself, Ji Baihua naturally knew that merely destroying the physical body wouldn't suffice to kill such opponents. Therefore, when delivering the fatal blow, she simultaneously shattered their nascent souls as well. Lin Xiao lay motionless on the bed, inwardly cursing the system while feeling an invisible pressure weighing upon him. If Yin Lai wasn't truly dead, once he regained his strength, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. After all, Lin Xiao had thoroughly humiliated him this time. No, I must recover quickly and eliminate that so-called Ghost Shadow sect, killing Yin Lai before he fully regains his strength. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. With this thought, he immediately asked, System, if Yanlai truly escaped in his nascent soul form, how long would it take for him to recover his strength? That depends on how quickly he finds a suitable replacement body and the compatibility between soul and vessel. Generally, nascent soul experts privately cultivate spare bodies in preparation for such situations. Once their original body is destroyed, they can immediately seize this prepared vessel, ensuring near-perfect compatibility. With prior cultivation experience, the only limiting factor for regaining strength would be the amount of spiritual energy available. As the leader of a sect, Yanlai would lack neither. He might have already fully recovered by now, which is why you're lying here rather than amidst the ruins of Hundred Flowers Palace. So quickly? Lin Xiao was genuinely shocked. He had anticipated a swift recovery, but never this rapid. An immense pressure seemed to crush his heart, making the bamboo mat beneath him feel uncomfortably hard. Just then, a familiar presence approached. Ji Baiwa had returned, dressed in peasant clothing now. She had completely shed her previous ethereal aura. Yet her natural beauty still made Lin Xiao's eyes brighten upon seeing her. What are you staring at? She chided. Since you're awake, focus on recovering. I've gathered some medicinal herbs from the mountain and will prepare them for you shortly. Ji Baiwa shot him a glare, and in that moment, Lin Xiao felt as though he were witnessing the shadow of another person reflected in her presence. After all, he had never encountered such a willful Ji Baiwa before. Wait a moment. Willful? Suddenly, Lin Xiao recalled why he perceived the presence of another in Ji Baiwa. It was because since arriving in this world, he had met two other truly headstrong young women, Lin Yutong and Du Fei, the daughters of his two verbally indulgent mentors. In the whirlwind of recent events, from battling the night demon to confronting Yanlai, Lin Xiao had almost forgotten that he still possessed two stunning beauties in his storage bag. However, if he were to release them now, would this place not transform into the next Hundred Flower Palace? The issue, however, lay in the fact that while cultivators could practice fasting, they still required sustenance to draw energy before achieving the transformation stage. Relying solely on true qi would not suffice. Several days had passed, and these two young women were in the later stages of foundation establishment, having only just begun to fast. While enduring hunger for a day or two was manageable, any longer would be intolerable. If they were to starve, how could the likes of Patian Ho and Lin Tianan avoid skinning him alive? The mere thought of being laid bare before those two old men sent a chill down Lin Xiao's spine. By the way, has your strength recovered? Lin Xiao asked timidly, watching Ji Baiwa as she busied herself. I have regained half of my strength. Why do you ask? Ji Baiwa, assuming Lin Xiao was concerned about Yan Lai seeking revenge, furrowed her brow and replied, I know Yan Lai is not dead, but the Ghost Shadow sect has not suffered significant losses. Recklessly charging and would only lead to further casualties. For now, this place is safe. Let's focus on recuperating. Lin Xiao felt warmth in his heart at her words. But he clarified, no, I do not intend to seek out Yan Lai just yet. He is merely the leader of the Ghost Shadow sect. If I can defeat him once, I can do so again. What I meant to ask was whether your strength has returned because Lin Tianan and Patian Ho's daughters are in my custody. After all this time, I fear they may starve, and I intend to release them. However, I currently lack the strength to do so. You alone. Can you handle two young women in the later stages of foundation establishment? Lin Tianan and Pa Tianho's daughters? A flicker of surprise crossed Ji Baihua's eyes, quickly replaced by a mischievous glint. When I brought you up the mountain, I believe I heard them mention that should anything happen to their daughters, they would pursue you to the ends of the earth. I did not realize you kept them with you. How can you be certain that I will assist you instead of them? Lin Xiao became anxious. Given his understanding of Ji Baiwa, this was indeed a possibility. He exclaimed, Hey, you can't play me like this. I have saved you numerous times. Are you repaying kindness with malice? Enough. You truly cannot take a joke. Release them. Although my strength is not yet fully restored, I can certainly handle two young girls. However, I can only guarantee your safety. As for the rest, I cannot promise anything. Ye Baihua remarked, then squatted down to tend to the fire. Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. He was not particularly concerned about his own life being in jeopardy. for he had the system to safeguard him from true peril. What truly troubled him was the prospect of those two young ladies once again resorting to drugging him, subsequently confining him with an unattractive woman. Such a fate would be most unfortunate. However, upon reflection, Lin Xiao and Petian Ho had previously intended to rescue him from Ji Baihua's clutches, albeit motivated by the fact that their daughter was in his possession. Nevertheless, it could be said that they had shown him some kindness. He had never been one to repay kindness with enmity, so he ultimately resolved to release the two women. With a flicker of his storage bag, two women materialized beside the bed. "Oh, finally out. It was pitch dark in there. I was nearly suffocated," one exclaimed. "Hey, Du Fei, our game of chess isn't finished yet. Are you conceding? Don't tell me you're trying to cheat." "Cheat, you say? Now that we're out, who would play chess with you? Do you want me to capture you again and demand a ransom from your father? You dare. The last time he caught me was due to sheer numbers. Don't think I'm truly afraid of you now." As the two women emerged, they immediately began chattering away, leaving Lin Xiao with a look of exasperation. He had been worried that they might starve from prolonged confinement. Yet they appear to be in remarkably good spirits. Should he consider locking them up again? Clearing his throat, he coughed twice, successfully diverting their attention. However, upon witnessing the fleeting confusion in their eyes, followed by a palpable aura of hostility, he instantly regretted his decision. Esteemed leaders, I am now feeling particularly magnanimous and have decided to release you. You may each return to your respective homes and mothers. There is no need to express gratitude. I prefer my good deeds to go unremembered. Upon hearing his voice, Du Fei felt a strange familiarity. When she laid eyes on Lin Xiao reclining on the bamboo mat, her fury ignited. "Remember you? You audacious scoundrel. How dare you confine me within that storage bag? If I do not flay your skin and strip your flesh today, I shall never trust in Du again. Indeed, I have always feared the dark, and you had the audacity to confine me in such a shadowy place alongside this woman. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson," Lin Yutong added, her expression equally enraged. Lin Xiao's forehead began to be marred by an increasing number of lines of distress. Did these two women perhaps suffer from diminished intellect due to their prolonged confinement within the storage bag? Or had they always been this way? He could not help but feel a sense of pity for Petian Ho and Lin Tianan. Chapter 26. Lin's deception. Hey, dear wife, save me. These two are trying to assault your husband. Lin Xiao found himself utterly immobilized, and in such dire circumstances, he could only implore Ji Baihua for assistance. However, the term he used, ugh, a chorus of derisive sounds erupted simultaneously, followed almost immediately by the three women speaking in unison. "Who is your wife? If you keep calling me that, I shall have your tongue cut out. Who wants to assault you? I could overpower a tree with greater ease than you. Indeed, Sister Du Fei, let's first join forces to torment this scoundrel before continuing our rivalry." Lin Xiao was on the verge of tears. What in the world was happening? Why had these three women suddenly united against him, all due to a single utterance? He wished he could slap himself for provoking Ji Baihua with his reckless words. It was already enough trouble dealing with Du Fei and Lin Yutong. Now, with Ji Baihua added to the mix, he could foresee that his days ahead would be far from pleasant. As expected, upon hearing Lin Yutong's suggestion, Du Fei nodded in agreement. The two women then shook hands in front of Lin Xiao, their eyes, for glacial gazes, simultaneously directed at him, making him feel as though he were being pierced by a multitude of arrows, far more devastating than his own destructive powers. "Listen, I warn you both. I am a disciple of your father's. You are harming a fellow disciple. Beware of the repercussions when you return to face your fathers." With Ji Baihua offering no support, Lin Xiao had no choice but to invoke the names of Lin Tianan and Petian Ho as a shield. After all, they were not present to refute his claims. As anticipated, the two women's expressions remained unchanged, yet their actions came to a halt. "Duvis koked, ku. With your caliber, my father would never take you as a disciple. You must be dreaming. Indeed, my father is the head of the Tianan sect. There are countless disciples of his who could line up all the way to the imperial capital. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a title, let alone being our father's mutual disciple?" Lin Yutong echoed her disbelief. Lin Xiao felt a surge of urgency within, yet maintained an outward calm, even smiling as he turned to Ji Baiwa. You know that lady over there, don't you? The esteemed leader of the Baiwa Palace, Ji Baiwa. When she attempted to capture me, she heard me refer to your fathers as masters. If you don't believe me, feel free to inquire with her. What? We'll ask her. Why should we fear you? Du Fei retorted angrily, striding toward Ji Baiwa, with Lin Yutong closely following suit. Hey, are you truly the leader of Baiwa Palace? You look more like a village woman. Are you sure that scoundrel didn't send you to deceive us? Unfamiliar with Ji Baihua's true identity and emboldened by their upbringing of privilege and entitlement, Du Fei's tone carried an air of superiority. Ji Baiwa initially had no intention of involving herself in the matters between Lin Xiao and the two girls. She had merely promised Lin Xiao to spare his life, and as long as the girls did not threaten his existence, she was disinclined to intervene, especially after Lin Xiao had taken advantage of her verbally. In fact, she had almost disregarded her previous assurance. However, the more she wished to remain uninvolved, the more Lin Xiao seemed intent on thwarting her desires. After all, lying bedridden like a patient, unable to move, he feared that boredom would consume him. As the esteemed mistress of the Baiwa Palace, Ji Baihua's pride and authority were incomparable to the two young girls, Du Fei and Lin Yutong. Even though the Baiwa Palace no longer existed, the aura she had cultivated over the years remained unshaken. Du Fei's irreverent tone instantly displeased Ji Baiwa, who cast a languid glance at her, effectively silencing her. What is it to you? Even your fathers, in my presence, are but defeated foes. Why do you question me? Ji Baihua's words were delivered with an air of indifference, yet the content brimmed with arrogance. Coupled with her subtle authority, it nearly frightened the two young women. Lin Yutong, hiding behind Du Fei, murmured, Sister Du Fei, perhaps we should refrain from asking any further. We can just accept her identity. Du Fei, trembling internally, understood the vast gulf in power between a late-stage foundation establishment and a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. Even if Ji Baihua's strength had waned from her peak, the inherent might of her nascent soul was not something they could withstand. However, unlike Lin Yutong, Du Fei, despite her fear, possessed a determined spirit. Though she had considered retreating, Lin Yutong's words ignited a spark of courage within her. She boldly proclaimed, Why should we not inquire? Is it merely because her strength surpasses ours? A cultivator must never be timid. Such a mindset will never lead to greater strength in the future. Though her words were directed at Lin Yutong, they also revealed her own stance. Ji Baiwa regarded Du Fei with appreciation before coldly retorting, Oh? So you mean to say that you would rather risk death than leave without an answer? Her tone was sharp, radiating an intent to kill. In truth, Ji Baiwa did not genuinely wish to end the lives of the two girls. She merely sought to gauge Du Fei's courage, to discern whether it was genuine or merely a fade. Du Fei, undeterred by Ji Baihua's killing intent, trembled yet maintained unwavering resolve. Fixing her gaze upon Ji Baiwa, she pronounced distinctly, I can now affirm that you are indeed the mistress of the Baiwa Palace. Therefore, I wish to pose another question. Pray tell, esteemed elder, is what that rogue previously claimed true? Her tone conveyed respect for the powerful, yet she did not compromise her dignity, maintaining a balance of humility and assertiveness. Princess Ji Baiwa couldn't help but regard this girl named Du Fei with heightened esteem before remarking indifferently, with a daughter like you. It's no wonder the Marquis of Shattered Skies would go to such lengths. Therefore, I've decided to spare your lives today and, in an act of benevolence, address your queries. Though I cannot confirm whether that Lin Xiao over there is truly the disciple of both your fathers, I distinctly heard him address them as masters during our encounter. Neither patriarch refuted this claim, and it was precisely because of him that your fathers once crossed blades with me. What? Du Fei and Lin Yutong's astonishment momentarily eclipsed their fear. Neither had imagined that scoundrel Lin Xiao could have actually earned their father's recognition. At this moment, both young women had privately accepted Lin Xiao as their father's shared disciple. They understood all too well the towering pride of their patriarchs. Any impostor daring to claim discipleship would face either death or severe punishment. Yet unknown to Du Fei, Lin Yutong, or even Princess Ji, Lin Xiao had merely invoked the Marquis of Shattered Skies and Lin Tianan's names to intimidate Ji Baihua, never intending formal apprenticeship. As for the two patriarchs' silent acquiescence and subsequent duel with Ji, their primary concern had been their daughter's safety, with genuine admiration for Lin Xiao being rather negligible. Through this peculiar confluence of coincidences, Lin Xiao's fabricated claim gained sudden credibility, thoroughly stunning the two young women. Sister Du Fei, what shall we do now? Though Lin Yutong and Du Fei often bickered over trivial matters, their bond had strengthened through these playful conflicts, evident in their earlier united front against Lin Xiao. Between them, Du Fei typically took the lead, while Lin Yutong embodied the more dependent, delicate type. Faced with this dilemma, she instinctively sought Du Fei's counsel. But how could Du Fei possibly know? Irritated by the question, she snapped, "What can we do? We'll spare the scoundrel's wretched life for now. Once we've verified his claims with father, should this prove deception." Her voice turned icy. "I'll make him beg for death." Agreed, Lin Yutong concurred. As they deliberated Lin Xiao's fate, the man himself protested, "My dear young mistresses, even Her Grace the Palace Master has confirmed my story. Do you dare question Her Grace's integrity?" "Enough." Lin Yutong cut him off sharply. Though often appearing foolish, she was no simpleton. Her gaze turned frigid as she warned, "Don't think you can manipulate us into provoking Sister Baihua. Should I discover you've deceived us?" The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. Unfazed by her threats, Lin Xiao suddenly adopted a remarkably serious expression and declared, "I understand that you may not trust me at this moment, but you will come to comprehend the truth once you step outside. Consider this, how significant you are in your father's eyes. If I were to imprison you in this storage pouch, your father would have rushed to confront me without hesitation. The fact that he has not done so indicates his trust in me. In truth, there is something more I wish to convey, but I fear you may not believe it. Thus I shall refrain from speaking further." "What is it?" Both Du Fei and Lin Yutong inquired simultaneously, their curiosity piqued by Lin Xiao's demeanor. Feigning injury, Lin Xiao replied, "Originally, this message was entrusted to me by your two masters to relay to you. However, seeing your current disposition, I shall withhold it to avoid inciting any further chaos. I cannot endure any more of your antics." "Absolutely not. You must speak. Whether we believe you or not is our concern," Lin Yutong insisted, her voice rising. Though Du Fei remained silent, her gaze at Lin Xiao conveyed a clear message. He would face consequences if he did not clarify his words. Observing their insistence, Lin Xiao sighed in resignation and said, "Very well, since you are so eager to know, I shall oblige. However, you must promise not to become angry once I finish. Speak quickly." Du Fei commandait tercerie. Cowering slightly beneath the bedding, Lin Xiao finally stated, "The reason your fathers did not release you immediately after accepting me as their disciple is that they believe you are of an age where you should begin your own trials. Thus, they entrusted your care to me, allowing you to gain experience under my guidance. I must warn you up front, if either of you is unwilling, you may leave now. But do not blame me if your masters punish you upon your return. Sigh, given your current expressions, it seems you are not inclined to accompany me. Perhaps I shall face my masters alone later. You may return now. If any misfortune befalls you while following me, I would be too ashamed to face them." "What?" Du Fei and Lin Yutong exclaimed in unison, their faces paling. Yet, upon seeing Lin Xiao's resigned expression, their pride surged once more, and they shouted in unison, "Who says we are unwilling?" Meanwhile, Ji Baihua had been listening intently to their exchange, holding a skeptical view of Lin Xiao's words. However, as she glanced at him, she noticed a faint smile playing on his lips and suddenly understood his intentions. She looked at the two girls with a gaze filled with pity. Chapter 27. Seizure. Only Ji Baihua could discern that Lin Xiao was merely toying with the two women. She had heard it clearly before when she took Lin Xiao away. The solemn vow of pursuing him to the ends of the earth from Pixiao Ho and Lin Tianan was no idle threat. Evidently, Lin Xiao had abducted their daughters, prompting such a reaction. Yet for some inexplicable reason, they seemed reluctant to escalate the conflict with him, for killing him outright would have been far simpler. However, Ji Baihua had no intention of enlightening the two women. Firstly, she was unacquainted with them. Secondly, This was ultimately a matter between them and Lin Xiao. She had no desire to meddle and expose his deception. In the end, she merely remarked coolly, "They may follow you, but I will not play nursemaid. Out of consideration for your injuries sustained in defense of my Baiwa palace, I shall only prepare your medicine during your recovery. They must fend for themselves." Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised she hadn't exposed him. Suppressing his delight, he turned a stern face to the women. "You hurt her. I'm injured and can't tend to you. Lady Ji has no obligation either. If you truly wish to accompany me henceforth, prove your worth now. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to send you back, even if it means facing my master's wrath. I, too, have no patience for spoiled nobility." Oomph. The two snorted in unison but refrained from further argument, each retreating to a corner in silent contemplation. Yet the tranquility was short-lived. Having gone days without sustenance, their stomachs soon protested, filling the bamboo hut with insistent growls. Sister Baiwa, is there anything to eat? I'm starving," Lin Yutong finally blurted out, unable to bear it any longer. Ji Baiwa glanced at her indifferently. "A stream lies to the left outside. There are fish. Fetch your own meal if you're hungry." Unlike her boldness toward Lin Xiao, Lin Yutong dared not disrespect Ji Baiwa, though unaccustomed to such curtness. She recognized the woman as her father's peer and could only murmur an obedient "oh" before dragging Du Fei outside. Once they were gone, Ji Baiwa regarded Lin Xiao on the bed with a cool detachment. "Much as I loathe to admit it, we remain in peril. The Shadow Ghost sect could find us at any moment. Those two are merely at Foundation establishment as higher stage, hardly convenient to drag along. Believe me, I was only teasing them earlier. Those pampered princesses waited on hand and foot. Do you truly think they endure being ordered about?" Lin Xiao scoffed. "I gave no orders," Ji Baiwa retorted, shooting him a sidelong glance. "Oh, sending them to fetch food doesn't count?" Unlike her veneer of benevolence, Lin Xiao mercilessly laid bare her intent. Ji Baiwa let out a cold snort and fell silent. She directly removed the medicinal pot from the stove and poured a bowl of herbs onto the table beside Lin Xiao's bed. These herbs were harvested from the medicinal garden of Baiwa Palace and were highly beneficial for physical exhaustion. Lin Xiao glanced at her and immediately understood. It would indeed be strange for a sect that treats a forcibly enhanced power technique as a supreme skill to lack such medicinal materials. He did not hesitate to lift the bowl and gulp it down, then lay back on the bed, quietly recuperating. In a secret chamber of the Ghost Shadow sect, a gaunt yet perfectly proportioned young disciple knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his forehead against the hard floor, his voice a frantic plea. "Master, please don't kill me. I will find you a more suitable body, much better than this one. Just spare me, please." Before him stood an offering table, upon which rested a single incense burner. Above the burner, a translucent humanoid figure began to coalesce, eventually taking on the likeness of Yin Lai. The shrunken version of Yin Lai, however, was entirely unmoved by the young disciple's supplications. Instead, the disciple's fear only heightened his excitement. In a booming voice, he declared, "Over the years, countless rare materials and precious elixirs have been consumed by you. You are acutely aware of your existence's purpose, yet now you wish to renege? Such fortune is unheard of in this world. Master, I understand my mistakes. I will seek out rare materials and precious elixirs for you. Just please don't kill me." The young disciple continued to struggle and plead. Having been regarded as a mere tool and nurtured as a pawn since childhood, he understood his purpose well. Yet who could have anticipated that the formidable master would one day have his physical form destroyed, necessitating a body snatching? He had always believed that someone like Yin Lai would never truly die, and thus had enjoyed all the best privileges with a sense of complacency. However, on this day, he realized he was woefully unprepared. Yin Lai, indifferent to such concerns, was determined to reclaim his form after Lin Xiao had obliterated it with two unknown red lights. How else could he seek vengeance on Lin Xiao and Ji Baiwa? The lengthy conversation with the disciple was merely a precaution. If the disciple's consciousness resisted during the snatching, it could lead to an insufficient bond and rejection. In severe cases, it might even result in failure, causing both souls to perish in a cataclysmic end. Thus, Yin Lai approached the matter with caution. He softened his voice, saying, "Rest assured, I will treat your body well, and I shall ensure the safety of your family in the mundane world. Therefore, when I enter you shortly, do not resist. You are well aware of the consequences should you do so. No, I do not wish to perish. I am still young. At my age, I have already attained the initial stage of the nascent soul. How many in this world can achieve such a feat? Although you're the sect leader, you lack the authority to deprive me of my right to live, the disciple exclaimed vehemently. Upon hearing these words, the diminutive figure of Yin Lai furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening significantly. In a measured yet sinister tone, he replied, "Without me, do you truly believe your talents could have led you to such accomplishments at this tender age? I caution you, it would be wise to cease your resistance. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Why should my body be sacrificed for you? Just because I am the sect leader," Yin Lai bellowed, losing patience. In an instant, the translucent figure surged towards the young disciple, swiftly merging with his forehead, causing the disciple's body to convulse violently. "How dare you resist?" Moments later, Yin Lai's furious voice erupted from the disciple's mouth, followed by a mocking declaration. "Ha! All these years, you have raised me like a pig, waiting for the day I would grow fat. Yet you never anticipated that a pig might bite back. Even in death, I shall take one down with me. Umph. Such arrogance." The scene was undeniably bizarre. Two voices emanating from a single body. Their quarrel continued, the disciple's spasms persisting. However, as time passed, the disciple's voice grew increasingly feeble while Yin Lai's became ever louder and more triumphant. Soon, when only Yin Lai's voice echoed throughout the chamber, it signified the successful completion of this takeover. "How dare you still resist? Humph, using my own strength against me, and yet you dare to defy my will. Turning to ash would be a mercy." Gradually rising from the ground, the young disciple scoffed, and suddenly, a burst of violet flames ignited around him, rapidly engulfing his entire being. "Ah, the sensation of reclaiming my body is exhilarating. Ah. Yebaiwa. Yabaraturnat. Ah." The audacious proclamation resonated within the chamber, followed by a casual observation. This body resembles that of a pretty boy, utterly unappealing. Change it." As the words fell, the violet flames began to dance wildly, and soon, when the flames dissipated, a robust figure emerged, with crimson hair and eyes, resembling Yin Lai from before. "Having just successfully seized control, it will take some time to restore my former strength. I shall allow you to linger a little longer," Yin Lai stated nonchalantly as he stepped out of the chamber. The young disciple, however, had completely vanished from this world. Outside the chamber, the Grand Elder had been waiting, leaning on his dragon-headed staff. Upon seeing Yin Lai emerge, he promptly approached and bowed, congratulating the sect leader on his triumphant return to greatness. Indeed, Yin Lai waved his hand dismissively and said, "This wretch dares to defy my will? Heh, send the nearest disciple to his residence and have his entire family executed. Also, keep a close watch on Ji Baihua's movements. Master, during the recent battle against the 100 Flowers Palace, we captured 3,000 female disciples. How should we deal with them?" The Grand Elder showed no surprise at Yin Lai's ruthless order, swiftly shifting the topic to another matter. Upon hearing this, Yin Lai immediately dismissed the previous matter and replied indifferently, "Since Ji Baihua's whereabouts remain unknown, these women will likely refuse to submit to our commands. In that case, execute them all. Keeping them would only waste resources. Actually, I believe these female disciples may still be of use," the Grand Elder remarked, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Yin Lai paused, turned, and regarded the Grand Elder's wrinkled face with mockery. "What? At your age, do you still harbor such desires? Handle this matter as you see fit. There's no need to consult me." "No, Master, you misunderstand." The Grand Elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow and explained, "These women resist only because they cling to the hope that Ji Baiwa will return to save them. Why not exploit this opportunity to—" "Interesting," Yin Lai smirked. "A clever scheme, Grand Elder. I leave this entirely in your hands. Having only recently completed my ascension, my soul and body have yet to fully merge. During this time, I entrust the sect's affairs to your care." Of course, as the two spoke, They stepped out of the secret chamber, leaving behind only darkness in their wake. Chapter 28. Conversations on Zhongnan Mountain. 3 days swiftly elapsed, during which Lin Xiao, having forcibly elevated his cultivation, completely restored his weakened body, regaining his strength to the initial stage of the golden core and stabilizing it. On Ji Baihua's side, her aura gradually settled into the mid-stage of a nascent soul. With both of their powers restored to their peak states, Lin Xiao proposed that they first head to the Ghost Shadow sect and eliminate Yin Lai. After all, their relationship had escalated to one of mutual destruction. If he did not eliminate this threat promptly, it would inevitably become a lingering danger. Having traversed to this continent, Lin Xiao's intention was to create a tumultuous upheaval. And since Yin Lai insisted on courting disaster, he would be the first target. Of course, Lin Xiao was self-aware enough to know that confronting an entire sect alone was ill-advised. He merely wished to discreetly eliminate Yin Lai without provoking the entirety of the Ghost Shadow sect. Coincidentally, Ji Baihua harbored a grudge against Yin Lai that was at least equal to his own, presenting an opportunity to capitalize on her sentiments. However, he did not anticipate that when he broached this suggestion, Ji Baihua would respond with remarkable calmness and rationality, stating, "At present, we are unclear about the circumstances surrounding the Ghost Shadow sect. Acting recklessly will only result in needless sacrifices." Once again, she uttered this phrase. As the leader of a palace, the entirety of the Baihua palace had been annihilated by the Ghost Shadow sect. Yet Ji Baihua remained composed, leaving Lin Xiao to question whether she had become devoid of emotion. Nevertheless, Ji Baihua soon elucidated her reasoning. The Ghost Shadow sect was likely disseminating their crimes throughout the cultivation world, and it was feared that before they even revealed themselves, they would be besieged by countless cultivators. Hence, the optimal course of action would be to send Du Fei and Lin Yutong to gather information before making any decisions. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt that this plan was utterly unfeasible, as Du Fei and Lin Yutong had barely refrained from calling for bloodshed, let alone be expected to run errands on his behalf. However, his skepticism was swiftly met with a painful rebuttal. Ji Baihua pulled the two aside and whispered something to them. Lin Xiao noticed the joy that illuminated their faces before they cheerfully departed. "What did you tell them?" Lin Xiao inquired with curiosity. "I informed them that your status as their father's disciple remains uncertain. If they descend the mountain to gather information for me, I shall ensure your confinement here, and upon their return, should you deceive them, I will hand you over to them for resolution," Ji Baihua replied nonchalantly. Lin Xiao was nearly incensed to the point of confronting Ji Baihua, wishing to pin her to the ground. Du Fei and Lin Yutong had previously believed his words solely due to Ji Baihua's endorsement, and given their seclusion in the mountains, their storage bags had been confiscated, leaving them unable to verify the matter with their respective fathers. Yet now, Ji Baihua was allowing them to descend the mountain. As soon as they reached the market, they could easily procure jade slips to confirm the truth with their fathers. If they discovered he had deceived them, how could he expect to continue living without consequence? "Hurry, gather your belongings. We must leave this place," Lin Xiao urged, attempting to stride towards the exit, only to be halted by Ji Baihua. "Where do you think you're going?" she questioned. "I mean, I've saved you on multiple occasions, and yet you show no gratitude, instead pushing me into the flames? If we don't depart now, will I still be able to escape when those two young ladies return?" Lin Xiao was infuriated to the brink of fainting. He never anticipated that Ji Baihua would outmaneuver him so deftly. "Why the panic? Weren't you quite resolute when you assured them earlier? Did you truly deceive them?" Ji Baihua observed him with a hint of amusement. Lin Xiao retorted, "At that moment, their daughters were in my grasp. Did they dare to oppose me? It seemed to me that those two old fellows sought to win me over, allowing me to leverage their reputation to keep you in check. Who could have foreseen that, even united, they would be no match for you?" Ji Baihua scoffed. "If those two are no match for me, then certainly those two young girls are irrelevant." Lin Xiao was left utterly speechless, realizing that she had meticulously orchestrated everything while the other two young girls believed they had secured a formidable ally. "Are you not concerned that if you let them go, they may not return? If that happens, all your strategies will be for naught." Lin Xiao pondered aloud, voicing his last lingering doubt. However, Ji Baiwa merely smiled lightly and replied, I never intended to rely on them for my plans. What do you mean? He inquired. It means we are also venturing out. But not to the marketplace, she clarified, already stepping out of the bamboo hut. Lin Xiao, uncertain of her true intentions, concluded that his immediate priority was to neutralize the ticking time bomb named Yin Lai, and thus he followed closely behind Ji Baiwa. At the South Heaven sect, in the rear mountains, Lin Tianin grumbled, Old Du, why do you neglect your Grand Marquis and come to this impoverished place every day? He expressed his displeasure while swiftly placing his white pieces on the chessboard carved from the stone table before him. The Marquis of Breaking Heaven chuckled lightly, sipping his tea, and replied, Among the 5 counties and 18 prefectures, only the 100-flower valley of the 100-flower palace and your South Heaven sects, Zhongnan Snow Mountain, possess such rich spiritual energy. I dare not provoke the one from the 100-flower palace, so I have no choice but to come to you. Don't think I am unaware. While your Marquis lies in the heart of the secular world, tainted by worldly energies, you know well how much spiritual jade you have buried underground. Your frequent visits here must be due to the upcoming National Youth Martial Arts Tournament. Am I right? All right, I cannot outmaneuver you in schemes, so I shall not argue. Can we please focus on playing chess? The Marquis of Breaking Heaven's expression darkened slightly, clearly struck by a nerve. Lin Tianin, however, seemed to have stumbled upon something immensely amusing and continued with unbridled enthusiasm. Tell me, even after fleeing to this remote hinterland, the imperial family still hasn't let you off the hook? You make it sound so simple. Had it not been for my mother's desperate pleas back then, how could I have secured this meager refuge? Now, every year, I dutifully recommend hundreds of promising youths to the court. Put nicely, and it's Marquis Patien's unwavering loyalty to the throne. Put it bluntly, ISNT the court using this very method to stifle any potential uprising. But your sect have grown far too audacious these years. The territory here is limited, yet hundreds, if not thousands, flock to your mountains annually, leaving me with nothing but the dregs. How am I to account for this to the imperial family? Do you really think I feud with your Tianin sect over some trivial foundation establishment novice otherwise? The mirth on Lin Tianin's face gradually darkened into solemnity as he retorted, Surely not? After all these years, you're still hung up on that old grudge? If that's the case, then those prodigies you've been hoarding must be living in luxury within your Marquis estate right now. No? Marquis Patien realized Lin Tianin was referring to an entirely different matter and shot him a withering glance. I've always said, being too clever makes it hard to keep friends. No wonder your chessboard lies untouched, gathering moss all these years. As they spoke, their spiritual senses suddenly stirred. Simultaneously, they reached for the storage pouches at their waists and retrieved their respective communication jade slips. Upon reading the contents, both men wore expressions of bewilderment before exchanging incredulous glances. My daughter has emerged? Who is this Lin Xiao? They spoke in unison, then burst into laughter. This lad has some nerve, Marquis Patien remarked, a smirk playing on his lips, daring to swagger about under our names, even duping our daughters in the process. You don't seem particularly incensed, Lin Tianin observed, his own expression equally amused. Marquis Patien shot him a glare. Spare me the act. You've had designs on this for a while, haven't you? Lin Tianin chuckled. Likewise. What do you think? Frowning, Marquis Patien mused, if he is so fond of invoking our names, let him. However, regarding our daughters, Lin Tianin waved a dismissive hand. That spoiled brat of yours, coddled within your estate. Last time, she even attempted to abduct you, Tom. Utterly brazen. A bit of tempering would do her good. His tone was light, though a faint smile betrayed his amusement. Marquis Patien bristled. As if your precious gem, ISNT, just as pampered. Let us not pretend otherwise. So, you made your decision? Marquis Patien's grin widened. If the boy fancies himself our disciple, why not indulge him? It'll serve as a fine trial for our daughters as well. Lin Tianin's expression instantly shifted to one of disdain. Don't think I'm unaware of your scheme. You just want him to represent you at the martial tournament, don't you? How could you be so willing to sacrifice even your own daughter? You truly spare no effort. Do not forget, that this young man is rumored to be involved with that woman from the Hundred Flowers Palace and is currently wanted by the Ghost Shadow sect. Are you not concerned that Du Fei might truly fall into his trap? Ha! The fortunes of our descendants are their own. Why should we worry so much? Let us eat and drink. How many joyful years does life offer us? The Duke of Tian seemed to have set aside a burden from his heart, appearing remarkably cheerful. Lin Tianan's contempt for him intensified. He feigned nonchalance, yet he must have been secretly following that young man, right? No wonder you are so at ease. It must be because of one of those individuals in your residence. Huh, have the people from your back mountain been out basking in the sun lately? They seem rather quiet these past few days, remarked the Duke of Tian casually. Lin Tianan's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his smile, appearing relaxed as he said, "Indeed, my concerns may have been excessive. However, let us agree that since he is our mutual disciple, once you are finished with him, I too must have my turn. This benefit cannot be yours alone. Oh, do you also have a martial arts competition to attend?" The Duke of Tian feigned surprise, which irritated Lin Tianan to no end. He snapped, "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Shall I inform Yutong right now that all of this is merely a fabrication by that young man?" Urging her to return hastily? "No, please don't," the Duke of Tian exclaimed in exasperation. "Very well. I know that the grand competition of your Dao alliance is approaching. Otherwise, you would not have entertained the idea of winning over this young man, just like I did. But isn't that still several years away? Why the urgency? Each participant in the Dao Alliance's competition is at least at the nascent soul stage." Lin Tianan bit out these words through gritted teeth. The Duke of Tian laughed heartily, fully aware that as the most formidable sect in all of Antarctica, the Dao Alliance's influence nearly encompasses the entire realm of cultivation in Antarctica. The abundance of talent is staggering, and the standards for the younger generation's competitions naturally surpass those of the Great Lawn Kingdom, with higher thresholds to meet. Lin Tianan had been ridiculed for a lifetime after being eliminated in the first round of the grand competition due to his insufficient strength. Thus, he had refrained from taking on disciples, seeking only the most exceptional candidates to meticulously train, hoping that one day, before his life's end, his disciple could achieve remarkable success in the grand competition, bringing honor to his name. Chapter 29. The jinxed attribute, though this world is one of cultivation, ordinary folk still constitute the majority. Beneath the Hundred Flowers Palace, a small market bustled with activity as villagers from surrounding hamlets converged for the day's fair. "Sister Du Fei, thank goodness your family's bank is here. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have the money to buy jade slips. That Lin Xiao is utterly despicable. Not only did he confiscate our storage pouches, but he didn't leave us a single coin. Once father replies, and I confirm that scoundrel deceived me, I'll make him regret it." Lin Yutong fumed, even as she directed a vendor to pack luxurious garments into her storage pouch. Du Fei sighed at the sight. "Miss Lin, might I remind you that you're spending my money? If not for my Marquis token, we wouldn't even afford a meal today." Lin Yutong grinned sheepishly. "It's just a few coins. Even though that rogue returned our clothes, I couldn't resist." "Enough," Du Fei interjected. "Sister Baiwa sent us to gather information. But these commoners wouldn't know about cultivation matters. Let us head to Lin Xiao Pavilion ahead. They specialize in magical artifacts. We should stock up on supplies while we're at it." As she spoke, she stowed her own sizable parcel into her storage pouch, its bulk rivaling Lin Yutong's. Lin Yutong inwardly scoffed. Hypocrite, telling me to spend less while hoarding for herself. But she wisely held her tongue, reliant on Du Fei's generosity. Their jade slips suddenly vibrated in unison. Exchanging glances, they eagerly channeled their spiritual senses into the messages. Moments later, their expressions darkened, mirroring the two elders atop Zhongnan Mountain. "Sister Du Fei, that scoundrel really is our father's disciple. What do we do now?" Lin Yutong groaned. "What do we do? Du Fei snapped. Your father likely also ordered you to train under him temporarily, didn't he? We'll bide our time and teach him a lesson later. I can't fathom what our fathers see in him. Ugh. Who knows what the future holds?" Lin Yutong grumbled. "Worse. Father made me deliver a sealed message to that rogue, with a spiritual imprint barring anyone else from reading it." She nearly hurled the jade slip in frustration. Unnoticed by her, Du Fei's expression grew peculiar as her spiritual sense meticulously skirted a similarly sealed section of her own jade slip. 100 Flowers Palace, once a flourishing sect, now only ruins remained, devoid of life save for scattered wildlife and the faint, clinging metallic scent in the air. Upon a broken edifice, two figures descended gracefully. Care to explain why you brought me here? Is it possible that the 100 Flowers Palace harbors some secret base where the others are hiding? Lin Xiao was evidently perplexed by Ji Baihua's return to the palace. Sensing that her motives were not rooted in nostalgia, he believed that their presence here was exceedingly unwise. Who could say whether Yin Lai had laid a trap, waiting for them? Though his deepest desire was to storm the Ghost Shadow Gate and eliminate Yin Lai, he understood that this could only be achieved under favorable circumstances. If the adversary had indeed set an ambush, he would find himself at a disadvantage, as the enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed. Yi Baihua, seemingly disinclined to address Lin Xiao's inquiry, continued onward. Observing her, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, not due to her silence, but because he recognized that her path led directly to the former main hall of the 100 Flowers Palace. Like all grand edifices, the once majestic hall now lay in ruins, its destruction exacerbated by Yin Lai's particular focus on this site. The extent of the devastation was so severe that it was nearly impossible to discern that a grand palace had once stood here. Only piles of rubble remained. The 100 Flowers Palace once possessed a technique that harmonized yin and yang, allowing dual cultivators to achieve results far beyond their individual efforts. At that time, it would not be an exaggeration to say we were among the most formidable sects, Ji Baihua remarked, gazing mournfully at the desolation before her. Yin Lai's fury that day, as he demolished one building after another, was likely due to his inability to locate this technique. The strongest sect? Lin Xiao was taken aback, then responded with confusion. It's not that I look down upon you, but even with my limited understanding of this continent, I know that this place is a remote and impoverished region of the Great Lan Empire. The strongest among you seems to be just you, easily extinguished by the Ghost Shadow Gate. I understand what you wish to convey, Ji Baihua replied, her expression softening with a hint of sorrow. In those days, the 100 Flowers Palace was indeed powerful, at least within the Great Lan Empire. However, our decline stemmed from the Tao Alliance's repeated demands for our master to disclose this technique, which we consistently refused. Consequently, the Tao Alliance branded this technique as yin-yang complementation, and we, from the master to the ordinary disciples, were labeled as ruthless enchantresses. They united with various sects to launch a grand offensive against us. It was due to this offensive that an allied sect was annihilated alongside the 100 Flowers Palace, which suffered severe casualties. If it were not for our master's vow to prevent this technique from ever being disseminated and the decree that all disciples cease its practice, the 100 Flowers Palace would have continued to flourish. Instead, we gradually fell into obscurity, relocating our gates from the imperial capital until they transformed into the ruins you now behold. Whether it be a sect or an empire, there always comes a time when prosperity turns to decline. You, more than I, should understand this deeply, so there's really no need for sorrow. Lin Xiao listened in silence, offering this consolation to Ji Baihua. Unexpectedly, Ji Baihua turned and cast him a cool glance, saying, "Who said I was grieving? I told you all this today simply to show you that compared to a lowly sect like the Ghost Shadow sect, our 100 Flowers Palace has far deeper foundations." Lin Xiao curled his lip, skepticism flickering in his eyes. Secretly, he thought, what good are deep foundations? In the end, weren't you still annihilated by the so-called lowly sect you despise? But before this thought could fully form, Ji Baihua suddenly raised her voice, clear and resonant. The heavens and earth are pure, 100 flowers vie in splendor. Before Lin Xiao could comprehend her sudden outburst, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently. His own inner chi churned in response, and even his blood seemed to boil, as if his body might burst at any moment. Startled, he hastily sat cross-legged to regulate his breath, shouting irritably at Ji Baihua, "What are you doing?" Yet she seemed deaf to his words, repeating the chant twice more, each time louder than the last. The spiritual fluctuations intensified with each repetition. and the turmoil within Lin Xiao's body grew wilder, as though his qi and blood might erupt from his flesh. The heavens and earth are pure. 100 flowers vie in splendor. Abruptly, the surging energy stilled. Countless voices echoed Ji Baihua's words from all directions, like reverberations, yet clearer, sharper. Just as Lin Xiao opened his mouth to question, Ji Baihua declared solemnly, "Esteemed ancestors, Ji Baihua bears guilt. Today, our palace suffered annihilation, and I had no choice but to disturb your secluded cultivation. I beg for your judgment." The calamitous star mirrors the moon. The 100 flowers were fated for this tribulation. It is not your fault. The myriad voices merged into one, distant at first, yet by the last syllable, it was as though the speaker stood before them. Then, to Lin Xiao's astonishment, an elderly woman materialized in front of Ji Baihua. Her hair white as frost, her face sallow and gaunt, her frame little more than skin and bones, as if teetering on the edge of death. Yet this seemingly decrepit crone exuded a pressure so immense that Lin Xiao felt as though a mountain weighed upon his chest, suffocating him. Even more terrifying, he couldn't discern her cultivation level. With his system aid, Lin Xiao could peer through an entire major realm above his own. At his current strength, anyone below the great perfection of the nascent soul stage should be transparent to him. If he couldn't see through her, then this woman had reached divine transformation, or perhaps even higher. Lin Xiao dared not let his imagination run wild any further, for he realized that as his conjectures grew increasingly outlandish, the turmoil in his heart intensified proportionally. He even began to fear that continuing down this path of wild speculation might destabilize his very spiritual foundation. Ye Baihua, we elders foresaw this calamity befalling the 100 Flowers Palace long ago. You need not burden yourself with excessive guilt over this matter. The old woman's voice was slow and feeble, yet it carried an inexorable rhythm that made interruption nearly impossible. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended. One moment, Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua were lulled into drowsiness by the old woman's whispery tone. The next, they found themselves kneeling on the ground, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat. The old woman's voice abruptly transformed into a thunderous boom, resonating like a tolling bell beside their ears. "However, I must still punish you today. As the palace master, you are well aware that men are forbidden from ascending the mountain. Who is this boy you have brought before the main hall? Do you presume that we elders no longer hold authority over you?" Though the words were directed at Ji Baihua, the crushing aura pressed down upon both of them. Ji Baihua, at the mid-stage of nascent soul cultivation, could barely lift her head under the pressure, let alone Lin Xiao, who was merely at the golden core stage. He felt as though he were being driven into the earth, unable to muster even a word of protest. His entire being strained against the oppressive force, barely preventing himself from being crushed into pulp. At this moment, Lin Xiao seethed with fury and humiliation. "Damn it all! I saved your palace master multiple times, even drove away the sect's mortal enemy, and this is how you repay me? What the hell did I do to deserve this?" His mind raged, but his body remained utterly immobilized. Ji Baihua, perhaps due to her slightly higher cultivation or the old woman granting her a fleeting chance to speak, managed to gasp out with great difficulty, "Esteemed elder, please calm your wrath. This man has saved my life on numerous occasions. When the Shadow Ghost sect attacked, he single-handedly destroyed the physical form of their leader, Yan Lai. Were it not for the vast disparity in strength, Yan Lai would have been slain, and our sect's vengeance nearly fulfilled. Oof. Yan Lai? That trash who has stagnated at the peak of nascent soul for decades. Though he is worthless, he remains a nascent soul cultivator. If even you were no match for him, how could this mere golden core brat possibly kill him? Ji Baihua, are you mocking me?" The old woman's fury intensified, and the pressure grew even more suffocating. Lin Xiao felt his flesh, blood, and bones being compressed together, his body emitting sickening cracks, the sound of his bones fracturing. Damn it all, why am I so unlucky? As darkness swallowed his consciousness, this bitter lament was the last thought to cross his mind. Chapter 30. Scoundrels and rogues. Upon awakening once more, Lin Xiao found himself back in the bamboo cottage, reclining on the bamboo mat. This time, he was uninjured, enabling him to move freely. Exiting the cottage, he noticed Ji Baiwa seated on the steps, gazing vacantly at the distant sunset. Judging by the passage of time, he had not been unconscious for long. Approaching her, he sat beside Ji Baiwa and inquired, "How do we return?" Given the terrifying prowess of that elderly woman earlier, Lin Xiao was convinced that had she wished to kill him, a mere exertion of her pressure would have reduced him to ashes. To his surprise, Ji Baiwa seemed to misunderstand his inquiry, responding bluntly, "We simply walked back. How else would we have returned?" Lin Xiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "What I mean is, that old woman was so formidable. She effortlessly let us go. She's a senior of our Baiwa palace," Ji Baiwa emphasized, then countered, "You could say she's also my savior, as well as a benefactor to Baiwa palace. We never repay kindness with enmity. It is as simple as that." "Very well." Ji Baiwa clearly seemed disinclined to pursue the subject further, and Lin Xiao refrained from probing deeper. Instead, he posed another question lingering in his mind. "By the way, what was your purpose in bringing me to the ruins of Baiwa Palace?" "I was seeking assistance there. You were merely an incidental companion," Ji Baiwa replied indifferently, her gaze fixed on the setting sun, revealing her lack of desire for conversation. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, intuition warning him that matters were far from as straightforward as Ji Baiwa suggested. Firstly, he had distinctly sensed the murderous intent behind the elderly woman's pressure. If, as Ji Baiwa claimed, everything was resolved once explained, then how could that woman be so accommodating? The very fact that she sought to kill upon their first encounter indicated she was not one to be trifled with. Moreover, if Ji Baiwa indeed sought aid, why bring him along? Even if he were unaware of Baiwa Palace's prohibition against men, as its leader, surely she was aware. Why risk exposing him to that elderly woman, thereby inviting unnecessary complications? Lastly, and most troubling to Lin Xiao, was the fact that since he regained consciousness, Ji Baiwa had not once met his gaze. Although she had never scrutinized him closely before, he sensed a deliberate avoidance now, as if she was striving to create distance between them. Regardless of the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Ji Baihua's current demeanor offered no answers, and Lin Xiao chose not to press her. He remained seated beside her for a while, watching the sun as it prepared to dip behind the mountainous horizon. Eventually, he realized he lacked the sensibility of a poet. Rather than appreciating the picturesque scenery, he found it somewhat dull, prompting him to retreat indoors and lie down. Before long, the cheerful voice of Lin Yutong echoed from outside. "We are back, Sister Baiwa. What are you watching?" "Nothing much. Did you gather any news while you were out?" Lin Xiao perked up his ears inside the room. Regardless of the circumstances, the most pressing matter at hand was to swiftly eliminate Yen Lai, thereby alleviating his concerns, allowing him to venture into the vast world that awaited him. Then, he heard Du Fei's voice relay the disturbing news. Indeed, Yen Lai is a ruthless and cunning individual. He has portrayed Sister Baiwa as a heartless murderess, annihilating 3 elders of the Ghost Shadow sect in one swift motion, even sending him into a state of soul departure, completely casting himself as the victim. Now, regarding the massacre of the Baiwa Palace, Yen Lai claims that after Sister Baiwa killed their elders, she refused to provide an explanation, leading to a violent confrontation. The 5 elders and 1 leader of the Ghost Shadow sect barely managed to hold their ground against her, but at that moment, Sister Baiwa commanded her disciples to launch a full-scale attack, forcing them to obliterate the Baiwa Palace. As for the disciples they captured, they boast that these individuals are being well cared for at the Ghost Shadow sect. Yet they have also threatened that if Sister Baiwa does not come within 7 days to offer an explanation, they will be compelled to execute 10 disciples of the Baiwa Palace each day. Du Fei's narration was somewhat chaotic and lacked coherence. Yet Lin Xiao grasped the gist of it. Essentially, the shameless Yen Lai not only exterminated the Baiwa Palace, but also took the remaining disciples hostage, demanding that Ji Baiwa surrender, or else he would wipe out those disciples. How utterly shameless! Tomorrow, I shall storm the Ghost Shadow sect and eradicate that brazen Yen Lai, Lin Xiao declared, his indignation boiling over as he stepped out of the room. In truth, Lin Xiao had never considered himself a saintly figure. He had heard far too much about the injustices of the world in his previous life, rendering him somewhat numb. However, when such events transpired before his very eyes, he discovered that he could not simply turn a blind eye. Regardless of how treacherous Yen Lai may be, it was the distortion of truth and the casual disregard for innocent lives that deeply unsettled him. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, where the strong dominate the weak. This is an undeniable truth. Yet, Lin Xiao was not a quintessential cultivator. He had not been raised in this world, and many of his beliefs were still influenced by the legal principles of his former life. To him, life was immensely precious, and witnessing such blatant disrespect for life ignited a profound sense of righteous indignation within him. If he felt discontent, it was his duty to stand up against injustice and act according to his principles. This had always been Lin Xiao's guiding philosophy. Previously, he lacked the ability to intervene, thus turning a blind eye to many matters, but now it was different. As a cultivator, adhering to one's true self was also a vital aspect of one's practice. Little did he know, however, that such occurrences had long been commonplace for those who grew up in this world. Du Fei and Lin Yutong regarded him with peculiar expressions, while Ji Baiwa cast a fleeting glance his way and remarked, "Those are all disciples of my Baiwa palace. Why are you so agitated?" Lin Xiao paused, scrutinizing Ji Baiwa in an attempt to fathom the depths of her indifference. How could she remain so composed when her own disciples were in peril? After a prolonged observation, he realized he could not penetrate the enigmatic demeanor of this woman, and he queried, "Aren't you angry?" Ji Baiwa replied coolly, "I am indeed quite angry." Yet, even as she uttered these words, her tone remained steady and devoid of emotional fluctuation. Lin Xiao scoffed, "I would not have guessed. Must anger be overtly expressed?" Ji Baiwa cast a disdainful glance at him, stating, "My hatred for Yen Lai is profound. I yearn to drink his blood and devour his flesh. However, fervor alone cannot transform into true energy. Given my current strength, contending with Yen Lai is challenging enough, let alone facing him alongside several elders and countless disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect. Seeking revenge is not merely a matter of words. But you have me," Lin Xiao countered. "And me," Du Fei chimed in, having grasped the enmity between Ji Baiwa and Yen Lai. Both she and Lin Yutong were seething at the actions of Yi Gue Luo Sheng and held even less regard for Yen Lai. Lin Yutong added, "Yes, you have us." Ji Baihua's gaze swept across the trio before she spoke with palpable disdain. "While your sentiments are touching, you are merely setting yourselves up for demise, for reasons unknown." Her words today were unusually sharp, each one cutting deep. Du Fei and Lin Yutong's fervor was swiftly extinguished, and they lowered their heads in dejection. Despite their earlier bravado, the reality of their abilities became clear, even though they had taken pride in their accomplishments at such a young age. Ji Baiwa was merely slightly their senior and already possessed mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. Lin Xiao, who had previously only reached the foundation establishment stage, had now ascended to golden core, rendering their foundation establishment levels rather insignificant in this context. Lin Xiao shot Ji Baihua a meaningful glance, poised to speak, but she had already turned to enter the room. After a considerable time, her voice drifted out, "After a long day, you should rest early." Was this an apology for her earlier rudeness? The remaining trio exchanged glances, and soon, Du Fei and Lin Yutong's expressions toward Lin Xiao morphed into disdain and animosity, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Just as he intended to retreat indoors, eager to avoid further entanglements with the two, Du Fei called out to him, "Scoundrel, I have something to discuss with you." "Yes, you lecher, we have matters to address with you," Lin Yutong added with utmost seriousness. What was inevitable had arrived. One who lives by the sword must eventually pay the price. Lin Xiao was well aware that the two women had gone out today to verify his identity. Now, it seemed they were here to settle the score with him. He pondered that even if they joined forces, they stood no chance against him. The previous incident where they drugged him and left him with an unattractive woman was unlikely to repeat itself. At this thought, he curled his lips and turned around, gazing at Lin Yutong with exasperation. "Miss Lin, must you echo every word Du Fei says? Are you her shadow?" Lin Yutong faltered, flustered. Who said I? Who wants to be your shadow? Enough. Don't even try to drive a wedge between us. Du Fei interjected coolly, seeing through Lin Xiao's ploy. On the matter of dealing with you, we VE formed a temporary alliance. Her expression remained indifferent as she added, Scoundrel, my father has a message for you. Right? An alliance. And my father also has a message for you. You shameless rogue. Lin Yutong chimed in, promptly forgetting Lin Xiao's earlier taunt. What nonsense is this? Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had expected them to charge at him with hostility, not approach him with such solemnity. Suspicion flickered in his mind, but then his face darkened, and he rolled his eyes dramatically. Damn it! With my dashing looks and impeccable character, when did I become the scoundrel and shameless rogue in your mouths? Take that back. Oomph. You know exactly what kind of person you are. Du Fei sneered coldly, tossing a jade slip toward him. I've confirmed with my father. You are indeed his disciple. Given that, we'll let bygones be bygones. Since my father saw something in you, you must have some redeeming qualities. From now on, I'll be accompanying you on your journey to train and improve myself. But if I discover you're still the same scoundrel, don't expect any mercy. She paused, then added indifferently, This contains my father's encrypted message for you. No need to worry about me peeking. Having delivered her piece, Du Fei brushed past Lin Xiao without so much as a glance, her hips swaying as she strode into the house. Yet, as she passed him, she murmured under her breath, "Scoundrel." Lin Xiao stood dumbfounded, wondering what on earth the Marquis of Patian was thinking. Did he not fear what his disciple might do to his daughter? Then Lin Yutong approached, similarly tossing him a jade slip. She glared at him, mimicking Du Fei's tone. "My stance is the same as Sister Du Fei's." After a brief pause, she whispered, "Shameless rogue," before hurrying after Du Fei, leaving Lin Xiao utterly bewildered, standing alone in the wind, utterly disoriented. Chapter 31. The ninth ant. Before long, Lin Xiao had thoroughly perused the contents of the two jade slips. The information contained within was rather straightforward. It merely detailed how both Patian Ho and Lin Tianin had inexplicably acknowledged Lin Xiao as their shared disciple. However, as Lin Xiao continued to read, his expression darkened considerably. He realized that he had unwittingly dug a pit for himself to leap into, while the two old men had carelessly piled a few shovelfuls of dirt atop it. Their reluctance to expose Lin Xiao's ruse hinged upon three conditions. First, Lin Xiao was obligated to accompany their daughters on a journey of training, during which he was to ensure their safety from any harm. Second, after 6 months, Lin Xiao was required to report to as the idle emperor of the Dalan Empire insisted on hosting a rather ludicrous national youth martial arts competition, and Lin Xiao was to represent Patian Ho in this event. Third, 3 years hence, Lin Xiao must also make his way to Tiannan's sect for a similar reason, as the Dao League of the cultivation world also sought to hold a competition among the younger generation of various sects, and Lin Xiao was expected to participate on behalf of Lin Tianan. To be frank, upon encountering these three stipulations, Lin Xiao nearly burst into laughter. For these two old fellows were naively under the impression that merely assisting him in perpetuating a lie would suffice to compel him into fulfilling such extensive obligations. However, as he delved further into the details, the mirth gradually faded from his face, replaced by an overwhelming sense of frustration. It seemed as though the two old men were in perfect accord, explicitly stating in their missive that should Lin Xiao refuse their terms, they would not only retract their acknowledgement of him as a disciple, but also hold him accountable for the prior abduction of their daughters. Of course, they also mentioned that Lin Xiao could attempt to abduct their daughters once more, yet they were confident in their ability to thwart any such efforts. They vowed to utilize all their resources to pursue Lin Xiao relentlessly. In essence, if Lin Xiao chose to reject their conditions, he would find himself pursued by both the official forces of the Dalan Empire and the Dao League in the days to come. Admittedly, this dual threat instilled a degree of trepidation in Lin Xiao. After all, he was but a solitary individual with only the cultivation of the Golden Core stage, facing off against an entire nation and its cultivators. While it may sound impressive, would likely lead to a swift demise. Nevertheless, his apprehension was merely fleeting. In truth, He did not take this threat to heart. With the system at his disposal, he was confident that if he wished to escape, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to apprehend him. Yet, he understood that the days ahead would not be easy. Naturally, the old men, Patian Ho and Lin Xiao, were not oblivious to the principle of giving with one hand while taking with the other. In conclusion, they asserted that should Lin Xiao acquiesce to their conditions, his status as their joint disciple would be firmly established. Moreover, as their sole disciple, he would one day have the opportunity to inherit the wealth and influence of both the Tianan sect and the. Faced with such immense temptation, Lin Xiao was not entirely unmoved. After all, in any world, wealth and power are the most tangible manifestations of one's strength and influence. Moreover, Lin Xiao was determined to stir the winds and clouds in this world, a feat utterly impossible to achieve alone. Only by establishing his own faction could such ambitions be realized. With this thought in mind, his perspective on the conditions set by Lin Xiao and the Skybreaker Marquis shifted once more. Escorting their daughters on their training journeys? Ensuring their safety? If I simply woo their daughters into my arms, these conditions will naturally be fulfilled. The mere thought of those two beauties, their exquisite features and alluring figures, nearly made Lin Xiao drool. As for the remaining two conditions, they were even more straightforward. If he sought benefits from these two old foxes, he couldn't expect them for free. Thus, he might as well agree for now. After all, he could always make a brief appearance and vanish if things took a turn for the worse. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Xiao's lips. Swiftly, he recorded his response on 2 jade slips and sent them off. The message was simple, just 5 words. This young master agrees. Once the words were transmitted, Lin Xiao crushed the jade slips without hesitation. What a joke! These slips not only carry messages, but also bloody soul tracking. If those two old men flew into a rage and came hunting for him, things would get ugly. With that done, he bounded back into the house, humming a carefree tune, his mood utterly at ease. Little did he know, atop a distant snow-capped peak, 2 elderly men playing chess received his 5-word reply. Both crushed their jade slips in unison. The Skybreaker Marquis, in a fit of fury, slammed his palm onto the chessboard, an ancient artifact of profound ice stone, reducing it to dust in an instant. Lin Xiao, aghast at the loss, immediately summoned his treasures, bellowing threats of vengeance. That night, beneath a luminous moon and swaying bamboo shadows, a figure materialized atop the bamboo house, clad in snow-white robes, sleeves fluttering like wings. The silver gleam of a long sword shimmered coldly under the moonlight. How can I not be angry? I am furious. After murmuring these words, Ji Baihua sensed the steady breathing of the 3 within the house. A bitter smile flickered across her face before she twisted in midair and vanished into the boundless night. Simultaneously, amidst the mountain ranges, atop the ruins of the once glorious 100 Flowers Palace, dozens of white-robed figures emerged like phantoms under the moon's glow. Yet upon closer inspection, most of these figures were elderly, their faces creased like dried orange peels. At their forefront stood the same old woman Lin Xiao had encountered earlier that day. They arranged themselves in 5 rows of 9, with the old woman leading them. After a moment, one of them spoke. "Ninth Aunt, what urgent matter summons us here in the dead of night? The location is not far from our abode, undoubtedly within the domain of my 100 Flowers Palace. Why is there such an extensive architectural complex here? Could have been devastated by my 100 Flowers Palace? This place is indeed where my 100 Flowers Palace resides," the elderly woman referred to as Jiugu replied calmly. The crowd behind her was taken aback, swiftly engulfed in outrage. One exclaimed, "Who could be so despicable as to leave no intact ground? What profound enmity could drive such a heinous act? Has the Tao Alliance discovered our presence?" In truth, we were all mistaken. Jiugu gazed at the sisters who spoke in unison and remarked softly, when the old palace master ascended. She warned us of impending tribulations for the 100 Flowers Palace. If we can weather this storm, we shall surely rise to glory once more. Otherwise, we shall face irreversible doom. We believe this day marked our discovery by the Tao Alliance. Thus we have long concealed ourselves underground. Yet now, calamity has befallen us. and the Hundred Flowers Palace lies in ruins. Jiugu, please tell us, have you summoned us to seek vengeance? Indeed, Jiugu. We willingly secluded ourselves to protect the Hundred Flowers Palace, but now that it has suffered such devastation, and recovery seems impossible, we must risk our lives to make our enemies aware that the Hundred Flowers Palace is not to be trifled with. A single cry for vengeance stirred a wave of fervor among the crowd, each voice rising above the last. Observing this, Jiugu smiled with satisfaction, then gestured for quiet before continuing. My sisters, I comprehend your fervent devotion to the Hundred Flowers Palace more than anyone else. If circumstances permitted, I believe each of you would willingly sacrifice your very being for our palace. However, the stark reality is that we cannot act so impulsively. And why is that? Jiugu's statement incited further confusion among the crowd. Her tone suggested she was aware of the enemy, yet she urged restraint. Why gather us, then? I have met with the new palace master today. That girl possesses an even more stubborn temperament than the former palace master. She has explicitly stated her intent to avenge the Hundred Flowers Palace and forbids our interference. But Jiugu, the young palace master, is merely in her 20s, at the nascent stage of her cultivation. How can she exact such vengeance? A voice concern. Indeed, though she is exceptionally gifted at merely 20 years of age, possessing only the cultivation of a nascent soul stage is commendable. If she could achieve vengeance, our enemies would not have reduced the Hundred Flowers Palace to this state. A mere nascent soul cannot exact revenge, Jiugu scoffed, but I assure you, the young palace master will ascend to the transformation stage within 7 days. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their expressions revealing greater shock than the destruction of the Hundred Flowers Palace itself. Jiugu, could it be that you entrusted that matter to the young palace master? Someone inquired, fear evident in their tone. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of astonishment washed over the assembly, as everyone collectively inhaled sharply. One voiced their concern. Aunt Jiu, the young mistress is merely in her 20s. Is it not rather cruel to act in such a manner towards her? Even the former matriarch only passed on that legacy after reaching a century of age. Did she not? Yet what does age matter? What significance does 20 years hold? Aunt Jiu surveyed the crowd, her smile chilling, and she sternly admonished, you lot. It was precisely your leniency towards yourselves and the matriarch that led to the current plight of our Hundred Flowers Palace. Do you wish to reenact the tragedies of the past? Furthermore, the act of passing on that legacy was indeed the young mistress's intent. I am merely executing the wishes of the late matriarch. A murmur of discontent rippled through the hearts of the attendees, particularly among those well-versed in the events of yore, who silently chastised. You were the very one who cherished the former matriarch most dearly. Now, in times of crisis, you seek to impose caution. To shift the blame onto us is utterly shameless. Yet, such thoughts remained unvoiced, for all understood that as a third-generation elder of the Hundred Flowers Palace, Aunt Jiu had long held her esteemed title since the days of the former matriarch. As the oldest and longest living among them, her prowess surpassed all others. A darkly humorous adage circulated within the palace. When a newcomer first arrives, they often perceive their strength to be on par with Aunt Jiu's, believing her merely a notch stronger. However, as they progress through the stages of cultivation, from foundation establishment to golden core and nascent soul, they inevitably come to the disheartening realization that Aunt Jiu is perpetually just a fraction stronger than themselves. Even those elders who appeared to have nearly reached the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm regarded Aunt Jiu with a palpable fear that resonated deeper than that of others. For even with their formidable strength, they too had once traversed the path where Aunt Jiu was merely a slight step ahead. And the most terrifying truth was that she continued to outstrip them by that same infinitesimal measure. Among them, an elder woman, seemingly at the apex of the divine transformation realm, rose and proclaimed loudly, "Enough of this clamor. If Aunt Jiu has taken this course of action, it is undoubtedly for a reason, and it aligns with the young mistress's desires. The future of this matter rests upon her fate as old-timers. Our only recourse is to strive to secure some advantages for the young mistress. Therefore, Aunt Geo, you have summoned us today. It must be time for us old bones to stretch a bit. Chapter 32. The Resolve for Revenge Indeed. The ninth aunt spoke softly, her gaze sweeping across the faces of those gathered, revealing a subtle sorrow in her eyes. She then uttered gently, "Sisters, the time has come for us to fight valiantly for the 100 Flowers Palace. If possible, I would truly prefer not to engage in this struggle alongside you. It is likely that none among us shall return from this endeavor. Are you afraid? For the 100 Flowers Palace, we would die without regret." One voice proclaimed, "For the 100 Flowers Palace, we would die without regret," echoed the others, their voices rising in fervor, each repetition more resounding than the last. "Good, good. Splendid." A glimmer of crystalline tears shimmered in the ninth aunt's eyes, but she quickly raised her arm in a rallying cry. "The young palace master shall seek her vengeance, and we, too, have our mission to fulfill. A millennium ago, the Tao Alliance pursued us relentlessly. To preserve the strength of the 100 Flowers Palace, we had no choice but to retreat time and again. Yet now, the 100 Flowers Palace teeters on the brink of ruin because of this. Sisters, tell me, have you retreated enough? We have long been impatient." The crowd responded in unison. "Excellent. The Ghost Shadow sect clings tenaciously to the incident of our young palace master slaying their 3 elders. And as for the position of the 100 Flowers Palace within the Tao Alliance, I trust you all understand it better than I. Once our young palace master takes action against the Ghost Shadow sect, the Tao Alliance will undoubtedly intervene. At this moment, our task is to ensure that the Tao Alliance is unable to interfere. Do you have the confidence for this? Yes. Let us set forth." With the hoarse command issued, dozens of white figures soared into the night under the moonlight, resembling a fleeting meteor shower, brilliant yet ephemeral. Upon awakening that morning, Lin Xiao overheard Du Fei and Lin Yutong chattering outside. As he yawned and stepped out, he was immediately surrounded by the 2 women. "Scoundrel, Sister Baihua has vanished." Leaving only a note, Lin Yutong exclaimed. Lin Xiao, unfazed, inquired nonchalantly, "What does it say?" "To all esteemed friends, it has been an honor to meet you. Yet, the joy here pales in comparison to the deep-seated grievances in my heart. Our parting is a long one, and I hope you all take care." Lin Yutong recited from the note, tears streaming down her face unbeknownst to her. Du Fei wore a sorrowful expression as she turned to Lin Xiao, asking, "What shall we do, you scoundrel?" Though only acquainted with Ji Baihua for a brief few days, Du Fei and Lin Yutong had already come to regard her as one of their closest sisters. Now, with her departing alone to seek vengeance, their hearts were heavy with grief at the thought of her slim chances of survival. Lin Xiao, too, felt a pang of sorrow, yet he maintained an indifferent fa as he responded to Du Fei's query. What to do? Simply put, let's prepare a cold dish. "You." Du Fei was incensed, scornfully admonishing him. "How could you be so callous? Sister Baihua took such care of you when you were injured. Your conscience must have been devoured by a dog. You are the scum of the earth." Lin Xiao nearly burst into laughter at her indignation, responding with exasperation. "What good does it do to berate me now? If you truly care for her, you should gather your things and prepare to set out." "Set out? Where to?" Lin Yutong asked, evidently still disoriented. Lin Xiao regarded her as one might a fool, saying, "Where else could we go? To pursue her, of course. But with our current capabilities, how could we possibly catch up to her?" Du Fei asked with a visibly distressed expression. Lin Xiao explained, "Don't worry. Even if she is faster and left ahead of us, I believe we can still reach her. Besides, the 2 of you are here to gain experience anyway. Does it really matter where we go? If we don't even try, how will we know it's impossible?" As he continued, his tone gradually wavered, betraying a hint of uncertainty. The 2 women exchanged skeptical glances, their doubt evident. In truth, he had deliberately spoken this way. His intention was to temper their expectations. Their strength was simply too lacking. If they truly believed they could overtake Ji Baihua, they would undoubtedly clamor to follow her into vengeance. Should any misfortune befall them, he could never bear the responsibility. From here to the Shadow Ghost sect, even at full speed, the journey would take at least 2 days. His plan was to lead them on a detour first. Once those 2 days passed, and they resigned themselves to the impossibility of catching up, he would quietly slip away and proceed alone to the sect. As for whether Ji Baiwa might arrive far ahead of him, that was a thought Lin Xiao had also considered. Yet when she departed the previous night, he had sensed something. There was a reason he neither stopped her nor followed immediately. Since their return from the ruins of the Hundred Flowers Palace, though Ji Baihua had said nothing, Lin Xiao had noticed an unsettling instability in her aura, as though she were forcefully suppressing her power. Yet according to the system's analysis, her strength had not changed at all. The system then offered an explanation. Ji Baihua might have obtained an artifact capable of rapidly enhancing her abilities, or perhaps consumed some rare spiritual treasure. Her power was on the verge of a significant breakthrough. This theory was confirmed the moment she left, where her emotions surged. Though she had departed, she would not head straight to the Shadow Ghost sect. Instead, she would seek solitude, somewhere to fully refine her newfound strength. This process could involve mastering an artifact or assimilating the spiritual essence within her. Typically, the time required varied, depending on the quality of the treasure. According to the system's assessment, Ji Baiwa would need at least 3 days to complete her refinement and ascend to greater power. In other words, accounting for the journey to the sect, she would require a minimum of 5 days to arrive. As for Lin Xiao, after spending 2 days leading the women astray, he would have 3 full days to slip away and reach the sect alone. More than enough time. With this in mind, he promptly urged the 2 women to prepare for departure. Unbeknownst to him, however, 2 figures emerged atop the bamboo cottage just after they left. "It has been a long time, old fellow. Your prowess has evidently improved," one shadow remarked. The other shadow chuckled. "Indeed, it appears that fate has favored us, allowing us to be dispatched simultaneously to safeguard 2 little ancestors." "Quite so," responded the first shadow. "What is your opinion of this young man?" "Not much," the latter retorted disdainfully. Within the Tao Alliance, there are countless individuals of his age who have already attained the nascent soul, or even the transformation stage. This lad, confined to the golden core stage, is beyond my comprehension as to why the sect leader would take such an interest. My thoughts align with yours. Perhaps the Marquis shares this sentiment, which is why we find ourselves here together. Your Marquis may appear cultured and refined, but who knows what schemes he is concocting behind the scenes. This young man might prove to be of great utility to him. Your sect leader is hardly any better. As their conversation progressed, the 2 found themselves embroiled in an argument. One claimed, "My sect leader is aloof and unperturbed. It is a disgrace to share a disciple with your Marquis." The other countered, "My lord is ambitious, yet somehow he has encountered your sect leader, a person devoid of grand aspirations." By the end of their quarrel, both were breathless, their incessant talking leading to cerebral hypoxia, nearly making them the first and second individuals in history to perish from verbal sparring. I say, while we bicker, it seems that young man has already ventured far away. One suddenly realized, yet the other, still seething with anger, instinctively retorted, "Let him go wherever he pleases. It's no concern of mine." "Fool! Your lady is still in his grasp. By the heavens, pursue him at once." In an instant, their bamboo cottage was reduced to dust beneath their feet, and an immense consciousness unfurled, sending bamboo leaves cascading to the ground. In the blink of an eye, one had vanished from the spot. The remaining figure hovered in the air, gazing disdainfully in the direction the trio had departed. He murmured, "Those who navigate the world of mortals are invariably reckless. The disciples of the Flower Palace, both young and old, are all madwomen, especially those few elderly virgins whom I dare not provoke." Having spoken, he raised his hand, and a miraculous sight unfolded. The bamboo cottage, previously destroyed, restored to its original state in an instant, without a trace of the prior devastation. Soon after, this individual also vanished from sight, his voice echoing distantly. "Years ago, that woman in a fit of rage cleaved through mountains of purple bamboo, confronting 100,000 cultivators single-handedly, even transplanting the unique purple bamboo of the Tao Alliance's sacred mountain to her secluded abode. I wonder how today the little girl Ji Baiwa shall fare?" At this moment, Ji Baiwa remained blissfully unaware that her former bamboo dwelling had been both annihilated and restored with a mere wave of a hand. She sat quietly in a dim cave, surrounded by a plethora of blooming flowers, each one resplendent and seemingly drenched in blood. Countless strands of spiritual energy swirled around her, streaming from the edges of the floral sea towards her, intensifying with every inch closer, transforming into a tempest of spiritual essence as it reached her side. If anyone were present, they would surely be rendered speechless with astonishment. A mere nascent soul cultivator's meditation had actually stirred up a spiritual tempest so terrifying that even divine transformation experts would tremble before it. Such violent fluctuations of spiritual energy carried the gravest of consequences. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Yet the evidence proved that Ji Baihua remained utterly indifferent to the external chaos. Her eyes were serenely closed, her expression tranquil, enveloped in a faint silver-white mist. The rampaging spiritual energy within the storm crashed violently against this luminous haze. Yet with each collision, the spiritual energy diminished while the mist grew ever stronger. Time passed indeterminately before the spiritual tempest gradually subsided, the surrounding energy settling into stillness. Seated in meditation, Ji Baihua quietly opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance gleaming within their depths. Nascent soul perfection. Not bad, she murmured softly. Rising to her feet, she took a step forward, an endless tide of murderous intent unfurling with her movement. Yin Lai, the ghost shadow sect. I have arrived. Her voice was calm, yet beneath it thrummed an unshakable conviction. I have come, and so, you shall perish. Chapter 33. Playing Games. Haishi City, situated at the southernmost edge of the Dalan Empire, is entirely constructed upon the precipice of a canyon known as the Qingxia. Towering peaks flank both sides of the gorge, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most skilled cultivators, those below the divine transformation stage, to traverse these heights, thus rendering this locale a fortress of formidable defense. However, the geography on either side of the canyon diverges significantly. To the southeast lies the vast expanse of the Xiangwan Plain, a battleground steeped in a history of conflict between the Dalan Empire and the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. Its name derived from the crimson hue of the grass that resembles a sunset. Meanwhile, less than 5 miles to the southwest, one encounters the enchanting yet perilous Meiya Forest, a veritable paradise for ferocious beasts. The creatures dwelling within this forest are not mere wild animals. They have evolved under exceptional conditions, developing their own cultivation systems, thus possessing powers that rival those of human cultivators. Historically, the ferocity of the beast attacks has proven far more brutal than the incursions from the southern plains. Consequently, although Haishi City is but a small settlement under the jurisdiction of the Poxiang Marquisate, it boasts a military presence several times greater than that of Yunqing, the Marquisate's capital. This city serves as the first line of defense for the Dalan Empire against the southern tribes and the relentless assaults of the beasts, making it a military stronghold of no small significance. Nonetheless, despite its geographical importance, this place holds little relevance for Lin Xiao at present. His sole concern is that it lies on the indispensable route to the Guiying Gate. From Baihua Palace to the Guiying Gate, numerous paths converge here, leading to the juncture between the Dalan Empire and the Meiya Forest, a border that delineates the realm of humanity from that of the beasts. The Guiying Gate selection of this location as the foundation for their sect is not without rationale. The cruelty of the cultivation world is well known. Conflicts over treasures often result in rivers of blood. However, interpersonal strife encompasses myriad considerations, and a single misstep can lead to annihilation. Yet, the age-old struggle between humans and beasts has never ceased. Encounters invariably result in the survival of only one party. Thus, for cultivators seeking breakthroughs, this arena is undoubtedly the most optimal trial ground, where battles against the beasts are often a matter of life and death, and the accumulation of practical experience is expedited. The reasons behind beast attacks on humans remain a mystery, yet the motivations for humans to slay beasts are rooted in the pursuit of profit. Even the most lowly of beasts are treasure troves in their own right, providing materials for weapon forging, artifact crafting, and even alchemical research. Beyond the rare treasures found within the forest, cultivators frequently seek resources from the beasts themselves. The materials harvested from these evolved creatures, varying by species, can significantly enhance the effects of weapons, artifacts, and elixirs. The Guiying Gates establishment in this locale is predicated upon the recognition of the Meiye forest as a natural treasury. Every year, the sect dispatches its disciples into the Nightshade Forest. Though casualties are severe, those who return alive invariably see a tremendous boost in their strength, while also bringing back countless rare treasures and materials from demonic beasts, a double benefit. Of course, within the Great Lawn Empire and across the entire continent, countless sects stand tall, many far surpassing the Shadow Ghost sect in power. How could such a coveted land be monopolized by an insignificant faction like the Shadow Ghost sect? This was Lin Xiao's sole doubt after listening to the system's explanation. The system clarified, demonic beasts care not for the prestige of any sect. The moment intruders set foot in their domain, they attack en masse. Moreover, nourished by the Nightshade Forest, a land brimming with the continent's densest spiritual energy, countless formidable beasts dwell within. Even a divine transformation expert would not dare claim they could stride through unscathed. The perils are unfathomable. Most sects adhere to a philosophy of excellence over quantity, refusing to compromise on disciple selection. Each disciple thus cultivated demands immense resources. To recklessly lose such investments in the Nightshade Forest would be an unbearable loss. Only a sect like Shadow Ghost, reckless and indiscriminate in recruitment, would dare establish itself here. Other sects, with vaster revenue streams, simply trade with Shadow Ghost for the forest treasures and materials. In essence, Shadow Ghost is both destitute and fearless. Though this explanation resolved Lin Xiao's initial confusion, new doubts swiftly arose. Despite its insignificance, Shadow Ghost's role likely fosters ties with many sections. If Ji Baiwa truly annihilates it, wouldn't it provoke widespread outrage? The system affirmed coldly, though insignificant. Shadow Ghost provides the continent a conduit to the Nightshade Forest's riches. Its destruction would send tremors across the land. Lin Xiao was utterly speechless. He never imagined such a minor sect could be so pivotal, a thread capable of unraveling the entire continent's balance. And here he was plotting Yanlai's demise. The thought of endless pursuit sent shivers down his spine. Yet, knowing the stakes, Lin Xiao refused to retreat. For cultivators, wavering is taboo. It breeds inner demons. Stagnation is the least of worries. True calamity strikes when demonic possession erupts during cultivation, especially with 90% of his luck siphoned away by that wretched system. Lin Xiao was certain, in any ordeal, he would inevitably draw the shortest straw, even at the risk of being hunted down by cultivators across the entire continent. He was determined to kill Yanlai. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao walked through the bustling market of Blackstone City with his head down, not paying attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, he collided with something soft, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He couldn't help but inhale deeply, savoring the scent before murmuring, truly enchanting. His expression was one of pure bliss, like a starving man catching the aroma of a feast. When he finally looked up, he was met with Du Fei's stormy face. Dark as thunderclouds. "You scoundrel," she roared. "Watch where you're going." Who told you to stop so abruptly?" Lin Xiao retorted weakly. Beside them, Lin Yutong chimed in, "You shameless rogue. Sister Du Fei and I didn't stop suddenly. We were waiting for you because we noticed you'd fallen behind." Pain, sharp, stinging pain, flared across Lin Xiao's cheek, not from Lin Yutong's words, but from the fiery slap Du Fei had just delivered. Lin Xiao's temper flared. "Damn it, you crazy woman. What the hell is wrong with you? Oh, so you have the audacity to complain after taking advantage of me?" Du Fei glared at him, murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Lin Xiao grew even angrier. "Screw you. I was lost in thought and didn't see you. Are you blind? Couldn't you move out of the way? You were the one who wasn't looking. Why should I make way for you?" Du Fei shot back. Lin Xiao was utterly baffled by her logic. "Then you deserved it. And honestly, for all your temper, that part of you was surprisingly soft." Slap. Another crisp sound rang out, but this time, Lin Xiao was prepared. He caught Du Fei's wrist before her palm could strike. "Scoundrel!" Du Fei spat, struggling to free herself. Lin Xiao only grinned, tightening his grip. "TSK, TSK. Your skin is so smooth and supple, such a delightful texture. You bastard. I'll kill you. Back when I was in the foundation establishment stage, you couldn't beat me. Now that I've reached the golden core stage, you stand even less of chance. Save yourself the embarrassment and stop making empty threats, Lin Xiao scoffed. Lin Yutong suddenly burst into laughter, drawing both their attention. What are you laughing at? They demanded in unison. The girl covered her mouth, eyes twinkling. I was just thinking the way you two are bickering, you look exactly like a married couple. Nonsense. Who marry this scoundrel? Du Fei snapped, glaring at Lin Yutong until the girl shrank back, sticking out her tongue in an adorable pout. Lin Xiao snorted derisively before finally releasing Du Fei's hand. With a temper like yours, any man who marries you is doomed to misery. You. Duffy was on the verge of an outburst, yet was interrupted by Lin Xiao's nonchalant remark. Why are you both just standing there? Are you waiting for me? Do you expect me to run? One moment, he was utterly irreverent, and the next he donned a serious demeanor to discuss important matters. Duffy truly struggled to adapt to Lin Xiao's abrupt shifts in tone, her mouth agape, yet she found herself unable to articulate a single word. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong swiftly seized the opportunity to interject, stating, though Blackstone City is not particularly large, it serves as a crucial defensive line. With an army exceeding 50,000, alongside merchants from various regions, the population must be at least 100,000. How are we supposed to locate anyone? Lin Xiao grasped the situation. It appeared the two had grown weary of searching and sought his guidance. As he contemplated the matter, the aforementioned scene unfolded. Nevertheless, despite understanding, his sole amusement these days had been teasing the two captivating women, and this occasion was no different. He disdainfully remarked, that is why I say you both are rather foolish. I can't fathom what your masters were thinking, releasing you before you were fully developed, resulting in two dim-witted individuals. How tragic. The two women were seething with indignation. Duffy was ready to retaliate, but Lin Yutong restrained her, retorting sharply to Lin Xiao. What? Do you have a solution? Of course I have a plan, but... Lin Xiao cryptically responded, you both must indulge me in a game before I reveal it. Chapter 34. Sword pointing at the ghost shadow, damn it. I'll fight you. The mere mention of the game sent Du Fei into a frenzy. In recent days, she and Lin Yutong had fallen for Lin Xiao's tricks countless times, each time believing they were merely playing a game, only to find themselves the ones defeated. What infuriated them further was that before each session, Lin Xiao insisted they place bets, demanding they swear an oath that they would not retract their words in the event of loss. For practitioners of the way, such oaths were not to be taken lightly. The act of cultivating oneself was akin to defying the heavens, and a moment's carelessness could invite divine retribution. The consequences could range from a descent into madness to utter annihilation. Thus, cultivators seldom swore oaths, and once uttered, they were bound to fulfill them. Consequently, within just a few days, Du Fei and Lin Yutong had found themselves in increasingly compromising situations, their dignity forever tarnished. It was only later, upon realizing that every instance had been a ploy of Lin Xiao's, that they staunchly refused to engage in such so-called games again. Yet at this juncture, Lin Xiao remained intent on his games, inciting Du Fei's ire. What took her aback, however, was Lin Yutong's reaction, rather than sharing her indignation. She appeared rather eager, exclaiming, "What game? What game?" Indeed, they were all young adults at the peak of their hormonal exuberance. Lin Xiao's games, far from being excessive, were rather exhilarating. Not only Lin Yutong, but even Du Fei, time and again falling into Lin Xiao's traps, revealed that deep within, they were quite fond of these youthful and forbidden diversions. Du Fei's anger stemmed from her inherent temperament, having faced defeat at Lin Xiao's hands multiple times. She felt both humiliated and vexed, her pride wounded. Hearing Lin Yutong express a desire to indulge Lin Xiao in his antics, she interjected, "Yutong, have you not suffered enough at the hands of this scoundrel? Why would you still entertain him?" "But it's so thrilling," Lin Yutong pouted. "Moreover, if we don't play along, he won't tell us how to find Sister Baiwa. What if she ventures to the ghost shadow gate alone, outnumbered and vulnerable? What if something unfortunate occurs?" This left Du Fei in a quandary. She was uncertain whether her reluctance towards Lin Xiao's games was genuine. For a moment, words eluded her. To play or not to play. Regardless of winning or losing, I will inform you, Lin Xiao said, grinning mischievously. Let us play. Du Fei bit her lip, her eyes narrowing in determination. Very well, but you must swear first that you will not renege if you lose. Then I shall reveal the rules of the game, Lin Xiao said with a sly smile. This was where his cunning lay. He withheld the rules and stakes, merely stating that there would be wins and losses, and then asked if they dared to gamble. The two women had long grown accustomed to his rogue mannerisms. They exchanged a knowing glance and promptly swore an oath, its contents simple. Today, they would play with Lin Xiao, and should they lose, they would submit to his whims, with dire consequences should they attempt to retract their words. Lin Xiao chuckled once more before speaking. Consider this. Though Ji Baihua is consumed by fury, she is not one to act impulsively. If she seeks vengeance against the Ghost Shadow sect, she would naturally gather intelligence on her adversaries first. In this place, where the Ghost Shadow sect conducts trade with merchants from across the continent, is the ideal spot to gather information. Would she overlook it? Therefore, she is bound to appear here, perhaps even stay overnight. Our game is simple. We take this spot as the dividing line. You two form one team, and I'll be on my own. Each of us picks a direction and walks along the street, inquiring at every inn or stall we encounter. The first to uncover news of Ji Baihua wins. How does that sound? It seems rather fair, Lin Yutong mused, biting her finger, only for Du Fei to rap her sharply on the head. Fair? How is it fair? He is alone, and we're two. How does that balance? Lin Yutong winced, casting a reproachful glance at Du Fei. Isn't this better? It means our odds are higher. With two of us, we can cover more ground and gather more information than he can alone. You're too naive, Du Fei retorted, glaring at her. Who knows what schemes this scoundrel is plotting? For all we know, he already has an idea of where Sister Baihua is and is setting a trap for us. So, are you playing or not? Lin Xiao grinned at them. We're playing. Du Fei snapped, her eyes blazing. Having sworn an oath, there was no turning back now. To refuse would mean conceding defeat. Excellent. Ladies first. Choose your direction, Lin Xiao said with exaggerated courtesy. You go ahead. We'll backtrack, Du Fei declared, already tugging Lin Yutong past Lin Xiao's shoulder. As they walked away, Lin Yutong's puzzled voice drifted back. Sister Du Fei. Why are we going back? Do you know where Sister Baihua is? No, Du Fei admitted, but I noticed that the street ahead only stretches another 100 meters or so, with no more than 7 or 8 stalls and shops. Going back, however, leads to hundreds. I refuse to believe that scoundrel can outmatch us this time. Wow, Sister Du Fei, you're so clever. Lin Yutong cheered. It looks like we're finally going to win. I should start thinking. What should we make that wretched rogue do if he loses? Maybe the same as last time. Force him to take that medicine and lock him up with an ugly woman. Will we win? Du Fei wondered silently, though the odds seemed in their favor. After all, if Ji Baihua had truly passed through this town, her striking beauty, figure, poise, and attire would surely leave an impression. Why did unease still gnaw at her? She didn't voice her doubts to Lin Yutong, merely offering a bitter inward smile before methodically beginning her inquiries, one person at a time. Yet Lin Xiao remained entirely unperturbed, crouching before a modest stall, not to inquire about Ji Baihua's whereabouts, but rather to examine an array of unfamiliar items, querying their prices and purposes. He appeared less like a seeker of a person and more like a leisurely shopper. It was only after Du Fei and Lin Yutong had vanished from sight, ensuring that his actions would go unnoticed, that he rose from the stall and swiftly departed in the opposite direction, soon disappearing into the throng. Outside the city of Haishi, at the entrance, or perhaps the exit, of the Qingxia, a white figure stood before the boundless grasslands and the towering peaks that reach for the heavens, appearing remarkably diminutive. Was this an expression of awe at nature's artistry, its sublime craftsmanship? A teasing voice emerged from behind, causing the white figure to tremble slightly before turning around quickly, a look of confusion adorning her exquisite face. How did you find me here? Ah, your abilities have certainly advanced. Splendid indeed. You've achieved the peak of the Golden Core stage. It seems your visit to the Ghost Shadow sect is destined for success, spoke the figure behind her with a grin. This individual was none other than Lin Xiao, and the white figure, without a doubt, was Ji Baihua herself. In fact, Lin Xiao had already detected Ji Baihua's presence while in Haishi City. The so-called game he proposed was merely a ruse to distract Du Fei and Lin Yutong. As for why he noticed Ji Baihua, while the two women did not, it was the fundamental distinction between the Golden Core and Foundation establishment stages. Upon reaching the Golden Core, a cultivator's transformation encompasses more than just the internal energy transitioning from the sea of qi to a Golden Core. It also involves the refinement of one's divine sense. Before attaining the Golden Core, cultivators possessed a form of divine sense, albeit not fully developed, allowing them only to sense their surroundings within a limited scope. In contrast, those who have reached the Golden Core possess a divine sense that enables them to perceive the changes around them, even with their eyes closed, often clearer than what is visible to the naked eye. The extent of this perception is contingent upon the strength of one's divine sense. Although Lin Xiao had only just ascended to the Golden Core, he adeptly utilized his divine sense, which extended further than that of an average Golden Core cultivator. Thanks to the system's influence, while the strength of one's divine sense is intrinsically linked to the cultivator's realm, higher realms equate to stronger divine senses. The system transcended this rule. It may not directly assist Lin Xiao in breaking through, but it elevates his divine sense to the utmost level attainable within his current realm. Thus, even in the early stages of the Golden Core, he possessed the divine sense of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, and upon advancing to the Yuaning stage, his divine sense would be at its zenith. Consequently, upon entering Haishi City, he had already sensed Ji Baihua's presence. At that moment, she had just exited the city, preparing to head toward the Qingxia. Initially, Lin Xiao considered pursuing her directly, but with two relatives in tow, movement was considerably hindered. Moreover, he observed that Ji Baihua's pace was rather leisurely, so he chose not to rush. Until the aura of Ji Baihua was about to fade from his perception, he prepared to act. Coincidentally, at that moment, Duffy and Lin Yutong were waiting for him, and he inadvertently bumped into them, leading to the wager of the game. Upon hearing Lin Xiao discern her strength at a glance, Ji Baihua felt a jolt of astonishment. However, reflecting on the extraordinary events surrounding this individual, she quickly dismissed her surprise. With an air of composure, she remarked, Xiang Wanran and the Nightshade Forest represent two extremes. One is a flat expanse, and the other, Dovering Bex. Yet, where they converge, it appears remarkably natural, devoid of any abruptness. This was her response to Lin Xiao's first inquiry. Lin Xiao paused momentarily before replying. I believe that the true marvel lies within the Qing Gorge, as it effectively isolates both the barbaric tribes from the plains and the beasts from mountains, safeguarding humanity in the rear. Yet paradoxically, some seek companionship with the wild. Ji Baihua spoke these words with a sense of detachment, but Lin Xiao could discern an undertone of lethal intent. Clearly, her mention of seeking companionship with the wild referred to the Ghost Shadow sect. He shrugged and inquired, so, will you venture alone, or shall we go together? Ji Baihua understood the implication of his words. He stated together rather than take me along, indicating his unwavering intent to visit the Ghost Shadow sect. A radiant smile graced her face as she replied, together then. Lin Xiao also smiled in response, and, with a sweeping gesture, declared exuberantly, let us embark. Chapter 35. The harsh reality of the Ghost Shadow sect, though a relatively recent establishment of merely a few centuries, boasts an internal system that is significantly more refined than that of my Hundred Flowers Palace. Its overall strength is undeniably formidable. Despite Lin Xiao's earlier nonchalant declaration, brimming with bravado, the notion that merely two individuals could obliterate an entire sect seems rather far-fetched. Throughout the journey, Ji Baihua incessantly elucidated various eccentric and trivial inquiries to Lin Xiao. This serves as an explanation for why the Ghost Shadow sect, despite its lack of prominence, could annihilate the Hundred Flowers Palace with less than a third of its forces. Upon hearing such reasoning, Lin Xiao rolled his eyes in disdain, retorting, so what you're implying is that your Hundred Flowers Palace cannot even be considered a complete sect. This statement struck a painful chord with Ji Baihua. who shot Lin Xiao a fierce glare and conceded, "As much as I despise admitting it, the truth remains." But why is that? At this point, Lin Xiao genuinely sought enlightenment, devoid of any mockery. In his view, the Hundred Flowers Palace, which purportedly had existed for over 1,000 years, should possess a foundation far superior to that of a mere ghost shadow sect, even after suffering significant losses. Why then did the Hundred Flowers Palace succumb so swiftly during the last assault by the ghost shadow sect? Ji Baihua's expression darkened with sorrow as she explained. Typically, a sect comprises a hierarchy beneath the sect leader, including elders, offerings, and stewards, with further distinctions between inner and outer disciples. This is merely a simplistic structure. Some powerful sects even have reclusive masters guarding them. The Ghost Shadow sect, aside from lacking hidden masters, has essentially achieved the scale of a major sect. In contrast, our Hundred Flowers Palace has been oppressed by the Dao Alliance ever since that incident. Within the palace, there are dozens of individuals, like the elder you encountered earlier, who possess strength surpassing the transformation stage, enough to easily crush the Ghost Shadow sect. However, the true issue lies in the fact that they cannot emerge, even when the sect is annihilated. Lin Xiao queried, incredulous. In the realm of cultivation, a sect is akin to one's home. How could one fail to defend their very sanctuary? Ji Baiwa elucidated, because they are overwhelmingly powerful. Their mere emergence would attract the attention of the Dao Alliance, and according to their records, they have been considered deceased for several centuries. Lin Xiao began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. In essence, these individuals had offended the Dao Alliance, and at some point, the Hundred Flowers Palace had managed to preserve their existence, deceiving the Dao Alliance. Consequently, they are condemned to live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. Should they reveal themselves, not only would they face relentless pursuit from the Dao Alliance, but the Hundred Flowers Palace would also be subjected to a collective onslaught from all sects within the Alliance. Thus, the true combat capability of the Hundred Flowers Palace hinges upon Ji Baiwa, the current leader. By the way, now that the Hundred Flowers Palace has been destroyed, what do you plan to do moving forward? Lin Xiao shifted the topic. Ji Baiwa, with a subtle smile, pointed towards a lush, towering mountain ahead, where a majestic palace could be faintly discerned, and remarked calmly, "I have no interest in destruction." Lin Xiao glanced at the map and realized they had arrived at the foot of the Ghost Shadow Sect's mountain. Understanding her implication, he exclaimed, "Goodness, you cannot possibly intend to treat this place as Baohua Palace. What do you think?" Ji Baiwa retorted with a cold smirk. "Yin, Lai destroyed my Baohua Palace. He shall compensate with his own Ghost Shadow Sect. This location is passable at best. And what a magical beasts. I have heard that the creatures in the Night Charm Forest occasionally unleash beast tides to attack humans. Do you know why the Ghost Shadow Sect only employed 1/3 of their strength to annihilate my Baohua Palace? Why?" Lin Xiao admitted he had never contemplated this seriously. During their confrontation, he was preoccupied with his advancement to the Golden Core stage, unaware of the disparity in their strengths. Had Yin Lai not obliterated the small courtyard where he resided, he might not have ventured out to assist at all. Ji Baihua's eyes glimmered with a fierce light as she softly replied, "It is because over the years, we in Baohua Palace have lived too comfortably. Each surviving disciple of the Ghost Shadow Sect has engaged in hundreds, if not thousands, of battles against the magical beasts of the Night Charm Forest. Their practical experience far surpassing ours. The strength among cultivators is not merely a matter of realm." "Very well. What do you plan to do now?" Lin Xiao inquired, pondering that they could not simply charge in recklessly. However, reality proved that his thoughts often diverged from the truth. Just as he was contemplating how to ascend the mountain to confront Yin Lai, Ji Baihua had already made her move. With a light step, she transformed into a streak of white lightning, seemingly weightless, yet moving with astonishing speed towards two patrolling disciples of the Ghost Shadow Sect at the base of the mountain. "Who goes there?" One disciple noticed her approach and managed to utter a cry, but his voice was abruptly silenced as his head soared into the air, eventually landing with a thud, blood splattering across the ground, where flowers bloomed in abundance. "Intruder!" The other disciple, stunned, could only emit a startled shout before meeting the same fate as his companion. Two lifeless bodies, 2 severed heads, a carpet of vibrant flowers, and the vivid red of blood, all of it jolted Lin Xiao's senses. Truth be told, since arriving here, he had yet to witness such a thrilling scene. Even during his previous battle with Yin Lai, when he ultimately destroyed Yin Lai's physical form, it had been a matter of life and death, leaving the remnants of Yin Lai's corpse buried beneath countless ruins. From the onset, whether it was Ji Baihua's relentless pursuit, his encounters with Du Fei and Lin Yutong, or the climactic conflict with Yin Lai, everything that transpired in this world felt surreal, almost akin to playing a game. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, 2 lifeless bodies lay cold before him, one head rolling grotesquely to his feet, awaiting the gaze of the leader. At this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of nausea, an impulse to vomit. The scene was drenched in blood and cruelty. Such is the grim reality of this world. His complexion pale, he shouted to Ji Baihua ahead, "The true culprit behind the destruction of your Baihua palace is Yin Lai. Why do you kill them? They are innocent." Innocent? It seemed as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Ji Baihua turned her head, mockingly regarding Lin Xiao, as if observing a naive child. Her icy voice pierced the air. "Honestly, sometimes I truly wonder if you have just recently arrived in this world." It was undeniable that, even though Lin Xiao understood Ji Baihua's intention was to deride his naivety, he could not overlook her perceptive nature. He replied, "Well, according to your logic, are you truly prepared to annihilate everyone from the Ghost Shadow sect?" "If they obstruct me," Ji Baihua replied coolly. Lin Xiao was rendered speechless. He felt as if he no longer recognized Ji Baihua. In his mind, she was the type of person who appeared frigid on the surface but possessed a warm heart. Yet now, before him stood a figure still breathtakingly beautiful and radiant, yet he sensed an eerie chill in her very essence. "I do not comprehend why you harbor such naive thoughts, but allow me to enlighten you. The law of nature is survival of the fittest. The strong dominate the weak. This is the truth of this world, the principle of the cultivation realm. The Ghost Shadow sect destroyed my Baiwa palace because we were too weak, and now I slay them because I'm stronger. Do you truly believe that when you are felled by your enemies, they will engage you in reasoned discourse?" After this calm declaration, Ji Baiwa moved again. Despite her prior swiftness, she had inadvertently granted the 2 disciples a chance to send a message. Now, no fewer than 10 figures were racing down from the mountain. The sound of muffled thuds echoed through the forest, and Lin Xiao could already envision the fate awaiting those 10 individuals without a second thought. According to Ji Baihua, the patrolling disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect were merely outer sect members, newly inducted and lacking any opportunity to cultivate the inner sect's techniques. Their strength largely at the Qi refining stage, with few even at the foundation establishment stage. How could they possibly contend with Ji Baihua? Should he intervene or remain passive? Lin Xiao found himself at a loss. Previously filled with fervor, he had sought to eradicate the Ghost Shadow sect, to eliminate Yin Lai, and continue his journey across the continent. Yet the scene unfolding before him was starkly different from his imaginings. Life was as fragile as a blade of grass, utterly worthless. Was this truly the law of the world? If so, what was he to do? Upon arriving in this world, Lin Xiao experienced a profound shift in his state of mind for the first time, giving rise to self-doubt that rendered him motionless. "In your memories, I encountered a phrase." The system interjected abruptly, its voice as detached and indifferent as ever. "Survival of the fittest. This is the supreme truth, regardless of which world one inhabits. Perhaps in your former world, the conflicts between people were not as direct or bloody. But have you ever considered that the darkness concealed beneath the veneer of morality and justice is, in fact, the most terrifying? But in my previous world, murder demanded retribution." Lin Xiao murmured, dazed. "Here, it is murder that demands retribution," the system countered. "This is not your former world. To survive here, you must adapt to its ways." Yin Lai of the Ghost Shadow sect led his disciples to storm the 100 Flowers Palace, annihilating it entirely. While he is undoubtedly the chief culprit, have you considered whether he alone slaughtered every disciple of the 100 Flowers Palace? But the order came from him, didn't he? Then tell me, were these Ghost Shadow disciples forced to join the sect? The system's frigid tone was like a bucket of icy water poured over Lin Xiao's head, jolting him into clarity. It continued, no one compelled them. Thus, the moment they followed Yanlai onto the 100 Flowers Palace's mountain gate, their fate was sealed, including yours. Even if you shed not a single drop of blood today, merely standing before Yanlai at the Ghost Shadow Sect's gates alongside Ji Baihua, if you fail to utterly destroy him, do you truly believe he will seek vengeance against Ji Baihua alone in the future? Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. A lifetime of prior teachings had instilled in him that killing was inherently wrong. Yet reason coldly reminded him that in this merciless world of the strong devouring the weak, survival demanded an ever-deepening ruthlessness. Was survival wrong? The answer was undeniably no. But the price of survival was an unending path of slaughter. Such was the brutality of the cultivation world. Both Ji Baihua and the system had imparted a harsh lesson to Lin Xiao today. Chapter 36. Release that old wretch. When Lin Xiao regained his senses, the figure of Ji Baihua had already vanished. Her presence dissipated into the ether, save for the distant, haunting screams emanating from the mountains, a grim reminder that she was still engaged in her bloody work. Damn it! Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he spat vehemently onto the ground before swiftly dashing up the mountain. Along the way, a plethora of blooming flowers adorned the landscape, interspersed with the shocking crimson of lifeless bodies, completely shrouded by the floral expanse. Yet these blossoms appeared unnaturally vibrant, almost glaring in their vividness. Ji Baihua, once clad in pristine white garments, now bore countless crimson stains, resembling flowers composed of blood, her silhouette amongst the blooms strikingly beautiful. With a casual flourish of her sword, a cascade of blood erupted with each swing, claiming lives in its wake. In a daze, Lin Xiao found himself entranced by the scene. Kill! The thunderous roar reverberated through the air as Ji Baihua continued her slaughter. At long last, the majority of the Guiming sect had rallied. A sea of heads emerging from the mountains, with the first face Lin Xiao recognized being Yanlai's. The disciples launched their assault on Ji Baihua without hesitation. Flying swords, talismans, and magical artifacts ignited the forest in a dazzling display, creating a spectacle of explosive spells that erupted and dissipated in a kaleidoscope of colors. Ji Baihua moved like a specter amidst the chaos, weaving through the vibrant bursts while effortlessly drawing blood, claiming countless lives. Ji Baihua, I have yet to settle the score for the death of my sect's elder, and now you dare to massacre my disciples. Today, I vow that we shall not rest until one of us is dead. Yanlai bellowed from a distance, his face twisted in fury. Lin Xiao could no longer endure the shamelessness of it all. This man had annihilated another sect first, and now sought to play the victim. Truly, he embodied the pinnacle of disgrace. Yet Ji Baihua appeared oblivious to his outburst, disregarding him entirely as she called out, 100 flowers bloom. Instantly, a multitude of blossoms erupted around her, on the ground, on trees, on stones, and upon the bodies of the Guiming disciples. Flowers of every hue, both named and nameless, sprang forth, growing at an astonishing rate, enveloping her within a floral cocoon. Hundreds of Guiming disciples had no chance to scream before being consumed by the floral deluge. The floral tide crept toward Yanlai's feet, with several disciples shouting to protect their leader, only to be transformed into mere fertilizer for the blossoming sea before his very eyes. Ji Baihua! Yanlai roared in a fit of rage, feeling utterly humiliated as she ignored him, especially in front of countless disciples from various sections. How can a dignified, nascent soul cultivator stoop to attacking a group of disciples below the golden core stage? Where is the dignity of a cultivator? Dignity? Finally, Ji Baihua found the opportunity to respond to him. She chuckled softly and said, You Yanlai, once strode from the entrance of my Baihua palace straight to the main hall, each step causing the earth to tremble. Have you ever considered how many innocent disciples perished beneath the rubble? And now you speak to me of dignity? You would do better to converse with my deceased sisters. With that, she moved. The silvery long sword erupted with blinding radiance, akin to a shooting star, hurtling directly toward Yanlai's face. Impudence! Yin Lai scoffed, and instantly, violet flames surged from his body, spreading across the ground, transforming the sea of flowers into a raging inferno. A crisp sound of metal clashing resonated as the dazzling light dissipated, revealing Ji Baihua, who had instantaneously closed the distance of a mile to stand before Yin Lai. Her silvery sword hovering mere inches from his throat, halted by a dragon-headed staff that obstructed its path. "Master, leave this enchantress to me. A mere mid-stage, nascent soul. Let us see how she dares to act so brazenly." The Grand Elder stepped forward, boasting grandiloquently. Yet he conveniently forgot that during their previous assault on Ji Baihua at Baihua Palace, the 5 of them had been countered, resulting in 2 of their number being slain and 1 severely injured. Upon reflection, it was understandable, with so many disciples watching. If the master had intervened directly and ultimately failed, the Ghost Shadow sect would face inevitable decline, even if Ji Baihua did not annihilate them today. The Grand Elder's intention was clear: to exhaust Ji Baihua's vital energy, and once she was sufficiently weakened, Yin Lai could step in, making it far easier to deal with her. Should he succeed in slaying Ji Baihua, although the Grand Elder would lose face, Yin Lai's prestige would ascend to unprecedented heights, uniting the Ghost Shadow sect in unwavering loyalty. This was the reason the Grand Elder, despite not being the strongest among the elders, maintained his position. Firstly, due to his loyalty. Secondly, because his perspectives consistently aligned with the interests of the Ghost Shadow sect. Understanding this, Yin Lai offered the Grand Elder a faint smile, then withdrew his spectral flames, stepping aside. "I entrust her to you, Grand Elder. Please do not hold back. Ensure this enchantress is slain here today, avenging our fallen elders and disciples." "Indeed," the Grand Elder replied with a booming voice, standing tall before Ji Baihua, exuding an aura of authority. A chorus of disciples erupted in cheers, lauding the Grand Elder's might, which only intensified the smile upon his face. Yet, unbeknownst to all, behind that smile, his heart trembled, for he sensed that today, as Ji Baihua appeared markedly different from the one he had encountered before, as though she had grown even stronger. Although her displayed power remained within the late nascent soul stage, unlike the last time, her aura was stable, revealing that she had not relied on secret techniques to forcibly elevate her strength. However, today, Ji Baihua has slain numerous individuals, exhibiting no signs of disturbance in her aura, her breathing remarkably steady. The Grand Elder is now certain that Ji Baihua has experienced yet another breakthrough within this brief span of days. He discreetly casts a glance at Yin Lai behind him, fervently praying, "My esteemed master, I can only hope you discern the distinction at hand. Do not let me bear this burden alone for too long, lest my life be forfeited here." As for Ji Baihua, she remains emotionally unperturbed by the change of adversaries. She does not brandish her sword towards Yin Lai, nor does she utter challenges typical of a duel. Upon recognizing that her opponent is now the Grand Elder, she silently retracts her long sword, only to thrust it forth once more. Her objective today is to cleanse the Ghost Shadow sect in blood. Thus, whether it is Yin Lai, the Grand Elder, or both together, she remains undaunted and unafraid. Regardless of who stands before her, the outcome is unequivocal: death. Therefore, should any member of the Ghost Shadow sect confront her, even if they are but an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, she would not hesitate to strike. Boom, boom, boom in the blink of an eye. The two have exchanged over 100 blows, with the Grand Elder appearing to be no match for Ji Baihua. Each confrontation concludes with him at a disadvantage. The disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect clench their fists, secretly rallying support for their Grand Elder, while Lin Xiao observes that Yin Lai maintains a subtle smile upon his face. Frowning, he scrutinizes the battlefield, gradually uncovering certain clues. In terms of cultivation, both the Grand Elder and Ji Baihua are at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, seemingly possessing comparable strength. However, Ji Baihua's attacks wield far greater force than those of the Grand Elder. Lin Xiao believes that if this continues, the Grand Elder is destined to lose, perhaps even face death. Yet, what could possibly amuse Yin Lai? Does he truly care not for the lives of his disciples? No, certainly not. Glancing at the 4 or 5 white-haired elders standing beside Yin Lai, each exuding an air of calm, Lin Xiao quickly comprehends Yan Lai's intentions. Regardless of Ji Baihua's formidable prowess, if she cannot eliminate them all instantaneously, even if she succeeds in slaying half of the Ghost Shadow sect, she will ultimately be the one to face defeat. The reason is clear. She stands alone, whereas the Ghost Shadow sect boasts thousands. It is evident that Ji Baihua is currently brimming with murderous intent, her state unparalleled. Even if all members of the Ghost Shadow sect were to attack together, should she forcibly elevate her power, who knows if she might ascend beyond the transformation stage. If that were to occur, not a soul within the Ghost Shadow sect would stand a chance against a master of such caliber. In this one-on-one battle, the Shadow Ghost sect might suffer heavy casualties, but their sheer numbers gave them an advantage. By relentlessly wearing down Ji Baihua, her stamina and spiritual energy would eventually deplete. At that point, even if she had reached the late-stage nascent soul or even the late-stage divine transformation realm, it would be futile. She wouldn't even have a strength to lift a finger, and a mere child could enter life. While cursing Yan Lai's shamelessness, Lin Xiao couldn't help but admire his audacity and charisma. He was willing to gamble the lives of the entire Shadow Ghost sect against Ji Baihua, betting that she couldn't kill them all. To achieve this, he demanded absolute loyalty. Only fearless warriors like the Grand Elder, charging forward without hesitation, could bring his plan to fruition. And judging by the faint smile on his face, Yan Lai was confident it would succeed. Cruel, ruthless, bold, cunning, and surrounded by those willing to die for him. Such traits only deepened Lin Xiao's resolve to eliminate him. These were the very qualities of a formidable warlord, and Yan Lai possessed them all. If left unchecked, Lin Xiao shuddered to imagine waking one day to find his own head at the foot of his bed, his lifeless body lying decapitated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiao abandoned his passive observation. He had come with Ji Baihua to slaughter the Shadow Ghost sect, yet his hesitation had delayed his involvement. Now, sensing the peril, he burst from the forest with a roar. "Step aside, old man. Let me handle this." His voice echoed through the trees, startling everyone. The Grand Elder faltered for a split second, giving Ji Baihua the opening to thrust her sword into his shoulder, spraying blood as he staggered back. She didn't pursue him, instead turning to Lin Xiao with icy detachment. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "I thought you disliked killing." Lin Xiao smirked, feigning nonchalance. "I do dislike it, but if someone threatens my future wife, I suppose I'll have to indulge in a little slaughter. I am not, nor will I ever be your wife," Ji Baihua retorted coldly. "If you keep spouting nonsense, I might just kill you first." Unfazed, Lin Xiao chuckled. "Don't be so heartless. I've saved you multiple times. Anyone else would pledge themselves to me for lifetimes. I'm not anyone else." Their banter continued, oblivious to Yan Lai's reaction. The moment he spotted Lin Xiao, his face twitched violently, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, knocking weaker disciples off their feet. "Golden core? A mere golden core dares to provoke my Ghost Shadow sect." Suddenly, the Grand Elder erupted into laughter, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Xiao. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Lin Xiao, and aside from Yan Lai, the other disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect regarded Lin Xiao with eyes full of pity. No one doubted that a mere golden core stood no chance of survival under the oppressive force of a late-stage nascent soul expert. Chapter 37. Confrontation with the Grand Elder. As you can see, I am indeed merely at the golden core stage. However, I wonder if you, a formidable master at the late nascent soul stage, dare to exchange a few blows with me? Lin Xiao gazed at the Grand Elder with a serene demeanor, devoid of mockery or any hint of fear. This made the Grand Elder's heart skip a beat, leading him to suspect that Lin Xiao might be some ancient being at the transformation stage, playfully concealing his true strength. After all, with his golden core cultivation, effortlessly withstanding the pressure of a late nascent soul master, albeit not wielding his full power, was a cause for alarm, especially given Lin Xiao's unaffected demeanor. Regardless of whether Lin Xiao's actual strength was truly as modest as it appeared, the intensity of his soul was already on par with the Grand Elder's. Such an individual, regardless of their cultivation level, was undoubtedly formidable. Be cautious, Yin Lai whispered from behind him. Previously, when Lin Xiao had forced Yin Lai's soul to leave his body, he refrained from disclosing to anyone the identity of his assailant. The humiliation of being defeated by a mere early golden core cultivator, even after forcibly elevating his own strength to the late stage, was unbearable. Though he harbored a desire to exact vengeance upon Lin Xiao, he kept these sentiments buried deep within. As Lin Xiao emerged once more, a sense of foreboding washed over Yin Lai, spreading through him like a contagion. Thus, he refrained from acting recklessly and merely advised the Grand Elder to be cautious, implying that he considered the Grand Elder a testing stone. However, the Grand Elder misinterpreted Yin Lai's caution, feeling a degree of disdain. Yet, in tandem with his scorn, he began to regard Lin Xiao with increasing seriousness. Despite his unwavering belief that Lin Xiao's cultivation was limited to the early golden core stage, he could not dismiss the fact that Yin Lai, a peak nascent soul cultivator, held such a high regard for someone so seemingly insignificant. This realization sparked doubt within the Grand Elder, for no one knew the sect leader better than he did. He was known for his tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong. If Lin Xiao were merely an ordinary golden core cultivator, the sect leader would likely have annihilated him with a mere glance during their conversation. Consequently, the Grand Elder adopted an even more cautious demeanor, preparing to defend himself, even against someone he perceived as a mere golden core practitioner. On the other hand, Ji Baiwa was displeased when Lin Xiao suddenly emerged to claim her opponent, expressing her dissatisfaction by declaring, "I can kill him." Her words incited a chorus of insults from the Ghost Shadow sect. In their eyes, only the sect leader and the elders possessed true strength. Thus, it was absurd for an unknown woman to boast about being able to slay their elder. Lin Xiao, however, paid no mind to their disdain. He turned towards Ji Baiwa and flashed a broad smile, saying, "I do not doubt that in the slightest." However, in his heart, he secretly transmitted a message to Ji Baiwa. "Are you foolish? Can't you see that they intend to exhaust you one by one?" Yet, Ji Baiwa dismissed his concern with disdain and boldly declared, "I do not care if they come at me together or one at a time. I shall slay every last one who stands before me." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, as they realized that Ji Baiwa had either lost her mind or was utterly deluded. How many members did the Ghost Shadow sect possess? Though far fewer than the tens of thousands of the larger sects, they still numbered in the thousands. Could she truly be contemplating the slaughter of her own sect? The atmosphere grew eerily silent, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. Even Lin Xiao was taken aback. The thought of a single individual facing thousands was unfathomable to him. "All right, I acknowledge your prowess, but such recklessness will lead to your demise," he transmitted again. This time, Ji Baiwa refrained from speaking aloud and responded telepathically, "I do not care." Fine. There's no point in arguing with you. Focus on your recovery. I have no desire to accompany you to your death. Leave that old fossil to me. Once you're sufficiently restored, you can choose your battles." Lin Xiao was infuriated. He had intended to assist, yet she appeared entirely ungrateful. Ji Baiwa ceased her verbal exchanges and instead sat down cross-legged. The blooming sea of flowers around her swiftly contracted, ultimately halting at a mere foot from her body, before surging forth wildly, enveloping her entirely. Lin Xiao understood that she had heeded his advice, deciding to recuperate from her earlier exertions. After all, having fought relentlessly from the moment she arrived, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator could not withstand such prolonged combat. "Hey, old man, come on, let's exchange a few blows," he taunted, turning to the Grand Elder with audacity. The Grand Elder's face darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as he, a dignified elder of the sect, was challenged by a mere golden core disciple. Initially, he had intended to adopt a defensive stance, sparring with Lin Xiao to gauge his abilities before deciding whether to engage further. However, after being provoked twice, he realized that if he did not act, he risked being ruthlessly struck down by Lin Xiao's thunderous tactics, which would jeopardize his standing within the Ghost Shadow sect, making him a target of ridicule wherever he went. "Look, there is our Grand Elder." "Which Grand Elder?" "The one who has been repeatedly challenged by that golden core brat, yet hasn't dared to retaliate." The thought of such a situation sent chills down the Grand Elder's spine, and he turned his gaze to Lin Xiao, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In a frigid tone, he declared, "Impudent brat, I shall make you wish you were never born." With a thunderous roar, the Grand Elder's dragon-headed staff was no longer held defensively across his chest. Instead, it transformed into a fierce dragon that lunged directly at Lin Xiao's face. Of course, the staff retained its form, yet a pale golden dragon composed entirely of true qi erupted from it, rushing forth with boundless might, claws bared, towards Lin Xiao. This technique, known as the dragon emerges from the sea, can almost be regarded as the Grand Elder's ultimate move. Typically, he refrains from employing it during initial confrontations, reserving it for decisive moments to achieve an element of surprise. However, now he has been thoroughly provoked by Lin Xiao. He feels compelled to obliterate Lin Xiao entirely to solidify his authority within the Ghost Shadow sect. Yet, while his intentions may be noble, reality is often more complex. This move, imbued with an extraordinarily fierce momentum, would undoubtedly annihilate Lin Xiao, a mere golden core practitioner, if it were to connect. Nonetheless, in Lin Xiao's perspective, despite the astonishing speed of the attack, it was not insurmountable. If he could not withstand it, could he not evade it? With a deft maneuver, Lin Xiao swiftly dropped to the ground, executing a roll that allowed him to escape his original position. Although this posture appeared exceedingly awkward, it ultimately enabled him to evade the Grand Elder's lethal strike. The Grand Elder and Yin Lai exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend how a mere golden core could possess such agility to dodge an attack from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, the disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect held a different view. To them, while Lin Xiao had narrowly escaped the Grand Elder's assault, his appearance was so disheveled, with blood already trickling from the corner of his mouth, that they were convinced his demise was imminent. Consequently, all the disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect erupted in a chorus. "Grand Elder, mighty!" Mighty? What a farce! The Grand Elder, infuriated, misinterpreted their cheers as mockery. In a fit of rage, he raised his dragon head staff once more, preparing to unleash another formidable strike. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in his ear. "Wait a moment, it's now my turn to attack," Lin Xiao announced, having risen from the ground. The Grand Elder, appalled by Lin Xiao's disheveled appearance, found it exceedingly irksome and ignored his words entirely, thinking to himself that this was a life-and-death battle, not a duel where one takes turns. Did he truly believe the Grand Elder was a fool? As he contemplated this, the dragon head staff, slightly hesitated due to Lin Xiao's interruption, was raised once again, gathering a dazzling light atop it. Suddenly, a soft sound pierced the air, and the Grand Elder's expression shifted to one of disbelief. The radiance emanating from the staff dissipated in an instant as he incredulously turned his head toward his left shoulder, where a faint crimson mark had appeared. Blood began to flow profusely, staining half of his body. When he glanced back at Lin Xiao, he found him smiling broadly, a long sword appearing in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. Lin Xiao flashed a broad grin and, with a tone of mock sympathy, remarked, "I told you. It's my turn to attack now. You didn't believe me, so this is not my fault." The Grand Elder roared in fury. In truth, Lin Xiao's strike had not inflicted significant harm. It merely left a shallow cut on his shoulder, breaking the skin. Yet for the Grand Elder, this was an immense humiliation. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator against an early-stage golden core, and he had allowed the opponent to wound him first. If this news spread, his reputation in the cultivation world would be utterly ruined. "Brat, prepare to die." Now thoroughly enraged, the Grand Elder cast aside all pretense of dignity. Like a rabid dog, he brandished his dragon-headed staff and charged toward Lin Xiao. TCH, so old and still this reckless, cough. Lin Xiao had intended to mock him further. But before he could finish, a crushing force, as if struck by an elephant, slammed into his chest. Pain exploded through him as his body was sent flying, a trail of blood arcing through the air. When he finally crashed to the ground and staggered to his feet, he realized with a jolt that the Grand Elder now stood precisely where he had been moments before. What baffled him most was the distance. Several zhang had separated them earlier. He had been fully alert the moment the Grand Elder raised his staff. Yet, he hadn't even seen how the man had closed the gap or struck him. The Grand Elder's voice drifted over, leisurely and mocking. Brat, cultivation is not as simple as you imagine. A nascent soul is beyond your comprehension. Submit now, and perhaps I shall grant you the mercy of an intact corpse. The message was clear. Lin Xiao was to kneel and await execution. Ha! You've lived all these years and still cling to such naivety. If I were your father, I'd have left you staining the wall rather than let you disgrace yourself like this. Lin Xiao spat a mouthful of blood, his expression twisted with defiance. No matter how formidable the Grand Elder was, he didn't inspire an insurmountable dread. Besides, Lin Xiao still had his system if all else failed. He could simply revive and flee, submit and die. He genuinely wondered if the Grand Elder had been born with his head submerged in amniotic fluid, and centuries later, the stupidity still hadn't drained out. Originally, the Grand Elder had refrained from immediately finishing Lin Xiao after sending him flying. He had intended to flaunt his superiority, proving that dealing with a mere golden core cultivator required no real effort, thereby solidifying his authority within the sect. But Lin Xiao's retort had turned the moment into a farce, making the Grand Elder look like a fool. Chapter 38. Lin Xiao's Fatal Encounter? Utterly oblivious. The Grand Elder, whose countenance was exceedingly grim, wisely chose to remain silent, finally realizing that in the art of verbal sparring, he was no match for Lin Xiao. However, while he fell silent, Lin Xiao continued to revel in his words, exclaiming, "Oh dear! Did your father's teachings upset you? Living, I understand, is quite enchanting, but I confess I am at a loss regarding death. Perhaps you could inquire with your sect leader and relay the answer to me?" At some point, Ji Baiwa, who had astonishingly recovered to her peak condition, could no longer stifle her laughter. Lin Zhao's words had deftly struck a nerve with Yan Lai. After all, he had previously knocked Yan Lai into a state of spiritual disarray, which could indeed be deemed a form of death. Yan Lai, caught off guard by this verbal barrage, wore an expression matching that of the Grand Elder and shot a fierce glare at Lin Xiao, as if to say, "What does this have to do with me?" I must say, purple hair, the last time you faced your father, not even your mother could recognize you. Now that you've nearly healed, are you itching for another round? Come now, both of you. If you can defeat me, I shall concede my defeat. Boom! The Ghost Shadow sect erupted into a cacophony of chatter, as the uninformed disciples began to speculate, never imagining that their revered leader had once been bested by this mere golden core cultivator. Those who were aware of the sect leader's recent injuries, which had left him with only his nascent soul to reclaim his strength, were even more astonished. They had assumed he had encountered a formidable master at the transformation stage, only to discover that it was a golden core practitioner who had bested him, especially the Grand Elder, who had always held confidence in Yan Lai's prowess. Upon Yan Lai's return from his injuries, he had surmised that it was one of the long-rumored, elusive masters from Baiwa Palace who had dealt the blow. He had refrained from seeking vengeance for Yan Lai, advising him instead to recuperate, never suspecting that the one responsible for Yan Lai's injuries was the very golden core initiate with whom he was now engaged in combat. At this moment, he finally understood the deeper meaning behind Yan Lai's earlier caution. It seemed he had previously suffered a setback at the hands of this young man and was now attempting to make him the scapegoat. Casting a resentful glance at Yan Lai, he noticed the concealed fury blazing in his eyes. The Grand Elder's thoughts shifted, and he turned to Lin Xiao, adopting an air of feigned wisdom. "Humph, impudent child, spewing such grandiloquent nonsense. Do you not fear the repercussions of your tongue? Our sect leader had just emerged from a fierce battle with a master at the transformation stage when you, in your treacherous cowardice, launched a sneak attack, resulting in his physical destruction. Allow me to avenge this grievance on behalf of our leader today." The Grand Elder had come to a realization, regardless of the circumstances. He and Yan Lai were now allies in this confrontation. Blaming Yan Lai for withholding the truth would serve no purpose in the current conflict. Rather than inciting discord, it would be far more prudent to eliminate the young man before him, leaving the explanation to the sect members for another day. His assertion that Yan Lai had been left on the brink of death after battling a master of the transformation stage would also serve to restore Yan Lai's reputation. As for Lin Xiao, a mere golden core practitioner, could engage in battle alongside the formidable experts of the god transformation stage. This detail was left unexplained, allowing boundless imagination to flourish among the disciples. The confrontation between the god transformation master and the nearly depleted lord, who had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, led to the impression that Lin Xiao, a mere golden core, had seized an opportunity amidst the chaos. The absence of clarification from the Grand Elder fostered a misconception that Yanlai had vanquished the God Transformation Master, sustaining grave injuries in the process, thus granting Lin Xiao a fleeting chance. It must be said that the Grand Elder articulated this notion with remarkable finesse, transforming any initial doubt regarding Yanlai's prowess into profound guilt and self-reproach among the listeners, who chastised themselves for questioning their leader's capabilities. More astutely, immediately after his pronouncement, the Grand Elder wielded his dragon-headed staff, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that charged towards Lin Xiao, leaving him no opportunity to clarify the situation. Ultimately, Lin Xiao was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, in terms of both the quantity and quality of his true energy as well as battle experience. He could not compare to the Grand Elder. Merely sustaining himself thus far was a testament to his tenacity. With the Grand Elder unleashing his full might, Lin Xiao found himself overwhelmed, with no respite to catch his breath. "Go on, keep shouting. Aren't you quite the talker?" The Grand Elder began to revel in his triumph, breaking his earlier vow of silence as he realized that despite Lin Xiao's considerable strength relative to other golden cores, he was still merely a golden core facing a seasoned opponent. The thought that Lin Xiao could have taken advantage of the battle between Yanlai and the God Transformation Master seemed increasingly plausible, given the current intensity of his attacks. How could he possibly contend with his master? With this line of thought, the Grand Elder's confidence soared. While maneuvering Lin Xiao like a puppet with his dragon-headed staff, he pondered the magnitude of assistance he had rendered to his master that day, wondering what reward might await him. This contemplation soon led him to recall the treasures he had amassed from the 100 Flowers Palace treasury, many of which he had yet to fully inventory. Unbeknownst to him, the Grand Elder's mind began to wander, and as he mocked Lin Xiao, his focus drifted elsewhere. Suddenly, his inattention produced a slight opening in his relentless assault, granting Lin Xiao a fleeting moment to retaliate. Lin Xiao's strike, fueled by a unique method, channeled the purest forces of nature to confront his adversary, its potency far surpassing that of the simulated lightning attacks crafted by cultivators through the infusion of true energy into talismans. Even Yanlai, at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, would have been incapacitated by such an onslaught, let alone the distracted Grand Elder engaged in battle. "Be careful." As Lin Xiao uttered the phrase that invoked the wrath of heaven, Yanlai instinctively sensed something amiss. A flicker of familiarity crossed his mind when he suddenly glimpsed a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, striking directly above the head of the Grand Elder. A subconscious warning. It was too late. The speed of the lightning, comparable to the speed of light in earthly terms, was astonishing. Lin Xiao shouted, forming a spell with deft precision, guiding the lightning in one seamless motion, and within a heartbeat, a bolt of lightning had already struck the Grand Elder's crown. Just as Yanlai's shout echoed and faded, a sizzling sound pierced the air, and all present witnessed a remarkable spectacle. The Grand Elder, who had been relentlessly attacking Lin Xiao, his form nearly untraceable, abruptly halted, standing motionless before Lin Xiao, as if he were a mere puppet. "Do not act pretentiously. Hubris invites divine retribution." Lin Xiao's voice resonated with exasperation. In the gaze of all disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect, a long sword emerged ominously from the Grand Elder's back. Even a master at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, despite being momentarily incapacitated, swiftly broke free from confinement. The intense pain compelled the Grand Elder to cry out, his dragon-headed staff wildly brandishing forward, unleashing waves of golden light that transformed into soaring dragons, roaring as they enveloped Lin Xiao. After executing this maneuver, the Grand Elder leapt backward, covering a distance of 3 zhang, retreating to stand before Yanlai. A stark crimson stain marred his chest, a sight both shocking and vivid. Roars of countless dragons reverberated through the mountain forest, emanating a formidable presence from the golden dragons, each exuding strength akin to that of the mid-nascent soul stage. The disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect, weaker in cultivation, succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, collapsing to their knees, blood seeping from their orifices. Some prostrated themselves, trembling uncontrollably, as if the next moment might reduce them to mere pulp beneath the weight of this might. "Lin Xiao!" Ji Baiwa exclaimed, her garments billowing as she transformed into a fleeting white silhouette, dashing into the heart of the golden dragons. Bang! An unseen barrier seemed to repel her, sending her body flying back several zhang, causing internal turmoil that forced her to spit out a mouthful of blood, despite her status in the late nascent soul realm. Lin Xiao, Ji Baiwa, oblivious to her own injuries, sought to surge forward once more, for in her perception, Lin Xiao's presence had vanished. How could he, who had been before her, suddenly cease to exist? The only conclusion loomed ominously. Lin Xiao was dead. However, as soon as this thought emerged, she vehemently dismissed it. "You are far too reckless, too fond of your own life, to perish here. No, you cannot die. I have yet to repay you for saving my life. Moreover, you declared I am to be your future wife. What shall I do if you are gone? Bah! Who would want to be the wife of such a shameless person? In summary, you must never perish, at least not in my presence. My heart is in turmoil for reasons unknown." Ji Baiwa relentlessly assaults the space encased by countless golden dragons, only to be repelled time and again, blood spilling from her lips with each futile attempt. Yet, she persists. As long as these golden dragons remain, she cannot discern the situation within, which only heightens her anxiety. With each passing breath, she has lost count of her assaults and the blood she has shed. Rising once more, her gaze betrays no tremor as she charges at the golden dragons again. This woman is at her wit's end. Let us all converge and subdue her. Yin Lai observes Ji Baihua's unstable breath, realizing she has sustained grave internal injuries. He promptly issues a command, and countless disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect surge forward. However, he and the Grand Elder remain motionless, engaged in conversation. Frowning, he addresses the Grand Elder. "Is it truly necessary to employ such means against a mere golden core cultivator? You have been stagnating in the late Yuanying stage for over a century, if only." "Master, I understand what you wish to convey." The Grand Elder's eyes suddenly brim with profound sorrow as he speaks quietly. "This golden core youth once destroyed your physical form. How could I afford to be careless? Grand Elder, given your unwavering dedication to the Ghost Shadow sect, I can only pay my respects to you." With that, Yin Lai earnestly bows to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder accepts it with composure, stating, 2 centuries ago, we ventured into the Night Charm Forest together, each encountering fortuitous events. You tamed the ghost fire that can incinerate all, while I acquired this ancient artifact. Sealed within it are formidable techniques, albeit at the cost of sacrificing 1/10 of my lifespan. As you mentioned, a Yuanying cultivator's lifespan is merely 500 years. I have already lived for 400. This will cost me 50 years. If I cannot ascend to the Tao transformation stage in the next 50 years, it is likely that my life will remain as it is. Speaking softly, the Grand Elder seems to be addressing both Yin Lai and himself, showing no signs of halting. He continues, "However, Master, this youth possesses remarkable cultivation for his age and can battle beyond his rank. If we do not eliminate him now, he may pose endless troubles for our Ghost Shadow sect in the future. I have never used this skill throughout my life out of fear of death. Yet if I do not act today, we may not survive beyond 10 years once he matures." Chapter 39. The lotus moves in all directions. Yin Lai stood solemnly, realizing that the true brutality of the cultivation world was far more complex than mere violence. Many expend their entire lives without ever reaching the golden core stage, while some ascend to the pinnacle within mere centuries or even decades. Alongside the disparities in resources, there exists a stark contrast in innate talent. The Grand Elder achieved the nascent soul stage in 500 years, while Yin Lai himself, at a tender age, had already attained the golden core. and in less than 200 years progressed from the golden core to the grand completion of the nascent soul. Among the myriad cultivators on the continent, they were indeed exceptional. Yet what of Lin Xiao? Appearing to be merely in his early 20s, he had reached the golden core stage. A feat astonishing enough, given that one's appearance remains unchanged after the increase in lifespan that accompanies this advancement. Adding to this, Yanlai had previously studied Lin Xiao and discovered that, just half a month prior, no one in the vicinity of Yin City had even heard of him. It was only recently, following the abduction of the daughters of the Breaking Heaven Marquis and Lin Tiannan, that Lin Xiao's name began to circulate, at which time he was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. This meant that Lin Xiao had traversed an entire major stage, from initial foundation establishment to early golden core in less than 10 days. Such a rate of growth was astonishing. Even the Grand Elder would be taken aback, let alone Yin Lai. Fortunately, he was now deceased. A smile crept across Yin Lai's face as he recalled the terrifying light imbued with the essence of death that had emanated from the Baiwa Palace earlier. And a wave of fear washed over him. Had he not decisively abandoned his corporeal form at the moment of destruction, forcibly separating his nascent soul, he would likely have been reincarnated by now. The Grand Elder chuckled, his face adorned with more wrinkles than usual. Yet it was evident that this smile was born of genuine happiness. He sighed, remarking, "Thus, all of this has indeed been worthwhile." After a pause, he inquired, "So, what shall we do with this woman?" Yin Lai's gaze turned to the frenzied woman in the arena, and a headache surged anew. Frowning, he said, "You shall interrogate the disciples of Baiwa Palace during this period. Have you gleaned any valuable information?" "None," the Grand Elder replied, disappointment tinged in his voice. "These individuals are not all fiercely loyal to Baiwa Palace. Many have betrayed even their own parents to save their lives, let alone the fact that Ji Baiwa is merely their leader. Despite interrogating at least 1,000 people, none have heard of that secret method from years past. If that is the case, there is no need for them to continue existing. Once this matter is settled, they shall all be executed. My Ghost Shadow sect is not a charitable organization, and it is a waste of resources to have kept them alive for so long." Yin Lai scoffed, his gaze gradually sharpening as he looked toward Ji Baiwa. "As for this woman, I initially intended to see if I could use her to break through my limitations, but I now doubt she even knows of that secret method, especially after the deaths of so many of our disciples. Therefore, it would be prudent not to let her live." The death of Luo Sheng previously allowed Yin Lai to mobilize the entire strength of the Ghost Shadow sect to seek justice from the Hundred Flowers Palace. Among the factors was the indispensable prowess of the third elder, Luo Sheng, within the Ghost Shadows, but more significantly, there was another reason known only to him and the Grand Elder. This reason pertained to the secret history of the Hundred Flowers Palace, a clandestine technique that could greatly enhance both party strength through mutual cultivation. However, after days of interrogation, not a single one of the over 1,000 disciples of the Hundred Flowers Palace was aware of this technique's existence, nor had they even heard of the events from that time. This left Yin Lai with a vague inclination to abandon his efforts. Furthermore, with Ji Baiwa having already slain individuals from the Ghost Shadow sect, ranging from ordinary disciples to prominent figures like the Third Elder, he was compelled to reassess the value of his plan. It remained uncertain whether Ji Baiwa was aware of this secret technique, but what was clear to them all was that allowing her to live under such circumstances would undoubtedly incite turmoil within the Ghost Shadow sect. Rumors spread like a plague at an alarming speed. Should he, as the sect leader, lose his credibility within the sect, it would not bode well for the future of the Ghost Shadow sect. After much contemplation, even with the opportunity to transcend to the transformation stage right before him, Yin Lai had to relinquish it for the future of the Ghost Shadow sect. The Grand Elder cast a deep glance at him, refraining from further comment. The space enveloped by the Golden Dragon was already showing signs of collapse, and he understood the magnitude of Yin Lai's decision. He then commanded the remaining 5 elders, everyone, "Advance together. Elders, follow me at the forefront and surround Ji Baiwa. The attendants will provide support from the periphery, while the other disciples must retreat immediately to avoid unnecessary sacrifice." "Understood," the crowd responded. The disciples surrounding Ji Baiwa immediately withdrew. At this moment, Ji Baihua resembled a harbinger of death. Regardless of who stood before her, if they were human, they faced certain demise. The disciples, having been terrified by the carnage, obeyed the retreat order without hesitation. Charge! With the Grand Elder's command, the space encased by the golden dragon dissipated, revealing the original scene within. The Grand Elder and the 6 elders took their positions, encircling Ji Baihua from all directions. Yet, even in the face of such peril, Ji Baihua remained oblivious. As the space wrapped in the golden dragon shattered, revealing its true form, she surged forward, only to find it utterly void. Nothing remained. Not even a shred of Lin Xiao's clothing was left behind. "Are you dead?" she murmured softly, her head bowed, as if frozen in place, her aura gradually waning. In that moment, she retracted all her cultivation, standing defenseless against the assault of 6 nascent soul experts. "Now!" the Grand Elder shouted again, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of meteor, brilliant golden light radiating from him as he charged directly at Ji Baihua. "Kill!" The remaining 5 elders each summoned their respective treasures, launching a coordinated assault against Ji Baihua. Boom! In an instant, the eldest elder had reached Ji Baihua's location, unleashing a thunderous roar that sent clouds of dust swirling, obscuring the scene within. Boom! 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 The attacks from the other 5 elders followed closely, further expanding the dust cloud tenfold, engulfing even the spot where Yen Lai stood. The disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect felt the ground tremble violently. Some, caught off guard, fell to the ground, dragging those nearby down with them. Such a battle at the nascent soul level was beyond their capacity to endure, and the ensuing chaos resulted in a significant number of the sect's thousands of disciples collapsing. The tumultuous sounds continued, with everyone anxiously gazing at the center of the dust cloud. Although visibility was obscured, it did not deter their hearts from silently urging, "Let it be over soon." Indeed, the battle concluded swiftly. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of the 5 elders emerged, prompting a collective sigh of relief. The confrontation had ended, and all 6 elders, including the eldest, appeared unscathed. Thus, the previous bloodthirsty killer must have met their demise, or so they thought. However, this did not include Yen Lai. His cultivation was the highest among those present. While his naked eyes could not penetrate the dust, his divine sense had long since ventured inside, making him the most informed about the battle's outcome, apart from the 5 elders. Had Ji Baihua perished? Certainly not, which cast a deep shadow over Yen Lai's expression. As the situation on the battlefield became clearer, the expressions of the Ghost Shadow sect disciples, who had presumed Ji Baihua dead, froze in disbelief, their emotions shifting to a complex mix of fear and horror. In the center, surrounded by the 6 elders, a faint, cold, translucent blue veil enveloped Ji Baihua entirely. She remained in her previous dazed demeanor, seemingly unharmed. This indicated that the combined assault of the 6 elders had yielded no effect whatsoever. What kind of treasure was this? Someone noticed a transparent, crystal-like lotus gently rotating above Ji Baihua's head. With each rotation, a delicate blue glow emanated, cascading down into the veil beneath. The sight was extraordinarily resplendent. However, upon witnessing this crystal lotus, Yen Lai's complexion turned ashen, his eyes betraying boundless terror. It was the lotus of 8 directions. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" he exclaimed in alarm, his form retreating rapidly, channeling the full extent of his perfected, nascent soul strength. He inadvertently trampled countless disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect into a mass of blood and gore, oblivious to the carnage as he continued to retreat at an alarming pace, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. No one heard him as he stumbled backward, murmuring in a voice trembling with disbelief, "This artifact, wasn't it lost to time? How could it appear upon her? Unless. His cry, infused with all his cultivation power, was deafening. Everyone heard it, including the 6 elders besieging Ji Baihua. Many, unable to withstand it, perished instantly, blood streaming from their orifices. Even those 6 elders, whose cultivation was at least mid-Yuanying stage, felt their vital energies surge violently, their foundations shaken. Yet none understood why their usually composed sect leader would unleash such a despairing wail at this moment. The Grand Elder was the first to detect the despair in Yin Lai's voice. Upon hearing that anguished cry, he withdrew without hesitation, retreating from Ji Baiwa with speed rivaling Yin Lai's. The other 5 elders, however, hesitated, their cultivation insufficient to withstand the shockwave of that roar. That split-second hesitation sealed their fate. A whisper, so faint it was nearly imperceptible, emanated from Ji Baiwa, or rather, from the luminous barrier enveloping her. Before the stunned onlookers could react, the 5 elders who had encircled her were instantly transformed into ice sculptures, frozen mid-action. A scream of agony pierced the air. Those still conscious realized the Grand Elder had somehow retreated beyond a Tenjong radius from Ji Baiwa. Yet even then, his face contorted in pain. One of his legs had been severed clean at the root. The weapon responsible? A seemingly ordinary longsword now clutched in the hands of Yin Lai, leader of the Ghost Shadow sect. Only then did the crowd notice. Within 10 zhang of Ji Baiwa, no living soul remained. The ground, coated in an eerie, bone-chilling frost, had turned everything, disciples, flora, even the earth itself, into ice. A single strike had frozen a 10 zhang radius, claiming over half the Ghost Shadow sect's disciples in an instant. One move. 10 zhang encased in ice. 1,000 lives extinguished. Chapter 40. Retreat. Retreat again. What is this? The Grand Elder had lost a leg and was now being supported by Yin Lai, his face still etched with lingering fear. Yin Lai swallowed hard, his atoms apple-bobbing. Before speaking in a hushed tone, Lotus shakes the 8 directions, the legendary signature artifact of the first palace master of the 100 Flowers Palace. Forged from 10,000-year-old profound ice harvested from the sacred mountain. It was said to have been destroyed by the Tao Alliance after her death, because to them, this artifact was nothing but a mark of shame. The Grand Elder's expression grew even more astonished, momentarily forgetting the agony of his severed limb. Since the dawn of creation, the world had been divided into 5 great continents: the southern polar ancient continent, the eastern polar sacred continent, the northern polar desolate continent, the western polar Buddhist continent, and the central divine continent. Each of these lands followed distinct paths of cultivation. The Great Lawn Empire, situated in the southern polar ancient continent, adhered to the most primordial method of spiritual refinement, comprehending the heavenly Tao, channeling the world's spiritual energy into the body to form true qi, tempering the cultivator's physique, condensing a golden core within, and eventually manifesting a nascent soul. Beyond that, strength was measured by the prowess of one's inner nascent soul. The eastern polar sacred continent, however, worshipped a mythical deity, practicing the sacred light arts. Legends spoke of those who mastered it to the pinnacle, capable of invoking the divine revelation to borrow the power of gods. The western polar Buddhist continent was the most tranquil of the 5. Its people devoted themselves to Buddhist teachings, advocating kindness, seeking karmic affinity with the Buddha, and aspiring toward the Western paradise of ultimate bliss. It had gradually begun to withdraw from the affairs of the other continents. The central divine continent was a melting pot, synthesizing the cultivation methods of the other 3 major continents. The wealthiest and most prosperous of all, it served as the nexus for diplomacy and conflict resolution among the great lands. Then there was the northern polar desolate continent, an anomaly, a frozen wasteland. It was home to the so-called aberrants, or, as some called them, the demon race. Here, cultivators pursued physical refinement, forcibly absorbing the world's spiritual energy into their bodies to enhance their combat prowess. The reason these cultivators were branded as demons was simple. Whether through Buddhist, Taoist, or sacred light cultivation, all other methods were seen as borrowing power from heaven and earth, from divine beings, or from the Buddha's grace. Borrowing implied eventual repayment. These 3 paths merely utilized and guided spiritual energy, ultimately returning it to nature. But the northern desolate continent's method carved out an entirely separate world within the cultivator's body, seizing the natural spiritual energy outright, plundering the resources of creation itself. Consider this. Cultivators of the world were born of nature and returned to nature, maintaining a cycle of balance. But when a demonic cultivator perished, the microcosm within them collapsed, and the spiritual energy they had hoarded dissipated without returning to the natural order. This disrupted the equilibrium. Left unchecked, over time, the world's cultivators would face a dire scarcity of spiritual energy, inviting the collective wrath of the other four continents. And the organization that led this united assault against the northern desolate continent? The Tao Alliance. As the supreme governing body of the four continents, the Tao Alliance enjoyed unparalleled prestige and authority across the land. Even such a formidable entity once suffered a significant setback, rendered powerless by a single individual. This individual was the inaugural master of the Baiwa Palace, who, it is said, had reached the pinnacle of power in this realm, with some claiming she had transcended the very boundaries of this world. When the entire Tao Alliance united against the Baiwa Palace, she alone, wielding a sword, traversed from the ancient region of the South Pole, slaying her way to the holy mountain revered by all cultivators. At the foot of the mountain, she dispatched a man and felled a purple bamboo. Ascending the mountain, she decimated the entire grove of purple bamboos, causing countless members of the Tao Alliance to meet their demise beneath her blade. Ultimately, she cleaved the holy mountain with a single stroke, extracting the millennia-old mysterious ice from its summit, which she fashioned into a treasure named Lotus, shaking the 8 directions, intended to restrain all corners of the world. This artifact lived up to its name, unleashing unparalleled might upon its emergence, freezing vast expanses and claiming the lives of millions, with numerous above-transcendence cultivators falling victim to its wrath. In the end, the Tao Alliance dispatched over 100 experts at the ascended stage, who finally inflicted grievous harm upon her, and only by threatening the lives of all disciples of Baiwa Palace was she compelled to submit. The lotus shaking the 8 directions was deemed the greatest disgrace in the history of the Tao sect, and was destroyed on the spot. This historical episode is well known among those who embark on the path of cultivation, yet few can recognize the lotus shaking the 8 directions. No one would have anticipated that such a celestial artifact, which should have vanished from existence, would now appear in the hands of Ji Baiwa, a cultivator who has merely reached the late stage of the nascent soul. The expression on the Grand Elder's face turned exceedingly peculiar as he gazed at Yen Lai, disbelief evident in his demeanor, stammering, "Could this possibly be that artifact from years ago?" Yen Lai, uncertain, replied, "I do not know. We are all cultivators who emerged after that incident, and none have truly beheld its true form. However, from the current sensation, it aligns closely with the descriptions passed down through the ages. It must indeed be that object, yet it seems to possess only a fraction of its former power. Could it be that the disparity arises from its user being unaware while wielding it?" The Grand Elder inquired. Yen Lai's eyes sparkled with insight as he turned his gaze towards Ji Baiwa, who appeared utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Her head bowed in contemplation over something of utmost significance. That seems unlikely. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that the rank of this artifact is not particularly high. Were it the original, even an unconscious user would spell our doom. Yet now, its effective range is merely 10 zhong. I surmise it is merely a counterfeit. Yen Lai concluded. The Grand Elder exhaled in relief, remarking, "Even if it is just a counterfeit, it would still pose a considerable challenge for us." "Indeed," Yen Lai affirmed, his eyes gleaming brighter with fervor, exclaiming, "If we could harness such a treasure for ourselves, then our Ghost Shadow sect would ascend to the ranks of the foremost sections." "Are you suggesting?" The Grand Elder's eyes lit up, excitement evident as he queried, "Do you have a way to counter it?" Since it is not the artifact from years past, there is nothing to fear. Even if it possesses immense power, a replica will forever remain merely a replica." Yen Lai scoffed, purple flames igniting around him, brimming with martial fervor as he declared, "This icy aura emanates from that treasure. Though it is extraordinarily potent, it pales in comparison to the essence that inherently exists within the heavens and earth. Artificially crafted artifacts, after all, have their limitations." Upon uttering these words, and under the astonished gaze of the Grand Elder, he lightly stepped forward, his foot landing upon the ground, which had been transformed into ice by the chilling aura. The crisp sound echoed throughout the gathering, resonating clearly in every ear. Remarkably, he remains unscathed. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Yin Lai's cultivation surpassed his own by a significant margin, he firmly believed that the earlier display of power was something even Yin Lai could not withstand. Yet, here was Yin Lai, stepping into that perilous zone of 10 yards completely unharmed. Wonderful! The sect leader is magnificent. The other disciples, witnessing Yin Lai tread into that realm without a scratch, erupted into cheers. Truth be told, the earlier silent slaughter that claimed over 1,000 lives still replayed endlessly in their minds, leaving an indelible shadow upon them. However, at this moment, their leader, the one they revered as a deity, had appeared. Yin Lai stepped into the realm of death yet emerged unscathed, undoubtedly providing a robust psychological comfort to the remaining disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect, dissipating their fears and rekindling hope. If the sect leader remains unharmed, it indicates that all previous events were merely due to the opponent's superior strength, but even the mightiest are not invincible. Thus, there is nothing to fear. Amidst the jubilant cheers, a smile crept onto the Grand Elder's face. He could foresee that after today, the Ghost Shadow sect would be united as never before, standing as one, for they had an extraordinarily powerful leader. Moreover, once they acquired that artifact, the Ghost Shadow sects standing within the Tao Alliance would ascend several tiers, making it feasible for them to rank among the top sects, as Yin Lai had asserted. As the oldest elder of the Ghost Shadow sect, the Grand Elder had witnessed countless rises and falls alongside the sect, intertwining his fate with theirs. The prospect of a brighter future for the Ghost Shadow sect was, to him, the most joyous of outcomes. With each step of Yin Lai quickening, the distance between him and Ji Baiwa diminished rapidly. Gradually, the cheers subsided, and all held their breath, awaiting Yin Lai's next move. His actions were straightforward. He approached Ji Baiwa and extended his hand. Unsurprisingly, his hand, ablaze with ghostly flames, effortlessly penetrated the luminous barrier surrounding Ji Baiwa, reaching above her head. Next, a simple action was required: to grasp the artifact exuding a chilling aura of death and remove it, thereby marking the conclusion of today's battle, or rather, massacre. Despite her unparalleled strength, Ji Baiwa found herself utterly powerless against the entire Ghost Shadow sect, especially considering they were led by a master akin to a deity. Yet, it was evident that the disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect had underestimated the might of divine beings, or perhaps overestimated the prowess of Yin Lai. Indeed, Yin Lai seized the spinning ice lotus with ease, encountering no obstacles or unexpected impediments. However, the true dilemma arose when he exerted all his strength, only to discover he could not shift the ice lotus even a fraction. Suspended in midair, devoid of any support or binding force, the ice lotus remained immovable, even against Yin Lai, a consummate master of the nascent soul stage. At the very moment his palm made contact with the ice lotus, Yin Lai's expression changed dramatically. He felt an overwhelming, aggressive chill emanating from the lotus, racing through his hand and straight towards his dantian. He wished to release his grip and retreat, yet the ice lotus seemed to possess an inexorable magnetic pull, firmly anchoring his hand in place, rendering him immobile. In the astonished gaze of the Grand Elder and the other disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect, Yin Lai, revered as a deity among them, resolutely severed his own hand. Without a moment's hesitation and with practiced precision, his arm detached from his body in an instant, leaving him pale and retreating rapidly. Retreat, further retreat, faster still. This became Yin Lai's sole thought as he sensed a shadow of death looming over him, an inescapable specter. The Grand Elder's expression shifted as well. His smile froze, and his eyes reflected boundless terror. As the strongest individual present aside from Yin Lai, he could keenly detect the essence of pure death, far more terrifying and despairing than the remnants of pain from earlier. Then, at that moment, he suddenly heard a faint whisper: "You always believe yourselves to be stronger than I. Thus, everything I possess will become yours." This notion is not entirely erroneous. The world of cultivation has always adhered to the principle of the survival of the fittest, where killing for treasure has become a norm. Alas, I am more powerful than all of you, and thus, it is you who shall ultimately perish. Chapter 41. Transformation with the utterance of those faint words. An overwhelmingly formidable and cataclysmic power emanated from Jibaiwa. Yin Lai's pupils constricted sharply, and he retreated hastily. However, against such overwhelming might, his speed appeared rather comical. With a spurt of blood erupting from his mouth, the violet flames enveloping him dimmed significantly. How can you possess such immense aura? He gazed at Jibaiwa. Terror etched across his features. You can still speak? Jibaiwa turned her head, her gaze icy as she regarded him. Then, her aura intensified once more, transcending Yin Lai's comprehension. His complexion turned ashen, and he coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. His body, as though struck by a fierce blow, was sent careening backward. Stop! The Grand Elder bellowed, disregarding the dread of the Tenjong radius where there lay nothing but bones. He leapt toward Yin Lai. No matter how powerful an ant may be, it remains an ant. Jibaiwa remarked indifferently, waving her hand, causing the Grand Elder, just as he leaped, to be forcefully struck down to the ground by an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, Yin Lai's body also descended, landing right before him. The scene was utterly chaotic, particularly for Yin Lai, whose body was marred with wounds, as if he had been assailed by countless swords simultaneously. His attire was tattered, and his breath was feeble, teetering on the brink of vanishing. We miscalculated. That artifact is not a counterfeit, the Grand Elder remarked with a bitter smile. Yin Lai echoed his pained laughter, though his internal energy had already spiraled into disarray. With a forced smile, he coughed up more blood and stammered, in truth. The moment I made contact, I sensed, is today the day of doom for my ghost shadow sect? The Grand Elder murmured. Yin Lai heard him, but could not respond, for the reality before them rendered further discourse irrelevant. Tap! The sound of delicate yet distinct footsteps echoed as Jibaiwa approached them, looking down upon the two with an air of superiority. Her voice was cold and detached. Considering we are all cultivators, I shall grant you the opportunity to utter your final words. Enchantress, do not presume yourself invincible, whose demise is ultimately uncertain. Yin Lai shouted in fury, his true energy surging suddenly, the violet flames reigniting with unprecedented brilliance. In that instant, his physique rapidly expanded, doubling in size within the blink of an eye. The Grand Elder, witnessing this transformation, was taken aback, then shouted, "Impossible! Is it self-detonation?" Jibaiwa glanced over casually. Then, with a dismissive wave of her hand, unleashed a frigid aura that froze everything in its path, enveloping Yin Lai's rapidly expanding form in an instant, rendering him immobile. Atop the frozen body, a faint ethereal silhouette was also immobilized. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the vague resemblance of Yin Lai's visage. Jibaiwa scoffed disdainfully. Attempting the old trick of self-destruction to flee with your nascent soul? How pitiful! You comprehend nothing of true power. With a mere flick of her wrist, the spectral shadow shattered free from the ice and materialized in her grasp. Yin Lai's nascent soul had barely awakened from its frozen slumber when it realized itself ensnared within Jibaiwa's unyielding grip. Desperate shrieks echoed as it writhed in futile struggle. Yet her hand remained as immovable as a mountain forged of iron. Impossible! This cannot be. You were merely at the late-stage nascent soul realm moments ago. How could you have ascended to such heights? Neither Yin Lai nor the Grand Elder could muster anything but sheer despair as their gazes fell upon Jibaiwa. To their horror, the aura radiating from her had transcended their comprehension, its overwhelming majesty surpassing all known limits. There is only one explanation. Jibaiwa had shattered the confines of the nascent soul realm and ascended to the divine transformation stage. To leap from late-stage nascent soul directly into divine transformation in an instant, such terror was beyond despair. Moreover, the chasm between major realms was no trivial matter. Unlike the incremental advancement from early to mid or mid to late stages, without profound enlightenment of the heavenly Tao, such a feat was utterly unattainable. Some might soar from mere mortals to the golden core or nascent soul realms within mere years, yet exhaust their entire lifetimes without ever glimpsing the threshold of divine transformation. all for lack of innate talent and insufficient comprehension of the heavenly Tao. Yet, Ji Baihua, who had merely been at the late-stage nascent soul realm during their earlier battle, though her rapid progression had already stunned Yen Lai and the Grand Elder, had not yet plunged them into hopelessness. For no matter how formidable she had remained within their realm of power. Even if slightly superior, the gap had not been insurmountable. But now, she stood at divine transformation. The disparity between major realms was no mere matter of spiritual energy or divine sense. It was an abyss of absolute supremacy. Beyond the Golden Core realm, cultivators who ascended a major realm gained an innate ability capable of utterly crushing those beneath them. Take the Golden Core realm. With the awakening of divine sense, perception of the surrounding world became infinitely sharper and broader than that of Foundation establishment cultivators. This meant that in battle, a Golden Core cultivator could anticipate and counter every move of a Foundation establishment opponent, effortlessly overwhelming them with absolute dominance. At the nascent soul realm, this perception expanded further, allowing manipulation and rearrangement of ambient spiritual energy through divine sense. Different configurations birth unique barriers, spatial domains where the caster reigned supreme, for only they knew the precise arrangement of energy within. Thus, within their own domain, the caster was deemed invincible. The strength of a barrier is determined by the intensity of the practitioner's consciousness. Generally speaking, when opponents are at the same nascent soul stage and their true chi is nearly equal, the contest ultimately hinges on the strength of their consciousness. Should one's barrier be overshadowed by that of the opponent, their actions will be significantly impaired, potentially leading to defeat. Upon reaching the transformation stage, the application of consciousness diverges from that of the Golden Core and nascent soul stages. Beyond merely altering the arrangement of spiritual energy, practitioners at the transformation stage possess the ability to modify the laws of heaven and earth within their domain. In simpler terms, while practitioners at the nascent soul stage can indeed rearrange the spiritual energy within a barrier to influence their adversaries, the energy remains fundamentally the same. It merely manifests differently. However, upon attaining the transformation stage, they can transmute this energy into entirely different forms, creating a qualitative change that establishes a new realm, akin to carving out a microcosm within a larger universe. Within this domain, the practitioner can formulate rules based on their own insights. This capability resembles that of a deity engaged in creation, hence the term transformation. This explains why Yen Lai, despite having self-destructed, could be halted mid-action by Ji Baihua. The space surrounding Ji Baihua had already been ensconced in a barrier, manifesting her own world, where she could exert control over all within it. This realization was precisely what instilled fear in Yen Lai and the Grand Elder. Regardless of their confidence and arrogance, they would not be foolish enough to believe they could contend with a master of the transformation stage. Ji Baihua's icy gaze swept over the terror-stricken faces of the two men, her expression devoid of emotion as she declared, "Thus, I assert that you know nothing of true power. Humph, I see you are merely leveraging this artifact to temporarily attain such a state. Are you not?" The Grand Elder interjected suddenly. With a serene smile, Ji Baihua replied candidly, "Indeed, you are correct. This condition cannot be sustained for long, but it suffices to eliminate you." "Is that so?" Although fear still lingered on the Grand Elder's face, his tone grew increasingly buoyant, brimming with newfound confidence. He squinted, saying, "If I am not mistaken, you are currently burning through your life force, are you not? The longer you maintain this state, the shorter your lifespan will become. To achieve such formidable enhancement, I fear your time is running out." "Indeed," Ji Baihua acknowledged, casting an admiring glance at the Grand Elder. "I must concede, your powers of observation are impressive. Therefore, I must slay you today. Otherwise, you will become a formidable adversary in the future. In that case, my life and death are no longer in your hands." The Grand Elder retorted with a cunning smile, the fear on his face dissipating entirely. He suddenly thrust his dragon-headed staff forward with astonishing speed. Ji Baihua's eyes narrowed as the staff approached her with remarkable swiftness. "Desperate struggle," she exclaimed coldly, swiftly raising her hand to obliterate the dragon-headed staff. Yet, An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The immense chill emanating from her hand failed to strike the staff. It is important to note that within a radius of 10 zhang. This is her domain, her realm, where she reigns supreme. However, the Grand Elder indeed accomplished the unexpected. At the very moment Ji Baihua waved her hand, the dragon-headed staff in his possession abruptly altered its course, completely disregarding the laws she had inscribed within this space, skewing towards Yin Lai in an erratic manner. Yin Lai let out a piercing scream, believing he was struck simultaneously by Ji Baihua's chilling aura and the Grand Elder's dragon-headed staff. In Ji Baihua's estimation, although her cold energy was not her most formidable strike, Yin Lai was merely a nascent soul cultivator. With this attack, it should have been sufficient to ensure his demise, especially combined with the Grand Elder's full-force assault, leaving him with no hope of survival. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yin Lai not only survived, but began to solidify in his nascent soul state. Ji Baihua, gripping his neck, felt a shift in her expression, and then, as if discarding refuse, she flung him aside. On the hand that had previously gripped her forehead, a faint purple flame was now ablaze. She gazed at her palm in bewilderment, realizing that it had instantaneously transformed into a ghastly sight, the flesh entirely eroded by the purple flames. Even the bones began to dissolve under the relentless burn of the violet fire. This purple flame, although appearing somewhat diminished in hue, burned with an accelerated ferocity, inflicting greater harm. If the previous ghostly fire merely tormented, now it possessed the capacity to annihilate. Ji Baihua was utterly convinced that if this flame continued to burn, within less than 10 breaths, she would be entirely consumed, leaving no trace behind. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her silver-white longsword and severed her own arm with a swift stroke. The sizzling sound echoed as her burning limb met the frigid earth, causing the seemingly impenetrable ground to melt and dissolve. Ji Baihua's arm appeared to possess an extraordinary corrosive quality, swiftly creating a deep cavity in the ground, which continued to expand and deepen. Transcendence? Ji Baihua regarded the Grand Elder and Yin Lai with curiosity. Yin Lai's form had fully solidified, a stark contrast to his previous state, which was scarcely believable for a nascent soul. Moreover, the purple flames surrounding him had entirely receded, transforming into 2 orbs that burned within his eye sockets. Chapter 42. Acting on behalf of heaven, it is not solely you who possesses the methods to enhance one's strength. Yin Lai smiled faintly, gesturing towards his body, which was frozen by Ji Baihua and on the verge of explosion. With a resounding bang, it transformed into a mist of blood that filled the air. The blood mist swirled violently, as if something within was about to emerge. Ji Baihua furrowed her brow, casting a glance at the tumultuous mist. After a considerable pause, she spoke, her tones still icy. Blood sacrifice? You dare to cultivate the blood sacrifice beneath the watchful eyes of the Tao Alliance? It seems you have succumbed to demonic ways. How could you self-proclaimed paragons of virtue comprehend the true power of this technique? Yin Lai scoffed, his eyes aflame. He calmly stated, both technique and body cultivation are forms of cultivation. However, body cultivation, having matured, is inherently more robust than technique cultivation. Out of fear, you label it demonic arts. What logic is that? Ji Baihua remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yin Lai, her tranquil eyes betraying no emotion. What? Have you nothing to say? Silence. Is this your so-called foundation for condemning others? Yin Lai feigned madness, laughing heartily. He then opened his mouth wide and, with a sudden inhalation, drew in the blood mist that had erupted from his own shattered body. As the last wisp of blood mist entered him, his aura surged with remarkable speed. Although he ultimately did not reach the realm of transformation, his might was comparable to that of Ji Baihua. What a pity, even with such a sacrifice. I still have not ascended to that level. Nonetheless, it should suffice to deal with you. He laughed heartily, completely dismissing Ji Baihua. Naturally, Ji Baihua also regarded him with indifference, merely glancing in his direction. Yet her focus was not on Yin Lai, but rather on the Grand Elder behind him, specifically the dragon-headed staff in his hand. The The once lustrous dragon-headed staff had lost its sheen, resembling a piece of withered wood. And the Grand Elder's face seemed to age considerably, appearing like a frail old man on the verge of death, devoid of any celestial bearing of a cultivator. Recalling how the Grand Elder's staff had previously made contact with Yan Lai's nascent soul, resulting in such a transformation, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of her lips. "So that is it," Ji Baiwa suddenly remarked. Yan Lai was taken aback, quickly realizing that she had seen through his ruse, and his pride swelled. "How about that? Did not expect this? You don't think I would be foolish enough to cultivate demonic arts on myself, do you? Under the watchful eyes of you so-called righteous cultivators. I have no desire to meet my end prematurely." "Indeed unexpected," Ji Baiwa replied coolly. "I did not foresee you devising such a method, establishing a newly opened world upon an artifact, nor did I anticipate someone would pay such a hefty price for you. For the sake of the Ghost Shadow sect, I shall not hesitate." At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke from behind Yan Lai, his voice remarkably frail and aged. Yan Lai appeared even more triumphant, continuing to laugh, with the dragon head staff as a medium and the Grand Elder's essence as a catalyst. "This dark art can be absorbed into my body whenever I need it. Do not think that just because you're merely a beginner in the transformation stage. I fear even the ancient monsters of your Hundred Flowers Palace from millennium ago. This technique is indeed tyrannical. I cannot defeat you," Ji Baiwa replied earnestly, her eyes turning icy. "But do you know why this dark art is called dark? It is not because it involves physical cultivation, nor because physical techniques are inherently superior to spells. It is not even due to forcibly drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into oneself, far surpassing the natural resources. Have you ever tasted human flesh?" As her last words resonated, a chilling murderous intent erupted from Ji Baiwa, her clear voice echoing throughout the sky. "Cultivation requires steady progress, step by step. That is true cultivation. Leaping to the heavens is known as defiance against fate, which invites divine retribution. Those of us who walk the path of righteousness often do one thing: act as the will of heaven." "What? The sect master actually cultivates dark arts? And requires the consumption of human flesh? It's over. Our Ghost Shadow sect is finished. If this gets out, the entire cultivation world will rise against us." Yan Lai remained unperturbed, but his disciples began to stir restlessly. Among them, aside from a few elders who barely reached the Golden Core stage, the rest were at the Foundation Establishment stage or below, the oldest appearing no more than 30 or 40. Many had only heard of the Arctic wilderness, where the inhabitants were dubbed demonic tribes for their practice of dark arts. Yet their knowledge ended there. They were unaware that such cultivation had conditions, such as consuming human flesh. An aura of malevolence coalesced on Yan Lai's face, shooting skyward, eventually transforming into a radiant sword, his steadfast gaze embodying its intent, aimed directly at Ji Baiwa. "No matter how eloquently you speak, you shall surely die today. You have succumbed to darkness, and I shall kill you today." Ji Baiwa showed no signs of retreat, appearing even more composed than Yan Lai in his fury. The sword of malice in Yan Lai's brow grew sharper. He chose not to waste more words with Ji Baiwa, instead turning to the seemingly dying Grand Elder and calmly asking, "Are you ready?" "In truth, I am not." The Grand Elder sighed with a bittersweet smile, his tone tinged with sadness, yet ultimately transforming into resolve. "But let it be now. I will remember you." Yan Lai spoke coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. He then seized the elder's shoulders, and a bizarre scene unfolded. The moment his hand made contact with the elder's body, the elder began to wither at a visibly rapid pace. In an instant, the once stooped figure of the elder, who stood at 6 feet tall, shrank to half his height, his body reduced to a fraction of its former size. Ji Baihua's gaze sharpened, her face suffused with disbelief. She could sense that, in that fleeting moment, all the elder's cultivation had been absorbed by Yan Lai. Moreover, he had also consumed the elder's essence. "Did you not ask me if I have ever tasted human flesh? Allow me to demonstrate." He cackled maniacally. Yan Lai had succumbed to madness, his laughter echoing as he absorbed the last remnants of the elder's power, reducing him to a third of his original size. Then, amidst the horrified stares of onlookers, he gently squeezed the hand resting on the elder, producing a faint crackling sound. The elder's body shattered into a mist of blood which lingered in the air, reminiscent of Yin Lai's own previous condition. With a gasp, Yin Lai opened his mouth wide, inhaling the blood mist that swiftly entered his being. The sect leader has devoured a human. A piercing scream erupted, instantly radiating fear, which spread through the crowd like a plague. Flee! We might be next. Countless disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect scrambled to escape, creating utter chaos. Flee? To where? Yin Lai snorted coldly, and with a mere shift, he appeared before the fastest runner. Casually raising his hand, he pulled the man into his grasp, his palm piercing through the man's back, now drenched in blood. As he clutched a still-beating heart, "You traitors who have fought tooth and nail for resources within the sect, now that our sect is in peril, you think only of fleeing? Such waste? It would be better to eliminate you and convert your essence into my strength." Yin Lai spoke matter-of-factly, his icy gaze sweeping over those attempting to escape, placing himself upon a moral pedestal, oblivious to the fact that their flight was not due to the sect crisis, but rather because their leader had forsaken the most basic tenets of humanity. "Master Baiwa, please save us. We are innocent." The trapped disciples, with no escape in sight, suddenly turned their hopes toward Ji Baiwa, realizing she might be their only savior. In that moment, they had entirely forgotten that Ji Baiwa had come to claim their lives. Seeing the pleading glimmer in their eyes, Ji Baiwa felt a surge of pity. She extended her hand, and a silver longsword materialized in an instant. With a swift stroke, she severed the head of the disciple, blood spraying forth as the head rolled away, eliciting gasps from the other disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect who hastily stepped aside. "Save you? When you besieged my 100 Flowers Palace, did you ever contemplate showing mercy?" The faint voice of Ji Baiwa echoed in the air, laced with an inexorable chill. Some, unwilling to accept this, stepped forward and shouted, "The assailants on your 100 Flowers Palace are merely a third of the disciples from the Ghost Shadow sect. Yet today, you have already slain half of our brethren. Is that not sufficient? Moreover, many among us have spent their lives merely washing clothes and cooking. Do they bear any fault in this?" Indeed, Ji Baiwa gazed into the eyes of the speaker, her tone earnest, "From the moment you joined the Ghost Shadow sect. From the instant your sect launched an assault on my 100 Flowers Palace, you erred. You made a misguided choice. Thus, regardless of the transgressions of the Ghost Shadow sect, the blame lies with you. No matter the calamities that befall the Ghost Shadow sect, they are your misfortunes as well. My 100 Flowers Palace has suffered over half of its 5,000 disciples and casualties, with over 1,000 more imprisoned by you. During this time, I trust you have not spared them from torment." Ji Baihua's gaze turned frigid, her voice equally so. "So what right do you have to claim innocence? Do not forget, my purpose in coming here today is to eradicate your sect." As her words fell, heads rolled. Silence enveloped the crowd as they reflected on Ji Baihua's declarations, prompting an inward inquiry. Are we truly innocent? The ultimate answer, however, was a resounding no. They recalled the moments when they first joined the Ghost Shadow sect, dispatched to the entrance of the Night Charm Forest, where they ambushed mercenaries who returned weary, yet laden with spoils after battling ferocious beasts within. They seized the hard-earned treasures of others, reveling in the thrill of unearned gains. They reminisced about the women from the 100 Flowers Palace, captured and brought before them, where the elder had commanded them to interrogate these women, unleashing their own desires upon them. The intoxicating fragrance and the harrowing screams of the women exhilarated them immensely. Were they innocent? Certainly not. But does that mean they must die for it? Did they wish for their demise? Of course not. Yet Ji Baihua granted them no opportunity to introspect upon the morality of their hearts. She advanced slowly towards Yin Lai, with thousands of disciples from the Ghost Shadow sect standing in between. Within 10 paces, none shall survive. With each step she took, the span of 10 paces enveloped countless disciples. As she drew closer, innumerable disciples transformed into ice sculptures, their breaths extinguished. These disciples, lacking the cultivation to condense their nascent souls, were doomed for the notion of nascent soul escape was non-existent. This is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. From the moment you embark on the path of cultivation, you must be prepared for the consequences. Ji Baiwa whispered, continuing her advance. Chapter 43. A fierce battle. You cannot truly master such a formidable artifact. Prepare to meet your demise. Yin Lai coldly fixed his gaze on Ji Baiwa. Meanwhile, disregarding the lives of the Ghost Shadow sect disciples beside him, he suddenly spread his palms wide, unleashing a torrent of blood mist. Those disciples lingering near him were instantaneously shattered, their drifting blood merging into the fog, which Yin Lai then absorbed. Faced with the lotus movement of 8 directions, Yin Lai felt no fear. Instead, he chose to confront it head-on. Caught in the crossfire between Yin Lai's demonic powers and Ji Baihua's artifact, the disciples of the Ghost Shadow sect found themselves the most innocent victims. Amidst the cries of agony, Yin Lai's momentum grew increasingly potent. A demon. He is a demon. The surviving disciples of Ghost Shadow sect watched in horror as their leader slaughtered countless members, their voices trembling with fear. Yin Lai suddenly surged forward, the blood mist erupting like a fiery blaze towards the frigid lotus movement. The once unassailable icy aura began to dissipate under the onslaught of the blood mist. Ji Baiwa furrowed her brow, her fingers deftly twisting, conjuring a swirling ice sphere at her fingertips. This ice sphere, radiating formidable energy, transformed into a pristine white lotus as it spun. Swiftly, Ji Baiwa commanded, and the rotating ice lotus darted towards Yin Lai. A mere trick, how embarrassing. Yin Lai retorted coldly, his brow furrowing as he slammed his palm down. Instantly, a tremendous force surged forth, morphing into a roaring black tiger that charged towards the spinning ice lotus. With a shower of frost, the diminutive ice lotus, imbued with immense energy, detonated upon colliding with the spectral black tiger. Yet, astonishingly, the conjured black tiger was instantly frozen by the icy blast. The frigid air spread rapidly backward, nearly reaching Yin Lai. In a swift motion, Yin Lai leaped into the air, standing poised in the sky. With a wave of his hand, a blazing inferno erupted, its flickering, eerie flames illuminating his cold visage. As the flames roared to life, it seemed as though the very heavens dimmed. Ghostly flame of the underworld, Yin Lai bellowed, raising his hands high, conjuring a blazing orb of ghostly fire above him, which he then hurled downward. The flames howled as they descended, abruptly obstructing the icy lotus. The previously unstoppable cold was melted by the intense heat of the ghostly fire, dissipating into vapor that swiftly vanished from existence. The immense orb of ghostly flame surged downward with relentless force, colliding with the ice lotus. Boom! An explosion resonated, causing the entire forest to tremble violently, demonstrating its tremendous might. A raging sea of flames erupted, encroaching upon Ji Baihua's frozen domain, shaking its very foundation. Not only has my realm ascended to the transformation stage, but my demonic powers also bolster me. I never anticipated that the ghostly flame would be even more formidable under the influence of my demonic energy. Gazing down at the figure of Ji Baiwa engulfed in flames, Yin Lai coldly remarked. In his eyes, Ji Baiwa was undoubtedly doomed. However, recognizing that the Lotus of 8 Directions was no ordinary treasure, Yin Lai remained vigilant. He slowly descended from the sky, stepping into the sea of fire, where the ghostly flames, acknowledging their master, formed a vacuum around him as he landed. After wandering a few steps within the fiery abyss, Yin Lai's gaze flickered and his brow furrowed. He had spotted Ji Baiwa, who had transformed into a statue of ice, frozen in the very posture she had assumed while casting her spell. Her delicate hands were slightly raised, her eyes focused, and her white dress billowed gently, all captured within the icy sculpture. It was evident that Ji Baiwa had resorted to this icy form out of necessity, using it to shield herself. Encased in the crystalline blue ice, she appeared ethereal, her demeanor captivating, resembling a divine goddess. Even a master like Yin Lai could not help but feel a stir of emotion. Yet, Even encased in ice to fend off my assault, this would ultimately be futile. How long can this fragile confinement protect you? Were it not for my personal intervention, the ghostly flames would continue to blaze. And I wonder what you would use to contend with me, Yen Lai declared, stepping forward as dark energy surged from his palm. With a fierce strike, he unleashed a powerful blow, the force accompanied by a howling wind, aimed directly at the ice sculpture. With a resounding crash, though it produced a tremendous noise, the ice sculpture remained remarkably intact, sustaining his strike without a scratch. Yen Lai then recalled that even during the explosion of his ghostly flames, the ice sculpture had not been shattered. Relying solely on the force of his palm was insufficient to break it. Do you wish to endure this? Very well. I shall accompany you in this trial, and we shall see who can withstand the longest, Yen Lai coldly stated, his gaze fixed upon the enchanting visage of Ji Baihua. Unable to suppress his growing desire, he stepped closer, gently caressing the ice sculpture, as if touching the form of Ji Baihua within. His eyes, filled with longing, were fixed upon her, as though he had already seized her in his grasp. Meanwhile, the encased Ji Baihua was not idle. The lotus of 8 directions beneath her feet continued to release waves of cold energy, reinforcing the protective ice surrounding her. Although her body was frozen in place, her primordial spirit was gradually in motion. The reason she could elevate her cultivation to the transformation stage with the aid of the lotus was due to the sustaining energy of the mysterious ice within it, which remained unbroken. While the mystical ice energy could temporarily enhance her cultivation and enable her to wield her freezing techniques, the ghostly flames were no ordinary fire. This flame, capable of incinerating all in its path, possessed immense power. The current strength of the mysterious ice was utterly insufficient to withstand it. A moment's carelessness could lead to her being scorched, and should the flames reach her, the only outcome would be annihilation. In a bid for caution, as Yen Lai unleashed the ghostly flames of the netherworld, she resolutely encased herself in a protective layer of xianbing, freezing her form. Fortunately, she still had the capacity to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the artifact beneath her feet. Streams of xianbing's spiritual energy continuously flowed into Ji Baihua's being, as she awaited the opportune moment. Once the true qi within her completely merged with the xianbing energy, she would attain the xianbing body, at which point she could shatter the ice and confront the ghostly flames of Yen Lai head-on. However, while Yen Lai's myriad attacks proved futile against the ice sculpture, he suddenly conjured swirling orbs of ghostly flames beside him, launching fiery projectiles toward the ice figure. With each impact upon the sculpture, Ji Baihua felt the xianbing energy she had already absorbed dissipate slightly. The dissipated energy had been utilized to fortify the outer layer of ice. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before Yen Lai would breach her defenses. Ji Baihua mused with concern. Chapter 44, the protagonist's appearance. No longer could she wait. Ji Baihua thought to herself, immediately urging her nascent soul, her inner qi swirling furiously. As her qi flowed rapidly, the ethereal ice spirit energy absorbed from her magical artifact surged forth. At that moment, Ji Baihua disregarded the potential harm to her meridians caused by the icy energy. Even if it injured her, it was preferable to facing the uncertain consequences of defeat at the hands of Yen Lai. Boom! Suddenly, the ice sculpture shattered. Yen Lai raised an eyebrow, retreating instantly, astonished that he had broken the ice sculpture so swiftly. The power of the nether flame was truly extraordinary. However, his brow furrowed deeply as he noticed Ji Baihua enveloped in a shimmering layer of crystalline ice, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, with an aura of ice surrounding her. The encroaching nether flame was dissipated before it could even approach her. An ice body? Yen Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized that Ji Baihua had cultivated herself into an ice body. Nonetheless, this transformation was not permanent. Without the support of the Lotus Movement 8 method artifact, it would inevitably fade. Step by step, Ji Baihua called out, "Bloom." With each stride, pristine ice-white lotus flowers blossomed beneath her feet. The power of these ice lotuses seemed to amplify, Each flower possessed a freezing radius of 10 zhong, and the energies between them could stack, significantly enhancing their might. Before she even reached Yin Lai, he could already sense the overwhelming aura radiating from her. Nether flame, he bellowed, as the surrounding nether flame instantly converged upon them. Yin Lai understood that his opponent's strength had escalated. She appeared unafraid of the ordinary harm posed by the nether flame. He concentrated the ghostly fire, merging it with his demonic power, and witnessed the flames coalescing into a terrifying demonic visage. With a cavernous mouth agape, an irresistible pressure bore down upon Ji Baiwa. In the face of such immense force, Ji Baiwa remained unperturbed, continuing her advance, each step accompanied by a blooming lotus. Yin Lai felt his strength reach its limits. Further exertion might harm his own body. With a swift wave of his hand, the gathered nether flame, now a demonic face, unleashed a sinister laugh and surged toward Ji Baiwa with the ferocity of a tempest. Unfazed by the encroaching nether flame, Ji Baiwa maintained her composure. Just as the flames were about to engulf her, she uttered a soft command. Explode. Boom! The ice lotuses beneath her feet erupted instantaneously, a frigid tempest enveloping the area, transforming into sharp ice shards that rushed toward the demonic visage conjured by the nether flame. The collision reverberated like thunder, releasing an unstoppable force. A radiant light illuminated the surroundings, dimming the world as the explosive sound drowned out all other noise. Ji Baiwa and Yin Lai were instantly engulfed by the dazzling radiance, and none could fathom what transpired within. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the tremors of the earth gradually subsided and the blinding light slowly dissipated. The once lush vegetation had turned to lifeless ash, now blanketed by a delicate layer of frost. The inferno unleashed by the explosion of the netherworld ghost fire still churned, though its fury had waned, for within its midst, tendrils of icy mist coalesced into ethereal lotus blossoms, drifting through the flames. Wherever they touched, violent reactions erupted in bursts of destruction. Even after the cataclysmic clash, the lingering aftermath refused to fade. The remnants of the netherworld ghost fire and the frost lotus continued their relentless struggle, saturating the air with volatile energy. Amidst this chaos, two figures stood barely 2 meters apart, close enough to gaze upon each other's faces. Yin Lai's complexion was ghastly pale, his features contorted intermittently by veins of icy energy, lending him a grotesque, ashen visage. The earlier explosion had unleashed an unstoppable tide of frigid power that had infiltrated his very core. Though the protective flames of the netherworld ghost fire still flickered within him, their might paled against the overwhelming frost. Reluctantly, Yin Lai acknowledged that even his formidable flames had failed to withstand the full might of the lotus surge. Yet, as he turned his gaze to Ji Baiwa, her condition appeared even more dire. She lay motionless upon the scorched earth, her once fair face drained of color, her pristine white robes now stained crimson. Her body seemed bound by unseen shackles, utterly immobilized. A hoarse laugh escaped Yin Lai's lips, though he dared not indulge too deeply, lest the suppressed frost within him erupt and consume him whole. Still, the sight of Ji Baiwa's helplessness filled him with exhilaration. Her meridians were shattered, rendering her incapable of even the slightest movement, let alone escape. Now, she was entirely at his mercy. Though the battle had left him battered, the thought of seizing her treasures, especially the legendary Lotus Surge, ignited a feverish greed within him. With this artifact, even if his Ghost Shadow sect lay in ruins, he could rise anew, surpassing all in the Great Lan dynasty, perhaps even the entire southern polar ancient continent. Gritting his teeth, Yin Lai mustered the last remnants of his demonic energy, struggling to suppress the frost threatening to consume him. His situation was precarious, a single misstep spelling doom. Yet, killing Ji Baiwa now would be effortless. Clutching his sword, its edge gleaming with cold intent, he took a slow, deliberate step forward. Perish, he whispered, the promise of power burning in his eyes. As Yin Lai stood before Ji Baiwa, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. He raised his long sword, aiming for her throat. Clang! At that moment, a sudden, Crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated. Yin Lai was taken aback. Another long sword had descended from above, plunging deeply into the rock beside Ji Baihua's neck, effectively thwarting his lethal strike. "Who is it?" Yin Lai exclaimed in astonishment. "Damn it, shouldn't the protagonist's entrance be met with some applause?" A tattered figure swiftly approached, reaching Yin Lai in an instant. "It's you." As Yin Lai recognized the newcomer, his eyes widened in terror. "You were supposed to be dead." Chapter 45, a stunning turnaround having resurrected countless times. My grandson, how can I, as his grandfather, not come back to life? Though tattered and ragged, Lin Xiao's demeanor was surprisingly good. He regarded Yin Lai with a half-smile, suddenly nodding. Interesting, no wonder. Yin Lai was momentarily perplexed by the remark, but he quickly cast it aside, raising his long sword and striking fiercely at Lin Xiao. "Then let us see you die properly this time." At present, he had reached the divine transformation realm, significantly surpassing Lin Xiao by 3 major levels from the Foundation establishment stage. No matter how formidable the Foundation establishment cultivator, they remained in that realm, creating an insurmountable chasm. However, as the sword descended, it was effortlessly caught by a single finger. Yin Lai's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat streaming down his forehead as he gazed incredulously at Lin Xiao, his voice trembling. "Impossible! How can a mere Foundation establishment ant block my strike?" Even though Lin Xiao had once annihilated his physical form with similar strength, at that time, he had attained the peak of the Golden Core stage. And now he had ascended to an even higher realm. Yin Lai's gaze darted to Ji Baihua's side, where Lin Xiao's sword still stood embedded in a massive stone. Just moments ago, when Yin Lai attempted to kill Ji Baihua, Lin Xiao had used that very sword to intercept him, which could only mean Golden Core stage. Hearing Yin Lai's horrified exclamation, Lin Xiao grinned, exposing his teeth. "Your reaction is rather slow. I assenti it? I have been deliberately emanating my aura to terrify you, as if I were a deity descending from the heavens. And you only just noticed? I have no grandson like you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Xiao exerted slight pressure with his fingers, causing the sword to shatter. A ruthless glint flashed in Yin Lai's eyes as he swiftly enacted the blood sacrifice technique. Suddenly, the previously extinguished nether fire surged back to life, seemingly guided, racing towards Lin Xiao. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this nether fire appeared to lack significant destructive power. What on earth is this? Unfamiliar with the nether fire, Lin Xiao was caught off guard and was instantly engulfed, the flames scorching his very soul. As the unexpected advantage unfolded, Yin Lai finally exhaled in relief, envisioning the exceptional foundation for cultivation he would soon possess, and he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha! I have comprehended the Ghost Shadow Sect's technique to conjure this soul-devouring fire. Enjoy it." The soul-devouring fire incinerated the spirit, yet bore no harm to the physical body, a technique Yin Lai could finally unleash. However, his laughter abruptly ceased as he beheld Lin Xiao, who, despite being consumed by the flames, neither screamed nor moved an inch. "Is he insane?" With a swift motion, Lin Xiao retrieved his sword and cleanly pierced Yin Lai's skull. After a flourish of the blade, a drop of blood fell to the ground, and the ghostly flames gradually dissipated. Yin Lai's nascent soul lingered in the void, still incredulous. "Why are you unharmed? Why? I painstakingly cultivated the soul-devouring fire. Why is it ineffective against you?" However, Lin Xiao remained silent. Despite his reluctance, the nascent soul was reduced to mere powder, its energy returning to the heavens and earth. Yin Lai was dead. In truth, it was not just him. Even Lin Xiao found it perplexing. Perhaps the soul-devouring ghost fire was only effective against the nascent soul, and since he was merely at the Golden Core stage, yet to condense his nascent soul, he had narrowly escaped disaster. "Little Sister Baihua, I have come to rescue you." Casting aside his sword, Lin Xiao rushed to Ji Baihua's side, cradling her in his arms. She was gravely injured. If he delayed any longer, she would surely perish. Upon carefully surveying the devastated battlefield, Lin Xiao realized the sheer brutality of this battle exceeded all expectations. System, quickly restore her. The system's voice was laced with avarice. A perfect golden core stage cultivator requires 500 revenge points for restoration. Lin Xiao had no time to heed the completion of the statement. I have ample revenge points. Hurry and restore her. With a gust, a torrent of heavenly vitality surged forth like a tempest, continuously pouring into Ji Baihua's body. Lin Xiao prepared to adjust his position to heal her, but upon catching sight of her pale, exquisite face, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Little girl, I've saved your life once again. Is it too much to expect some interest? The once innocent and charming Ji Baihua possessed an even more captivating allure in her current state. Lin Xiao gently closed his eyes and leaned towards her cheek, a pulse of energy smoothly entering Ji Baihua's body, guiding the heavenly vitality to nourish her limbs and bones. Slap! Before Lin Xiao could savor the moment, a resounding slap struck his face. He looked at Ji Baihua, who glared at him coldly, feigning ignorance. You awakened so quickly? Don't overthink it. I am healing you. Initially embarrassed and angry, Ji Baihua found herself at a loss for words after the slap. She lacked the strength to argue, surrendering to the situation, yet a peculiar sentiment stirred within her. Yin Lai was truly ruthless, not sparing even the disciples of his own sect. Despite having witnessed numerous corpses, the sight of thousands of dead bodies, rivers of blood, and severed limbs was akin to a hellish nightmare, sending a shiver down Lin Xiao's spine. Although these cultivators had their powers stripped by Yin Lai, their flesh seemed to possess some sinister force. Lin Xiao felt a prickling sensation and quickly helped Ji Baihua to her feet. The disciples of Baihua Palace are still at the Ghost Shadow sect. We must hasten to rescue them. Before they could depart, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. A figure in the distance gradually became clear, approaching with the swiftness of a gale. Clad in a Taoist robe and wearing a Taoist crown, the individual brandished a whisk and bellowed with fury, Yin Lai, esteemed elders, bold disciples of Baihua Palace. Do you not know your crimes? With a flick of his wrist, the sky darkened abruptly, ominous clouds gathered, thunder roared in his ears, and lightning struck fiercely. Damn system! Let us go! Lin Xiao embraced Ji Baihua and dodged swiftly, barely escaping, though the edge of his garment ignited, leaving him in a precarious state. Damn it! This is Yin Lai's doing. Why is he targeting us? As Ji Baihua just regained a semblance of strength to speak, her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment as she gazed at the Taoist priest before her. To her shock, it was the Three Corpses Taoist of the Tao Alliance, an organization in opposition to her own Baihua Palace, and now was the perfect time for a ruthless extermination. The leader of the Ghost Shadow sect has known me for several years, and he is a man of integrity, the epitome of chivalry. I had previously heard that Baihua Palace had launched a full-scale assault on the Ghost Shadow sect, yet I never imagined you, Ji Baihua, would become so arrogant to this extent. The Three Corpses Taoist glared at Ji Baihua, but suddenly noticed Lin Xiao, momentarily taken aback. A mere golden elixir cultivator? Baihua, how could you, as the leader of a once third-rate sect, so utterly disgrace yourself? Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, was incensed. You foul Taoist. What nonsense are you spouting? My father is charming and elegant, far superior to you in every respect, and I am a much better match for Sister Baihua. Where's my father? The Three Corpses Taoist was once again momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, a flush of anger rising on his face. This rogue dared to speak so brazenly. In a fit of rage, the Three Corpses Taoist swung his whisk once more, dark clouds gathering ominously above Lin Xiao's head, and thunder roared again. However, unlike before, as Lin Xiao attempted to evade, he felt himself completely locked in by the thunder, seemingly unable to escape this calamity no matter how far he fled. Damn it, the heavens are wrathful. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed to the skies, immediately channeling all his internal energy. Above the heavens, a terrifying celestial might, vastly surpassing the thunder, manifested out of thin air. A profound fear crept into the heart of the Three Corpses Taoist as he felt his throat constrict, gritting his teeth. He exerted even greater force to wield his whisk. A mere golden elixir cultivator dares to vie with me. Boom! The deafening explosion sent shockwaves through Lin Xiao's eardrums. Amidst the buzzing sounds, he unleashed all his might. Kill! As if the heavens themselves were enraged, the previously terrifying thunder was utterly obliterated, and powerful waves of energy surged toward the three corpses' Taoist. With a cacophony of shattering bones, he was sent flying. A streak of blood arced gracefully through the air as the three corpses' Taoist crashed heavily to the ground, coughing violently. He is not a golden elixir cultivator. Could he be in disguise? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, having exhausted his strongest trump card, soon felt his internal energy deplete entirely, his body crumbling under the strain, and he fell uncontrollably. As darkness enveloped him, Lin Xiao struggled to remain conscious. Ji Baihua had completely recovered and now took it upon herself to support Lin Xiao. We are no match for him. Let us flee. After saying this, regardless of Lin Xiao's reluctant headshakes, Ji Baihua hurriedly made her escape from the scene. Within the bamboo cottage, Lin Xiao abruptly sat up, startled. That foul Taoist shall pay. Where is everyone? Some people realize they have lost and want to run away, yet they must ultimately return. Du Fei sat at the head of the bed, giggling as she looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Yutong brought a bowl of medicinal soup and thrust it into Lin Xiao's hands. Now that you are awake, you ought to drink your medicine. Once you recover, we shall properly punish you. Lin Xiao, slightly bewildered, drank the medicine and immediately inquired, "Where is Ji Baihua?" "Oh dear, in such a state. You still have the mind to think of the beauty?" Duffy smiled cheerfully, but did not respond. "Sister Yutong, I believe his injuries are not severe. Let us contemplate how to punish him." Lin Yutong's gaze turned cunning. Having disappeared for such an extended period, he must indeed pay some interest. How about making him run naked? Rather than feeling anger, Lin Xiao gazed affectionately at the two young ladies and suddenly inquired, "It seems you have not received any news about Ji Baihua." "Who said that?" "She," Duffy began, but Lin Yutong quickly covered her mouth, stamping her foot in desperation. "You mustn't say that. If you do, this mischievous boy will have his way. Well, I was sent back by Ji Baihua, which means I have triumphed, and you both have lost," Lin Xiao declared proudly, folding his arms and laughing heartily. "What a joke. Two inexperienced young girls thinking they could challenge me." Crash! Outside the wooden cabin, a massive ancient tree fell with a thunderous roar, and an eerily familiar aura emerged. Lin Xiao immediately exclaimed, "Ji Baihua. Could something have happened to her?" Chapter 46. Investment in potential stocks disregarding her injuries. Lin Xiao dashed out of the wooden cabin, ready to confront the enemy. However, upon careful sensing, the astonished anger on her face was swiftly replaced by delight, a formidable aura, 100 times stronger than that of the nascent soul stage. Had she truly broken through? The divine consciousness of the nascent soul culminates in the formation of the nascent soul itself, reaching its zenith, at which point a transformation occurs, residing in the sea of consciousness within the brain, radiating with resplendent golden light, marking the realm of divine transformation. Throughout history, those who attain this realm can harness the energy of the heavens and earth to cleave through the void and traverse the cosmos, truly transcending the mortal realm. Below the cabin, within the sprawling forest that extended for miles, the sudden collapse of towering ancient trees revealed the true form of Ji Baihua, who had been concealed within. She sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently practicing the techniques of the 100 Flowers Palace, with the treasured lotus of the palace now hovering above her head, continuing its rotation. A cascade of chilling radiance enveloped Ji Baihua entirely, expanding as her cultivation progressed, her aura steadily rising. Incredible! It was astonishing to realize that the young master of the 100 Flowers Palace was on the verge of reaching the divine transformation realm. Truly a prodigious talent. Du Fei and Lin Yutong had also emerged, marveling at the scene despite already being aware of Ji Baihua's progress. The Daolin Empire was replete with formidable warriors and exceptional talents. Yet most faltered at the early stages of a nascent soul, making little progress over the subsequent centuries. Only true geniuses could achieve the consummate nascent soul in mere decades. Those who accomplished such feats, like Lin Xiao, were extraordinary individuals. Should they cultivate deeply and refine their techniques to perfection, even if they did not reach the divine transformation realm? Figures like the Holy Emperor of Dalian would desperately seek to recruit them. However, Ji Baihua was undeniably an anomaly, having practiced for less than 20 years. What kind of fortuitous circumstances, what resources from her sect, and what innate talent allowed her to attain the divine transformation realm at such a young age? While Du Fei and Lin Yutong expressed their astonishment, Lin Xiao quietly mulled over her thoughts, calculating silently. Those 500 revenge points were indeed well spent. It seemed they had paid off, bringing her some benefit. Previously, during the battle with the Ghost Shadow sect, Ji Baihua had briefly reached a power comparable to the divine transformation realm with the aid of the lotus, but sustained severe injuries afterward. Lin Xiao had utilized the revenge system to restore her, although the system evaluated the required points based on the standards of the divine transformation realm. Restoring a powerhouse of the divine transformation realm would undoubtedly consume a vast amount of resources. Yet reviving a consummate nascent soul like Ji Baihua would likely require less than a tenth of that, and the surplus resources had contributed to her advancement. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao glanced at her personal information, only to be taken aback. Wait, why do I only have 100 revenge points? System, come out here. Host, Lin Xiao technique. Immortal martial arts skills. True martial dragon fist, 10,000 swords returning to origin. Heavenly wrath. Destructive death ray revenge points. 101 realm. Early nascent soul, 2,000 points. I barely escaped with my life from Lin Xiao. I should have received a 2,000 point reward. I exchanged 1,000 for cultivation points and broke through to the nascent soul, earning dozens of additional points. This cannot be merely 100 points. Lin Xiao was on the verge of losing her sanity. Speaking to herself without regard for the two young women beside her, Lin Xiao was a being of the divine transformation realm. Surely, killing him should have granted me some reward. After defeating the 3 corpses Taoist once more, did you consume all of it? The system's voice sounded somewhat awkward. After the host vanquished the 3 corpses Taoist, the system prompted the host to claim the revenge points immediately. As the host did not respond, the revenge points were temporarily deposited in the system bank. The system bank? Had it not been for this incident, Lin Xiao would have remained oblivious to this feature. What purpose does a bank serve? Let me see. Suddenly enlightened, the bank materialized in Lin Xiao's mind. Nearly 10,000 revenge points eliciting uncontrollable laughter from him. However, upon seeing terms such as investment, finance, and fixed deposits, he was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Can revenge points also be managed financially?" The system confirmed with an affirmative, "Certainly." Among the various projects the host encounters, should any require support, initial investments can be made. Once they flourish, the host may reap dividends or withdraw investments. Financial management is handled by the system, selecting more stable projects. Although the returns are modest, it is conceivable that this 10,000 points of revenge might yield 2 or 3 points, which would be considered satisfactory. As for fixed deposits, that was utter nonsense. Once deposited, even in life-threatening situations, they cannot be accessed, awaiting a future host to unlock the password. Lin Xiao, initially somewhat impatient, felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer upon hearing this. He could hardly believe it and asked again for confirmation, finally proceeding to inquire, "Then what were we waiting for? Why was this good fortune not revealed to me earlier? Let me check the fixed deposits of previous hosts." Lin Xiao's heart raced, his breathing quickened, and he felt slightly dizzy. He could hardly contain his excitement. The former host of the revenge system had perished in droves. Who could fathom how many had met their demise along the way? Of course, this was mere speculation, but what if? Better safe than sorry. This time, Lin Xiao's intuition proved correct. The system responded somewhat stiffly. Among the former hosts, a total of 3,708 had left fixed deposits. Please select and enter the password. Lin Xiao swallowed hard. This revenge system had depleted his fortune, ensnaring him in misfortune. And yet he had stumbled upon such immense wealth. Was this not a windfall? Then let us choose. Before he could make a selection, a thunderous clap erupted above him, and amidst the rolling storm clouds, the three corpses Taoist rushed towards Ji Baiwa. Little demon, you have unwittingly encountered such good fortune. Prepare to perish? Huh? Simultaneously, Lin Xiao learned from the revenge system that during the transition from the nascent soul to the divine transformation stage, the practitioner would be at their most vulnerable due to the time required for metamorphosis. Panic surged within him, and he shouted into the sky, "Three corpses, brat. Aren't you eager to meet your father?" He raised his arms as if embracing an immensely heavy object, and waves of sword energy surged forth from the void, converging towards that point in an instant. All swords returned to their origin, having been taken advantage of by the three corpses Taoist repeatedly. "Today I shall rid myself of you first." He had assumed the three corpses Taoist would seize this golden opportunity to eliminate Ji Baiwa. Yet upon hearing Lin Xiao's taunts, a concoction of humiliation and trepidation surged within him. With a flick of his whisk, the three corpses Taoist enveloped Lin Xiao in a pungent, strange aura. Lin Xiao choked, clutching his nose, while simultaneously unleashing the technique of 10,000 swords returning to origin, cursing vehemently, "You son of a dog, if you wish to fight, then fight." What is with the flatulence? Flatulence? The Taoist of the three corpses was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. "This is the three corpses powder that I have painstakingly refined for years. Do you not have any shame? You infuriate me." How could he not be enraged? The pungent smell wafting through the air was undeniably the scent of blood, a potent aroma that would lead any adept to envision a scene of rivers of blood, thus burdening their psyche. Yet this brat had the audacity to call it flatulence? But there was no time for explanations, as countless sword energies materialized out of thin air, erupting all around with a resounding whoosh, as if being attacked from all directions. Practitioners from the ancient Antarctic continent valued inner cultivation, refining their nascent souls. In battles between experts, it was the strength of the nascent soul that mattered. Physical vulnerabilities were numerous. Thus, the Taoist of the three corpses dared not be negligent. In his sea of consciousness, his nascent soul shimmered with golden light, continuously controlling the true energy throughout his body to execute a profound technique. Boom! The three corpses powder, which permeated the heavens and earth, seemed to unleash its formidable power in an instant, colliding violently with the incoming sword energies. Cough! Lin Xiao was similarly engulfed by the three corpses powder. Struck so suddenly with his early-stage, nascent soul strength, he was utterly unable to withstand it. At this moment, his garments lay in tatters, revealing patches of skin that had been stripped of their outer layer, now appearing crimson. Lin Xiao, Du Fei, and Lin Yutong rushed over in alarm. The Taoist of the three corpses flicked his dust and coldly declared, "Useless. The corpse-slaying technique specifically targets the physical body. With most of your skin gone, your plasma will lose protection and quickly drain away." Yet he refrained from pursuing further. Lin Xiao, seated cross-legged on the ground, struggled to retort, "You son of a dog, still pretending to be tough. You were gravely injured by my 10,000 swords returning to origin. If you do not hurry back to recover, you may not live to see another day. You." The Taoist of the three corpses nearly spat blood in anger. In front of Ji Baiwa and the two young girls, he had intended to maintain an air of celestial composure. Yet this Lin Xiao had bluntly revealed the truth. Infuriated to the point of laughter, a sickly flush crept onto his face. "What a formidable young man. Who exactly are you? Want to know who my father is? Go home and consult the family tree," Lin Xiao replied, urging the system to heal his wounds while mockingly regarding the Taoist of the three corpses. "At your age, not recognizing your own father. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" Veins bulged on the Taoist's forehead. Had it been anyone else, he would have ceased his pursuit right there, for continuing would bear no significance. Moreover, in the woods, Ji Baiwa was on the verge of a breakthrough to the transformation stage. He could not afford to waste time. Yet this brat was undeniably enigmatic. That previous technique of transcendent sword energy was something he had never encountered before, and it certainly did not resemble the techniques of the ancient Antarctic continent. Who on earth was he? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was mentally drafting his thoughts. This Taoist of the three corpses was indeed formidable. The corpse-slaying technique had nearly claimed his life. However, the immortal martial heavenly art was exceedingly extraordinary. Even as an early-stage nascent soul, he possessed not only formidable spiritual awareness and abundant true energy, but his physical body was also thoroughly tempered. Thus, the two of them stared at each other, neither daring to make the first move. A moment of silence was finally shattered by a cold snort. Taoist of the three corpses, do you not fear the day when your vendetta becomes public knowledge and you face retribution? Jibaiwa, have you truly succeeded? The Taoist of the three corpses was taken aback, his eyes darting around before he clenched his teeth and swiftly took flight, not daring to linger. It appears that the dual cultivation method is indeed a reality. Do not revel in your triumph. Once this matter becomes known to the various sects, ha ha ha. After leaving behind a fit of maniacal laughter, the Taoist of the three corpses vanished into the horizon. Lin Xiao's face was alight with joy. Sister Baiwa, come here and let your brother take a look. Has your skin become more delicate? However, after a few seconds, there was no response from Ji Baiwa. The storm in the woods persisted, and Du Fei delivered a sharp punch to him. Fool! Of course, sister was merely frightening that old man. My apologies. Chapter 47. The unattainable reward. The force of the punch caused Lin Xiao to grimace in pain, and he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, System, what are you doing? Hurry and heal my injuries. The system, however, declined his request, stating apologies. But the host's vengeance value is insufficient. Lin Xiao quickly realized that his revenge value had been deposited into this confounded system's bank. Withdraw all revenge values. By the way, is there anything worth investing in around here? Please hold on, host. Vital energies surged into Lin Xiao's body. Although the corpse-slashing technique was powerful, its effectiveness lay in its unpredictability. The damage it inflicted was significant, yet its raw power was rather mediocre. Lin Xiao's injuries began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. While the system completed its assessment, based on the host's experiences and demands, the nearby investment opportunities include 1. Ji Baiwa, the master of Baowa Palace, a genius female cultivator from the ancient Antarctic continent. Setting aside the tedious introductions, there were only 3 potential candidates for investment: Ji Baiwa, Du Fei, and Lin Yutong. Lin Xiao was filled with frustration. If the system were a tangible entity, he would have certainly given it a beating. What utter nonsense! What use are these 3? They lack any potential. Lin Xiao, it seems you are growing impatient. Du Fei and Lin Yutong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. In unison, they began to count on their fingers. Even their father had never spoken to them in such a manner. This impudent brat dared to. Ouch! What are you doing? With each girl pinching one of his ears, Lin Xiao winced in pain, inhaling sharply. As he dodged their grasp, he implored the system, quickly find a candidate with potential. I cannot let my revenge values go to waste. The system replied coolly, the host may choose from all things in heaven and earth. As long as a successful investment is made, varying returns can be anticipated in the future. All things in heaven and earth. Lin Xiao hesitated slightly. He glanced around, observing that aside from the dilapidated bamboo hut and a small grove, there were only stones and grass. Was he to invest in these? If that were the case, it would be better to choose something more tangible. He caught sight of Ji Baiwa, who was desperately advancing toward the divine transformation stage within the woods, and shouted, all right, enough. Let us invest in this woman, quickly. Though uncertain of what would transpire from the investment, Lin Xiao had little choice left. Upon issuing the command, the system's voice echoed once more. In the absence of specified values, all revenge values will be invested at once, totaling 301 points. The investment has been completed and will take effect immediately. Lin Xiao's face flushed crimson with rage as he cursed vehemently. What a useless system. Why didn't you remind me of the amount? My revenge values. Tears of frustration threatened to spill from his eyes. The thought of squandering such a substantial sum of over 9,000 points which could have propelled him to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and granted him access to rare treasures and formidable martial techniques, was almost unbearable. Yet now it had all been wasted on a single woman. The saying, "beauty brings disaster," had its merit, and Lin Xiao wholeheartedly agreed. Suddenly, a terrifying and overwhelming aura erupted within the forest, sending the three of them flying. Boom! The earth trembled violently, as if a cataclysmic disaster had struck. The small hill housing the bamboo hut began to crack, and Du Fei and Lin Yutong screamed in terror. Ah! Help! Lin Xiao was equally bewildered. Fortunately, his injuries had already healed, and in a state of urgency, he hastily scooped up the two young girls and dashed down the mountain without a second thought. What kind of misfortune was this? Just as they were nearing the foot of the mountain, several massive boulders, large enough for multiple people to embrace, came crashing down with a thunderous force, unrelentingly hurtling towards Lin Xiao. A wave of despair surged within the three of them when suddenly a gentle, icy aura enveloped them. Lin Xiao's heart leaped with joy. Ji Baiwa had succeeded. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, several more waves of soft, cold energy surged forth, and the entire small mountain seemed to radiate with brilliant light as the ferocious tremors slowly subsided. Ji Baiwa floated gracefully, her ethereal presence akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, devoid of any earthly aura, enveloped in a gentle, chilly essence. Her every movement seemed to command everything within 100 paces. "Are you all right?" Ji Baiwa gracefully descended and quickly reached the trio, dissipating the cold aura that surrounded them. Du Fei examined Ji Baiwa from head to toe, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Sister Baiwa, you are truly remarkable." Lin Yutong, on the other hand, was far more reserved. She discreetly pinched Du Fei, then adopted a demeanor befitting a noble lady. "Sister Baiwa, my father says that a transcendent being is invincible within 30 paces. You have just reached this realm and yet possess such overwhelming strength. This, I don't quite understand either," Ji Baiwa replied, shaking her head slightly, but instinctively glanced at Lin Xiao, inexplicably feeling a desire to thank this beast. "Thank you. What exactly did you do?" Lin Xiao, with a grin, observed Ji Baiwa, whose celestial aura enchanted him. "Sister Baiwa, I've assisted you so much, just look. Get lost." The fondness that had just blossomed evaporated instantly. Ji Baiwa sighed inwardly, perplexed by this young man who seemed to only have thoughts of women's beauty. Regardless of the situation, Du Fei and Lin Yutong exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they glared at Lin Xiao, blocking him with an outstretched hand. "Disgusting rogue. Don't even think about getting close to Sister Baiwa again." "Exactly. Hey, look at your jealous faces. Are you afraid that Sister Baiwa will be taken away from you?" Lin Xiao teased awkwardly, but the voice of the system intrusively echoed in his mind. Investment party Ji Baiwa has successfully broken through to the Transcendence realm. Reward, 30 points. Current revenge value, 12091. Lin Xiao was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. Such swift returns? However, upon further investigation, he found that his revenge value remained at 0. The reason being that the revenge value from the investment could only be withdrawn under suitable circumstances, and the profit-derived revenge value could only be obtained upon subsequent earnings. In simpler terms, the usage of the invested revenge value was at the system's discretion. Moreover, only when Ji Baiwa acquired revenge value again would the more than 2,000 points from this instance become available for Lin Xiao's use. This revelation sent Lin Xiao into a fit of rage. He slapped a nearby boulder, which shattered with a thunderous crash, accompanying it with a curse. "Bah!" A sweet date followed by a slap in the face. Just as the spark was kindled, you doused it with cold water. What utter nonsense! If the host is dissatisfied, they may opt for financial management or fixed deposits. The system remains unscathed, hence such a cavalier response. Ji Baiwa, Du Fei, and Lin Yutong exchanged bewildered glances. What madness had seized Lin Xiao, and why was he cursing with such fervor? "This is no time for foolishness." Ji Baiwa cleared her throat, her voice softer now. "No longer I see. Having now broken through to the divine transformation realm, it is time to save them. Farewell, everyone." As she spoke the final words, her gaze lingered on Lin Xiao. Though he had pestered her relentlessly, he had also saved her life countless times. Strangely, at this moment of parting, an inexplicable reluctance tugged at her heart. That once fleeting emotion now wove through her like entangled lotus threads, impossible to untangle, binding her heart in ways she could not dispel. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality. You're going to rescue the disciples of Baiwa Palace? But after Yan Lai's slander, the world likely sees you as a demoness now. You be walking to your death. If they are Baiwa Palace disciples, then it is my duty. Resolute, Ji Baiwa strode down the mountain without hesitation. Du Fei clutched Lin Yutong's sleeve, tears welling in her eyes. What do we do? Baiwa Jia can't possibly face so many alone. Lin Yutong sighed. That 3 corpses Taoist earlier was surely from the Tao Alliance. If even he has appeared, Baiwa Jia won't return alive if she goes. And here you two are, dithering instead of chasing after her. Lin Xiao shot them an exasperated look before darting forward in pursuit. Ji Baiwa, let's discuss this. After all the times I've saved you, won't you stay a little longer? Your kindness is noted, but time waits for no one. Farewell. Having reached the divine transformation realm, Ji Baihua's speed left Lin Xiao in the dust, vanishing swiftly from sight. Yet unnoticed by anyone, a single tear slipped free. Raised in Baiwa Palace, her talent unmatched in centuries, Ji Baiwa had been relentlessly drilled in cultivation by Jiugu, shielded from the outside world. Her chance encounter with Lin Xiao had brought laughter and tears, bloodshed and camaraderie, experiences entirely foreign to her. Time and again, this reckless youth had defied the odds, surviving against impossible threats, leaving her stunned at his resilience. But precisely because of this, she could not let them risk their lives for her. Stealing her heart, Ji Baihua quickened her pace. As for Lin Xiao, realizing pursuit was futile, he nearly lost his composure. My most promising investment, gone just like that? System, show yourself. The system, as if anticipating his demand, replied, as the investor, the host retains the right to recall Ji Baiwa. Moreover, this venture has yielded a 5-fold increase in her strength, qualifying as an S-grade success. Additional system functions will now be unlocked. Spare me the details. Lin Xiao cut in. Just bring her back. Whoosh. Suddenly, the entire void dimmed for a fleeting moment, as an unknown force surged violently towards the direction of Ji Baiwa, as if something had been frozen in time. The passage had been temporarily sealed, allowing the host to retrieve the invested party at any moment. Lin Xiao's heart surged with elation, channeling his entire energy. He leaped towards the heavens, pursuing Ji Baiwa. However, a menacing aura abruptly locked onto him, and before Lin Xiao could react, a divine sword swiftly struck towards his back. Clang! Is it a member of the Tao Alliance? Reveal yourself. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xiao was overjoyed. Ji Baiwa, you have finally returned. Haha, what an exquisite display of bittersweet affection. Did you think I would fail to find this person? From a side of the void, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes approached with measured steps. Chapter 48. The middle-aged man realizing that the middle-aged man was referring to himself. Lin Xiao unleashed a torrent of scathing insults. Hey, you scoundrel! I've married your grandmother and kissed your daughter. If you have grievances, go find the one who wronged you and stop seeking a surrogate father. The barrage of insults, devoid of any vulgarity yet brimming with disdain, left the middle-aged man bewildered, as if he had been struck by several resounding slaps. With a swift motion, the divine sword flew back into his hand. Upon uttering a chant, the blade radiated a sharpness capable of slicing through the void. Go. Above Ji Baihua's head, the radiant lotus of the lotus of 8 directions unfurled, enveloping Lin Xiao and herself in a protective cocoon of crystalline cold light. Yet an overwhelming sense of dread still crept into Lin Xiao's heart. He sensed that this divine sword was no ordinary weapon, rivaling the power of the lotus of 8 directions. The middle-aged man's cold laughter confirmed Lin Xiao's suspicions. Ridiculous. You are not worthy of wielding the lotus of 8 directions. To attempt to obstruct my 7-foot sword is but a delusion. Alarmed, Ji Baiwa furrowed her brows and immediately summoned the full might of the lotus of 8 directions. given her strength at the transformation stage. The lotus indeed manifested a greater potency. However, to her astonishment, the 7-foot sword emitted a blinding golden light, effortlessly slicing through the crystalline cold, which crumbled like tofu despite her desperate efforts. Jive Baiwa grasped Lin Xiao's hand, intending to retreat, but the overwhelming force of the divine sword froze her in place. They had already been targeted. No matter how far they fled, escape was futile. The middle-aged man stroked his beard and chuckled, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "You insolent child. I care not for your past deeds, but if you dare to speak to me with such disrespect today, you shall pay with your life." Mid-sentence, his eyes widened in shock, his voice rising. What? He beheld the once cleaved, crystalline cold light, which, as the 7-foot sword penetrated halfway, began to visibly regenerate at an alarming rate. The middle-aged man felt a surge of anxiety. Within his consciousness, his primordial spirit ignited, and the brilliance of the 7-foot sword surged forth. "Old fool, do not waste your energy," Lin Xiao retorted nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the man's efforts. "So this is the famed 7-foot sword? If it must be gifted, I shall graciously accept it." As the 7-foot sword entered the protective chill surrounding the two, its connection with the middle-aged man abruptly severed, causing it to wobble mid-air before plummeting to the ground. Anticipating this, Lin Xiao caught it effortlessly. The sword was substantially heavy, and even after the brilliance diminished, its blade continued to reflect a dazzling cold light, eliciting delight from Lin Xiao. What exquisite material! Truly a magnificent sword. How is this possible? Ji Baiwa exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Just moments ago, she had intended to flee with Lin Xiao, but realized the futility against the sword's might. It was as if her latent potential had been abruptly awakened, enabling the resurgence of the cold light. Moreover, as a magical artifact, the 7-foot sword must have already recognized its master through blood, bearing the consciousness imprint of the god of wealth, rendering it impossible to seize it unarmed. Zhong Kaishan was utterly astonished. He had no idea how many times he had secretly attempted this, yet the consciousness imprint within the 7-foot sword had inexplicably vanished. As its master, he was completely oblivious. Unable to contain himself, Zhong Kaishan took a step back, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiao, demanding, "Youngster, who exactly are you? What sort of dark sorcery is this?" Lin Xiao, momentarily shaken from his elation at acquiring the treasure, replied with a half-smile, "I am merely one of the impoverished masses. Though I am unaware of your esteemed name, your journey to support the suffering regions is truly commendable and worthy of great praise." In truth, during the dire moment, the system had suddenly suggested that he use his revenge points to unleash Ji Baihua's potential, which had allowed her to revive her cold energy and fend off the sword's assault. As for acquiring the 7-foot sword, it was a purchase made from the marketplace. After Ji Baiwa was classified as an S-grade investment, the marketplace introduced an installment plan requiring a portion of her monthly cultivation as payment. While praising Zhong Kaishan, Lin Xiao did not forget to issue a warning to Ji Baiwa. "Sister Baiwa, your sudden surge of power will hinder your normal cultivation. You must be cautious moving forward." Lin Xiao continued to murmur on, while Ji Baiwa could only respond with exasperation. Zhong Kaishan, meanwhile, was infuriated to the point of trembling. Indeed, he had traveled great distances, but it was for the dual cultivation secret of the Baiwa Palace. If he were to articulate other motives, it would be the repeated failures of Taoist Sensi, which had revealed an opportunity for Zhong Kaishan to elevate his status. Thus, he had been discreetly gathering intelligence for days, ultimately locating Lin Xiao. In Zhong Kaishan's eyes, Lin Xiao was merely a brash youth with a decade of cultivation at best. He believed a single encounter would reduce him to ashes. How vexing, how maddening! The more Zhong Kaishan pondered, the more enraged he became, bordering on madness. Ji Baiwa, sensing the gravity of the situation, urged Lin Xiao to retreat 100 steps, whispering, "Zhong Kaishan's strength is comparable to that of Taoist Sensi, but he possesses numerous magical artifacts. I will hold him off for a moment. You must flee quickly." With that, Ji Baiwa charged once more towards Zhong Kaishan, whose long hair billowed in the wind as a treasure seal suddenly emerged from his chest, swelling like a small mountain. "Huh!" Ji Baiwa exclaimed as she approached, the treasure seal exuding immense pressure that descended slowly. Zhong Kaishan howled, "This infuriates me. If I do not eliminate you two today, I shall be a fool deserving of being called a mid-stage transformation master. Be careful." Lin Xiao was also taken aback by the sight of the treasure seal. Ji Baiwa let out a delicate snort. A chilling brilliance radiated from her, vanishing into the ether, while the mountain-turning seal momentarily hesitated, as if encountering formidable resistance. A transformation master possesses the ability to alter the principles of the Tao within their reach. Now, the overwhelming pressure emitted by the mountain-turning seal was modified by Ji Baiwa, transforming it into a colossal force to counterbalance it. While the principles of the Tao may be mutable, they are not without limits. For instance, when external forces are inverted, only a portion can be converted. Thus, while the mountain-turning seal exerted tenfold pressure, only fourfold was inverted, and it continued to press downward. Yet Zhong, the god of wealth, felt a sudden unease. His nascent soul within his consciousness erupted with its most radiant brilliance, the pinnacle of his artifact control. A mere early-stage deity transformation cultivator, yet capable of deflecting 40% of my force. That technique is truly extraordinary. The greed in his eyes could no longer be concealed, and the mountain-overturning seal descended with even greater speed. Ji Baiwa struggled desperately, transmitting a voice message to Lin Xiao. "What are you waiting for? I can't hold on much longer. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death." Lin Xiao did not respond. Instead, he charged forward recklessly, a 7-foot sword in hand, slashing toward Zhong, the god of wealth, without hesitation. Thud! Focused entirely on Ji Baiwa, Zhong had no time to resist. The sword, sharp enough to cleave iron as though it were mud, sang through the air, and with a single stroke his upper body was cleanly severed in a diagonal cut. Chapter 49. Severance amidst the gory scene. A searing pain pierced through Zhong Kaishan. His upper body lay cleaved in two, yet he remained adorned in his resplendent robes. A sight most tragic. Lin Xiao was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the 7-foot sword in his hand. Truly a treasure. Although it had only just recognized its master and could not unleash its full potential due to Lin Xiao's nascent soul realm, it had nonetheless felled a powerful figure of the divine transformation realm. He stealthily called upon the system, eager to peruse the information regarding this divine sword. However, before Lin Xiao could do so, an overwhelming, terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Zhong Kaishan. "What? This is bad." Ji Baihua's beautiful eyes widened in alarm as she swiftly pulled Lin Xiao back several paces. That formidable aura radiated outward in all directions, shaking the very heavens, accompanied by howling winds, as if inciting celestial wrath. Lin Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. What in the world is this? His body cleaved in two, yet his power surges? Ji Baiwa remained fixated on Zhong Kaishan, dismissing Lin Xiao's perspective. Zhong Kaishan possesses numerous magical artifacts. Perhaps this is a certain treasure, but such overwhelming power, I have never heard of it before. Merely this wave of energy could claim 2 lives, possessing at least the might of a late-stage divine transformation expert. Throughout the entire Antarctic ancient continent, the number of visible late-stage divine transformation experts barely exceeds 5 fingers. The fact that such a treasure could effortlessly exude such divine might is indeed astonishing. Zhong Caishan's nascent soul remained unharmed, now enveloped in an aura of purest essence, floating gracefully out of his sea of consciousness and into the world. It mirrored Zhong Kaishan entirely, radiating golden light, and aside from the lingering fear upon its visage, it was predominantly filled with rage, an ant shaking a tree, utterly oblivious to its own limitations. The nascent soul of a divine transformation expert is formidable, employing secret methods. He tirelessly mended his injuries. In mere moments, the body that had been cleaved by the 7-foot sword rejoined as if it had never been harmed. Lin Xiao ground his teeth in frustration. Oh, what a little brat. Relying on treasures to boast. What skill is that? He raised his sword once more, seizing the moment while Zhong Caishen's eyes remained shut, charging forth. This time, however, it was not a mere slash. In a hurried moment, he had selected a superior sword technique from the marketplace and purchased it in installments, now having mastered a significant portion. Breaking 1,000 blades, Lin Xiao channeled his vital energy, and the 7-foot sword emanated a brilliant light as he raised his wrist, carving an elegant arc reminiscent of a celestial blossom blooming in the heavens, before it erupted with a resounding explosion. Boom! As the sword descended from the west, Zhong Caishen, intending to smirk, opened his eyes, but this strike seemed to envelop him entirely. Even at his swiftest, he could not evade. What a marvelous sword technique! This is disastrous. Too fast. The celestial blossom withered, cascading from the heavens like mountains and shooting stars, dazzling yet capable of leaving one utterly spellbound. Lin Xiao was equally astonished. This strike did not miss, yet when it collided with Zhong Caishen's shoulder, it resonated with the sound of metal clashing. Clang! The backlash was immense, propelling Lin Xiao backward, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the sword. In his heart, terror surged, quickly followed by expletives. Damn it, I wield a 7-foot sword. If this fellow's treasure can shield him, how is it that it also rebounded upon me? The figure of the wealth god, Zhong Caishen, was enveloped in a translucent, eggshell-like aura. He quickly regained his composure and burst into laughter. Youngster, you jest with me. You are still too green. If you possess such prowess, why not keep your treasures to yourself? At your age, how can you be so shameless? Lin Xiao, having been thrown into the air, steadied himself by channeling his vital energy, hovering steadily in the void. Ji Baihua gazed intently at Zhong Caishen, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Zhong Caishen was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing slightly. When confronting an adversary, one must resort to any means necessary. What does it matter? With that thought, he reconciled the situation in his mind. After over 7 centuries of cultivation, relying on his family's abundant resources, he had only just reached the mid-stage of spirit transformation. Yet he had been cleaved in two by a mere fledgling at the golden core stage. To claim that using treasures is shameless, if he had refrained, he would have long since met Yama himself. Zhong Caishen, we harbor no enmity. It would be wise to cease hostilities here, lest misunderstandings deepen, Ji Baihua interjected. Her brow furrowed. Lin Xiao, performing a flourish with his sword, snorted in agreement, though he remained silent. Indeed, Zhong Caishen's power was comparable to that of the 3 corpses Taoist, yet his treasures were overwhelming. Even with Ji Baihua's assistance, it would be a daunting task to vanquish him. Should he escape, he would undoubtedly harbor great resentment towards them, spawning countless pursuers in the future. Zhong Caishen pondered his options. This misstep had no external witnesses. If Ji Baihua and Lin Xiao were willing to keep the incident confidential, he might well consider retreating. Very well. Zhong, my esteemed lord, Ji Baihua and that young man, assemble. A cacophony of voices and hurried footsteps interrupted him, drowning out his words. He paused momentarily, then spoke louder. I can. What are you waiting for, my lord? We have them surrounded. Please act immediately to eliminate these 2 nuisances from the Antarctic ancient continent. The shouts were chaotic, emanating from the Tao Alliance's practitioners, numbering in the thousands. Rushing towards the trio like a swarm of locusts, Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. The weakest among them was in the early stages of the nascent soul, while the strongest had reached the great perfection of the nascent soul. If a confrontation ensued, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Ji Baihua shared the same apprehension, but Zhong Caishen's face reddened once more, as if the appearance of these individuals had stirred his ire. My lord is speaking. What do children have to say? Behave yourselves. The clamor of threats quickly subsided, leaving the Tao Alliance's thousands in a state of confusion. Zhong Caishen's intentions were unclear. Why not swiftly eliminate these 2? Did they intend to wait until the new year? His fury was feigned, masking his inner turmoil and embarrassment. Who did not understand the urgency of silencing the pair? Yet, if even a whisper of the earlier incident were to leak, how could he maintain his standing in the Antarctic ancient continent? The ramifications for his family would be immense. This was no trifling matter. The esteemed Zhong Kai-shen had been cleaved in two by a young practitioner with merely over a decade of cultivation, forced to resort to his life-saving treasure. Should word get out, it would become a monumental farce. The members of the Tao Alliance remained blissfully unaware of the underlying tensions, and upon witnessing the standoff, they could only shout incessantly, effectively rendering Zhong Kai-shen's attempts at a ceasefire futile. Zhong Kai-shen, what exactly do you mean? Ye Baihua secretly braced herself. If Zhong Kai-shen were to suddenly strike, she would have no choice but to fight with all her might. At this moment, the area was devoid of any sound. The members of the Tao League discreetly kept silent, their eyes fixed intently upon Zhong Kai-shen. His face reddened progressively, and after several attempts to speak, he found himself at a loss for words, feeling a peculiar sense of helplessness. What was supposed to be a successful endeavor had been unwittingly disrupted by his own comrades. It was no wonder that the Tao League could not unify the ancient continent of Nanji. What sort of people were these? Noticing Lin Xiao's unfriendly demeanor, which suggested he might strike at any moment, Zhong Kai-shen finally could no longer contain himself. Ahem, it is indeed inappropriate for me to take action against two juniors. If the esteemed Lord Ji believes there is injustice regarding the incident with the Ghost Shadow sect, then I should investigate thoroughly before making a decision. Ji Baiwa clasped her hands in a respectful gesture towards Zhong Kai-shen, slightly urging him to conclude the matter. Then let today's events come to an end. We shall. Hold on. Zhong Kai-shen hastily interrupted, his gaze firmly fixed on the 7-foot sword and the mountain-turning seal in Lin Xiao's possession. Engagements are engagements, and misunderstandings are misunderstandings. But what about those items? Lin Xiao paused, glancing at the two treasures in his hands. The mountain-turning seal had been forcibly obtained during the moment when Zhong Kai-shen was bisected. It had yet to recognize a master as its divine imprint had been erased. He nodded in agreement, and Zhong Kai-shen's joy was evident on his face as he reached out to claim it. However, he witnessed Lin Xiao nonchalantly stow the mountain-turning seal into his storage ring. With a tone tinged with mockery, Lin Xiao remarked, "Thank you for the reminder. Indeed, one should take good care of their treasures." Zhong Kai-shen felt his lips dry, while the members of the Tao League were utterly perplexed. Soon, someone noticed the anomaly. Look, isn't that the 7-foot sword belonging to Lord Zhong? Upon this revelation, another exclaimed, Yes, yes. That brat just stowed away the mountain-turning seal. What on earth is happening?" Even facing his father's reprimands, Zhong Kai-shen had never felt as anxious as he did now. His heart raced as he instinctively prayed, "Please, do not say anything." Yet Lin Xiao, as if unaffected, raised the sword in his hand and flashed a grin at the thousands of Tao League cultivators below. "What you refer to as prior. However, he just presented it to me as a tribute." A Tao League cultivator, filled with indignation, shouted, "You little thief, cease your nonsense. That is clearly Lord Zhong's treasure. Return it immediately." Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat exasperated, retorted, "If it truly belonged to him, why hasn't he reclaimed it? Think before you speak." In a sudden shift, the previously bewildered Tao League members collectively turned their attention to Zhong Kai-shen, all astonished by the unfolding situation. Why was the 7-foot sword in Lin Xiao's possession? Zhong Kai-shen felt dizzy, struggling to maintain his composure as his voice trembled slightly. "Well, it is believed that only a treasure such as the 7-foot sword is worthy of our exceptional talents, which is why it was bestowed." A gleam flickered in Ji Baihua's eyes as she inquired, "Is this indeed the case, Senior Zhong?" "Indeed, that is precisely the case." The esteemed Master Zhong, with joy illuminating his countenance, eagerly nodded in affirmation. Hiss! At that moment, the practitioners of the Tao Alliance collectively inhaled sharply, some whispering in hushed tones, while others remained incredulous. This 7-foot sword, a treasured possession of Master Zhong, is not merely a signature item. Could such a priceless artifact truly be gifted? Consider the plight of Taoist Sansi, who lost the cherished whisk that brought him renown, or the Lord of Antarctica, who forsook a lifetime of arduous cultivation. Such notions are almost inconceivable. After a considerable silence, a voice finally emerged, laden with admiration. "Truly, Master Zhong is unparalleled. This act pioneers a new chapter in the annals of cultivators, embodying integrity and virtue indeed unmatched by any before. Chapter 50 echoes soon. Voices began to resonate in agreement. Indeed, with a leader as virtuous and exceptionally powerful as Lord Zhong, the Tao Alliance's dominance over the four continents is surely within reach. Yet, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Perhaps the gathering was too subdued, prompting many to hastily flatter, while a greater number remained silent. Some were left agape, having discarded their usual bravado, claiming high moral ground. Was this not sheer nonsense? Though the flattery was muted, Lord Zhong, the god of wealth, finally exhaled in relief as he observed an increasing number of participants engaging in the discourse. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua soared ever further away. Despite silently cursing the Tao Alliance cultivators as fools, he felt a heavy burden lift from his heart. If he retreated to meditate in solitude for 3 to 5 years, perhaps Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua would be eradicated by others. One need not seek glory, but rather avoid disgrace. At the very least, he could preserve his reputation. Alternatively, he could bide his time, preparing thoroughly to approach them when the storm had passed. Lord Zhong's gaze fixated on the two figures destined to vanish beyond the horizon. His resolve hardening. A mere insect, yet it dares to covet my 7-foot sword? I shall indulge you for a month, but soon enough, that dual cultivation technique. Esteemed guests, we shall take our leave for now. At that moment, Lin Xiao abruptly turned back, a mischievous grin plastered across his face as he shouted, "Son, I accept your gift. Take care of your wounds, and strive to be sturdier when next you are struck." Without waiting for others' reactions, he accelerated sharply, vanishing from sight in an instant. Lord Zhong's ears rang as the surrounding scenery faded into a blinding whiteness. He spoke. After expending great effort, losing 2 treasures, and shedding considerable dignity, Lin Xiao still articulated the truth. A new voice emerged amidst the cacophony of discussion, particularly jarring. "Huh. So it turns out Lord Zhong never fought him. No wonder he lost his treasures, huh?" Overcome with shame, Lord Zhong roared in fury, as if he wished to drown out the conjectures of others. He longed to disappear into the earth, yet could not bear the revelation of this truth, dare to speak recklessly. A small stone tablet shot forth from his chest, swelling with power, inscribed with the words of flying sand and shifting stone, which swiftly manifested, hurtling towards the laughing cultivator. Following a thunderous crash, only a scattering of gravel and dismembered limbs remained. Still not satiated, Lord Zhong raised his right foot, a radiant light emanating, transforming into a colossal foot that stomped down upon the remnants. "Let you babble nonsense, tarnishing my reputation. What is your true intention?" The terrifying pressure of mid-stage transformation God unleashed without restraint, causing cold sweat to cascade down the brows of the Tao Alliance cultivators, many collapsing to the ground. Frothing at the mouth, Lord Zhong paid no heed, resolutely continuing his course. "You filthy wretch, am I someone you can judge at will?" On the mountainside, within the bamboo cottage, Du Fei and Lin Yutong were utterly astounded. The two had been closely monitoring the unfolding confrontation. Though unable to intervene, their hearts raced with anxiety. At that moment, Du Fei found himself shocked by Lord Zhong's fury. "I never anticipated he could be so terrifying. Only now do I realize how gentle my father truly is." Lin Yutong let out a disdainful snort, raising her little head defiantly. "My father is undoubtedly superior to the Marquis, not only exhibiting courtesy and humility, but also possessing profound knowledge." She continued, "I've heard your father keeps you confined at home for training, but alas, your laziness renders him helpless. What humility are you speaking of?" Du Fei promptly exposed Lin Yutong's pretensions. However, before she could revel in her triumph, Lin Yutong coldly retorted, "Isn't it true that your father, seeing your lack of diligence, sent you out to gain experience? Too bad some individuals attract trouble the moment they step outside." "Oh dear." The two exchanged barbs for a while until the noise outside finally subsided. Before long, Zhong Kaishen, having nowhere to vent his frustration, was compelled to lead his men back along the same path. Suddenly, Du Fei stomped her foot in frustration. We've let him toy with us again." Upon hearing this, Lin Yutong quickly realized the implications. That scoundrel left without a word. How am I to explain this to my father? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua had already traveled over 100 miles, arriving in a dilapidated village. They settled in the only shabby eatery available, where Lin Xiao burst in a hearty laughter. That old fool must be furious now. Try and play the big wolf. Zhong Saishan's status was exceedingly special, and while this time he had let a slip go, it would be wise to avoid further provocations. Ji Baihua, with a hint of seriousness, warned him, then shifted the conversation. You speak of long-term plans, yet the disciples of Baihua Palace have suffered greatly, and the elders are also engaged in conflict with the Tao Alliance. I truly have no time to waste. The eatery had no staff, and soon the elderly woman brought out the dishes one by one. After taking a couple of bites, Lin Xiao smiled reassuringly. Fear not, we have remained incognito, and they would be foolish to harm those disciples. As for that ninth lady, they are formidable, and in just a few days, they cannot possibly be defeated. Ji Baihua, however, did not share his optimism. Though the ninth lady was strong, the Tao Alliance was not lacking in powerful individuals, and their numbers were sufficient to overpower a few. As Lin Xiao was about to offer further encouragement, a sudden uproar erupted outside, the sound of hooves striking the ground mingling with the shouts of soldiers, indicating some disturbance. Sir, that is the only cow we have at home. Please, it cannot be killed. The elderly woman's pleas were clearly audible, but the soldiers showed no willingness to relent, even pushing her down. If it's just a cow. The gentlemen are marching through here and need meat to satiate their hunger. Should we not eat it? Will we eat you instead? The woman's protests left her speechless, reduced to tears. The soldiers, emboldened, soon issued commands to others. You lot, go inside and see what food you have. Bring it all out. Yes. As the command was given, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and soon 4 armored soldiers appeared at the entrance of the eatery. They were tall and imposing, brandishing long spears. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua, they broke into wicked grins. Well, tonight's dinner seems rather lavish. Ji Baihua's expression turned icy. She remained silent, but the soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with lewd intentions. One of them brazenly approached, licking his lips as he reached for Ji Baihua's face. This little miss is truly enchanting. If only I could. Slap! Before he could finish his words, a sudden flush of heat enveloped his face, and a persistent buzzing resonated in his right ear, as if he had just received a solid slap. The soldier's eyes widened in astonishment as he abruptly turned his gaze towards Lin Xiao, only to freeze in place. At that moment, Lin Xiao was engrossed in his noodles, not even lifting his head, rubbing his cheek. The soldier felt a pang of suspicion and could not help but inquire, "Did you just strike me?" Lin Xiao innocently raised his head. "My good sir, I have been eating all along. You may ask them if you doubt my words." From the soldier's perspective, this statement seemed credible, yet when he glanced back, the remaining 3 shook their heads in unison. Do not heed his nonsense. He was the one who struck you. Trust me, good sir. Lin Xiao pleaded with a pitiful gaze. I witnessed it myself. It was that. The soldier suddenly realized that the young man before him appeared to be quite feeble, incapable of delivering such a forceful blow. He gritted his teeth in frustration, but recognized that he was outmatched by the other 3 and could only swallow his indignation. Fortunately, he was accustomed to such humiliation, and after a brief interval, he turned to Ji Baihua with a lewd grin. Little girl. Smack! Just as he began to speak, another slap landed on his face. The soldier spun around, ready to retaliate, only to find the 3 glaring at Lin Xiao, seemingly unmoved from their positions. You. The soldier's head swayed back and forth, glancing between Lin Xiao and the trio, becoming increasingly bewildered. Quickly tell me, who struck me? At this moment, even Ji Baihua could not suppress her laughter, and the 4 soldiers gazed at her beauty, swallowing hard. If Ji Baihua was previously seen as an elusive fairy dwelling in the depths of the Frosty Palace, her laughter was potent enough to thaw glaciers and elevate mere mortals to celestial realms. Lin Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Baihua and chuckled. Look at that foolish expression. Have they truly rendered you daft? How dare you mock us? You seem to have a death wish. The 3 soldiers finally lost their tempers and approached menacingly. Lin Xiao regarded the first soldier with a resigned shake of his head. Alas, some people remain oblivious even after a lifetime of being bullied. The most arduous task in this world is not to make you love me, but to awaken those who feign slumber. In a fit of rage, none of them wished to heed such words, and the soldiers were poised to take Lin Xiao's life. Yet the initial soldier, struck by an epiphany, halted them. This revelation spurred him to demand, "Now, who truly struck me?" Though he appeared composed, it was merely the calm before the storm. Should he not receive a satisfactory answer, he would undoubtedly turn hostile. What is all this commotion? At that moment, a low voice interjected, imbued with an undeniable authority. A middle-aged man in gleaming golden armor, forged from divine iron, stood before them, though his protective breastplate shimmered magnificently. His corpulent figure reminded Lin Xiao of a manager back on Earth. The soldier, feeling deeply wronged, quickly knelt on one knee. "My lord, these three repeatedly struck me while I was searching for food supplies. I beseech you to take charge." The remaining 3 soldiers were taken aback. But before any explanation could be given, the cavalry commander kicked the man on the ground aside, exclaiming, "Get out of the way. You can't even handle such a trivial task. You are useless." He cast a glance at Lin Xiao, who appeared unfazed, then turned his gaze toward Ji Baiwa, his expression quickly becoming lascivious. However, considering the presence of others, the commander cleared his throat and commanded, "Bind him and deliver him to me immediately." "My lord, we are all in this together. If we are to be bound, it should be done collectively, shouldn't it?" Lin Xiao responded, momentarily taken aback. The commander laughed mockingly. "Have you even looked at yourself? Do you believe you are worthy to stand alongside him?" Lin Xiao silently scoffed, realizing that this place was indeed a world where appearances mattered. Yet he felt no fear. Suddenly, he unleashed the aura of the golden core stage and calmly inquired, "Am I not worthy?" Chapter 51. An aura of terror. The sudden eruption of a terrifying aura caught the cavalry commander off guard, causing him to collapse to the ground. Cold sweat instantly enveloping him, while his complexion turned pale. He trembled uncontrollably, utterly incapable of articulating a coherent response. As for the 4 soldiers, they had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and delivered a kick to the commander, exclaiming, "How dare a mere cavalry commander look down upon others? If you provoke me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." He was indeed willing to kick hard. After that strike, he deliberately restrained his overwhelming aura, maintaining it at a level where the commander could neither retaliate nor feel excessively discomfort. Thus, within a short span of moments, Lin Xiao had delivered over 100 kicks to this man. The cavalry commander held a military rank in the Great Lan Dynasty, slightly above that of a centurion, commanding a small force of less than 1,000 troops. Judging by his demeanor, it was evident he was not highly regarded. "Let us see how capable you are." Lin Xiao vented his frustrations and finally withdrew his foot. The man on the ground was left swollen and battered, his face a gruesome sight, utterly pitiable. "No, I dare not. I truly dare not." Ji Baiwa intervened, her voice calm yet probing. "As a cavalry commander of the Great Lan Dynasty, you should not leave the military camp without permission. How did you come to be here?" Lin Xiao shot a fierce glance at the commander, retorting, "Isn't it obvious? He desires flesh. Please spare my life." Cough. The commander suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, a sickly flush appearing on his face. Ji Baiwa lifted her gaze, her perception keenly discerning the flow of his meridians, the vast and resource-rich Antarctic ancient continent. How could the military camp of the Great Lan Dynasty be facing a shortage of provisions? It became apparent that the commander's desire to consume human flesh stemmed from a scarcity of military supplies. Others of integrity might strive to manage the situation, but one like him would not ponder deeply. Lin Xiao grasped the situation, and as the commander wiped the blood from his face, he looked up with a pitiful expression. "My lords, please temper your wrath. I am unaware of what has transpired in the palace recently. Our military provisions have been cut off for months. I'm powerless to act. Woe is me. Are you suggesting you have a point?" Lin Xiao found amusement in his plight. But before he could voice his mockery, unfamiliar auras suddenly emerged from outside. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be 13 individuals, all at the early stages of the nascent soul realm, moving with astonishing speed, having arrived nearby in mere moments. One of them bellowed, "The great Lan monarch has turned tyrannical. Will you soldiers assist in his tyranny? Depart at once, or my 13 riders shall execute you immediately." Ah, the 13 riders! The soldiers outside fell into chaos, scattering like birds startled from their roosts. The commander, in a state of panic, dared not speak plainly, "My lords, this." Ji Baiwa furrowed her brow lightly, sensing something amiss. Nascent soul practitioners hold considerable status throughout the Antarctic ancient continent. Why would they gather in such a place? Furthermore, I have never heard of this 13 riders. Or the 13 riders. Lin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at the commander. The commander, trembling with fear, responded, "The 13 riders are composed of 13 formidable individuals who have only recently emerged. They have been active south of Baiwa Palace, seemingly earning a reputation for chivalry." Ji Baiwa suddenly understood. No wonder she had never heard of them. These men had only risen to fame recently and had never ventured near the Hundred Flowers Palace. Lin Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. "How amusing," he said. "You claim the food shortage has lasted for months, and these 13 riders appeared just months ago. What a coincidence! Didn't you hear us? Leave at once." The 13 riders, finally noticing the presence of others in the tavern, stormed in with a furious demand. The cavalry officer immediately prostrated himself, knocking his forehead against the ground until the earthen tiles cracked beneath him. "Spare me, my lords. Spare me." Their leader, a coldly handsome man in his early 20s, exuded arrogance as he glared at Lin Xiao. "You two are cultivators as well. Leave this common village at once. My blade knows no mercy." Lin Xiao, infuriated, let out a derisive laugh. He had merely come for a meal, taken nothing from the villagers. What right did these men have to order him around? With a mocking nod, he sneered, "Fine, fine. You want me to leave? Then I'll wait and see when you decide to go." The young man lifted his chin haughtily, not even deigning to look at Lin Xiao. "As the 13 riders, we are sworn to protect this region. Naturally, we will remain as long as necessary. Whether you leave or not is not for you to decide." With that, he unsheathed his long sword and, without hesitation, swung it toward Lin Xiao's neck. As his spiritual energy surged, a domineering blade aura erupted from the weapon. The cavalry officer trembled in terror, his bladder failing him. The Roaring Heaven Saber Technique. Roaring Heaven, a technique so arrogant it defied the heavens themselves. Even Lin Xiao felt a flicker of unease. But having faced even nascent soul experts, how could he fear this? Just as the blade aura was about to slice through his flesh, the 7-foot sword materialized before his chest. Lin Xiao's divine sense strained to unleash the Thousand Blades technique. In the void, it was as though a divine flower bloomed, only to shatter in an instant, unleashing cataclysmic force. The young man's eyes widened in shock. Mid-strike, he altered his technique, releasing an even more ferocious blade aura. Clang! The clash of steel rang out. Then, with a crisp snap, the long sword shattered. Disbelief swept through the 13 riders. The young man's eyes bulged. "The 7-foot sword, such a treasure. How is it in your hands?" Lin Xiao's heart pounded violently. He wiped a cold sweat from his brow. This early-stage nascent soul youth was far stronger than expected. Normally, once a technique was fully unleashed, spiritual energy became uncontrollable. Yet this man had not only altered his strike mid-execution, but had also countered Lin Xiao's 1,000 blades. Had the 7-foot sword not shattered the blade, Lin Xiao would have suffered grave injuries. In that regard, even Zhong, the god of wealth, a mid-stage nascent soul expert, paled in comparison to this youth. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. The 13 riders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting rapidly. One of them stepped forward, blade raised. "You dare cause trouble in a commoner's village? The penalty is death." Though the others did not move, neither did they intervene. Clearly, this was merely a pretext. Their true aim was to seize Lin Xiao's 7-foot sword. "Damn it all, I'll fight you to the death." Lin Xiao raised his right arm slightly. The 7-foot sword gleamed with an ethereal light as the sound of clashing metal echoed from outside. The technique of 10,000 swords returning to origin was already prepared. As a fierce battle looms on the horizon, Ji Baiwa discreetly signals to Lin Xiao. With a surge of her true energy, the two vanish from the bustling eatery in an instant. The man advancing with a knife grits his teeth in frustration, suddenly severing the head of the rider. The coveted prize has slipped away. The others, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation, exchange glances, and the young leader furrows his brow. Truly foolish. A woman capable of leaving right beneath our noses is far from ordinary. Yet who could she be? In this desolate wilderness, apart from their 13 riders, no formidable cultivators have been encountered. Could it be? The man's pupils constrict, and he feels his knife hand tremble involuntarily. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Ji Baiwa have already entered a mountainous terrain. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Xiao exclaims, "Let go of me. I want to go back and slay these fools." As twilight descends and the sun sinks below the horizon, the mountains grow increasingly chilly. Ji Baiwa, unfazed, responds, "These individuals are too strong. Even together, we are no match for them." Lin Xiao retorts with indignation, "You've reached the divine transformation realm, yet you still fear a few infant transformation ruffians? I could easily take on 100 of them." Nevertheless, he discreetly observes Ji Baihua's expression, which is grave and devoid of jest. As they traverse the mountain path, Ji Baihua elaborates, "You must have noticed that the man's swordsmanship surpasses that of ordinary techniques by several degrees. Furthermore, in the southern extreme ancient continent, victories are determined by the infant transformation realm, yet he not only employs sword techniques, but can also withstand the residual force of your strike with sheer physicality. What does this imply?" As the stars twinkle above, Lin Xiao walks alongside her, occasionally gazing at the magnificent celestial display. What good is that? In a genuine confrontation, can he withstand a 7-foot sword? Yet, upon hearing her words, he concedes that this man indeed possesses some noteworthy background. If others are similarly formidable, dealing with them will not be a simple task. Previously, his victories over the 3 corpse Tao masters and the god of wealth in the divine transformation realm were due to their underestimation of him and their own physical frailty, which played into Lin Xiao's strengths. Even with slight enhancements in their cultivation, the vast disparity in realms would render them beyond his capability to confront. Since his arrival in this world, bound by a vengeance system, this is Lin Xiao's first experience of such ease. The night is splendid, and having long been deprived of such beauty on earth due to severe pollution, he revels in the company of the enchanting Ji Baiwa. The Ghost Shadow sect spans a considerable 500 miles. If you insist on proceeding, we should devise a strategy. Ji Baiwa soon broaches this subject. In truth, Lin Xiao had contemplated this matter long ago. Upon her inquiry, he promptly replies, "It is not as difficult as it seems, even if we do not venture forth. In a few days, the Tao Alliance will return the disciples of the Baiwa Palace." Ji Baiwa appears puzzled, prompting Lin Xiao to clarify. "After all, you have reached the divine transformation realm, and in terms of strength, you are not inferior to the likes of the 3 corpse Tao masters. Every world adheres to the law of the jungle. The one with superior power holds dominion over the discourse. In this realm, reaching the transformation stage signifies a portentous sign. Attaining the mid-level of this stage denotes an exalted status. Figures such as the 3 corpses Taoist and the wealth god command the Tao Alliance precisely for this reason." Ji Baihua's eyes sparkled with understanding as enlightenment dawned upon her. So this is how it is. The former isolation of the 100-flower palace stemmed from its lack of strength, rendering it devoid of survival rights. Lin Xiao gazed at Ji Baihua with profound meaning, contemplating the value of his investment in her vengeance. His heart ignited with boundless hope. Now you can stand shoulder to shoulder with other formidable beings. Yet the most crucial aspect is that you are still youthful. Ji Baihua nodded. "Indeed, I'm still young, I still have." Before she could finish her sentence, upon noticing Lin Xiao lost in thought, drooling, her expression swiftly turned cold, despicable. Chapter 52, The External Incarnation. "Hey, I'm not joking around. Please don't walk away." Ji Baihua hastily distanced herself from Lin Xiao, striding forward alone. Lin Xiao's attempts at explanation fell on deaf ears. Nevertheless, his words provided her with a sense of reassurance. Despite her outwardly frosty demeanor, Her heart experienced considerable turmoil. If what Lin Xiao suggested were true, then there was no need for her to venture into danger alone. Perhaps the Tao League would dispatch someone to negotiate with her after all. Lost in thought, Ji Baiwa noticed flickering lights at the end of the mountain path extending southward. They resembled tiny fireflies, multiplying as she advanced. It became evident that a group of individuals approached, many brandishing torches and clad in matching attire. A quick sweep of her spiritual sense confirmed her suspicions. They were members of the Tao League. The azure robes and dark blue cloaks, adorned with insignias resembling clouds and butterflies, unmistakably identified them as disciples from the Tao League headquarters. Lin Xiao caught a glimpse and grinned broadly. I told you so. Your achievement in reaching the transformation realm must have spread. The Tao League is probably here to reconcile. Ye Baihua nodded slowly. Despite the multitude of Tao League disciples, there was no trace of Baiwa Palace disciples among them, nor were there any signs of Jugu or others. If they intended to launch a large-scale ambush, it would have been more prudent to bring hostages. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of reconciliation appeared greater. Curiously, Ji Baiwa noted, "Why are there people ahead?" At that moment, the Tao League disciples also noticed the two of them. Lin Xiao waved his hand and called out, "The Palace Master of Baiwa is right here. Hurry and pay your respects." The foremost disciples displayed expressions of surprise. They glanced back, seemingly relaying information, and quickened their pace. Lin Xiao looked at Ji Baiwa with a sense of pride. "Sister Baiwa, once you rise to prominence, don't forget your brother, okay?" As he spoke, he remained attentive to the system prompts, recognizing the significance of the moment and the potential rewards it might bring. Just then, Ji Baiwa's eyes widened in alarm, and the lotus of 8 directions manifested above her, emanating waves of chilling energy. She intended to speak, but someone interjected, "Oh, you are Ji Baiwa, the young prodigy?" Ji Baiwa lifted her gaze toward the source of the voice, and to her astonishment, an elderly man had appeared in the void. His hair and beard were white, and he radiated a formidable and terrifying aura, regarding them with an impassive expression. Lin Xiao chuckled with a sense of pride. "Old man, you should choose your words carefully. This esteemed palace master is merely 20 years old and has already attained the transformation realm. She is destined for greatness. If you speak ill of her, you offend her as well, you know?" The elder stroked his beard and patiently listened to Lin Xiao's words, yet his expression remained unchanged. However, his aura surged dramatically. "What a remarkable figure. It seems I am fortunate enough to witness her prowess." Before Ji Baiwa could offer an explanation, the elder did not grant her the opportunity. In full view of the onlookers, his body suddenly erupted with a burst of golden light, blindingly bright. Lin Xiao clicked his tongue, intending to admonish him. But as the golden light faded, he finally fell silent. In that fleeting moment, he probed the old man repeatedly with his vengeance system, yet failed to discern his true cultivation realm. Initially assuming the elder to be a divine transformation expert, Lin Xiao gasped in astonishment when 2 identical old men appeared simultaneously. Doppelgangers? Could he have reached the soul projection stage? While doppelganger techniques aren't considered advanced sorcery, regardless of the caster's prowess, such manifestations invariably bear imperfections. Empowered by his vengeance system, Lin Xiao could typically distinguish authenticity with ease. Yet these twin elders presented a perfect paradox. The left emanated pure spiritual fluctuations, while the right radiated only vital energy, the unmistakable hallmark of external incarnation. When a nascent soul metamorphoses into divine transformation and reaches perfection, given proper enlightenment, it may ascend to soul projection. Upon achieving this realm, practitioners manifest the miraculous phenomenon of blossoming above the crown. Their nascent soul becomes indistinguishable from their true form in every aspect: countenance, beard, physique, capable of independent existence beyond the physical vessel. Moreover, spell potency multiplies exponentially through these untainted incarnations, with a mere thought commanding all within a 1,000-mile radius. As this terrifying realization dawned, cold sweat drenched Lin Xiao's body. Simultaneously, his system prompted, encountering peerless powerhouse. Initiate countermeasures. Countermeasures be damned. Lin Xiao reflexively rejected before the message completed. Before he could react further, the Elder's incarnation erupted in golden radiance, drawing upon celestial constellations until their brilliance dimmed perceptibly. The golden light coalesced into a pagoda the size of a small mountain, bearing down upon the duo with crushing force. The Elder's voice remained eerily tranquil. Jibaiwa, survive this, and I shall spare you both. Wiping sweat from his brow, Lin Xiao stared dumbfounded at the descending golden edifice, inwardly cursing. Survive this? You bullying old soul projection bastard. How? Merely the several-fold amplification of mystical power rendered all beneath divine transformation utterly helpless. As the golden pagoda loomed overhead, Jibaiwa unleashed Lotus, stirring the 8 directions at full power. Instantaneously, lotus-shaped auroras of frigid energy formed an expanding luminous barrier, surprisingly stronger than typical early-stage divine transformation cultivators. Her shield held firm against the crushing weight, showing no immediate signs of fracture. The Elder arched an eyebrow in mild surprise. No wonder the 3 corpses failed. Even with his minor realm advantage, underestimation rendered it meaningless. Despite his verbal acknowledgement, he showed no mercy. The incarnation pulsed with renewed golden light, causing the pagoda to condense further while its crushing force intensified. Esteemed Elder, Jibaiwa pleaded through gritted teeth, her fair complexion paling rapidly. Ghost Shadow Sect initiated hostilities, then slaughtered thousands of my disciples. My companion here, companion? The Elder interrupted coldly. Since when does the chaste mistress of Hundred Flowers Palace keep male company? The encircling Tao Alliance disciples erupted in mocking laughter. So much for their famed purity, treating men as beasts. Seems their virtue was merely talk. Shall we become good friends with them upon our return? Their lewd chuckles echoed cruelly across the battlefield. Jibaihua's pale face flushed slightly as she once again channeled her inner chi. The infant spirit within her radiated a luminous glow, gradually ascending from the sea of consciousness to the crown of her head. The infant spirit, resembling a delicate child with tender features, emanated an icy brilliance. As it rose to the height of the lotus in motion technique, it suddenly spread its arms, lifting the technique's twin palms in support. A resonant hum filled the air, empowered by the full divine will of a transformation god expert. The lotus in motion began to rotate, its protective barrier, once on the verge of shattering under the golden pagoda's pressure, now hardened like tempered steel, unmoved despite the relentless force. Such formidable divine will. The old man narrowed his eyes. If I do not kill you today, where will the Tao Alliance stand tomorrow? With that, his avatar summoned the power of the celestial constellations once more, transforming the golden pagoda into streaks of radiant light. Under the avatar's incantations, it swiftly condensed into a sphere. Sensing the overwhelming and terrifying celestial energy within, Lin Xiao couldn't hold back his fury. You wretched old man, may your entire family perish. You just promised to stop if we withstood the pagoda, yet here you are breaking your word. May your sons be born without. His torrent of curses left the Tao Alliance disciples dumbfounded. Jibaiwa, startled at first, let out a soft, amused laugh. To the old man, however, this was nothing short of an insult. His face darkened with rage as the celestial sphere, brimming with stellar power, plummeted toward them. You vile beasts! Bah! Your whole family are the beasts. The men can be my slaves, and the women, Lin Xiao retorted without hesitation, though inwardly despair gnawed at him. If that sphere struck, the lotus in motion might endure, but they would surely perish. Damn it, where did this old monster even come from? A soul departure cultivator was a true powerhouse, rarely seen even across centuries. Why would such a being intervene for the Tao Alliance? System, show yourself. Did you arrange this? A thought flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. The system responded promptly. Activating the vengeance system requires absorbing nearly all of the host's fortune. In that sense, yes, this can be attributed to my design. Lin Xiao wanted to curse it further, but time was slipping away. Open a shop. Exchange for 6 divine escape talismans. Insufficient balance. Purchasing 6 divine escape talismans requires 1. 000 vengeance points. Installment. Lin Xiao roared in frustration, startling everyone present. The old man glared at him coldly. A mere golden core cultivator dares to shout so insolently? I'll refine you into a pill. As the 6 talismans materialized in his grasp, Lin Xiao glanced at the descending sphere and exhaled in quiet relief. Without hesitation, he pressed 3 of them into Ji Baihua's hands. Then, with a defiant smirk at the old man hovering in the sky, he declared cryptically, "Old bastard, if you can find us after this, I'll concede defeat." Before the Tao Alliance disciples, or even Ji Baihua, could react, Lin Xiao pulled her into his embrace. The talismans flared with radiant light, and in an instant, the two vanished without a trace. "You brat." High above, the old man and his avatar stared blankly at the now empty mountain path. After a long pause, they clenched their fists in unison and slammed them down in fury. Boom! The mountain winds howled, and the peaks shattered in a cacophony of despair. The elder hastily roused the terrified disciples of the Tao League. In that fleeting moment, he had already traced the whereabouts of the two, the border of the eternal holy dynasty. Hurry, pursue them. The 100 Flowers Palace was situated on the outskirts of the Grand Lan dynasty. And less than 200 miles to the south lay the territory of the eternal holy dynasty. By traversing 500 miles southwest along the border of the two nations, they would arrive at the once-renowned Aurora mountain range. At this very moment, Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua suddenly emerged at the edge of a vast jungle. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Xiao began to stomp in frustration before he could catch his breath. "That old man, once I reach the out-of-body realm, just wait and see how I'll chop him up and feed him to the donkeys." Ji Baihua glanced around in confusion. Though she was uncertain about what had transpired, it was not entirely surprising given Lin Xiao's unpredictable nature. Soon enough, she grasped their location, the Aurora mountain range. They stood at the jungle's edge, with an expanse of mountains stretching endlessly to the northwest. Chapter 53. The Aurora Mountains gazing into the distance. One could scarcely discern the height of any single peak. Each stood tall and majestic, their midsections wreathed in ethereal clouds that imbued the entire range with an otherworldly aura, as though one had stumbled upon a celestial realm. Lin Xiao followed her gaze and inquired, "What is this place, the Aurora Mountains? Are there treasures hidden within?" Ji Baihua nodded slightly before shaking her head. Once upon a time, the fame of the Aurora Mountains spread across the 5 continents. Even the emperors of the Central Plains yearned to behold them. Legends speak of priceless treasures concealed within these peaks, yet for 1,000 years, none have been found. Lin Xiao chuckled darkly. "So, the treasures are just waiting for me, then?" But his amusement faded as he noticed something amiss. "Wait, are those members of the Tao Alliance? They're already here." At the foot of the mountains, as far as his eyes could see, stood countless figures, thousands upon thousands, each clad in armor and wielding weapons. Ji Baihua explained, "They must be the armies of the eternal sacred dynasty. You and T recognize them, having never seen them before. But strange, the Aurora Mountains are devoid of spiritual energy, so even the most ordinary cultivators avoid dwelling here. Why would the eternal sacred dynasty station troops in such a place?" Before they could ponder further, the thunderous sound of scattered hoofbeats echoed from behind them. Another force was rapidly approaching. The two swiftly suppressed their auras and hid behind a tree. Moments later, when Lin Xiao caught sight of the leading figures, his blood ran cold. "Damn it, the Tao Alliance is right behind us." That wretched old man was truly formidable. He had tracked them down with terrifying speed and relayed their location to the rest of the Tao Alliance disciples. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao grabbed Ji Baihua's wrist and bolted toward the Aurora Mountains. Ji Baihua gasped, "Wait, if we charge in like this. The eternal sacred dynasty, you're still worried about them? That old man is hiding among the Tao Alliance ranks." Lin Xiao nearly wept in frustration. Whoever had taught that man his tricks had done too good a job. He had concealed himself among the crowd earlier, and now, even in pursuit, he masked his presence, revealing nothing. Were it not for Lin Xiao's system, he would have been completely fooled. As the two dashed toward the mountain's base, the eternal sacred dynasty's forces took notice and swiftly mobilized. Exchanging a glance, Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua veered off course, narrowly avoiding the soldiers and arriving at the foot of the mountain. Lin Xiao panted heavily, sweat dripping from his brow. Damn it, every time, it's a life-or-death sprint. Even so, he dared not lower his guard. The Dao Alliance disciples, mounted on prize steeds, soon burst from the forest. Their numbers, too, stretched into the thousands. Among them, an unassuming old man rode with the rest, neither at the front nor the rear. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. That damned old man is putting on quite the act. Halt! A commander from the eternal sacred dynasty suddenly bellowed as the Dao Alliance neared the base. The Aurora Mountains belong to the eternal sacred dynasty. Whoever you are, withdraw at once, or face annihilation. Lin Xiao shot Ji Baihua a meaningful look. The strongest among these soldiers is only at the late golden core stage. Let's make a run for it. But Ji Baihua hesitated. Let us observe a little longer. Lin Xiao grew impatient, yet what unfolded next defied all expectations. The disciples of the Dao Alliance halted before the assembled soldiers, with a leader, a practitioner at the late stage of a nascent soul, exhibiting remarkable courtesy towards his peers at the golden core stage. You must be the Grand Commander. May I inquire about the whereabouts of the dynasty's general? We are representatives of the Dao Alliance, and it is imperative that we convey an important matter. However, the Grand Commander brusquely waved his hand, his tone stern as he admonished. Do you not comprehend my words? Withdraw at once, but do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The practitioner instinctively searched for the elder among the crowd. After a prolonged moment, he let out a deep sigh and cupped his fists in respect towards the commander, saying, I apologize for the disturbance. I hope you will not take offense. Having spoken, thousands of Dao Alliance disciples retreated along the same path they came, including the elder, who also chose not to linger. Lin Xiao could hardly contain his astonishment. What a curious turn of events. Why did the Dao Alliance display such timidity? Even if they could not defeat them outright, they could easily overpower this group. This seemed to align with Ji Baihua's expectations. Though the reasoning eluded her, regardless of the strength of each sect, even if they surpassed the dynasty in power, they maintained a respectful demeanor. The underlying reasons for this remained a mystery. As the two conversed, the commander, noticing that the Dao Alliance members had vanished from sight, finally issued orders to the soldiers. Most returned to their positions, leaving only a few hundred behind. The commander cast a deliberate glance towards the mountains, his voice lowered significantly. This posed no challenge for the two. Ji Baihua's spiritual sense swept the area, while Lin Xiao relied on his system. The commander's words reached their ears without a hitch. Locate those two individuals immediately and eliminate them on the spot. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that they had already been discovered. Ji Baihua furrowed her brow slightly. This is the territory of the eternal holy dynasty. It would be unwise to engage them. Let us proceed into the mountains. Lin Xiao readily agreed. It would certainly be swifter to traverse through than to circumvent. Before the few hundred soldiers received their orders to enter the mountains, Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua had already begun their ascent along the mountain path, delving deeper into the Aurora mountain range. Situated on the border between the two great dynasties, this remote region, compounded by its thin spiritual energy, had not been visited for centuries. Only upon entering did Lin Xiao comprehend the desolation of this place. As far as the eye could see, there were only a few barren trees of unknown variety, with the ground covered in wild grass and stones. Not a single creature could be seen, not even a rat. As they walked, Lin Xiao muttered to himself, "This place is utterly desolate. It's worse than environmental pollution. Have all the animals perished?" Yagaihua inquired curiously. "What is environmental pollution?" Lin Xiao paused, then hastily explained, "It's a term from my hometown. You know about factories, right?" "No. What about smog? You're not familiar with that either? You must be from the countryside, a true village girl." Despite the barren landscape, the path between the two mountains was remarkably wide, allowing several carts to travel side by side. They speculated that it might have been human-made, but quickly dismissed the thought. Who would invest such effort in constructing a road in such a desolate area? As they strolled and chatted, a sudden commotion arose behind them. The sound of rapid footsteps and shouts. Lin Xiao turned to see that the hundreds of soldiers had caught up with them. However, These individuals were merely at the initial stage of Jindan cultivation, truly insignificant. Lin Xiao paid them no heed, even playfully making faces at them, taunting, "Come and catch us if you can." The soldiers were momentarily taken aback. Then they bellowed in anger, "Surrender immediately, or else." Lin Xiao promptly spat, pointing his finger at them, and retorted, "Aren't you here to kill me? As if I would die without putting up a fight." The soldiers paused again, but as they closed the distance, they cast aside their hesitation. Knowing the truth, they were prepared to risk their lives. With that, the closest soldier raised his longsword, infusing it with vital energy, and struck down towards Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh, drawing his 7-foot sword. Before the blade could reach him, he severed the soldier's right hand, a piercing scream immediately following. "Ah, a magical weapon?" The remaining soldiers faltered, gripped by fear. Though their weapons were commendable, they paled in comparison to a magical artifact, and encircling him felt akin to courting death. Lin Xiao brandished his 7-foot sword, causing the soldiers to retreat in dismay. Amused, he mocked, "What's the matter? Don't you want my life? Come on." The soldiers, gritting their teeth in anger, were bewildered by this man who, despite being only at the initial stage of Jindan, dared to display such bravado against a group of seasoned late-stage cultivators. "You have become too arrogant. You are surrounded. Come with us to meet the Grand Commander. There may still be a chance for survival," one soldier suddenly shouted. Ji Baihua's eyes sparkled with insight. "Is there another army in the Aurora Mountain Range? Has the Eternal Holy Dynasty discovered something?" The soldier's eyes darted as he replied, "That is of no concern to you. Hurry and bind yourselves. Do you wish for us to act first?" Lin Xiao found this utterly amusing. "Bind ourselves? Do you truly consider yourselves my superiors?" Without waiting for a response, he unleashed the 1,000-blade sword technique. His 7-foot sword erupted in a myriad of starlight, spreading towards the surrounding soldiers. "Ack!" The cries of anguish rang out once more. This time, Lin Xiao wasted no words. His sword fell like a shooting star, dazzling in the night, and within mere moments, over a dozen soldiers lay slain. Altogether, he is merely at the initial stage of Jindan, relying solely on his magical weapon. Someone shouted, prompting the remaining hundreds of Jindan soldiers to draw their weapons and charge at Lin Xiao with a thunderous roar. Each weapon varied in speed and might. Some wielded long swords, striking down with unyielding ferocity, while others brandished simple yet effective swords capable of both offense and defense. There were those with spears, the tips glinting ominously, accompanied by a fierce wind. Additionally, there were broad blades and short daggers. Yet, regardless of the soldiers' tactics, Lin Xiao countered them all with his 7-foot sword. The 1,000-blade sword technique comprised 9 forms. At times it resembled a blossoming galaxy, at others a falling meteor, as if he were cleaving through the interminable night with just a single stroke. Moments passed, and half of the first wave of soldiers lay dead or wounded. The most grievously injured bore gaping wounds on their thighs, chests, and faces, blood pooling around them, yet they clung to life, unable to muster the strength to cry out. The remaining soldiers gasped in shock. At this juncture, it was unclear whether it was the sword's might or the wielder's skill that was truly formidable. However, at the mere initial stage of the Golden Core, how formidable could one truly be? Such cultivation, it seems, is scarcely sufficient to wield magical artifacts. I fear that even a 7-foot sword may scarcely unleash even a fraction of its potential. What? Do you still wish to proceed? Please be swift, for I am pressed for time. Lin Xiao elegantly executed a flourish with his sword, leisurely surveying the assembled soldiers. Although he appeared remarkably composed, the exertion was immense. Alas, I am merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core. How can I sustain such extravagant displays? A typical practitioner at this level, armed with the most ordinary weapon, would likely find themselves weary after executing merely a few dozen moves of the advanced 1,000-blade technique. Chapter 54, An Extraordinary Realm Moreover. Lin Xiao wielded none other than the personal divine sword of the god of wealth, the consumption of which was far from trivial. To put it plainly, he was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Even though his cultivation of the celestial martial immortal technique had significantly enhanced the quality of his true energy, the quantity remained woefully inadequate. Lin Xiao hesitated momentarily, and the battle-hardened soldiers quickly grasped the situation, with one of them shouting, "His true energy is nearly depleted. Press on. Kill." The battle cries erupted once more, even louder than before. On the battlefield, only those who claimed the heads of enemy generals could earn merit in battle, and Lin Xiao was acutely aware of this. He had little patience left as he once again gathered his strength to swing his sword. Yet the brilliance emitted by his 7-foot blade was nowhere near its former glory. Merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core. How dare you take a chance? Don't let that little girl slip away. She is so enchanting that even the Emperor's daughter pales in comparison. At this juncture, victory seemed assured, and the soldiers spoke without reservation. Lin Xiao bellowed in fury, and the power of his swordplay intensified. Who dares utter another word shall die immediately. Clang! After slaying the one who had just spoken out of turn, a massive axe abruptly intercepted his 7-foot sword. Lin Xiao intended to withdraw his sword, but a sudden emptiness surged within his dantian, causing him to pause in his breath. The soldiers exchanged hurried glances, a flicker of joy appearing on their faces. He can't hold on any longer. With a resounding crash, dozens of weapons bore down upon the 7-foot sword, nearly forcing it from Lin Xiao's grasp. Moreover, one soldier leaped into the air, his long knife descending from above, illuminated by the moonlight, as if delivering a devastating strike from the heavens. Crack! Before the soldier could even muster a laugh, an overwhelming force surged through the blade, and his body, still suspended in midair, was abruptly thrown off balance. Ouch! Little girl, don't be impudent. Save your strength, lest you find yourself unable to resist later. A few soldiers began to tease Ji Baihua. Ji Baihua pinched the blade between her fingers, and upon hearing their words, her expression turned icy. Perhaps you should conserve your energy for the bumpy road ahead. As her words fell, the long knife shattered into 2 pieces between her fingers, leaving the other soldiers momentarily stunned. Upon sensing an unprecedented, terrifying pressure descend upon them, they all began to tremble uncontrollably. A god transformation realm. A woman. A powerhouse of the god transformation realm. Bang! The weaker soldiers soon could not withstand the pressure, their weapons clattering to the ground as they rolled their eyes back and foamed at the mouth. The others fared little better, trembling and quaking within mere moments. Several of them knelt, repeatedly knocking their heads to the ground. Spare us, true immortal, spare us. Spare? A surge of true energy shot forth from Ji Baihua's fingertips, instantly killing one, the chilling aura freezing the deceased, preserving the terror etched upon his face at the moment of death. The remaining soldiers were engulfed in a chilling dread. Even the words of supplication caught in their throats. Lin Xiao, propping his 7-foot sword against the ground, finally found a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. Look at the company I keep. Not a single decent person among you. How can I, a man, save face in this situation? This cannot stand. They all must die. Otherwise, news of this will spread, and my reputation will be utterly ruined. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, while Ji Baihua's thoughts stirred, and the lotus appeared in her palm in an instant. As her true energy infused it, the nascent soul was also activated, and a chilling aura suddenly expanded, freezing all the soldiers in place. Only the soldier who had spoken disrespectfully was left by Ji Baihua. Seeing himself the only one able to move freely, a look of wild joy spread across his face. Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you. For what? You are being overly polite. Lin Xiao quickly grasped Ji Baihua's intent. He produced a storage ring, and with a flash of light, the soldier was drawn inside. Ji Baihua scanned the surroundings and immediately focused on the depths of the mountains. The Tao Alliance and the Eternal Holy Dynasty's armies are pursuing us. It is best to keep a low profile for now. Let us proceed further and assess the situation. Without daring to linger, the two quickened their pace, moving several times faster. The soldiers acclaimed they were surrounded. If they did not leave soon, they would become fish in a barrel. After about half an hour had passed, they had no idea how many turns they had taken along the mountain path. The road was narrowing, with cliffs rising on either side. It seemed they had entered a valley, shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, making visibility poor beyond 10 steps. Fortunately, both possessed means of exploration, preventing any mishap. What kind of place is this? We must have traveled 200 miles. Yet we haven't reached the border of the Great Lan dynasty, Lin Xiao muttered as he walked, finding the situation rather peculiar and concerning. He had indeed noticed the rugged path and some unusual changes. The spiritual energy within the valley was growing increasingly rich, starkly contrasting with the outside. Ji Baiwa offered what seemed to be a reasonable explanation. Your cultivation level is insufficient. Thus, you are unaware that this path has barriers left by formidable beings, even distorting space itself. I have never been here before, which is why I only realize it now. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lin Xiao thought. With fierce tigers ahead and pursuers behind, there was only this one path. After such a long journey, it seemed they had truly walked into a trap. He simply sat down on the ground. Forget it. Why don't we just stay here? Aren't you tired? Just as Ji Baiwa was about to respond, a sudden murmur came from the silent depths of the valley. Noticing her listening intently, Lin Xiao also utilized his system to probe the source. From the tone, it appeared to be a young man. The second princess is overthinking. The Aurora Mountain Range is guarded by 500,000 troops. Not even a sparrow could fly in. How could there be outsiders? The words of Prince Gong are quite valid. The significance of this matter is comparable to a secret of an entire continent. It is likely that those entering the mountains this time, aside from the royal family and the nation's prodigies, are no others. Since the second princess has said so, this prince will not be courteous and shall take the lead. After the discussion between the youth and the maiden, they exchanged pleasantries, followed by the sound of orderly footsteps, indicating at least a dozen guards approaching. Lin Xiao's mind turned, and a sly smile appeared on his face as he licked his lips, muttering to himself, a young prince and a young princess. Oh, how naive they must be. Up ahead may very well be the army poised to ambush me. And now only a little princess leads the way. If a conflict arises and I defeat her with ease, wouldn't she become the tender morsel within my grasp? Heh. Princess Ji Baiwa couldn't help but roll her eyes, her expression quickly turning icy. She ignored Lin Xiao and lightened her footsteps, slowly advancing toward the mist-shrouded valley. Lin Xiao hastily chased after her. Hey now, I was just joking. Why so jealous? As they drew closer, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a surprisingly vast clearing within the valley. Encircled by towering mountains, the space was as large as an ordinary village, carpeted with wildflowers and ancient trees whose towering canopies blocked out the moonlight. At the center of the clearing stood a young maiden draped in golden brocade robes, her jade crown adorned with pearl curtains that cascaded before and behind her, exuding an air of untouchable nobility, undoubtedly a scion of aristocracy. Yet Lin Xiao's attention was wholly captured by the maiden's figure and delicate features. Were it not for Ji Baihua's presence beside him, he might have been left utterly spellbound. Though still youthful and not fully matured, those large eyes, that refined nose, those cherry lips. A single glance was enough to confirm she would one day rival Ji Baiwa in beauty. Strangely, the young princess was attended by only a few attendants. With no soldiers in sight, the two exchanged a puzzled glance. At that moment, the princess seemed to sense their presence and abruptly turned her gaze upon them. Who are you? How dare you trespass upon the Aurora Mountains? Die Intruders. The attendants immediately drew their swords, offering no chance for explanation. Lin Xiao glared at the charging attendants. Is that any way to speak to me? Having recovered his strength during the journey, he attempted to wield his 7-foot blade, only to find it suddenly weighed down as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, utterly defying his control. Damn it! Even you betray me? Refusing to accept this, he channeled his inner chi, only to be seized by horror. What? How is this possible? Disaster had struck. Without warning, his cultivation had plummeted from the golden core stage to the foundation establishment stage, the early stage, no less. The attendants, seemingly anticipating this, ignored his struggle. Their blades gleamed coldly under the moonlight, aimed straight for his vulnerabilities. Clang! At the critical moment, Ji Baihua intervened, deflecting the strikes with swift palm strikes before urgently pulling Lin Xiao back. Something's wrong. We must leave. Yet, as they turned to flee, the princess sneered. Escape? The Grand Commander has already laid an inescapable net across the Aurora Mountains. Not even an immortal could slip away. Lin Xiao stomped in frustration. What nonsense! We're just passing through to return to the Great Lan Dynasty. Are you all out of your minds? Is there no law, no justice left? The princess scoffed in disbelief. Passing through? The Aurora Mountains are barren, everyone knows that. With countless better routes available, why choose this one? No doubt you're spies within our ranks. Surrender now, or face the consequences when I uncover the truth. Lin Xiao laughed in exasperation. Looking for a fight, are we? Fine, then I'm here for you. Regardless, 3 years of immense profit, and the death penalty incurs no loss. Today, I must ensure you comprehend this. Both the attendants and the princess were somewhat bewildered by Lin Xiao's words. What could he possibly mean by 3 years of profit and the death penalty? Could it be a peculiar system of the Great Lan Dynasty? Never mind. The attendants shook their heads and pressed closer once more. Ji Baihua stepped forward, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. Do you dare defy me? The attendants found themselves momentarily breathless, unable to act under her piercing gaze. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves erupted behind them, as if a mighty army were approaching. The young princess laughed heartily. The troops have arrived. It is not too late for you to beg for mercy. Chapter 55. The abduction of the little princess in the blink of an eye. The resounding hoofbeats echoed through the heavens and earth, drawing ever closer, as if in the next instant, a legion of cavalry would materialize before them. Observing that both individuals were preoccupied with the sounds behind, the attendants secretly steeled themselves, preparing for a sudden ambush. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and shot a glare at the little princess, resolute. So, you all wish to use me as a scapegoat? Very well, I shall oblige. What do you intend to do? The attendants brandished their swords, yet their cultivation was similarly at the foundational stage, greatly hindering their speed. Lin Xiao deftly evaded several of them, swiftly positioning himself before the little princess, then flashed a grin. Despite her royal upbringing, the little princess had seldom encountered such brazen behavior, and she gasped in shock. You. Lin Xiao reached out and enveloped her in his embrace, then waved dismissively at Ji Baihua. What are you dawdling for? Let us make our escape. Several attendants raised their swords and charged towards Lin Xiao, but halfway there, he gently pushed the little princess away, his expression turning grave. What now? Do you still intend to confront me directly? Release the little princess. I can be your hostage. The attendants were taken aback, their faces drained of color. Lin Xiao dismissed their desperate plea without a glance, securing his grip around the little princess's neck and turning towards the grand wooden door ahead. Spare me your nonsense. Just look at yourselves. Your Highness. The attendants were bewildered, uncertain whether this man sought to preserve his life or to satisfy his desires. Initially contemplating a ruse, they realized he seemed devoid of rational thought as he brazenly declared his intentions. Capturing the princess as a hostage was an egregious failure that would undoubtedly lead to death. Yet, if they charged recklessly, the princess might perish first. In that moment, they found themselves at a loss, until Ji Baihua had already entered the doorway, prompting them to realize the gravity of the situation. Disaster loomed as they had led the little princess into a secret realm. What if they encountered peril? As Lin Xiao ushered the little princess through the wooden door, he was suddenly besieged by an overwhelming force that compressed his very being, leaving him dazed. Time became an indistinct blur until he regained his senses, exhaling a sigh of relief upon discovering his well-being. Phew. Hey, are you all right? Once he returned to normalcy, the little princess, much like in moments before, appeared pallid and vacant, as if her spirit had momentarily escaped her body. Lin Xiao gently patted her cheek, a surge of satisfaction coursing through him. Such tender skin. How many years had it been since he had touched something so soft? Almost immediately, a soft cough broke the silence behind him. Though Ji Baihua's voice was faint, it resonated clearly in his ears. Rogue. Lin Xiao's face flushed, hastily retracting his hand. She fainted, so I was merely trying to rouse her. Let go of me. At that moment, the little princess abruptly regained consciousness. Upon realizing she was in his arms, her face flushed crimson, reaching down to her collarbone. Although her cultivation had been suppressed to the foundational stage, her solid foundation meant that Lin Xiao could not easily subdue her. Yet, having never encountered such a sordid predicament, the little princess found herself momentarily bewildered, akin to a child flailing about in confusion. However, after a few careless strikes, Lin Xiao's face became somewhat swollen. Enough, enough. You shouldn't hit the face. Haven't your parents taught you that? He exclaimed, reluctantly releasing his embrace, feeling a twinge of disappointment within. The young princess took several steps back, surveying her surroundings. Her face suddenly shifting from crimson to pale, her eyes filled with panic. Both Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua were curious before they could inquire. The princess retreated a few more paces, warily on guard. You've abducted me into a secret realm, pretending to be innocent. Today, life and death are inconsequential. But who exactly are you? Lin Xiao found it somewhat amusing. How could entering a mere door provoke such a reaction? Yet, upon deeper reflection, he gasped in realization, staring at the wooden door that had long since vanished, filled with regret. What secret realm? No wonder it feels as if I've been crushed. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's over, we can't get out this time. With boundary suppression and spatial traversal, Ji Baihua looked at the princess. Could this truly be the Aurora's secret realm? Did it genuinely exist? The princess, infuriated by their responses, glanced around and bellowed. Do you not have eyes? The spiritual energy here is so dense, far exceeding the outside world by several times. What else could it be but a secret realm? Moreover, who would dare to plunge into a spatial barrier without understanding these things? Do you think I'm foolish? Regardless of the secret realm or spatial barrier, Lin Xiao felt defeated, sulking as he plopped onto the ground. It was truly unexpected. After narrowly escaping numerous calamities, he was now to perish in this so-called secret realm. He wondered if anyone would remember him in the future. Ji Baihua, well-versed in such matters, remained far calmer than Lin Xiao. No, the location we arrived at should follow some pattern. As long as we find that door, we should be able to exit. She glanced at the young princess who, despite not speaking, seemed to acknowledge this deduction through her expression. Lin Xiao quickly summoned the system. What on earth is this damned secret realm? And where is that door? The system replied, since the host has not reached this location, relevant information is lacking. Please continue to explore. This response doused him with cold water. Lin Xiao felt somewhat disgruntled. Is there something available in shop? Bring me a portion. The system's answer remained negative, lacking relevant information. Please explore the secret realm. Lin Xiao wished he could slap it, for within the shop interface was a data set on the Aurora secret realm. Yet purchasing or payment plans were not applicable. Seemingly sensing Lin Xiao's distress, the system finally revealed some useful information. Based on the current exploration progress, the host can obtain basic data. The rules of the Aurora secret realm have changed. Any boundary requires several times the accumulation, but one's inherent strength will not be compromised. Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy, eager to share this newfound knowledge with Ji Baihua. However, to his astonishment, the princess had already disclosed this information moments prior. Lin Xiao trembled with anger. So this was common knowledge, rendering his revelation utterly pointless. After a prolonged standoff, the princess appeared to have come to the conclusion that the two held no ill intentions. She lowered her guard, yet still maintained a distance from Lin Xiao. Although the veracity of rumors regarding treasures remained uncertain, the Aurora secret realm possessed the ability to suppress levels, allowing practitioners to revert to the foundation establishment stage, thus rendering it an excellent location for cultivation. Many exceptionally gifted individuals, for various reasons, failed to solidify their foundations in their youth, resulting in insufficient roots that hindered their ability to reach their inherently attainable realms. It was precisely for this reason that the sovereign of the eternal holy dynasty promptly sent the most talented members of the younger generation into this realm. Furthermore, due to the prospective status of the eternal holy dynasty, news of the discovery of the Aurora secret realm had not been disseminated. The princess clenched her delicate fists. Filled with indignation, upon learning that the royal family had received intelligence from scouts, indicating that neighboring nations and sects were already aware of the realm and had dispatched their own people within. Chapter 56. A single strike to the ground. Lin Xiao's immediate reaction was disbelief. After this experience, he truly understood the phrase bewitching the masses. Was this the reason why thousands of elite soldiers relentlessly pursued the two of them? Has your esteemed commander lost his senses, indulging in conspiracy theories out of sheer boredom? Such terms as lost senses and conspiracy theories were beyond the comprehension of the princess, who remained momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the meaning, and ultimately resigned to it. The Aurora secret realm pertains to the future of the eternal holy dynasty. The neighboring countries and sects are not so easily dismissed. Thus, it is better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to let one escape. In contrast to Lin Xiao's words, this was straightforward. In any world, those with the might prevail. Refusing to openly seek a place in the secret realm while risking capture by a vast army. Surely this is indicative of a guilty conscience? Lin Xiao shook his head, feeling a headache coming on. Well, we've entered, and since there is an exit, let us find it early tomorrow amidst the chaos, lest we fall victim to friendly fire. Ji Baiwan nodded slightly. Although they remained unscathed in terms of strength within the secret realm, they were still sealed and could only operate at the peak of Foundation establishment, which was not favorable for the two of them. Do you not wish to linger longer? The Aurora secret realm is immensely beneficial for cultivation and the treasures. The princess began, but Lin Xiao had already found a patch of wild grass, laid it out on the ground, and simply reclined upon it. After everything that has happened, who has the mind for cultivation? Moreover, there are no treasures in sight. These people running to the secret realm to cultivate must be out of their minds. Or perhaps the wealthy in any world are the same. Once they are well fed, they seek out thrills? Just as he was about to close his eyes and drift into slumber, Lin Xiao suddenly chuckled at the princess. Sister, I have an immature idea. What do you think? How audacious to dare disrespect the princess. Before she could comprehend Lin Xiao's intent, a group of several individuals suddenly emerged from behind a low hill. Dressed as guards, they presented themselves before the three, with the leader striking a pose, seething with anger. Your Highness, we have arrived late. The others exchanged fierce glances, and Lin Xiao felt like crying. He hadn't even voiced his thoughts, yet a crowd had appeared to uphold justice. Being relentlessly pursued was somewhat justifiable, providing him with a modicum of solace. But now that they had entered the secret realm, could they not find a moment's peace? The princess was taken aback and quickly began to explain, It is not as you think. However, Zhang Linyang paid no heed, his hands adorned with brass knuckles. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles glinting in the moonlight, and without regard for whether Lin Xiao was prepared, he charged forward. The Taizu Long Fist, a low-tier martial art of the eternal holy dynasty, was mastered by nearly all Foundation establishment practitioners of the dynasty. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Xiao felt a sense of reassurance. In the brief moments Zhang Linyang approached, he swiftly browsed through the marketplace and soon selected a set of palm techniques. Although of the same low tier, its name was quite resounding. The Holy King Fist, a low-tier martial art, known to few, with its creator shrouded in mystery. Of course, it was available for installment payments. Lin Xiao cast a somewhat bashful glance at Ji Baiwa. Having mastered the entire set of martial arts, he swiftly swung his left fist horizontally, only to unleash the right fist he had concealed for a long time with all his might in an uppercut at the very moment Zhang Linyang changed his stance. Bang! Zhang Linyang was utterly unprepared for this move, and his jaw was struck solidly, accompanied by a faint sound of bone cracking. He spat out 2 teeth, and blood arced through the air as his body thudded to the ground. Zhang Taibao, how are you, Taibao? The guards trembled in fear, but rushed forward to help Zhang Linyang. Do not worry, Taibao. The aura in this secret realm is abundant, and our medicinal supplies are ample. Even lost teeth can be regrown. Yet, Zhang Linyang remained in a daze, pondering, what on earth just happened? The title of Taibao refers to a military official responsible for the safety of princes and princesses, holding a status that rivals that of a general commanding thousands. In the imperial palace, such a position is regarded as that of an elite expert. Zhang Linyang had cultivated for centuries, reaching the early stage of the transformation god realm, yet was now forcibly suppressed to the foundation establishment stage within this secret realm. For hundreds of years, I have fought in campaigns and protected 3 generations of royal offspring. The formidable cultivators I have defeated number no less than 500, if not 800, as Zhang Linyang regained some composure. A lingering question swirled in his mind. How could this clearly inexperienced youth, even without the suppression of realms, barely be at the golden core stage? Defeat me in a single blow? He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and, shaking off the surrounding guards, rose to his feet, glaring fiercely at Lin Xiao. Indeed, you possess extraordinary talent. No wonder they sought to send you into this secret realm by any means necessary. Speak. Which royal lineage do you hail from? Or which sect do you belong to? Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Lin Xiao nearly burst into laughter, but as he listened further, an unsettling feeling crept in, and it ultimately morphed into a grimace. Do you not know how to engage in conversation? Must you kill the mood? He was infuriated, rolling up his sleeves, ready to charge forward, but the princess continually obstructed him. Zhang Linyang was utterly bewildered, pondering what it meant to kill the mood. It sounded rather peculiar. Your Highness, this individual is exceedingly dangerous. Since he dares not reveal his origins, he is likely a disciple of some demonic sect. The other guards immediately clasped their fists and knelt on one knee, bowing in unison. We beseech your Highness to honor us with your presence. Lin Xiao trembled at the notion of danger and the mention of a demonic disciple, even at this distance. We must kneel to request her presence. Zhang Linyang's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiao, and after a brief moment, he produced a folded piece of yellow paper. Upon seeing this object, Ji Baihua's beautiful eyes widened, instantly protecting Lin Xiao and the princess behind her. A qi gathering talisman? No wonder you were suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. You still dared to enter. The qi gathering talisman requires no true energy to activate. It stores an immense amount of pre-prepared true energy. Once opened, it allows the user to temporarily revert to their original realm, rendering one invincible within this secret realm. Zhang Linyang let out a cold laugh, and then unfolded the qi gathering talisman, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept through the surroundings, stirring a tempest even in the void itself. Do not strike any longer. They're not villains. The princess consistently defended Lin Xiao, yet alas, Zhang Linyang remained oblivious to her words. With the energy-gathering talisman already more than halfway activated, his aura continued to ascend. Lin Xiao's heart raced in trepidation. Should Zhang Linyang return to his rightful realm, he feared he would surpass him by 3 or 4 significant levels. How could he possibly contend with that? Ji Baiwa hastily urged him, what about that talisman you were using? Find it quickly. System, hasten to provide me with 6 talismans, even if on credit. In installments. Lin Xiao bellowed, but the system responded coldly. The Divine Escape Talisman is no longer available for exchange today. Please try again tomorrow. Chapter 57. Endure 3 strikes. And I shall spare your life, as the saying goes. There's always a way out for those in dire straits. Yet it is this cursed system that has plagued Lin Xiao since his arrival in this foreign realm. In a moment of desperation, he exclaimed, "Damn it! I shall fight you to the bitter end." Seeing Zhang Linyang's aura about to reach its zenith, Lin Xiao unleashed a thunderous roar. The sheer intensity of the true energy emanating from Lin Xiao's being made Ji Baiwa shake her head repeatedly. Yet she was powerless to intervene due to Lin Xiao's overwhelming speed. Stop! The disparity between you two is insurmountable. But Lin Xiao was undeterred, his true energy surging forth, manifesting as an imperceptible shockwave enveloping his fist. The princess and her guards stood in stunned silence. Is he not afraid of death? They murmured. With Zhang Linyang on the verge of regaining his god transformation stage, it was feared that a mere flick of his wrist could obliterate Lin Xiao. Indeed, this was a reckless youth who feared nothing. However, some observers wore expressions of intrigue, having noticed something peculiar, strange, though he is at the foundation establishment stage. His aura is formidable. The true energy has taken the form of a four-clawed golden dragon. How can it be so robust? They pondered. Despite being suppressed to a lower realm, Lin Xiao's true energy quantity in the early Foundation establishment stage seemed to surpass that of many at the perfected stage. Among the guards present, many had once possessed vast true energy cultivated during their Golden Core stage, yet once relegated to the Foundation establishment stage. Their capabilities dwindled to a mere fraction. No one anticipated that Lin Xiao's true energy at the early Foundation establishment stage would be subtly greater than theirs at the perfected stage. Look, the four-clawed golden dragon has burst forth from his fist. Such a phenomenon indicated at least a superior martial technique. Who exactly is this young man? As revelations cascaded upon them, they stood frozen in place, their concerns about the outcome of the duel forgotten. The princess's eyes widened, her delicate lips forming an oval shape, her mind consumed with a singular question. Who is this person? If he is neither a prince of some nation nor a disciple of a major sect, what could his identity be? At this moment, Lin Xiao had exchanged a blow with Zhang Linyang, their fists colliding with resounding force. Both men staggered back from the sheer might of their internal energies. Zhang Linyang, taken aback, thought, I have clearly restored my strength to the nascent soul stage. Yet I am unable to best him in a physical confrontation. Panting heavily, Lin Xiao realized that even a single strike had drained him significantly. Indeed, the true martial dragon fist is powerful. If only I had a bit more true energy, perhaps I could surpass him. Alas, in truth, with his current reserves, he could manage but 2 more strikes at most. Zhang Linyang was acutely aware of this, continuing his recovery while regarding Lin Xiao with a smirk. You are quite formidable, young man. Your innate talent in martial arts certainly marks you as a standout among the demonic sections. How about I offer you a chance? If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall let you go. With a self-satisfied grin, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiao, secretly reveling in the notion. What ist? After this single exchange, should I truly unleash 3 strikes, you shall surely perish. In other words, whether Lin Xiao could endure 3 strikes or not, death awaited him either way. Lin Xiao did not dwell on such thoughts. With an indignant snort, he once again channeled all his inner energy into his fist. The previously majestic 4-clawed divine dragon did not manifest. Instead, only a dragon's head remained, which appeared even more lifelike than before. Many guards were once again taken aback, some unable to suppress a gasp. At first glance, this seemed less impressive than the previous attack. However, it was due to the greater concentration of inner energy. Thus, the dragon's head transformed from a mere outline into a vividly detailed visage with a mouth, nose, and eyes that were strikingly animated. Even Ji Baihua was moved. She had always known Lin Xiao was extraordinary, but now her heart was stirred. Had his potential been unleashed in the face of adversity? Since you wish to play the grand show-off, I shall indulge you. After a furious roar, Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he unleashed the true dragon salutation, summoning a howling mountain wind and forcefully hurled it toward Zhang Linyang. As the fist mark drew nearer, the divine dragon, formed from inner energy, soared into the air, both gliding and roaring as if it had come to life. A powerful gust swept through, and upon noticing the dragon's approach, Zhang Linyang coldly snorted, his nascent soul gradually detaching from his sea of consciousness, becoming ethereal. The nascent soul spread its arms wide as the sea of consciousness erupted with a resounding boom. Under the concentration of formidable spiritual power, both palms finally thrust forward. Zhang Linyang followed suit, and their forces collided, resulting in a dazzling display of light that compelled others to shut their eyes. Who emerged victorious? Hearing someone inquire loudly, the princess shielded her eyes from the brilliance and gasped upon seeing the 2 figures before her. A tie. Indeed, the recent clash had resulted in a stalemate. Zhang Linyang gazed at Lin Xiao with a sense of trepidation, his eyes filled with profound shock. Just moments ago, he had employed his nascent soul to cast a spell, which should have been sufficient to obliterate Lin Xiao 100 times over. Yet Lin Xiao remained unscathed. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. In the realm of techniques, spells triumphed over martial prowess. making the two incomparable. This alone suggested that the protector would undoubtedly prevail. But why? Ordinary individuals could rely on brute strength to cultivate the most basic martial techniques. Yet even the simplest spell required a vast reservoir of inner energy and the condensation of a golden core. They had yet to consider other factors, such as the fact that casting spells with a nascent soul vastly surpassed that of a golden core cultivator, or that the two were separated by 3 significant realms. Truly, the demonic arts were formidable. After a prolonged period of astonishment, Zhang Linyang finally spoke, his heart somewhat settled. He had heard that those who practiced the demonic path specialized in physical strength, and that the strong could withstand spells. A truth indeed. After expending considerable effort to execute the true dragon salutation, to have it labeled as demonic art was infuriating. Lin Xiao was nearly beside himself with rage. Though still panting heavily, he shouted, "Are you even serious? Just admit that I'm impressive. Your intellect is no better than that of the captain outside." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Linyang questioned, perplexed. Was Lin Xiao praising him or mocking him? The guards were equally bewildered. While the young princess found amusement in the exchange, he seems to be talking about conspiracy theories. I don't quite understand it either. The princess, possessing a natural beauty, still bore a hint of youthful innocence that made her radiantly charming. At that moment, as she covered her face and laughed lightly, Lin Xiao felt an irresistible itch in his heart. He licked his parched lips, his breath quickening once more, leaving the guards in astonishment. Could it be that the disciples of the demonic sect were all lecherous? Zhang Linyang observed this with narrowed eyes, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Dare to keep your gaze on the princess? Do you wish to court death? What is the rush? Lin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Linyang and resumed admiring the princess. Whoever had the audacity to propose a contest of 3 moves would soon find themselves on the ground. Feigning ignorance would not be an option. Zhang Linyang's rage transformed into a mocking smile. "I see you are quite deranged, a mere fledgling at the initial stage of foundation establishment, daring to spout such nonsense before me." Having spoken, Zhang Linyang withdrew a dagger the size of a finger from his robe. The guards held their breath, disbelief etched on their faces. Oh, so the legitimate opponent resorts to throwing knives? Lin Xiao's mockery did not deter Zhang Linyang. With an infusion of true energy, the dagger floated into the air, swelling with the wind until it resembled an ordinary short sword. Without further ado, this was undoubtedly a magical artifact, albeit a rather mundane one due to Zhang Linyang's prolonged residence in the imperial palace and lack of opportunity. Even so, Lin Xiao suppressed his smile, his heart racing. Seriously, using a magical artifact against someone at the foundation stage? Even the most ordinary of magical artifacts requires a sufficiently strong consciousness to wield. Typically, this delineates the distinction between the nascent soul and golden core stages. Thus, one could infer that magical artifacts are not intended for those beneath the golden core level. Yet, the reality was stark. Zhang Linyang manipulated the magical artifact with his nascent soul, laughing heartily. "Little demon, your strength is indeed formidable. If you can withstand a blow from this artifact, I shall have nothing more to say." "Zhang Linyang, you go too far." The young princess dashed in front of Lin Xiao, arms outstretched to shield him, her voice filled with fury. "No matter how shabby the magical artifact, it cannot be withstood by mere flesh. Release them at once." Zhang Linyang coldly snorted inwardly, his expression equally frosty. "Princess, forgive me. This matter concerns your safety, and I cannot afford to neglect my duty." "So, you intend to disobey orders?" Facing the imminent threat of a falling magical artifact, the princess's face turned pale. Yet she did not yield. "You must consider the consequences carefully." On the surface, Zhang Linyang remained composed, but internally he felt a jolt. This princess was the youngest daughter of the eternal Saint Emperor, clever and gifted since childhood, thus greatly cherished. Killing Lin Xiao might be inconsequential, but defying orders could lead to consequences far graver than mere loss of position. However, he soon gritted his teeth, raising his voice. "What is it that the princess speaks of? Your words were too soft. I could not hear clearly." "Zhang Linyang, you, as a princess, She had never faced someone threatening her with a magical artifact. Now, confronted by this sudden attack, her mind went blank. Lin Xiao felt a surge of emotion. He pushed the young princess aside and summoned his true energy, preparing to confront the artifact's strike alone. Though he was no saint, this feeling of gratitude compelled him to protect her. For this, he was willing to risk everything. Now, within him, there was scarcely any true energy left. Yet the magical artifact unleashed its most formidable attack. Lin Xiao tirelessly channeled the celestial martial arts. As the depleted dantian transformed the essence of the heavens and earth into a trickle of energy, gradually coalescing. With fervor coursing through his veins, Lin Xiao let out a resounding roar towards the heavens, and around him, a golden dragon seemed to materialize. Many rubbed their eyes, striving to discern the spectacle. Yet the golden dragon vanished in an instant, followed by the anguished cries of the young princess. "Wait, you cannot perish." Nevertheless, Lin Xiao's aura continued to surge. The short blade enveloped by a tempest, appearing capable of cleaving through the void, resonating with a constant clang. In but 3 breaths, it was nearly upon Lin Xiao. The celestial martial arts operated hundreds of times in that fleeting moment, and Lin Xiao widened his eyes. "Break for me. What is happening?" The guards exclaimed in astonishment, as Lin Xiao's seemingly exhausted true energy astonishingly revived once more. Chapter 58. Resurgence in Desperation. Reversal of Meridians. Oh heavens, are we witnessing a miracle today? All the guards exclaimed in astonishment. It is essential to understand that regardless of the school or region of cultivation, the transformation of true energy requires a process. Even the slightest progress is not merely accomplished by circulating energy around one's body. Therefore, to speak of generating an immense amount of true energy in an instant is unfathomable. Even achieving a mere 10% of mastery is a divine blessing. Yet, Lin Xiao managed to unleash a vast surge of true energy within a fleeting moment, even more potent than his usual state. If this is not a miracle, then what is? The young princess, her face streaked with tears, harbored a glimmer of hope. This is wonderful. He has truly accomplished it. But even if Lin Xiao returns to his peak state, he is still merely at the early foundational stage. How could he possibly withstand a strike from a magical artifact against the might of dozens of foundational practitioners? Lin Xiao, undaunted, recognized that he stood at the precipice of life and death. He fervently channeled the immortal martial heavenly skill while simultaneously harnessing the newly manifested true energy within him. The most formidable technique of the true martial dragon fist, which had eluded his understanding before, was now fully comprehended. With his left palm slightly raised to align with the back of his head and his right fist clenched tightly, positioned just below his chest, the continuously summoned true energy began to flow from his left palm to his right fist, forming an intricate and enigmatic curve. Everyone was once again struck with awe, rendered speechless and parched, unable to utter a single word. Between his left and right hands, the true energy flowed seamlessly without any stagnation. Emerging from the center of his left palm, returning through his right fist, and instead of descending into his dantian, it surged upward through the meridians, establishing a cycle. The immortal martial heavenly skill continued to operate frantically, while another wave of true energy surged from his dantian. Lin Xiao's aura was now more than double its usual strength. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the true energy circulated, a dragon's head manifested before Lin Xiao's chest, as if it were emerging from within him. As it soared into the air, its body gradually took shape. Yet, the divine dragon did not immediately confront the magical artifact in the void. Instead, it coiled above Lin Xiao's head, swaying back and forth in sync with the movements of his right fist. Roar! In the midst of the crowd's confusion, the dragon formed from true energy emitted a fearsome roar. Lin Xiao thrust both fists forward, and the dragon opened its massive jaws, lunging fiercely at the incoming dagger. Dragons roar in the earth. Boom! The sky erupted in radiant brilliance, blindingly luminous. The entire heavens seemed to dim in comparison. As the dragon clashed violently with the dagger, a powerful shockwave rippled through the air, shaking the very ground beneath. Several guards stood frozen, caught off guard and collapsing to the ground. Even while merely witnessing the spectacle, they trembled in fear, quaking with trepidation. What kind of technique is this? Capable of contending with a magical artifact. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. Could he truly be a reincarnation of a dragon? Zhang Linyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he suddenly cried out, "This is a dream." In his mind, the entire sea of consciousness began to converge towards the nascent soul. Zhang Linyang intended to expend all his mental energy to obliterate Lin Xiao completely. The one dreaming is you. Just as Zhang Linyang concentrated his spirit, preparing to unleash his lethal strike, a chilling female voice pierced the air behind him. Almost simultaneously, he felt an icy sensation enveloping him, a sharp chill that shattered his sea of consciousness. Ji Baiwa, unbeknownst to him, had silently arrived behind. Grasping the lotus of 8 directions, she exerted herself to the utmost, and at last, the lotus floated delicately in her palm. A thread of chilling air swiftly ensnared Zhang Linyang, suddenly interrupted, compounded by the binding cold. Zhang Linyang coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face quickly drained of color. After a brief moment, a short dagger clattered to the ground at Lin Xiao's feet, reverting to a mere inch in length. The young princess picked it up and contemptuously tossed it at Zhang Linyang's feet. "Zhang Taibao, 3 moves have passed. What else do you have to say?" The moonlight shone brightly, punctuated by countless stars, while the lengthy night gradually relinquished its original hue. A profound silence enveloped the grassy expanse of the mountains. The guards were on high alert, not daring to plead for Zhang Linyang, even hesitating to move an inch. During this time, Zhang Linyang's momentum dwindled rapidly, the energy of the gathering talisman entirely expended. His body remained bound by the chilling air, rendering him unable to retrieve the magical artifact lying on the ground. With gritted teeth, Zhang Linyang cast a glance at Ji Baiwa behind him and then fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao, whose clothes were soaked with sweat, his voice rife with regret. "If only I had prepared for this woman otherwise. Enough, even if you wielded but a fraction of your strength." With both the magical artifact and spiritual force employed, it remains an act of bullying the weak. Ji Baiwa maintained her composure while struggling to sustain the chilling air. Zhang Linyang's eyes narrowed, and after a long pause, he sighed, "I concede, you may leave." As he prepared to hurl a few insults, darkness enveloped Lin Xiao, causing him to crash to the ground. Upon opening his eyes once more, Lin Xiao cried out in fright, "Ah, my eyes!" In the depths of darkness, Ji Baihua's voice echoed, "Do not panic. The cave is inherently dark." She was not far off, yet in the cave, visibility was nil. Lin Xiao hastily inquired, "Where is that Taibao? Where is the young princess? Why have you brought me into this cave? Why not exit?" His mind was inundated with questions, yet these were paramount. "You are gravely injured and yet still concern yourself with the princess of the Yongshang dynasty?" It seemed Ji Baiwa was rummaging through something, the delicate clinks of pots and ironware resonating. Shortly after, flickers of flames illuminated the surroundings. After several seconds, Lin Xiao's vision adjusted, and as he stood up, his balance faltered, nearly causing him to topple over. Ji Baiwa did not turn around, her focus fixed on the stone pot above the fire. "You have been in a deep slumber for 7 days. It would be wise to exercise caution." 7 days? It has been 7 days, and you have yet to locate that door? Approaching closer, Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, then swallowed hard. "There's no need to prepare special food. A casual meal will suffice. Suddenly treating me so well, I find it quite unfamiliar, haha." He reveled in his own satisfaction, realizing that Ji Baiwa had been caring for him during his slumber. Overwhelmed by hunger, he swiftly reached into the pot, retrieving a leaf without so much as a glance, and stuffed it into his mouth. Ji Baiwa never anticipated that Lin Xiao would engage in such actions. As for Lin Xiao, he had taken a couple of bites and was just about to swallow when he suddenly spat it all out. "Pew, yuck. What kind of dish is this? Are you trying to poison your own brother? It's unbelievably bitter." A faint smile finally appeared on Jie Baihua's face. This is an external herbal remedy passed down in Baihua Palace, you see. Upon noticing her gesture toward her chest, Lin Xiao lifted the tattered fabric of his clothing to take a glance. His chest was a dark mass, dry and rough to the touch, reminiscent of rubber tires on Earth. Lin Xiao's face paled, and he hurriedly discerned the direction before rushing out of the cave. Finding a pool of water where he vigorously rinsed himself. Damn, how can this also resemble tires? This is it, I'm still so young. I can't afford to become senile. After a flurry of activity, he suddenly caught sight of his reflection in the pool. Having been unconscious for a week, Jie Baihua had not only tended to his injuries, but had also casually groomed him. That hairstyle, that delicate face, tut-tut. Just as he indulged in his vanity, Lin Xiao's smile gradually stiffened, and his body began to tremble slightly. He stood frozen for a full half-minute before finally mustering all his strength to roar. Dog basket system. Get out here. What on earth is happening? Why have I lost all my cultivation? No matter how Lin Xiao shouted, the mountains and foliage around him remained unscathed, echoing only his cries. He was like an ordinary mortal, no longer a martial artist. The system quickly responded. The host forcibly activated the immortal martial art, resulting in a deviation. What a ridiculous explanation. The immortal martial art is quite formidable, and besides, that was my potential. How could it be deemed a deviation? Though extremely vexed, Lin Xiao's expression darkened. He verbally protested, but internally began to accept this explanation. The system continued. It is precisely because the immortal martial art is extraordinary that, despite the host's deviation and severe damage to the meridians, death was averted. The host successfully defeated a transformation god realm expert twice and escaped from one, thus receiving rewards. Stop using rewards to placate me. If it were you, would you be inclined to listen to this? Lin Xiao grumbled while reflecting on the system's words. If the deviation was due to practicing the immortal martial art, which prevented death, it was indeed reasonable. However, regarding the damage to his meridians, after so many days of recuperation, Jie Baihua should have already healed him. With this thought, Lin Xiao attempted to operate the immortal martial art, and an intense pain surged through his meridians, not merely physical anguish, but also a mental jolt, causing him to break into a heavy sweat. Nevertheless, he did not halt. Fortunately, he successfully completed a small cycle of energy flow. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief. Operating the immortal martial art still allows me to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, circulating within my meridians. Hiss! The sudden, intense shock made him gasp, and beads of sweat immediately drenched his back. Lin Xiao raised his palm, his voice laden with panic. Why? How could this happen? Wasn't I fine? At that moment, deep black lines of blood emerged from the palms of his hands, a result of his earlier exertion. Although the host's injuries have improved, the erroneous practice of the celestial martial arts has led to a misalignment in the flow of true energy, resulting in an exceedingly difficult-to-correct path of movement. The system's voice remains as frigid as ever. Lin Xiao feels an increasing sense of panic. He has heard of practitioners becoming possessed by their training, but he never imagined the predicament could be so dire. It resembles muscle memory so closely. Does this mean I will be unable to cultivate in the future? In this scenario, akin to muscle memory, if one learns to ride a bicycle correctly, they become increasingly adept. Even after years of disuse, they will not be entirely inept upon attempting to ride again. Conversely, if one practices incorrectly, it is akin to the comical dislocation of the jaw. While an average person may rarely experience such an event in their lifetime, those with muscle memory will find their jaw askew each time they open their mouth or yawn. Chapter 59. A gathering of geniuses. The arrival of beasts. Lin Xiao's hands trembled violently. If such a situation were to unfold, even a revenge system would prove futile. An abundance of resources would be rendered as worthless as mere refuse if one were incapable of cultivating. The system remained utterly unperturbed, as if it were a common occurrence. This predicament had frequently befallen numerous former hosts. According to the data, there existed 3 potential solutions. The first option was to seek assistance from a being of transcendent strength, one who had attained the realm beyond the transformation stage, to thoroughly seal off the errant path. The second alternative involved concocting a true essence pill, a miraculous elixir capable not only of aiding golden core practitioners in transcending to the nascent soul realm, but also of solidifying their foundation and eliminating hidden dangers. Yet, there were scarcely 3 such pills available throughout the entire Antarctic ancient continent. Feeling somewhat despondent, Lin Xiao sat by the water's edge and waved his hand dismissively. This is the Aurora's secret realm. There is not a soul above the transformation stage here. Moreover, given the rarity of the true essence pill, who would be inclined to offer one to an ordinary individual? Are you jesting with me? The third solution proposed that the host could undertake a complete retraining from the very beginning. By exercising caution and introspection, one could entirely rectify the symptoms left by the aberration. Lin Xiao nodded, wishing he could deliver 2 resounding slaps to the system. Are you out of your mind? After all my arduous efforts to reach the golden core stage, you now want me to start over? I could easily dispatch you with a single strike. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he paused abruptly. The system's assertion was not entirely without merit. A common practitioner who had deviated might never find their way back. Yet, at the brink of life and death, the immortal martial art had safeguarded his meridians, preventing a complete breakdown. Now, as recovery approached, and given that he was within the Aurora's secret realm, even in the chi refinement stage, he was not so dissimilar from others in the Foundation establishment realm. Lin Xiao slapped his thigh, elated like a fool. Ah, how clever of me! With my astute intellect, combined with your abundant resources, regaining the golden core stage should take no time at all, haha. Yet, after reveling in his newfound optimism for a while, a shadow of worry crept in. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. He had never experienced the chi refinement stage and possessed not a shred of experience. Merely having the immortal martial art was insufficient. Without guidance, he could easily go astray. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao suddenly wore a somewhat mischievous grin. System, I have an immature thought. What do you think about the possibility of? The system promptly responded. The host currently possesses 25,000 points of revenge value. Yet even if these were exchanged for spiritual energy, his realm would still remain unrestored. This meant that even if Lin Xiao were to regain the golden core stage, any attempt to cultivate would render him incapable. Immediately, Lin Xiao frowned and reprimanded. A wayward child who would wish to exchange for spiritual energy. What I truly desire is the true essence pill. It must be available in the shop, so bring it forth at once. Without delay, the system's marketplace materialized in his mind. He perused it for a while, discovering a plethora of techniques, treasures, secret arts, and martial skills alongside numerous elixirs. Yet the true essence pill was conspicuously absent. You insufferable wretch, have you hidden away the true essence pill? Lin Xiao ground his teeth in frustration. He had encountered deceitful schemes before, but none so egregious as this. Truly a pig teammate. The system, appearing quite innocent, replied, the true essence pill is classified as a mid-grade elixir and requires unlocking. Should the host acquire the art of alchemy, the corresponding recipe will be accessible. The marketplace soon revealed a search result, initially displaying all recipes, which then whittled down to solely the recipe for the true essence pill. The mere price of this prescription amounts to an astonishing 19,888 vengeance points. Lin Xiao felt a surge of despair. The wretched system was utterly unreliable, abandoning him at a crucial moment. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Just as he hesitated over whether to purchase it, Ji Baihua emerged from the cave, holding a collection of herbs that had grown cold, their deep hue instantly evoking memories of recent events. Ji Baihua nudged the herbs in her hand. Your injuries have not fully healed. If you wish to cultivate further, you cannot afford to leave any hidden maladies. Lin Xiao trembled all over, hastily refusing. No need to worry. I have a method. Ji Baihua chose not to elaborate. She understood it was not the first time Lin Xiao had acted this way, sensing he must have encountered some fortuitous event. Thus, she returned to the cave without further disturbance. As soon as she departed, Lin Xiao promptly commanded the system to restore his injuries, astonishingly spending 500 vengeance points, with the rationale that despite his turmoil, his true realm remained at the golden core stage, and thus, a price reduction was unfeasible. Damn it, once I become formidable, I will surely hunt you down for a good thrashing. Muttering under his breath, Lin Xiao slipped into the cave, disregarding Ji Baihua's bewildered gaze, and immediately sat cross-legged, preparing to cultivate. In the absence of a master to guide him, he realized he must rely solely on himself. The celestial martial arts were meticulously detailed, and as long as he proceeded with diligence and patience, it merely required an investment of time. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao was puzzled. Why hide in a cave? Were we not humans, not pangolins, afraid of the light? Ji Baihua, while tidying the medicinal furnace, expressed her concerns. The Aurora's secret realm is teeming with powerful beings, including exceptionally formidable beasts. Not to mention you're fainting for 7 days, I must also exercise caution. Powerful beings? Aren't they all at the Foundation establishment stage? Lin Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Ji Baihua, at merely 20, had already attained the transformation stage, a testament to her extraordinary talent. Could it be true, as the little princess had remarked, that all who ventured into the Aurora's secret realm were prodigies like Ji Baihua? Seemingly aware of Lin Xiao's thoughts, Ji Baihua nodded, revealing no hesitance. The Yongsheng dynasty is prosperous, its royal bloodline formidable, and the innate talents of this generation's offspring are indeed rare in the world. This nation is a hub of sects, and individuals of exceptional aptitude often choose large sects for future development, resulting in a veritable convergence of brilliance. Moreover, within the Aurora's secret realm, opportunities coexist with dangers. The Yongsheng dynasty appears to have dispatched individuals to apprehend suspicious characters, and the identities of those infiltrating remain uncertain. In summary, this place is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. After absorbing Ji Baihua's extensive explanation, Lin Xiao remained silent for a while, then suddenly clenched his fists tightly. Rest assured, it is I who will lead the way. I assure you, I will take you out. A flicker of surprise crossed Ji Baihua's eyes, quickly replaced by a look of regret. She opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking. Lin Xiao, however, understood her unvoiced thoughts and grinned. Even though I am currently in a state of turmoil, I promise I will recover within 3 days. What was that saying? Despite the tumult outside, the more tumultuous it becomes, the more I shall embrace the storm. Let the tempest come with greater ferocity. Seeing Lin Xiao so pleased, Ji Baihua felt a tempest of emotions within her. If it were an ordinary person who had discovered they had fallen into a state of obsession, they would likely suffer a profound blow, perhaps even undergo a drastic change in temperament. Yet, Lin Xiao, who had narrowly preserved her meridians, appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding an unwavering optimism and confidence. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Baihua seemed to be swept up by this infectious spirit. Very well, let us strive together. For a gathering of prodigies in this place serves as our crucible. Suddenly, a piercing howl resonated through the cave, startling Ji Baihua, who swiftly whispered, "There's a beast approaching. We must retreat deeper." Lin Xiao employed her system to scan for the creature outside and immediately took off running, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's a golden core stage beast." It was a fearsome wolf, typically towering at 3 meters, its 4 paws encased in bones as sturdy as iron, resembling barbed spikes. A forceful swing could spell doom even for a fellow practitioner of the same stage. Ji Baihua and Lin Xiao hastily escaped into the depths of the cave, leaving the wolf's howls gradually behind, though they never ceased entirely. The creature had locked onto its prey within the cave, but, for some unknown reason, hesitated to charge inside, merely standing guard at the entrance. Sister Baihua, you truly have a knack for this. Who would have thought that a mere cave would deter that fearsome wolf? After running for a while, and sensing no immediate danger, Lin Xiao finally exhaled in relief. However, Ji Baihua furrowed her brow, her expression clouded with confusion. It was T coming after us. There are other living beings inside the cave. A chill ran down Lin Xiao's spine as she quickly scanned her surroundings. But without true energy and lacking a target, even the system was of no use, leaving her a loss. To ensure their safety, the two retreated deeper into the cave, though the unusual expression on Ji Baihua's face deepened. Strange, I could sense them just now, but now they've vanished. She glanced into the depths of the cave, her brows suddenly twitching. It's in there. I say, what if we encounter a prodigy? We might perish here. Lin Xiao felt reluctant, yet realized that their only course of action was to investigate further. After all, an unknown enemy posed a far greater threat than the wolf. The two ventured deeper into the cave and soon encountered 3 diverging paths, each leading to a distinct opening. Lin Xiao directly inquired, which way? Ji Baihua shook her head. My cultivation is sealed at the foundation establishment stage, so my sensing is imprecise. Lin Xiao, feeling a lump in his throat, finally gestured toward the right passage. Let us split up. You take the left, and I'll take the right. If we can't find anything, we can regroup in the middle. As soon as he finished speaking, he eagerly made his way toward the opening. Ji Baihua hesitated, and as Lin Xiao was about to enter, she called out, Wait, what if you encounter something? Fear not. Fortune favors the bold. I have my ways. Lin Xiao turned back with a confident smile, secretly reveling in his own bravado as he stepped inside. Once Ji Baihua proceeded to the left passage, Lin Xiao could no longer contain his laughter. Darling, I'm here. In truth, upon reaching the fork in the path, the system, which had never delivered good news, suddenly alerted him to the presence of a treasure within the right passage. Initially, Lin Xiao was skeptical. However, upon learning that the system would automatically detect treasures nearby, he could scarcely contain his excitement. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he never imagined that such extraordinary items could be concealed within this dilapidated cave. With this thought, he quickened his pace, anxious that an uninvited guest might be ahead of him. After about the span of a stick of incense, glimmers of light finally appeared before him. On either side of the walls, lanterns of eternal flame hung, left behind by an unknown hand. Strange, could it be that there were others within this secret realm? Were these remnants of those who had traversed this mystical domain? Lin Xiao hesitated. If his conjecture were indeed correct, would he risk being pursued by the guardians of this hidden world upon claiming the treasures within? Chapter 60. The Trinity of Heaven, Earth, and Man. Revisiting Qi cultivation in the past, he would never have hesitated over such trivial matters. He would have taken what he wanted without a second thought. But after enduring relentless pursuits, and now teetering on the edge of Qi deviation, Lin Xiao stood before the eternal lamps, uncertain. This damned system. Who knew what trouble it might stir up next? Fine, I'll hide it away until I fully recover. I'm an educated man, after all. Surely I can outwit these locals. Muttering to himself, Lin Xiao gave a firm nod and strode forward. As he passed rows of eternal lamps, the rough-hewn walls gradually gave way to deliberate craftsmanship. Soon, the natural stone transitioned into gray bricks, and by the time he reached the end of the passage, the entire structure was built of seamless jade. The ceiling mirrored this artistry, adorned with massive luminous pearls that bathed the space in an ethereal glow. The sight was so breathtaking that even Lin Xiao, raised in the city and accustomed to digital wonders, stood dumbfounded. He swallowed hard, cursing his own weakness. If only I were stronger, I'd pluck those pearls right out of the ceiling. Damn it, without power, even free treasures slip through my fingers. Though man-made, the beauty remained undisturbed, harmonizing with nature. His gaze was inevitably drawn to the cavernous dwelling ahead. The dwelling was elegantly simple, devoid of gaudy gold or silver, yet exuding refinement. One glance was enough to recognize it as the abode of a true scholar. Treasure detected. System unable to determine grade. Host must appraise personally. At the System S prompt, Lin Xiao snapped to attention, scanning the chamber. Aside from a stone table, chairs, and a bed, only a few wooden bookshelves remained, rotted to ruin. Their contents long disintegrated. Lin Xiao marched straight to the stone bed and dropped to his knees, digging beneath it. If there's treasure here, it's hidden under this bed. But after frantic searching, all he earned was a coating of dust. This damn system, now, it's openly scamming me. The system does not lie. Host must search carefully. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao refused to leave empty-handed. He stormed out and returned moments later, gripping 2 eternal lamps, his eyes blazing with determination. All right, let us do this properly. This time, he combed every inch of the chamber, from the entrance to the farthest corner, even shifting the crumbling shelves repeatedly. Scattered scraps of paper littered the ground like mud, and in frustration, he slammed a fist against the wall. Who the hell hides things this well? What kind of paranoid miser lives like this? Dust rained from above as Lin Xiao coughed and brushed himself off. The motion sent paper fragments swirling again. Kicking a shelf in irritation, he yelped in pain. Then his eyes locked onto a small, square plaque on the floor. Its surface was unnaturally dark, as though devouring all light. A rock? The moment he picked it up, something shifted, before the system's warning could register. A flood of incomprehensible knowledge surged into his mind like a tidal wave. In a fleeting moment, he finally regained his composure, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The scripture of 3 powers. Engraved upon the stone tablet was an esoteric scripture, its profundity and obscurity rivaling even the celestial martial arts. Yet amidst the vast trove of information, there was no mention of its author. The so-called 3 powers refer to heaven, earth, and man. The 3 lights signify the sun, moon, and stars. When heaven, earth, and man harmonize, one comprehends the wonders of all living beings. When the sun, moon, and stars converge, one attains enlightenment of the eternal Tao. Unaware of when it began, Lin Xiao found himself seated cross-legged on the ground. As he silently recited the scripture, the celestial martial arts spontaneously activated, circulating through his meridians in accordance with the scripture's guidance. After half an hour, he jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat at the realization of his actions. What in the world was that? Under normal circumstances, activating the celestial martial arts would absorb and convert spiritual energy, with true qi flowing through the meridians as the technique progressed. One complete cycle constituted a minor celestial revolution, and 12 cycles formed a major celestial revolution. Why had the celestial martial arts operated on its own? And why had his true qi followed the scripture's path? Had he been possessed? Overwhelmed by unease, he hastily examined his condition, only to freeze once more. How could this be? Not only was his body unharmed, it had improved significantly. Many of the deviant pathways caused by qi deviation had begun to close, and his true qi seemed to have gained consciousness, deftly avoiding them. In just half an hour of cultivation, Lin Xiao had progressed from being unable to wield true qi to reaching the first level of qi refinement, the lowest realm, yet a monumental breakthrough. He could now cultivate normally. Could this stone tablet be the treasure? As if answering his question, the system explained. The scripture of 3 powers is a peerless masterpiece, refined over countless generations by the ancestors of the Aurora's secret realm. It encapsulates the essence of an entire world. As a system reward, you have received 10,000 vengeance points for obtaining the scripture. Lin Xiao's mind reeled. He was utterly stunned by the scripture's divine origins and profound wisdom. Upon reviewing its details in the system, he understood further. This was neither a cultivation technique nor a martial skill or Taoist art. Instead, it recorded the fundamental truths of a microcosm. Comprehending even a single line could perfect one's cultivation. Mastering the first layer would double cultivation efficiency, while the second layer could alter the very structure of matter. Lin Xiao gasped, feeling faint. How could such a scripture fall into my hands? This must have exhausted all my remaining luck. I'll be struck by calamity before I even leave this cave. Thud. Before he could ponder further, a muffled sound echoed from outside the cave. Gulping, he hid behind a bookshelf, his heart pounding. What was that? Human or beast? And what level of cultivation? Host cultivation is too low to discern the opponent's strength. The system coldly retorted. Before Lin Xiao could curse, a shadowy figure darted into the cave, meticulously searching the area. He was of a similar age to Lin Xiao, tall and strikingly handsome, with a pair of sword-like brows that added to his aura of charisma. However, his attire was remarkably tattered, adorned with patches and riddled with holes, while his straw sandals were in such disrepair that they were barely wearable. Lin Xiao couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Is this what one calls a genius? Is he truly worthy of being a disciple of a prestigious sect? This sect must be exceedingly lax. Meanwhile, the young man remained oblivious to the presence of others, his expression frantic as he rummaged through the cave dwelling, quickly breaking into a sweat. Where could it be? Why can't I find it? The ancestral master clearly stated it was right here, chapter 61. The secret realm of the aurora, the mysteries of heaven and earth. The man wore an anxious expression, his focus entirely consumed by the bookshelf before him as he searched, muttering to himself. Behind him, another bookshelf concealed Lin Xiao, who observed the man with a sense of disbelief. Did he truly not notice my presence? Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Earlier, Lin Xiao had brought in 2 perpetual lamps and, after discovering the stone tablet, had carelessly tossed the lamps, which landed fortuitously on a patch of ground not far from the cave's entrance. Due to the stark contrast of light and shadow, the corner where Lin Xiao hid appeared quite dim, and the man, utterly oblivious, had failed to detect him. For Lin Xiao, this was indeed fortuitous news. The man was undoubtedly a talented disciple from a certain sect, and he was certainly above the foundational stage. Not even Ji Baiwa might be able to contend with him. If he were to search another bookshelf shortly, it would provide Lin Xiao the opportunity to escape. How clever and courageous I am, he mused, nearly breaking into laughter at his own cleverness. Before long, the man, still unaware, hastily made his way to another row of bookshelves, lowering his head to rummage through the contents. Lin Xiao held his breath, daring not to make a sound, and, with utmost caution, slowly rose from the ground. Farewell. Leaning against the wall, he seized the moment when the man was distracted and with a few strides, reached the open space outside the bookshelf. The soft glow of the 2 perpetual lamps illuminated the area, and as he stepped down with his right foot, a long shadow was cast behind him. Damn it! Lin Xiao's heart raced. This infernal lamp, just when he thought to express gratitude, had betrayed him instead. How foolish it was to bring them inside. Had he foreseen this, he would have left them behind. Are you here? Don't just stand there, help me look. However, to his surprise, the man remained frantically searching the bookshelf, not once glancing towards the entrance as he called out. The cave was not large, but for various reasons. The sounds from the corridor outside did not penetrate clearly within. Lin Xiao's mind raced, trying to decipher the man's words when he suddenly heard light footsteps approaching from the corridor. As the realization struck him, he nearly cried out in despair. Oh no, it seems he has an accomplice. This truly was the end. One inside and one outside, in the depths of this dark and secluded cave, even with wings. Escape seemed impossible. The footsteps grew nearer, and Lin Xiao took a deep breath. His only recourse was to catch the man inside off guard. He gently turned, seizing the opportunity while the man was still occupied with the bookshelf, and coughed lightly. Ahem, I am Lin Xiao from the Yongshang dynasty's Lin Mountain sect. May I inquire your esteemed name? Huh? Startled by the sudden voice, the man jolted, a flurry of paper scraps raining down upon him. He swiftly turned to face Lin Xiao, his eyes wide with tension and astonishment. When did you come in? He had not noticed. Lin Xiao's heart soared with joy, though he maintained an air of calm. I just arrived, and have yet to inquire. Upon hearing the first half of Lin Xiao's sentence, the man's tense demeanor relaxed, but he failed to register the latter part of his response. Subsequently, he surprisingly ignored Lin Xiao entirely and began searching the bookshelf before him. Lin Xiao felt a surge of displeasure and muttered a curse. Deaf. Just then, a deep, resonant voice echoed from behind, accompanied by the ominous sound of a blade being unsheathed. In an instant, the tip of the sword was pressed against Lin Xiao's throat. What audacity to dare speak to the fifth. Cough. The man in the cave frowned, his words left unfinished, as he gestured to someone behind Lin Xiao. He just entered. He must not have noticed anything. Come help me. Understood. The long knife was sheathed, yet the man firmly gripped Lin Xiao's right shoulder, still unwilling to relent. What shall we do with him? In the urgency of the situation, it was imperative to leave no evidence. Kill him. Sensing that the man behind him was about to take action, Lin Xiao hastily exclaimed, Wait. I am familiar with this area. I might be able to assist you. The two exchanged glances, a hint of skepticism evident in their expressions. The man behind Lin Xiao, clad in coarse linen and sporting a distinctive mustache, possessed a pair of eyes that seemed to pierce the very soul. Could he be a prince of the eternal holy dynasty? However, after scrutinizing Lin Xiao closely, he burst into laughter. Given your attire, You clearly do not belong to the direct lineage. You must be neglected by the eternal holy monarch. So, you wish to stealthily infiltrate the Aurora's secret realm in search of opportunities to regain favor? Ha ha ha. Initially, Lin Xiao had no idea how to fabricate a plausible identity. But to his surprise, this towering figure had inadvertently provided him with an opening. He quickly seized the opportunity. And what of it? Gold will always shine. Though I currently lack strength, I will eventually earn recognition. Gold will always shine. The big man and the handsome gentleman turned to Lin Xiao once more, their expressions tinged with surprise, seemingly moved by his words. Lin Xiao felt a swell of pride. This phrase was the distilled wisdom of countless hard-working individuals from Earth, and he was confident he could sway these too. However, the big man suddenly drew his long knife again, his gaze considerably more menacing. Indeed, you are somewhat extraordinary. I cannot allow you to live today. Are you out of your mind? I just said I could help you. Lin Xiao was nearly paralyzed with fear, bewildered by the man's reaction to his perfect plea for assistance. The handsome gentleman, however, did not even cast a glance in his direction, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Lin Xiao's heart raced, and he quickly retreated a couple of steps. The big man snorted disdainfully. Running is futile. Your strength is so feeble that you still dare to seek to live? But at that moment, a voice echoed down the corridor. Lin Xiao, how are things on your end? It was Ji Baiwa. Lin Xiao's emotions surged like a roller coaster as he shouted, I'm here. Ji Baiwa quickened her pace, and within moments, she rounded the corner of the corridor. Upon seeing the scene at the cave entrance, her expression instantly turned cold. Indeed, there are intruders. Unexpectedly, a formidable ally emerged. The big man raised his long knife, aiming for Lin Xiao's head. Prepare to die. Stop. The handsome gentleman's voice rang out firmly, and he stepped forward with steady strides, a smile adorning his face that Lin Xiao could not comprehend. The big man hesitated momentarily before sheathing his knife. The man remained fixated on Ji Baiwa, a glimmer of lasciviousness flickering in his eyes. Is this young lady your friend? Ha, what a misunderstanding. Ji Baiwa cast a strange glance at Lin Xiao, but before she could inquire, the man continued with a smile. Like you, we entered the Aurora's secret realm with the intention of honing our skills. Our arrival here was merely coincidental. Bah, were you not seeking some treasure? I overheard you. Lin Xiao, irritated by such hypocrisy, immediately exposed the truth. The tall man was about to rage, but the other man awkwardly interjected to speak frankly. Our sect's ancestor instructed us that 1,000 years ago, he lost a technique within the Aurora's secret realm, and he entrusted us to seek it out. Then, turning to Lin Xiao, he added, My friend, it seems you arrived earlier than I had anticipated. Since you overheard, might you possess any clues? Indeed, the man's silver tongue and ability to adapt were remarkable. Lin Xiao inwardly cursed, but, after a brief contemplation, grinned, though I am quite familiar with the Aurora's secret realm. Our information differs. I am not privy to what you are searching for. If you could provide more specifics, I might be able to assist you. Your words are clearly nonsensical. The Aurora's secret realm has only opened twice in a millennium. How could you possibly know its conditions? The tall man raised his long knife menacingly, poised to strike Lin Xiao. However, the other man intervened once more, his temper surprisingly mild, and meticulously described the item they were in search of. Unexpectedly, yet somewhat predictably, it became apparent that they had come for the small stone tablet in Lin Xiao's possession. Although he had a fair understanding of the situation, Lin Xiao pressed on with further inquiries, such as where the ancestor had originally lost the item and how the Aurora's secret realm of your differed from the present one. The man, unfazed, divulged all he knew. The Aurora's secret realm was, in fact, discovered thousands of years ago by the formidable Aurora sage, who had no rival across the ancient continent of Antarctica. Thus, he naturally claimed this territory as his own. Despite his extraordinary power, death is the fate of all mortals. The sage treated this place as his private domain, leaving behind his treasures upon his demise. At this juncture, the man furrowed his brow. My ancestor is a direct descendant of the sage's disciples, and he fortuitously entered here a millennium ago, only to lose the treasures. Oh, So, there's nothing particularly impressive, just a few broken artifacts? Lin Xiao feigned indifference. The tall man, predictably, fell for the bait, glaring furiously at Lin Xiao, spitting with rage. Broken artifacts? Let me inform you. The secret realm is filled with countless powerful treasures, a veritable trove, capable of establishing dominance among the younger generation. Moreover, there are the techniques and secrets cultivated by the Aurora Sage. For millennia, rumors have circulated that the realm conceals the ultimate mysteries of the universe. As the conversation reached this point, the handsome man could no longer restrain himself. All right, we do not possess extensive knowledge. Do you have any leads? Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with the excitement of discovering new horizons. He kept winking at Ji Baiwa, who shook her head in response. The treasure you mentioned is exceedingly rare. We've never heard of it before. Our apologies, she said. As they turned to leave, the man called out once more, Fair maiden, this mystic realm teems with prodigious talents. A single misstep could lead to grievous harm. Why not journey together for mutual protection? What a smooth-talking rogue. Lin Xiao fumed inwardly. He spun around and declared loudly, Your kindness is noted, but she is my woman. I'm afraid your offer must be declined. Your woman? The two men gaped in astonishment. Ji Baiwa flushed with indignation, but offered no rebuttal. A faint smirk of triumph curled on Lin Xiao's lips as he turned away. Since that's the case, you leave me no choice, the man uttered coldly, his formidable aura erupting with terrifying intensity. Chapter 62. Loyal Guardian. Malevolent prince with a sudden and overwhelming aura emanating from behind. Lin Xiao and Ji Baiwa came to an abrupt halt. The figure looming behind them was unmistakably at the late stage of foundation establishment, perilously close to achieving great perfection. It was astonishing that such a formidable individual had appeared so soon after their entry into the secret realm. The man scrutinized their retreating figures and let out a cold snort, remarking, You seem quite astonished. However, those capable of entering the Aurora secret realm are surely no ordinary beings, so this is hardly surprising. Nevertheless, any individual you encounter here, regardless of their talent, strength, or fortune, will undoubtedly surpass you by a significant margin. Having concluded his statement, he summoned his true energy, concentrating it in his right palm, which he directed towards Lin Xiao with a fierce strike, exclaiming, After deceiving us for a while, since you cannot articulate anything of substance, let us settle this with a life for a life. Golden true energy transformed into a four-clawed divine dragon, roaring and charging forth, revealing the formidable Zhenwu dragon fist. At the late stage of foundation establishment, his profound, true energy empowered him to wield such a terrifying martial art, and he believed this strike would extinguish Lin Xiao's life, who he deemed no different from an ordinary mortal. However, at that moment, a 7-foot-long sword suddenly materialized before Lin Xiao. Infused with a gentle true energy, the sword met the divine dragon with a thunderous clash, producing a deafening sound. What? A mere chi refinement waste can actually withstand my punch. The man was taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Xiao intently before his gaze fell upon the 7-foot sword. I never imagined you possessed such a formidable treasure. Although the punch was thwarted by the sword, the residual force surged through Lin Xiao, causing his blood to roil, nearly forcing him to spit blood. He leaned on the sword for support, disregarding his injuries, and shouted furiously, Get lost! How dare you covet my treasure? I wish for you to be struck dead by a carriage as you step outside, seeking death. Though the man's comprehension of Lin Xiao's words was limited, the intent to insult was unmistakable. His expression darkened, and his true energy began to coalesce once more. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the end of the corridor, drawing the attention of the four. The ground trembled violently, accompanied by the eerie howls of a beast. Woo! The large man immediately sensed the danger. This is bad. The fearsome wolf has caught our scent and is closing in. As his words fell, an even more violent tremor shook the corridor, causing debris to rain down from above. Run! The four exchanged glances, uttering no further words, and dashed towards the exit of the corridor, none daring to lag behind. This was not the time for battle. Should the fearsome wolf rage and charge into the cave, it would merely be a question of who would perish first. The corridor stretched long before them, with the handsome man and the large one leading the charge. Ji Baiwa grasped Lin Xiao's hand, following closely behind. They were sprinting with all their might. Yet it seemed an eternity before they could reach the fork in the path. A tremor of fear gripped their hearts. The earth-shattering chaos had ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. If only were truly calm. They feared that the fearsome wolf was lying in wait, perhaps already inside the cave, anticipating their emergence. Lin Xiao quickly found himself panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Even with Ji Baiwa aiding his escape, his strength was rapidly waning. In a moment of helplessness, he could only reduce his pace. What on earth have you done to provoke such a fearsome beast? Do you not fear being hunted to death? Although he had managed to cultivate normally under the guidance of the Three Talents Tao Sutra, this was limited to refining qi. The moment he attempted to unleash the power of the foundation establishment stage, he would revert to a state of chaotic energy. Thus, among the group, his strength was the weakest, and he had resigned himself to the situation. This is merely a secret realm. Compared to the vast expanse of the great world we hail from, everything here is trivial and at our disposal. What do you understand? After running for so long, the man felt a twinge of fatigue, yet he continued to sneer. He found it incredulous that before entering the Aurora secret realm, his elders had warned him that this place was devoid of wisdom and uninhabited by humans. Yet, upon entering, he discovered that not only were there intelligent beings, but they also practiced cultivation and possessed formidable strength, surpassing even those of the same realm. In retrospect, the two should never have taken that wolf pup. Otherwise, they would not be pursued relentlessly. The man kept the truth to himself, mulling over these thoughts, secretly regretting his actions, when a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. The towering figure beside him seemed to have caught sight of hope and shouted, "We're at the exit. The wolf is gone." The glimmer emanated from the end of a cave at the junction, which twisted and turned, shrouded in darkness, so much so that even a child could block the light from entering. Hope blossomed in all four hearts. Even Lin Xiao, who was already exhausted, found the strength to sprint once more. The exit was within reach. Ji Baiwa, grasping Lin Xiao's hand, quickly caught up with the two ahead. The handsome man and the towering figure exchanged glances, unwilling to let Lin Xiao slip away. If the wolf was indeed absent, would that not allow them to escape? For the dashing man, the prize was tantalizingly close, yet still unattainable. Almost in unison, he and the towering figure surged forward. Their speed, once akin to a gale, now resembled a thunderous roar. Lin Xiao observed helplessly, inwardly cursing the two several times. As he watched them reach the fork in the path, his steps slowed again. Damn it, today, I'm truly finished. Ji Baiwa also decelerated, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the two immobile figures at the intersection. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh no, the wolf hasn't tea left at all." What? Lin Xiao followed her gaze, taking a moment to discern the situation when his mind buzzed. Though there was some light outside the passageway, it was far too dim. They had strayed too far to rely on such meager illumination for clarity. The wolf had mastered the art of concealing its aura, leading all four to mistakenly believe it had departed. The right fork they occupied obscured their view of the left corner, and only as they drew closer did Lin Xiao finally spot a wolf leg covered in gray fur. It had been lurking there all along. At that moment, the handsome man and the towering figure turned pale, trembling in place. Lin Xiao and Ji Baiwa approached slowly, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Well done. I see this wolf is a chivalrous creature. Noticing my plight, it has chosen to reveal its power. Why else would it appear now, if not to come to my aid?" Ji Baiwa was preoccupied, her beautiful eyes fixated on the situation outside, filled with apprehension. The two were essentially trapped, given the formidable strength of the fear wolf. Neither the handsome man nor the simpleton stood a chance together, with no retreat available. What should they do? Perhaps it was best to observe the unfolding events. I suspect these two are not ordinary individuals and may possess some treasure, Lin Xiao contemplated, understanding Ji Baihua's thoughts. Ji Baiwa nodded, glancing at Lin Xiao thoughtfully. "By the way, do you still have that talisman for last time?" Lin Xiao silently called upon the system, and upon inquiry, he was immediately filled with rage. Another restriction. How many more must there be? The Divine Escape Talisman has a limited number of exchanges. After one use, at least half a month must pass before it can be redeemed again. Thus, even if Lin Xiao had ample points, he was utterly helpless. The cry of the fear wolf was piercing and terrifying upon encountering its foe, causing the man to swallow hard, his body trembling with weakness. Before he could speak, the simpleton beside him steeled his resolve, his gaze firm. Fifth Prince, you must have discovered the secret passage. I cannot accompany you further. Commander Lin, what are you saying? The fifth prince felt a surge of joy. Yet his facade betrayed confusion and concern. Commander Lin drew his long blade, infusing it with his true energy, and without further ado, hurled it at the fear wolf. As a loyal subject, one must fulfill their duty. The secret realm is fraught with peril. Take care, fifth prince. With those words, Commander Lin propelled himself towards the fear wolf with all his might. In the passage, Lin Xiao and Ji Baiwa were profoundly shaken by Commander Lin's sudden act of self-sacrifice. The shock only deepened as they observed the fifth prince's expression turn icy upon witnessing Commander Lin's charge. He began to retreat slowly, his voice now lacking its earlier vigor. Commander Lin, when I become the Emperor of the Great Lawn, I will erect a monument in your honor. Go in peace. Just as he took a few steps back, he was suddenly restrained from behind. Lin Xiao chuckled mockingly. So, is the fifth prince of the Great Lawn dynasty, disguised in such a manner to evade detection. Ji Baiwa restrained the fifth prince with her lotus motion, gently inquiring, where is this secret passage? The fifth prince's face contorted in distaste, as if he had consumed something foul. He dared not make any sudden movements, merely gesturing to the left fork in the path. Upon seeing Ji Baiwa nod, Lin Xiao patted the fifth prince's shoulder. Following Ji Baiwa as he jested, we shall take our leave first. Your selflessness truly touches us commoners. Haha, to sacrifice loyal soldiers for the sake of his own escape. Should such a prince acquire great treasures, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's wits were sharp, and the fifth prince's clever machinations had now become the wedding garment for the two of them. Lin Xiao savored the irony, but as they entered the left passage, he noticed Ji Baiwa had come to a halt. Anticipating Lin Xiao's question, Ji Baiwa explained, there is no fork within. He deceived us. Lin Xiao suddenly comprehended. Yet regret was futile. Indeed, you were inside for half an hour. Had there truly been an exit, even if undiscovered, some trace should have emerged. That despicable scoundrel. Meanwhile, outside, the fifth prince smirked coldly toward their path after the two had entered the fork. Once the commander's neck was severed by the dire wolf, and he breathed his last, the prince swiftly slipped into the central passage. This was his calculated ploy, using Lin Xiao and his companion as bait. Should the dire wolves pursue him into the middle path, he could still escape through the hidden tunnel, leaving the frustrated beasts to return and vent their fury upon Lin Xiao's pair. And if the dire wolves chose the left fork instead, the fifth prince could depart unhindered. Chapter 63. Peril lurks, wisdom saves kin in a fit of exasperation. Lin Xiao cursed vehemently. You shall remain impotent for eternity. Yet he found himself utterly powerless, with the commander now deceased the moment he showed himself. The terrifying wolf would surely devour him. In an instant, he considered every possible escape, ultimately resigning himself to relying on the system for survival. After all, the vengeance points were plentiful, and when it came to preserving his life, sacrifices were necessary. The fearsome wolf, having consumed the commander, continued to swallow hungrily, reducing him to a mass of indistinguishable blood and scattered bone fragments, the scene grotesquely sanguinary. Holding the 8 methods of coordination, Ji Baiwa was engulfed in tumultuous thoughts, but ultimately consoled Lin Xiao. If it approaches, you should take cover. I will hold it off for a while. You have saved me countless times. It would be remiss not to return the favor. With a grand gesture, Lin Xiao laughed heartily. Oh, there is no need to fret over such trifles. You should know my capabilities well enough. Ji Baiwa, though initially astonished, began to entertain a measure of faith in his words. Indeed, they had confronted numerous life and death crises, each time eluding peril through Lin Xiao's ingenuity. Who could fathom the extent of his survival tactics. However, the reality unfolded unexpectedly. After gorging on its prey, the wolf did not even spare them a glance. It stood upright, its formidable bulk creating a gaping hole in the cave ceiling. With a resounding howl, it unleashed its might, causing the ground to fracture as it charged into the intersecting passageway. With a thunderous crash, debris rained down upon them. Lin Xiao hastily dodged, muttering curses under his breath. That wretched beast is truly formidable. If it possesses such strength, why not challenge me directly instead of merely burrowing through the mountain? Alas, the wolf was oblivious to his words, and the tremors wreaked havoc on the passageway, the cacophony eventually fading into silence. "Let's flee," Lin Xiao urged, seizing Ji Baihua's hand as they hastened out of the passageway, sprinting through the cavern while the wolf was otherwise occupied. The cavern was profound, and after half an hour of relentless running, they found themselves breathless, collapsing by a pool of water at the cave's edge. Lin Xiao, in a moment of abandon, plunged into the pool, relishing the cool caress of the spring water. By heavens, that was terrifying. Yet I must admit, this sensation is rather exhilarating. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Ji Baihua retorted, "Would you like me to push you to the bottom for a more thorough experience?" "Perhaps not," Lin Xiao replied with an awkward chuckle. But before they could exchange further banter, the chilling howl of the wolf echoed once more, accompanied by the ground's violent tremors. He quickly pulled Ji Baihua into the water, signaling for silence. On the brink of life and death, Ji Baihua did not struggle. They submerged at the bottom of the pool, holding their breaths in anxious anticipation. "Spare me. It was all the doing of the Lin family. I know where those two are. They are far more delectable than I." The frantic cries of the fifth prince filled the air, the wolf having seized him in its jaws. Lin Xiao, cursing inwardly, could not help but let his gaze drift toward Ji Baihua, his eyes widening in astonishment. At this moment, Ji Baihua was drenched, her alluring figure fully exposed before him. He swallowed hard, greedily fixated on her prominent curves, while any thoughts of the fear wolf and the fifth prince had long been cast aside. It was only when Ji Baihua surfaced from the water that he regained his senses, reluctantly taking a seat at the pool's edge, muttering to himself about the inconsistency of the young prince's timing. Ji Baihua paid him no heed. She settled on the ground, channeling the Baihua Palace's cultivation technique, swiftly evaporating the water clinging to her. Lin Xiao, unable to tear his gaze away, was captivated by the scene. "Have you seen enough?" Ji Baihua finally noticed his lingering stare, her voice turning icy with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Xiao awkwardly averted his gaze, prompting her to continue. "That treasure may still reside within the cave, though I am uncertain how many others might have caught wind of it. It is unwise for us to linger here." As soon as she spoke, disordered footsteps echoed from the bend in the mountain path behind them, revealing a contingent of perhaps a dozen individuals. Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua's hearts raced as they hastily concealed themselves among the underbrush. Before the figures emerged, a voice rang out, "Fifth Prince, the Imperial Guards have assembled, and the Fear Wolf may be nearby. You must leave with us at once." It was evident that these were the Imperial Guards of the Daoan dynasty, come to retrieve the Fifth Prince. Lin Xiao chuckled heartily. These fools have no idea their prince is off playing with the Fear Wolf. In no time, the guard appeared, and the leading members gasped in shock at the severe damage within the cave. They promptly filed in, beginning a meticulous search. These individuals act without discernment. "We should make haste to avoid any complications," Lin Xiao assessed. He followed Ji Baihua as they ventured forward, the sounds of the guards' agitation trailing behind them. "What? The Lord's dagger is found amidst a pile of shattered bones? The scent of the Fear Wolf lingers here. The whereabouts of the fifth prince remain unknown. What shall we do, my lord, your highness?" Lin Xiao had no time to concern himself with their plight. The terrain was rugged and uneven, winding southeast with an uncertain destination. As they pressed on, the path vanished before a low hill. The base was overgrown with wild grass and sporadic trees, where a contingent of soldiers clad in iron armor awaited. Without drawing closer, Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua came to a halt simultaneously. Their presence felt familiar. They were soldiers from a Yongshang dynasty stationed outside the secret realm. Each possessed strength in the mid to late foundation stage, likely part of the elite troops dispatched by the commander. The young princess had mentioned that the commander had sent a large contingent into the Aurora's secret realm to capture intruders, and it appeared to be true. Ji Baiwa quickly observed something amiss. They had captured an individual who seemed to belong to the Dalan dynasty, surrounded by the elite soldiers. A young man in his 20s was caked in mud, blood staining his face and lips. His hair was disheveled, and he appeared despondent, seemingly resigned to his fate without a hint of resistance. The young man was bound tightly with iron ropes, and as two elite soldiers held him down, he finally cried out for mercy. "Gentlemen, I am merely an ordinary person who has accidentally wandered here. I truly am not an infiltrator. I beg you, please spare me." "Humph, whether you're an infiltrator or not, we shall see when we return," one of the soldiers retorted harshly. "I advise you to speak less, lest I take your tongue." Lin Xiao, observing the situation, felt a pang of indignation. After all, we are part of the Great Lan dynasty. The Yongshang dynasty is being unreasonable. If this man is taken back to their camp, it will likely be a death sentence. Ji Baiwa hesitated. They are numerous and powerful. We are no match for them. With a mysterious smile, Lin Xiao instructed Ji Baiwa to wait a moment and boldly approach the elite soldiers, striding through the tall grass. Ji Baiwa felt a surge of worry, yet she restrained herself, recalling Lin Xiao's confidence. The soldiers quickly noticed Lin Xiao, and a few of them exclaimed in shock. "Isn't he the one who intruded into the secret realm a few days ago?" "Indeed, it is him. Capture him at once." Lin Xiao chuckled, thumping his chest with a sense of pride. "You think you can capture me with your little band? Dream on." The soldiers, accustomed to their status, grew even more arrogant in the face of someone without official rank, and they felt affronted by Lin Xiao's audacity. With a group of around 30, upon hearing his words, all but the ones guarding the young man drew their weapons and charged at Lin Xiao, shouting, "Thief, prepare to die. Stay back." Lin Xiao made a face at them before darting into the thick grass, evading among the ancient trees. Though he was merely at the Qi refinement stage, the distance between them afforded him a moment of respite. Before long, he had reached the mountainside. "You treacherous scoundrel, I will tear you apart." The soldiers, filled with rage, were determined to catch him. Upon reaching the summit of the low mountain, some saw Lin Xiao had descended to the mid-slope. Ignoring their exhaustion, they charged down again. The soldiers at the base of the mountain watched the scene unfold, their anger boiling over. "Fools, do your eyes grow on your backsides? How can you not see such a large, living person?" Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiao had cleverly evaded capture by hiding on Ji Baihua's side of the mountain, concealed behind a tree amidst the tall grass and terrain. This ruse astonished Ji Baihua as she reached the foot of the mountain, where the two soldiers instantly recognized her identity and engaged her in combat. However, Ji Baihua was a rare talent from the 100-Flower Palace, and despite being at the Foundation establishment stage, her prowess was unmatched by them. After a brief struggle, she swiftly defeated the two soldiers. The young man, now visibly panicked, stammered, "What are you? I am unfamiliar with you. Yet we are brothers of the Great Lan dynasty, so there is no need for fear." Lin Xiao untied the iron chains binding the young man, who remained somewhat perplexed. Ji Baihua approached briskly. "They should be returning soon. Let us proceed." Lin Xiao nodded, supporting the injured youth as they followed Ji Baihua along a narrow path, heading towards the southern peaks. After a time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, they finally crested a mountain and arrived on the opposite side. The trio pressed onward without pause, traversing a region of rugged terrain characterized by uneven mountains and rocky ground, offering them a natural concealment. As evening approached, they had crossed 5 mountains, and the landscape became considerably flatter, with peaks to their left and front standing a full mile away, thus broadening their field of vision. The lofty mountains to the south loomed majestically, shrouded in swirling mist that added an ethereal quality to the scene. Exhausted and unable to move further, the young man expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you both for saving my life. I am Zhong Ruo, a disciple of Xianyuan Valley. May I ask for your esteemed names?" Chapter 64. A gathering of geniuses. The mysterious youth Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua exchanged glances, both reflecting a hint of perplexity. Ji Baiwa shook her head, expressing, the territory of the Great Lawn Kingdom is vast, although Xianyuan Valley may enjoy a considerable reputation. I have regrettably never heard of it due to my secluded existence. Lin Xiao, equally uninformed about the whereabouts of Xianyuan Valley, dismissed its significance, stating, that is of no consequence. Now that we are safe, what are your future plans? The young man offered a warm smile to the two, seated upon a stone, wiping away the sweat and blood that marred his visage, feeling considerably revitalized. Yet, like the others, he shook his head in earnestness, saying, to be frank, Xianyuan Valley is hardly a prestigious sect. My entrance into this secret realm was purely coincidental. He elaborated that the valley housed only a few dozen disciples, none of whom seemed inclined towards cultivation. Rather, they indulged in a life of leisure, from the master to the disciples, all seeking ways to squander their days. Consequently, the master had sent Zhong Ruo to investigate, though he had not specified whether the purpose was for cultivation or treasure hunting. Lin Xiao, feeling a wave of sympathy for Zhong Ruo, remarked, your master is quite lazy. It seems he hasn't even provided you with adequate clothing. Zhong Ruo's expression turned mournful, and tears welled in his eyes as he reflected on his plight. Lin Xiao quickly sought to console him, saying, all right, if you have no plans, why not join us? Our meeting was quite serendipitous. He recounted, half in jest, the circumstances of their entrance into the Aurora's secret realm, to which Zhong Ruo responded with realization. That works perfectly. Let us search for an exit together, though I must impose upon you both. Feeling a twinge of shame, Zhong Ruo's demeanor was met with Lin Xiao's generous acceptance, who readily agreed. Ji Baiwa remained silent, pondering that their circumstances were hardly superior to Zhong Ruo's. And in such a situation, Lin Xiao was willing to accompany someone even less fortunate than himself. As dusk began to envelop the surroundings, Ji Baiwa seized an opportunity to discuss the matter privately with Lin Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Baiwa, we are not strangers. I see much of myself in him. Sigh. Back on Earth, I toiled endlessly, my existence unnoticed by those around me. Zhong Ruo appears as a mirror, reflecting my former self vividly in this realm. After a prolonged silence, Ji Baiwa thoughtfully remarked, perhaps he is not entirely without merit. At the very least, he managed to discover the Aurora secret realm and infiltrate it successfully. In this regard, he is no different from the other infiltrators. While others rely on their backgrounds, Zhong Ruo has relied on fortune to gain entry. Lin Xiao erupted into laughter, then set about gathering a heap of firewood to construct a campfire at the foot of the hill. Ji Baiwa procured several rabbits from the vicinity, and the three of them gathered around the fire, enjoying food and conversation, reveling in the tranquility of the moment. Fatigued from their endeavors, they soon succumbed to slumber, leaving only the campfire to flicker in the stillness of the night, where the temperature was just right and the sky was adorned with countless stars. The crescent moon was obscured by slowly drifting clouds. Uncertain of how long they had slept, Ji Baiwa and Lin Xiao seemed to share a peculiar intuition. Suddenly awakening from their slumber, Lin Xiao rubbed his bleary eyes and mumbled as he rose, who is shaking the bed at such an hour, disrupting our sleep? Once fully awake, he awkwardly scratched his head, intending to explain to Ji Baiwa, when Zhong Ruo timidly interjected, I wanted to add some firewood. Zhong Ruo appeared somewhat flustered, clutching a bundle of firewood as she crouched beside the fire. Ji Baiwa remarked nonchalantly, it seems there is a fight occurring, just beyond the mountain. The trio gazed towards the towering peaks before them, and Lin Xiao felt a sense of bewilderment. What manner of individuals could be engaged in combat to create such a disturbance across the mountain, separated by a peak and over a mile? They feared these were exceedingly formidable masters. Lin Xiao hastily pulled Zhong Ruo and Ji Baiwa up the mountain behind them, urging, we must flee. In our current state, we cannot withstand any trouble. The fifth prince, merely at the foundation establishment stage, had already caused them considerable distress. Should those powerful figures discover them, it could swiftly reduce Lin Xiao to mere detritus. Upon reaching a mid-mountain point, surrounded by slightly denser trees, Lin Xiao looked around and finally sighed in relief, although the sounds of battle ahead grew increasingly distinct. From this vantage, the majestic mountains appeared to tremble violently. "Huh!" A resounding roar echoed clearly, causing the three to change color and instinctively lower their bodies. A figure suddenly emerged from the mountainside, radiating golden light, exuding an aura that soared to the heavens. As he thrust his right palm forward, it carried a fierce wind, almost brushing against Lin Xiao's ear. Yet, despite this, the individual was still retreating, maneuvering around the mountain and striking again, only to reappear at the mountain's midpoint. His pursuer, exuding an impressive air, wielded a finely crafted iron sword, and the powerful energy contained within that palm quickly dissipated into nothingness. Zhong Ruo gasped in shock, her face paling. That is the talented disciple of the Huqi mansion from the Yongshang dynasty, rumored to possess exceptional talent, having mastered the Huqi palm to an extraordinary degree. Unmatched among his peers. Unmatched? Lin Xiao retorted, though astonished. He admonished her, "You're in a daze. Look at how they are being chased down. Ye Gaihua site. They have only just reached the late foundation establishment stage, yet their true energy is terrifyingly potent, augmenting their physical capabilities in every regard, leaving no weaknesses." Despite being at the late foundation establishment stage, they exhibited strength akin to that of an ordinary late golden core practitioner. Their speed, power, and the quality and quantity of their true energy were simply incomparable to others. Was this what they termed genius? Their mere appearance overshadowed everything else. One would fear that even the older generation would feel inadequate in their presence. Yet, the true shock lay ahead, as the two continued their pursuit and battle. From around the right corner of the mountainside, another figure emerged. "Nie Rukin, receive my thunder fist." The commanding shout resonated like thunder, and, as the individual threw a punch, an enormous symbol materialized in the air. Lin Xiao leaped up, exclaiming, "What the devil? Is this even a martial technique?" "It is clearly a spell." "Not at all." Zhong Ruo replied with a slight smile, as if seizing an opportunity to showcase her knowledge. When martial techniques are refined to an extraordinarily high level, they can manifest unusual phenomena, though such phenomena lack offensive power. The trio marveled in admiration, while Lin Xiao burned with fervent passion, convinced that he too would one day become such a prodigious youth. Ji Baihua and Zhong Ruo regarded him with peculiar expressions, though they refrained from discouraging him. Ahead, atop the towering peaks, geniuses emerged one after another, engaging in fierce duels as if fearing another might surpass them. Each encounter was a battle of full might and skill. In mere moments, over a dozen prodigies had gathered, some locked in one-on-one clashes, others embroiled in chaotic skirmishes, none idle. Their martial techniques and secret arts dazzled, their radiant auras illuminating the mountainside in a kaleidoscope of colors. "It seems I'll be at it for a while. Let's find a better vantage point. Squatting like this is terrible for the joints," Lin Xiao grumbled, wincing as he stood, his legs numb. Ji Baihua and Zhong Ruo readily agreed. Scanning their surroundings, they recalled a small courtyard they had passed earlier at the summit, complete with pavilions and towers, its main hall resembling a miniature palace. At the time, they had assumed it belonged to a royal of the eternal sacred dynasty. Yet upon returning, they found it utterly deserted. Lin Xiao nodded approvingly. "Not bad for a little palace. And with its lattice walls, we'll have a perfect view." Without further ado, he strode through the ornate gate and settled into a pavilion. "Come, this is perfect." Ji Baihua and Zhong Ruo followed, finding the angle ideal for observing the clashes below. Lin Xiao, swelling with pride, began offering his own interpretations, though his ramblings were pure nonsense. Each time he spoke, Zhong Ruo interjected to correct him, sparking a comical exchange of glares and sheepish retreats that left Ji Baihua quietly amused. Just as their spirits soared, a thunderous roar erupted from the gate. "Who dares trespass upon my palace?" Lin Xiao toppled over in fright. Scrambling up, he bellowed, "Who the hell scares people like that? Where are your manners?" Before the lattice gate stood a striking youth, his face youthful but his bearing noble and imposing. Seeing only a child, Lin Xiao grew even bolder, adopting a lecturing tone. "Listen here, kid, still wet behind the ears, yet you dare scold your elders? Where are your parents? Fetch them at once." With that, he tilted his chin up, refusing to spare the boy another glance. Though brief, the words were infuriating enough. The youth trembled slightly before suddenly striking out with a palm strike, swift as a tiger's pounce, landing squarely on Lin Xiao's chest before he could react. Thud! Lin Xiao was sent sprawling, pain racking his body as if every bone had shattered. Zhongrua rushed to help him up, asking cautiously, "Brother Lin, are you all right?" Alas, the pain is unbearable. Lin Xiao's voice trembled, and Ji Baihua's eyes were filled with astonishment. His true energy was solid and undispersed, and although his strikes appeared simple and unadorned, they were, in fact, concentrated to a singular point. The young man, rather pleased with himself, chose not to pursue further. Lin Xiao, supported by Zhongrua, managed to rise, trembling as he exclaimed, "Speak plainly." Ji Baihua replied calmly. Those prodigies unleashed their moves with grandiosity, as if capable of toppling mountains. Yet this punch of his is a complete manifestation of true energy, with not a trace of it exposed. Should even a fraction of true energy leak, the power of the punch diminishes. In the realm of youth, they all seem formidable. Their true energy as formidable as that of those in the Golden Core stage. However, when compared to this young man, they are significantly inferior. Lin Xiao, somewhat dazed, looked back at the young man, now utterly cowed. Dear brother, we meant no harm. Could you possibly grant us a path to safety, dear brother?" The young man paused, then burst into laughter, shaking his head in refusal. Not a chance. Chapter 65. Heroes Compete. One prevails. His smile vanished abruptly as a rope materialized in his grasp. In an instant, he lunged toward the trio. Trespassing into my domain demands consequences. Swish, swish, with deft movements, the youth ensnared Lin Xiao and Zhongrua like bound dumplings. Ji Baihua, inwardly startled, swiftly channeled her lotus, stirring the 8 directions technique. As the rope lashed toward her, a surge of frigid energy severed it cleanly in two. The youth's eyes widened in surprise, though his composure remained unshaken. A treasure? HM? Impressive. With Lin Xiao and Zhongrua already subdued, he showed no hesitation. Gripping the rope once more, he pivoted on his heel, whoosh. Like a gale conjured from still air, the youth wrapped Ji Baihua entirely within the rope's coils within mere breaths. "Humph, challenge me? That artifact of yours is too feeble. Bring out something stronger." "Baihua, even you can't handle him?" Lin Xiao was utterly stunned. Ji Baihua, however, remained calm. Since entering the secret realm, she had been preoccupied with evading pursuit, seeking an exit, and tending to Lin Xiao. Hardly any time for cultivation. Thus, her cultivation remained stagnant at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Thud! Just then, Zhongrua collapsed to the ground, trembling violently. Yet, he desperately kowtowed toward the youth. "G Great One, I merely erred by accident. Grant me a chance to redeem myself." Crack, crack. His forehead struck the stone tiles with resounding thuds, leaving Lin Xiao aghast. "Have you no dignity? He's just a child. Must you grovel like this?" Zhongrua paid no heed, continuing his frenzied prostration. The youth, however, bristled at Lin Xiao's words. Swish! A sharp gust sliced through the air, unraveling the ropes binding Zhongrua. Overjoyed, he redoubled his kowtows. "Thank you, Great One. Thank you. I shall repay this mercy, even if it means serving as your ox or horse." Enough. The youth cast Zhongrua a sidelong glance before fixing a glare on Lin Xiao. The rope that had bound Zhongrua now coiled tightly around Lin Xiao. Whoosha! Lin Xiao's body lurched before crashing against Ji Baihua's back. The youth snorted in disdain. One foul-mouthed, the other tactless, a perfect pair. With that, he gestured to Zhongrua. "Lock them in the main hall. I'll deal with them at dawn." Zhongrua blinked. Huh. But under the youth's piercing stare, he had no choice but to comply. After much effort, Zhongrua finally dragged Lin Xiao and Ji Baihua in the hall. Emerging, he was met with the youth's approving nod. "Well done. It seems you truly possess the will to reform." The youth then scrutinized Zhongrua up and down. Zhongrua shuddered. "Great One. Was the price of betrayal truly so steep?" Yet the youth harbored no such vulgar intentions. Stroking his beardless chin like a pompous elder, he declared, "Good. From now on, you shall remain in the hall, tending the hearth, and preparing meals. If my mood permits, I may yet release you. Thank you, Great One. Zhong Ruo kowtowed fervently, relief flooding his voice. Everything was observed by the two individuals within the grand hall. Lin Xiao shook his head, a surge of anger welling within him. What utter nonsense! Though I may lack shame myself, in comparison to him, I truly am not so despicable. Oddly, why have those prodigies ceased their actions? Ji Baihua suddenly noticed the peak across from them. Halfway up the mountain, a dozen talented individuals had halted their movements, their eyes filled with fervor and astonishment. Fixated on a stone tablet on the other side of the mountain's waist. Though referred to as a tablet, it was essentially a naturally formed, rather smooth boulder, seemingly cleaved by human intervention, leaving only one side intact. The foremost individuals appeared to be conversing, and, as one among them made a move, they engaged in combat once more. Various streams of true energy converged, creating a dazzling spectacle, and Lin Xiao gaped in awe. It was a scene beyond his imagination. Outside the hall, the youth also took note of the commotion, his face immediately betraying a hint of urgency. This is bad. They have already noticed. Focus on your task. I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Without waiting for Zhong Ruo's response, he dashed down the mountain like the wind, heading towards the towering peak across from him. Zhong Ruo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He cautiously opened the hall's door and slipped inside. Lin Xiao exclaimed loudly, "You truly know how to flatter, not sparing even a child. Hurry and help us untie this." Although it was merely ordinary rope, the youth's knotting technique was exceedingly peculiar, rendering Lin Xiao powerless to escape, while Ji Baihua's efforts proved futile as well. Approaching Lin Xiao, Zhong Ruo crouched and coldly scoffed. "You brought this upon yourself. You deserve this torment. When that little brat returns, you shall have your reckoning. Enough of this. Let us untie you first." Lin Xiao had no inclination to engage with him. Did he truly wish to compete with those prodigies? Zhong Ruo remained unresponsive, unwilling to address his inquiries. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a series of sharp reprimands from the peak across. The youth had arrived. The trio's attention was immediately drawn to the scene, where some of the prodigies continued to clash in clusters, while the remaining 5 or 6 were thrown into disarray by the youth's arrival, their anger prompting them to retaliate against him. In an instant, the sound of thunder and furious roars filled the air, with vibrant streams of true energy manifesting in various forms, whether as spheres or concentrated within fists, creating a truly captivating spectacle. Before Lin Xiao could assess the situation, the youth struck with lightning speed, his agility surpassing that of several prodigies by a margin.